Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Think about this. How much money would it take for you to stay off social media? Well, that's the $1,800 question one mom posed to her then 12-year-old son, calling it the 18 for 18 challenge. She promised to pay him that sum to stay off social media until he turned 18. He kept his word for 6 years. Sievert Cleefsus cashed in that check and made an Instagram account exactly on the day of his 18th birthday. While he said it was difficult, the bet gave him more time to focus on school and sports.
Good for that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get one more check of your Wednesday weather with Michelle Grossman. Good morning.
Hi there. Yeah, we're really warm in the Northeast today, guys. So enjoy it because big time change is coming. We have some very cold air off to the west. So record warmth in the east, record cold in the west. 73 today in Richmond. The southeast holds on to the warmth tomorrow. Atlanta 78. And then everyone is in on the cold by the weekend, just 35 in New York City. Back to the west, we are frigid though, down to even southern Texas. Dallas today 29. Back to you guys.
This might make you feel a little bit better about the weather issues. Coming up on Early Today, Krispy Kreme crams a candy bar into a donut to send your diet into a glaze of glory.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. A stolen party bus took police on a wild chase. This happened north of Los Angeles and ended in a crash. The 40-foot-long bus was stolen in San Diego and kept officers in pursuit on the 405 and 14 freeways along with the 5. After rear-ending a sedan, it finally rolled to a stop. The driver got out of the car and surrendered to police. A woman in that car that was hit did suffer moderate injuries.
All right, here's a great strategy for remembering your anniversary. Couples rush to tie the knot while the date was 2/22/22.
Art.
Yeah, one clerk in New York says that she performed nearly 30 ceremonies. Greg Sergel with our New York station explains.
Are we ready?
For Hempstead's town clerk, it was wedding deja vu all day long.
To have and to hold.
Kate Murray presided over close to 30 different ceremonies.
Looking good.
Each bride and groom.
You are husband and wife.
Wanting to tie the knot.
1, 2, 3.
With a lot of twos in the date.
We saw this date coming up, and it was a day like no other.
Stephen and Alicia say the numbers 2/22/2022 made this a lucky wedding day.
I, Kerm. Take thee, Judith.
And that's a feeling shared by all these couples.
We both picked exactly this date.
We said it at the same time. We're like,
Yeah.
2/22/22. We got it.
Stephen and Vanessa of Ozone Park actually met on 1/11/11. Their first married kiss today, they say, just more good karma.
2 is a kind of happy number. The number associated with love, togetherness, intimacy.
This Hofstra statistics professor knows his numbers, and while he says 2 is a good one, getting married today really offers no special advantages.
Whatever the date is, it doesn't influence anything else that happens. The numbers are fun. That's about it.
This special date, however, does help these brides and grooms in one way.
Oh, there we go.
Judith says there's now no excuse for husband Kerm to forget their wedding anniversary.
He better not.
Love marches on.
Our thanks to Greg Sergel for that report. It's the couple that got married at 2:22 in the afternoon that's also really got it on the cake.
That's very special. Congrats to them. Well, get ready to put your sweet tooth to the ultimate test. The mad scientists at Krispy Kreme are stuffing an entire Twix bar into a donut as part of a new collaboration. It's perfect for anyone looking to end that New Year's resolution diet with a bang. There's also a slightly more reasonable donut inspired by the candy bar with caramel filling and chocolate icing.
Right, because reasonability is what you think of when you
That's
think
very
that.
reasonable. Don't follow our advice. Go out there and enjoy your day.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, the threat of war, new developments in the Ukraine crisis. President Biden announcing new sanctions against Russia and ordering American troops closer to Ukraine for what he calls the beginning of a Russian invasion.
Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbor? None of us should be fooled. None of us will be fooled. There is no justification.
But Russia insists it's still open to diplomacy despite moving troops into Ukraine. We have team coverage from Eastern Europe to Washington. In the hands of a jury, deliberations set to start today in the civil rights trial of 3 former police officers who were at the scene of George Floyd's murder. We're in Minneapolis with a breakdown of closing arguments. Construction costs, new questions about a major interstate highway project funded by that multi-billion-dollar infrastructure bill, how some of the work already being done is impacting communities of color. And inspiration, tributes pouring in for the singer known as Night Bride. Jane Marcheski passed away at just 31 after a 4-year battle with cancer. How she captured America not just with her voice, but also her message of faith and hope. Heartbreaking there, but with a lot to be learned in her legacy.
Yeah, she inspired a lot of people.
Yeah, she really did. We'll bring you that story later in the hour. We begin this morning, though, in Ukraine with a sharp escalation in tensions between Russia and the West.
With more than 150,000 troops massed on the border with Ukraine, Russia's parliament has now given President Putin the green light to use his troops abroad. That's after Russia recognized 2 separatist-held territories in eastern Ukraine and ordered troops into those areas. The Kremlin now says it will support the rebels' territorial claims in that whole region beyond the borders of those 2 enclaves. In response, the United States and several other nations are imposing sanctions on Russia with the promise of more to come if the situation gets worse. The White House says a potential summit between Presidents Biden and Putin will no longer take place, while Secretary of State Antony Blinken has canceled a meeting with his Russian counterpart. Despite the breakdown in talks, President Putin said this morning that Moscow is ready for diplomatic solutions, but added that his country's interests are non-negotiable. Yesterday, President Biden lashed out at Russia's leader for what he described as the beginning of a Russian invasion.
Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law and demands a firm response from the international community.
We've got global security reporter Dan DeLuce and NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee standing by with more on this. But before that, let's go to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow. Aaron, what's the situation like on the ground right now in eastern Ukraine?
Well, here in Kyiv, authorities have declared a state of emergency. Joe, this just happening just a short while ago. It is yet to be formally rubber stamped by the parliament, but that is expected for this evening. And essentially what that does is gives the state extraordinary powers to do things like secure critical infrastructure sites. Also, when it comes to transportation, they're now able to set up checkpoints in and around cities here in Ukraine. The police are now allowed to stop people and ask for their papers. And this is because I was speaking to the former Ukrainian defense minister. It's perceived to be a high threat level now for the whole of the country. They think that this country is at a higher risk for potential terror attacks, potential hybrid warfare tactics. So this is really a marked shift in tone of what we've been hearing in late from Ukrainian authorities. Just yesterday, we heard from the Ukrainian president in the morning say that he does not think there's going to be a wider war with Russia. And by the end of the day, he was calling up the reservists. So Ukraine is getting on a war footing, and all eyes continue to be on the Donbass region, where there has been violence in the overnight hours, killing at least 1 Ukrainian soldier and a civilian, that according to the Ukrainian military, Joe.
So, Matt, let's talk about what's happening in Russia. Moscow is now recognizing not just the separatist-controlled parts of eastern Ukraine, but that whole region, which is known as Donbass. Parts of that area are still under the control of the Ukrainian government. So is this the clearest sign yet that Putin is preparing for a full invasion?
Thank you, Joe. Well, it is certainly a clear sign that this is not necessarily stopping in the currently rebel-controlled areas. As you mentioned, President Putin has basically declared that the entire Donbass region is part of their territorial claim. And, you know, when he talks about looking for a diplomatic solution, we need to be very clear about what that means in his mind. That is basically the Ukrainian military now ceding control of the rest of Donbass as it is officially recognized on anyone's map at this point. There are other signs that even then Putin may still have bigger things in mind. You know, we all heard his speech on Monday where he kind of methodically undermines, in his view, any kind of Ukrainian claim to sovereignty or statehood. And we just saw this morning a really fascinating Russian state media report, complete with an infographic, that kind of showed you, it kind of visualized everything Putin laid out in his speech. Eastern, Western Ukraine, gifts from Lenin. Northern Ukraine, a gift from the Russian Tsars. And of course, Crimea, a gift from Soviet leader Khrushchev. So they are laying down the groundwork, if they need it, for further action beyond Donbass.
So, Aaron, In recent weeks, Ukraine's president has appeared at times to almost downplay the threat of a Russian invasion. Last night, he said Ukraine is facing a threat to its existence. He's calling up the country's reservists. The country has also urged its citizens to leave Russia. How dramatic is the new change of tone we're seeing in Kyiv?
Well, it is dramatic, Joe. I think up until President Putin's speech earlier in the week, in which, as Matt just outlined there, he essentially said that Ukraine is not a country. Up until that point, people here were taking these Western intelligence assessments seriously. They were listening. They didn't discount it outright, but there was a sense of disbelief that the Kremlin would go after Kyiv directly. But that, of course, all changed when they saw and heard for themselves what Russian President Vladimir Putin had to say. And so, as I said, we are now seeing this country assume more of a war footing in terms of the preparations that are underway in cities across Ukraine. Here in Kyiv, for example, they're scrambling at the moment to get satellite phones. They don't have them here, and they need them for some 500 critical infrastructure sites, according to an official that I have been talking to. So they're really trying to now scramble in a way to prepare for the worst.
And Matt, we've got Japan, Canada, and Australia now joining the U.S. and U.K. by imposing sanctions. I mean, how is the Kremlin responding to this global response quickly?
So basically, we heard it says it all last night that the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, when asked if they watched Biden's announcements yesterday, said they just weren't watching it. They were busy. Russia, of course, expects sanctions. They have been preparing. They've been kind of building up, insulating their economy for years on this. They do not seem to fear sanctions. But of course, we are still waiting on harsher measures if Russia continues its push into Ukraine. But for now, they seem unfazed.
Aaron in Ukraine, Matt in Russia, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Now let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee in Washington. And Carol, let's start right there. I mean, Matt just said Russia expects sanctions. Let's start with the ones we know about so far from the White House. Who's being targeted? What's the latest there?
Well, Savannah, the White House has sanctioned 2 major Russian banks so they can't transact in U.S. dollars. And they've also sanctioned Russia's sovereign debt, which is seen as significant, although Russia has prepared for that in some ways and has a rainy day fund. And they've sanctioned individuals, so including some adult children of members of Vladimir Putin's inner circle. Now, the White House is underscoring that this is just the beginning, that if Putin escalates, the administration will also escalate in coordination with its allies. But they're saying that this is in response to actions that Vladimir Putin has taken so far. At the same time, they say that they don't expect privately, and the president said this publicly yesterday, he still thinks, despite these measures, there's going to be a massive attack on Ukraine.
And also, Carol, quickly, what's the latest word on prospects for a meeting between President Biden and President Putin, as was being discussed earlier this week?
Yeah. They're pretty dim. They're saying that this is not something that's going to happen. You saw the Secretary of State cancel his meeting with Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, which was supposed to take place tomorrow. The Biden-Putin meeting was always in principle, meaning it was contingent on the Blinken-Lavrov meeting and also whether or not Russia decided to invade. The administration saying they've taken that step now, so that meeting is on ice.
And Carol, let's talk about some of the impacts here at home between the threat of war and these sanctions. I mean, the stock market has gone on a wild ride. Now Americans are already paying more at the pump. Gas prices were already at an 8-year high. They're spiking. Is the White House concerned about the impact of these sanctions at home?
Very concerned, Savannah, and you're going to hear more and more of them talking about this. They're having discussions inside the administration about how to address this. You see Democrats on Capitol Hill really worrying about this. There's been some effort to try to maybe temporarily roll back the gas tax. That is running into headwinds on Capitol Hill, but the administration is looking at all sorts of options. They're not saying at the moment what exactly those might be. But remember, the president is set to deliver a State of the Union in a week, and that is a huge audience. And so you can imagine that he would like to have something to say about this issue that's impacting so many Americans.
Absolutely. And quickly, Carol, before I let you go, I have to ask you about former President Trump. He's blasting President Biden's handling of the situation in Ukraine while praising Putin's justification for his move. First, let's take a listen.
I went in yesterday and there was a television screen, and I said, this is genius. Putin declares a big portion of the Ukraine. Putin declares it as independent. Oh, That's wonderful. So Putin is now saying it's independent, a large section of Ukraine. I said, how smart is that? And he's going to go in and be a peacekeeper. That's the strongest peace force I've ever seen. There were more army tanks than I've ever seen. They're going to keep peace all right.
So how is the Biden administration reacting to these comments?
Well, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about these comments yesterday, and she said this administration is not going to take advice from anyone who praises Vladimir Putin. Savannah.
All right, Carol Lee, thank you so much.
U.S. troops are now on the move across Eastern Europe in response to Russia's latest moves. President Biden also announced yesterday American forces already stationed in Europe would be repositioned to Poland, and a new deployment of troops and aircraft are on their way to the Baltic countries of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. The goal to strengthen our NATO allies there. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us with more on these troop movements throughout Europe. Dan, good morning. So President Biden laid out why he was ordering these deployments during his speech yesterday. Let's take a listen.
Let me be clear. These are totally defensive moves on our part. We have no intention of fighting Russia. We want to send an unmistakable message, though, that the United States, together with our allies, will defend every inch of NATO territory and abide by the commitments we made to NATO.
Dan, we know the troops are not going into Ukraine, but what's the goal of the president's moves here, and could this do anything to deter Russia from moving farther into Ukraine?
Yeah, this is really an attempt to, again, bolster the eastern flank of NATO and also to carry out really what the U.S. said it would do. And so this has been going on for several weeks now, where the U.S. has been sending relatively modest numbers of troops and equipment and aircraft to countries that border Russia in the NATO alliance. And it's to send a signal to Putin, really, that the more Russia takes aggressive actions, the more NATO will expand its presence in the East. And of course, Russia and Putin has complained that over the decades, NATO has expanded, that other countries joined NATO in Central and Eastern Europe. And this has frustrated him greatly. He believes that's unjust and that NATO should somehow retreat from those countries. And so the White House is making it clear to Russia, the more you take aggressive action, the more we're going to bolster that eastern flank. So they're sending these troops that are stationed in Italy. They're sending helicopters to those Baltic countries. But if that's not at all clear that this is going to deter Russia and Ukraine.
How important is this to NATO countries and really to Europe as a whole?
It's incredibly important to those countries in Central and Eastern Europe. Those Baltic countries, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, they feel extremely vulnerable. They had very unpleasant history with Russia, Poland as well, and they very much were asking for this kind of reinforcement. And so that's what we've been seeing now for several weeks. This is the latest step in that reinforcement, shoring up the eastern flank. It's not much comfort, obviously, to the Ukrainian government. They're on their own in terms of fighting Russian forces.
And Dan, we know the Pentagon has told additional troops in Europe to stay on high alert for a potential deployment into the eastern part of the continent. Quickly, why has the White House not moved some of these forces into the region yet?
I think what you're seeing there is that there will be a NATO decision by all the NATO member states. These have been U.S. unilateral moves we've been talking about, but NATO as a whole will probably meet and deploy a NATO response force that would be all the members of NATO contributing to that force. I think if we see a wider invasion by Russia, more dramatic action there, then you would see a larger deployment of U.S. and other NATO troops all along that eastern border.
All right, Dan DeLuce, as always, thank you.
And to round out our coverage of this crisis this hour, let's get reaction from William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. Your perspective is so appreciated this morning. So first, to kick us off, I want to first play what Secretary Blinken had to say about Vladimir Putin at his press conference with Ukraine's foreign minister yesterday. Let's listen.
His plan all along has been to invade Ukraine, to control Ukraine and its people, to destroy Ukraine's democracy, which offers a stark contrast to the autocracy that he leads, to reclaim Ukraine as a part of Russia. That's why this is the greatest threat to security in Europe since World War II. Ukraine is in danger.
The greatest threat to security in Europe since World War II. Do you agree with that assessment by Blinken? And what do you make of the situation right now? Did you expect it to escalate as we've seen it thus far?
Savannah, I do agree that this is the greatest threat since World War II. It's clearly the biggest buildup of weapons and arms by the Russians since World War II. It has the potential to be as damaging as the big battles in World War II that claimed many casualties, deaths of soldiers as well as civilians. So this is a major challenge. This is something we have to take very seriously. And we've seen the Russians move into Ukraine. The Russians have gone across an internationally recognized border into Ukraine, into a sovereign country, their neighbor. And Secretary Blinken's right. This is what President Putin has had in mind all the time. He wants to control Ukraine. He wants to dominate Ukraine. The Ukrainians, it's a sovereign country. They want to live a normal life. They would like to be part of Europe. And so that's a challenge that we have to support, and that Secretary Blinken is doing exactly that.
And let's talk about the sanctions that have been handed down so far by the U.S. and others as they have crossed this border. Some people are calling for tougher measures right away, but the Biden administration seems to prefer holding some options back, essentially saying that full-scale punishment right now means there isn't this leverage for a full-scale invasion later. Do you agree with that strategy? What do you think should be done at this point? Because, as you mentioned, they have crossed that border.
They've crossed that border. They've moved into a territory that they've controlled for 8 years. So that means they haven't actually confronted in a military way. They haven't been fighting. The Russians have gone into an area that is not contested, that they have gone in without a battle. The next step would cause the big battle that we're concerned about. And while we want to punish, we want to demonstrate that we can push back on this aggression, this invasion that has already happened. We also want to demonstrate that we can do a lot worse. He has gone in there, but he can do a lot worse, and then we can do even worse than that.
Before I let you go, I do want to ask you about that meeting that was on the table, has since been called off, between President Biden and President Putin. And Secretary Blinken canceled this meeting with his Russian counterpart. I mean, diplomatic efforts seem to have thawed. Have we reached the point of no return here, or is there still a path to avoiding war?
It's up to the Russians, Savannah. It's up to the Russians. They have demonstrated so far that they're not serious about any kind of a negotiation or a way to, like civilized nations do, sit down around a table and address concerns. They've not shown any indication they're not serious. Therefore, it's up to them. I think Secretary Blinken has indicated he's willing to get together with his counterpart, Lavrov. But so far, there's no indication that Lavrov is serious.
Former Ambassador William Taylor, thank you so much. Again, your perspective is appreciated this morning.
Thank you.
Jury deliberations will get underway this morning for 3 former Minneapolis police officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in the federal trial for the officers who were on the scene when Floyd died. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest on the case.
Jurors listened to testimony from more than 30 witnesses called by the defense and the prosecution, but now this trial is coming to an end.
The fate of 3 former Minneapolis police officers will soon be in the hands of a jury after both sides delivered closing arguments in the federal civil rights case. The prosecution making the case that these officers knew George Floyd needed medical help and didn't act, arguing that defendant Tu Tao stood for 6 minutes and stared at Officer Chauvin and George Floyd, and J. Alexander King was afraid to speak up to Chauvin despite checking Floyd's pulse twice and not finding one. Thomas Lane was holding down Floyd's legs, choosing not to stop the horror unfolding right under his nose. Legal experts say the prosecution has to prove willfulness, that the officers intended to break the law.
How difficult of a case is this for the prosecution?
This is a tough case for the prosecution because the government has to prove what was going on in the mind of these 3 defendants, that they knew that Officer Chauvin was acting illegally.
All three defense attorneys told jurors their clients didn't know Chauvin was committing a crime, and they deferred to Chauvin because he was the senior officer. Officer Lane testified that he did everything he could to help Floyd, even asking twice if they should roll him over. Lane said, "I remember Mr. Chauvin saying he is good like this when I said I was concerned." While Tao told jurors he was relying on the other three officers to care for Floyd's medical needs while he controlled the crowd. But it will be up to the jury to decide if the prosecution proved its case.
The jury will get instructions first thing Wednesday morning and then start deliberations. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
And now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us this morning. Hey, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And we are looking at the second punch of our 1-2 punch for this winter storm, the two winter storms. So let's show you radar because it kind of tells the whole picture, and then we'll get into specifics for this second storm. So you see the rain out in the Tennessee Valley. That's from our first storm. That is going to move off the coast today. In the middle, you see some sleet, some freezing rain, some lightning strikes, which is pretty cool, in parts of Texas, Oklahoma City. That's the piece of energy that's associated with that low that's spinning in the southwest. That is our second winter storm that we will be watching today through Friday. So as we go throughout time here, we're going to see winter weather alerts, and we have them in place already. 47 million impacted by a winter weather alert. Your pink is your winter storm warning, the white a winter weather advisory. And then we even have blue in New England. That's your winter storm watch. So look at that swath of ice. This is the biggest concern over the next few days, from central Texas all the way to the northeast. And we could see impassable roads in the bullseye in the middle of that ice, and also some power outages. Now, as far as snowfall totals, the highest amounts in the Rockies. And then as we scoot to the northeast, we're looking at interior northeast, also New England, where we could see 4 to 6 inches today, tomorrow, and then by Friday, even heavier snow. Boston, you could see a foot of snow. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Michelle. See you in a bit.
Coming up, the push for normalcy 2 years into the pandemic. After the break, we'll have the latest in America's battle with COVID as more cities drop mask and vaccine mandates.
Plus, why experts are warning a decline in new cases could be misleading. You're watching Morning News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
New COVID infections are continuing to fall across the world, but the World Health Organization warns now is not the time to abandon important tools like COVID testing.
Yeah, so far, COVID cases have dropped by 21%, suggesting the Omicron variant has receded internationally. But some experts believe those numbers could be misleading, saying it's possible it's because people aren't testing as much.
Here in the U.S., more cities are dropping their mask mandates. Chicago is the latest major city to announce it will be dropping its proof of vaccination isolation and mask mandates. That'll happen on February 28th. Let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita for more on the latest COVID headlines. Dr. Lahita is a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph's Health. Dr. Bob, always good to have you with us. So the Omicron subvariant is still circulating worldwide. What is the best way for us to continue monitoring COVID outbreaks and variants, and are we prepared to stop potential future outbreaks?
Well, we hope to stop potential future outbreaks. The way to measure COVID right now is what we're looking at is hospital admissions for or as a result of COVID versus those who are admitted who happen to be positive for COVID, and also those who are in the intensive care unit. Now, Joe, the vast majority of people are testing at home, so they may have symptoms which are mild. They may be positive, but nobody in the world is going to know that because no one is privy to people's own testing practices. So that may be the problem right now. I urge everyone to still be vaccinated if possible and to wear masks under certain conditions such as airplanes, buses, school teachers, police, fire, and healthcare workers.
So it sounds like then that's why you're saying that metric of hospitalization is what's really probably more important, of course, given that that's who is getting super sick, but also more accurate. So we should be focusing on that rather than the case numbers. What else? How do we thoughtfully get through this next phase of the pandemic, get to that endemic stage?
Well, there's one thing that I forgot to mention, and that's measurement of the virus in sewage, which is now, or wastewater, which is now going on. And that's a pretty good, accurate determination of how much virus there is, say, in the city of Chicago or the city of New York or Los Angeles, for example. And what we should do is continue to remain vigilant about the virus. But as the numbers wane, as I mentioned in the past, Savannah, we're going to go from pandemic to what we call endemic, which means we're going to have outcroppings or little blips of virus infection around the country, much like influenza. So I predict that every year we'll probably have a vaccine that probably will include both influenza and COVID to make sure we cover all the variants.
Get it all done at once. And we know wastewater is also a key component of California's detailed endemic plan. So we know some places are thinking about that. Finally, Doctor, while we have you, we have a question from an anonymous viewer. This viewer asks, I'd love to know what suggestions the doctors have regarding how to cope with long COVID. The exhaustion and brain fog are killing me. Are there any vitamins or supplements that help? And I'll add to that, anything else that can help?
Well, this is a tough one, Joe, and specifically because about less than 10% of the people who get infected will have this disease go on and on and on for months, at least complex symptoms such as rash, muscle aches, fever, fatigue, shortness of breath, and of course the big one, brain fog, loss of taste and smell as well. So we want to limit refined carbohydrates, focus on proteins and fiber and healthy fats, and make sure your allotment of zinc and selenium is effective because that's all antiviral. And there are many other things which can be found on the website, my website.
Roger, sounds good. We'll check that out. All right, Dr. Bob Lahita, as always, appreciate your advice. Thank you so much. Great question. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, you can let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com. And like this viewer, you can let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Now let's take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Hong Kong has made it mandatory for all of its 7.5 million citizens to get tested for COVID as the city battles surging coronavirus infections, which have overwhelmed hospitals and testing centers. Chief Executive Carrie Lam said residents would have to undergo 3 rounds of testing starting mid-March as the territory tries to adhere to China's zero COVID policy. However, Hong Kong lacks many of the resources the mainland has, such as adequate staffing and tracking apps. While many other countries are learning to live with COVID, China is trying to eradicate it through strict measures. Tonga is finally back online. Communications have been restored 5 weeks after a massive volcanic eruption and tsunami severed an underwater cable, cutting the tiny island off from global reach. Restoring connections wasn't easy, and it took much longer than anticipated. The force of the explosion, which was more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb drop, had badly damaged a 50-mile-long section of the internet line, but it's back online now. And finally, a team of Jordanian and French archaeologists say that they have found a 9,000-year-old shrine at a remote Neolithic site in the Jordanian desert. The complex was found in a Neolithic campsite near a large structure known as desert kites that are believed to have been used to corral wild gazelle for slaughter. Researchers say the shrine sheds an entirely new light on these previously unknown Neolithic populations. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Pretty amazing.
Amazing find.
Yeah, Allie, you bring us
9,000
quite a
years.
lot of very amazing archaeological finds.
It's like a trip to the museum
Yeah,
every time we talk.
we love it. Thanks, Allie.
Yeah, it's Indiana Jones inside me.
There we go. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, was it compassion or murder? After the break, we'll take you to Ohio, where a doctor is on trial following the overdose deaths of more than a dozen patients.
Plus, a new study sparking health concerns for women going through infertility treatments. Next in our weekly checkup. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Major changes are coming to this year's Academy Awards. 8 of the 23 Oscars handed out will now be presented before the live telecast of the event before it starts. That means the ceremony at the Dolby Theater will start an hour before the live broadcast begins, with the Oscars for categories like film editing, makeup, and original score given out before viewers can tune in. It's part of an effort to boost the ratings for the ceremony. They fell to an all-time low last year as other award ceremonies also struggled. The Academy's president, David Rubin, said in a statement the changes were necessary for the future health of the Academy Awards. Savannah, this has been a battle brewing for the last few years. Movie purists want everyone recognized because everyone's such an integral part of the process. But the bottom line is the ratings are sagging and not a lot of people are maybe interested in all the categories. So they want to maybe focus on some of the higher profile ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as long as we still celebrate the winners in all categories, somehow.
They still get a trophy. So.
Exactly. You still get that home. You still have it on a shelf. You can still have people come see it. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Joe. Now, an Ohio doctor is on trial accused of murdering 14 of his patients. Prosecutors say he intentionally overdosed them on fentanyl. The defense is arguing he was just administering comfort care. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esemwa takes us inside the courtroom.
The trial begins for a doctor accused of murdering his patients by overprescribing fentanyl.
His actions were not mere accidental or medical negligence. They were, in fact, murder.
Former Ohio doctor William Hussel walked into court Tuesday morning hand in hand with his wife. The 46-year-old now faces 14 counts of murder and has pleaded not guilty.
Many were not in a position to feel discomfort, pain, or agitation. Nonetheless, they were administered large doses of fentanyl without being medically indicated.
Those 14 people, ages 39 up to 82, died at Mount Carmel Health in Columbus, Ohio, between 2015 and 2018. 64-year-old Bonnie Smith was one of them.
A picture of her, the love of my life.
In a 2019 wrongful death lawsuit, David alleges his wife was given 600 micrograms of fentanyl and 6 milligrams of Versed. She died while Hussel was the ICU physician.
He was a doctor. I figured he knew what he was talking about.
Hussel has denied negligence.
The problem is that the doctor gave much, much higher doses of fentanyl.
Robert Klitzman is associate director of Columbia's bioethics program.
Even if this was comfort care, you wouldn't give 10 times usual dose or 5 times usual dose.
Hussel's medical license was suspended by the State Medical Board of Ohio, and the hospital fired at least 23 staff after reviewing Hussel's patient cases. Now, defense says,
this is not a murder case, and it's far from it.
Hussel is represented by defense attorney Jose Baez, whose former clients include Casey Anthony, Harvey Weinstein, and NFL player Aaron Hernandez.
William Hussel was exercising compassion to his patients and trying to free them from pain.
What does the comfort care argument entail?
There's a difference between what's called palliative care and killing someone intentionally. In palliative care, you're trying to ease the patient's pain by the use of drugs or some other therapeutic method. In cases where you are actually trying to cause the death of the person, then that can be murder. So the key here is intent.
The assistant Franklin County prosecutor adds that while other health practitioners cared for the patients, Hussel is on trial because he prescribed the medication. The defense disagrees.
There are no pharmacists on trial here, but yet they're 50% responsible for every single dose that's given.
Expect this to be a theme of the defense. It wasn't just my client. There were many other people.
That was Zincle Esemwa reporting, and the jury is expected to hear from over 50 witnesses and experts. The trial will most likely last 2 months. The doctor initially faced 25 counts of murder, but 11 of those charges were dismissed last month.
Time for your weekly checkup, and NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us with some of the health headlines you might have missed. Good to see you here in person.
Yes, great. Back, guys.
So we're going to start with an interesting one. Our first study looks at a troubling trend with guns. The number of firearm deaths have now overtaken the number of car crash deaths. What more can you tell us about that?
In the last 10 years, so this study went up to 2018, and I think many of us think that car crashes make up the lion's share of these premature trauma deaths, but actually they found that it was deaths from firearms, and actually firearm death by suicide increased significantly over the last 10 years, and particularly since 2017. So who's making up the vast majority are men. 85% are because of men. And death by suicide with firearms was the highest. And this was seen in older white men. Deaths by homicide with firearms was seen predominantly in younger African American men. So these are very startling statistics, obviously. And just to point out, in that time period, 2.6 million potential years of life were lost due to firearms. So the doctor's orders are pretty straightforward. In terms of safety for guns, what are the most important things? Keep them unloaded, keep them locked, keep the ammunition separate from the gun. And we're going to put up the suicide prevention hotline for folks. If you're feeling like you're struggling, please reach out and get help.
There it is, 800-273-8255. So important there. All right. Our next study looks at infertility treatments, important to so many people. Millions of treatments have been administered worldwide. Millions of women worldwide rely on this. But it looks like some of these treatments can increase the risk of heart disease and actually pregnancy complications, which of course seems counterintuitive. There, walk us through this.
Right. So we all are familiar with assisted reproductive technology, and it can carry some risks. So this study was carried out in the UK, and they found that women who delivered via assisted reproductive technology had a higher incidence of risk, for example, arrhythmias, as well as kidney failure, and their babies also. There were complications in pregnancy, such as preterm delivery, as well as an increased number of deliveries via C-section. Now, who was at greatest risk for that? Well, of course, women who had pre-existing conditions that could increase the risk for heart disease, for example, polycystic ovarian syndrome, things like that, were at a greater risk. But women without those risks also seemed to fare slightly worse. So the doctor's orders here are also, I think, pretty intuitive. Recognize these risk factors early. So if you are a woman and you have high blood pressure, elevated cholesterol, if you're overweight, those things already predispose you to pregnancy complications. Control those risk factors before you undergo the assisted reproductive technology, for a healthier pregnancy outcome.
Yeah. Really important.
We want to quickly go through this last one. The American Academy of Pediatrics has new guidance on newborns receiving vitamin K shots.
Right. Yeah. So this has actually been practiced since 1961 to administer one intramuscular, that is in the muscle, shot of vitamin K, which is important in imperative for appropriate blood clotting. And infants who don't receive this vitamin K shot are at increased risk for actually having hemorrhage, bleeding, really significant complications. And more women are declining this shot for their newborn infants. It can prevent life-threatening bleeding. So the doctor's orders are very straightforward here. New moms out there, listen up. If you're about to deliver your baby and the hospital is telling you they're going to administer this one shot of vitamin K, do not decline. It can be life-saving for your infant. That's it.
Such important information.
I'll end there.
Right now, though, especially when we've had so much conversation about vaccines and such, so important information to hear right now. All right. Dr. Azar, thank you so much.
And we do want to reiterate that number. If anyone you know is struggling, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. All right. Still ahead on Morning News Now, construction concerns, the new questions about a new interstate project meant to benefit Black communities.
Plus, a troubling trend, how several major cities working to hit the brakes on violent carjackings. After the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Billions of dollars from the infrastructure bill are going to be going to actually undoing one of the largest projects the federal government has ever taken on, the interstate highway and the harm it's caused to Black neighborhoods. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett went to Indianapolis to see what that work is going to look like.
The South Side was a family. If you did it out, hey, somebody was going to know it. If something was going on, hey, we came together. You don't have that today.
Beatrice Miller is referring to life before construction tore through her neighborhood in Indianapolis to build the I-65 highway in the 1950s and 60s.
It was hard. It was very, very hard. You have to blend in with a new group of people that knew nothing about your existence.
Her story echoes those of Black communities across the country back then, when more than 475,000 households were displaced in favor of adding 41,000 miles to the U.S. interstate system. Many of those properties home to Black families.
The majority of these ones on here, workers, went to work every day.
An automotive age, traveling on time-saving superhighways.
Fast forward to Indianapolis in 2022. That highway under construction again. The city working to rebuild higher, but with input from residents this time, starting with a section called the North Split.
Basically, what we're doing is tearing everything down to the ground and rebuilding it back up again. We did a very extensive public involvement process with, this construction.
We toured some of the construction zone to see how that community feedback shaped the elevated design.
We're going to have a portion of what we call an urban forest.
And more space to benefit pedestrians.
Here you can really see the difference between the old and the new.
And we're able to put a lot more overhead lights. We're also doubling the size of the sidewalk underneath.
This opportunity for infrastructure improvement is something Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has put a renewed focus on with his Reconnecting Communities initiative.
There is racism physically built into some of our highways.
$1 billion in grant money in Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law to right the wrongs of the past. The North Split construction is not funded by this grant, but organizations like Rethink 6570 formed to make sure the city focuses on more than just rebuilding as is for the next part of the project, the South Split. Here, they want to see a recessed highway.
If you can imagine, this was all neighborhood. People don't really want to live around this.
Instead of it being elevated like it is now, you want it to be recessed underneath what would be a neighborhood.
From an environmental standpoint, the air emissions can be better, noise can be better, and so people are more inclined to develop closer to it.
Rethink 6570 funded a study that says it's possible, but Indiana's Department of Transportation is focused elsewhere.
This was not that project. This was, it needed to be done. It needed to be completely redone from the ground up. But we're talking about millions and millions of dollars of difference.
But is a recessed highway or something similar to that a potential for the South Split?
So for the South Split, it's not even on our radar right now.
A project that requires years of foresight. But even with the administration's goals, residents like Miller who were displaced are still skeptical.
If we hadn't been looked over for so long, I probably would think, oh, yeah, this is good. But I won't believe it unless it happens.
Community input is key with these projects because how the neighbors react to the construction can physically shape how the project turns out. For example, with that North Split construction project, originally there was an exit ramp slated to dump out right where this historically black high school is standing, and the neighbors in that area were concerned about safety and they were really upset about it, and so they changed the construction plans. But at the same time, we're not seeing that effort at reconnecting that former black neighborhood decades ago with that proposed recessed highway. And a big part of that is because of money. When I pressed the Department of Transportation in Indiana about whether this funding would make a big difference, they said that it's too far down the road to really commit to anything. But this is going to be a national project, originally proposed for $20 billion, now only allocating $1 billion. And so to make this successful in the eyes of what the administration was looking for when they proposed this Reconnecting Communities Fund, they're really going to have buy-in at the local level and the national level. And we're seeing some hesitation from these cities right now because of the huge undertaking that it really is.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Apple is dropping mask requirements for customers in several states that have recently dropped their mandates. Employees will still be required to wear a mask regardless of their vaccination status. Apple has updated its website to indicate which stores require masks. The company also plans to resume in-store classes in the coming days. These include courses on how to make music with GarageBand, editing and shooting photos on an iPhone, and making videos with iMovie. Activision is reportedly delaying the next Call of Duty game, which was planned for next year. It will be the first time the franchise won't have an annual release in nearly 2 decades. Activision is delaying the game after a recent title didn't perform as well. Reports say the move is not related to Microsoft's deal to buy the company for $69 billion. In a statement, Activision says it still has a slate of games for this year and next. Consumers reported losing more than $5.8 billion to fraud last year. The Federal Trade Commission says that's an increase of 70% from 2020. A record of nearly 2.8 million people filed a fraud complaint. The FTC says imposter scams were the most prevalent last year, but investment scams cost victims the most money, with the average loss of about $1,000.
Oof. 70%, my goodness. All right, Silvana.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now to a major arrest in a string of carjackings and homicides in Philadelphia. Police say their prime suspect is behind bars this morning. The city is still dealing with a surge in crime. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez shows us what's happening in Philly and other cities dealing with a rise in violent car thefts.
As Philadelphia deals with a surge of carjackings this year, a suspect alleged to have been involved in a string of them that left at least 2 people dead arrested. Local and federal authorities in Philadelphia announcing that 28-year-old Jonathan Akubu has now been charged with several counts of murder, aggravated assault, carjacking, and robbery. Police say he's a repeat offender with a long list of prior offenses.
7 prior arrests, including 3 for aggravated assault, point of handgun, 1 for robbery, point of handgun, 1 for robbery other, 1 for rape, and 1 for criminal registration.
Akubu is accused of being the ringleader involved in the February 6th fatal shooting of George Brasilla during a carjacking while Brasilla was visiting his mother. The city has seen 203 carjackings this year through February 22nd, compared with the 76 carjackings through the same date in 2021 and 34 in 2020, according to the police department. But Philadelphia is not the only city seeing a rise in these violent crimes. New Orleans also plagued by carjackings. So far this year, up more than 70% from the same period last year, which was already double the year before that.
I'm prior military. If I have to pull this trigger, that's what I have to do.
A mother and veteran who served in Iraq and Afghanistan recently having to fend off a person attempting to enter her car while she was stuck in traffic, and with her 2-year-old son in the car.
It's terrifying at this point. Having to use the same tactics in an American city that you use in Iraq and Afghanistan simply to navigate through the city is It's scary.
Crime experts say the rate of violent crimes across the country has grown since the pandemic began. Retired Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best says many departments are now putting together task forces to combat these increases.
Carjacking, while it has a unique name, is robbery, like any other robbery. And any robbery is super violent in nature, is very personal to the victim. Often a person is armed and there's a knife or a gun or some other type of weapon that's displayed, and there's an increased fear for personal safety.
Back in Philadelphia, authorities urging caution, saying there are several carjacking rings still operating, even with a kubu off the street for now.
To all those who seek to sow chaos in our city, let today send a message that we simply cannot and will not tolerate these acts of violence.
That was Isa Gutierrez reporting. Philadelphia police say they've created task forces to address carjackings and gun violence. They say they're also working with federal authorities to try and stop the increase in violent crime seen over the last 3 years.
Coming up, she's being remembered for her sweet voice and legacy of hope.
America is mourning the loss of the singer known as Nightbird. A look back on her life and how she inspired the nation. Next on Morning News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This morning, a tribute to a young woman who captured our hearts with her voice.
Singer Jane Marcheski, better known as Nightbird to America's Got Talent fans, has passed away from cancer at the age of 31.
NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren shows us Nightbird's impact.
I moved to California.
She was a contestant who brought much more than talent to the America's Got Talent stage.
It's okay, it's okay.
Her original song, a personal story.
I had some cancer in my lungs, my spine, and my liver.
Jane Marcheski, who performed under the name Nightbird, bringing the usually stoic Simon Cowell to tears, earning her the Golden Buzzer. And while her health prevented her from competing on the show, fans couldn't forget the spirited singer, who somehow brought hope in the midst of metastatic breast cancer.
You can't wait until life isn't hard anymore before you decide to be happy.
In the months since her audition, she released more music.
Hey, sunrise.
And offered updates as her health continued to fail. Always grateful.
Beautiful to see the world welcome that song into their own dark night.
Nightbird succumbed to her cancer on Monday at 31. America's Got Talent writing, Nightbird will always be a member of the AGT family, while hosts offered their own tributes on social media. A video posted to her Instagram after her death, offering comfort, even now.
Just because you're sad or grieving doesn't mean that you're not grateful, and it doesn't mean you're not hopeful.
Leaving behind a golden legacy and a reminder for the millions now grieving her loss.
And it's all right.
Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Got her message, and we've got her music to keep her legacy going.
Yeah, absolutely. And an amazing tribute there from Kristen.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the brink of war, the sharpest messaging yet from the White House on the crisis in Ukraine. President Biden calling out Moscow's military mobilizations into 2 breakaway regions of the country, calling it the beginning of an invasion. The president also announcing a new round of tough financial sanctions against Russia.
When all is said and done, we're going to judge Russia by its actions, not its words. And whatever Russia does next, we're ready to respond with unity, clarity, and conviction.
We've got team coverage and analysis from across the globe this morning. Double dose of wicked winter weather, slamming cities from coast to coast, slippery sheets of snow, rain, and ice, all making for a rough morning commute in parts of the west and northeast. We've got team coverage on how these storms are set to develop through the end of the work week. Also this morning, happier from home? New polling numbers on the ever-evolving post-COVID work landscape. Women and people of color are generally less keen to go back to the office than their white coworkers. Why this latest data matters as life on the job returns to normal. Plus, Jimmy Help World. He's a social media personality like no other, transforming people's lives through random acts of kindness and a little bit of cash. How online sensation Jimmy Darts made it to the mainstream $1 at a time. Actually don't know this story. Do you?
Oh my gosh, I do know it. And some of what he does for people just will blow your mind. It's amazing.
Looking forward to that. We'll bring you that in a little bit. First, though, this morning, Eastern Europe is edging closer to conflict as hopes of a diplomatic solution to the crisis in Ukraine appear further away than ever.
Yeah, the West and Japan have imposed sanctions on Russia after it recognized separatist-held areas of eastern Ukraine and ordered troops into those regions. Now Ukraine is calling up its reservists and getting ready to declare a state of emergency. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from the front lines of eastern Ukraine.
We've been talking a lot recently about separatist-held areas in Ukraine and what Vladimir Putin is doing and the risks of a wider conflict. But here in the trenches, you can understand the dynamic much easier. These trenches were dug by and are controlled by Ukrainian troops. And on this side is Ukraine. That is firmly government-held territory, and it extends all the way to Eastern Europe. But just on the opposite side of these trenches, and you can see it from up here, starting from about a mile and heading in that direction, that is separatist-held area. That is the area that Putin has recognized as an autonomous enclave. And behind that is Russia. And it is here that Putin has been sending extra troops and military hardware. And over the last several hours and the last several days, the separatists, now backed by Russia, have been firing mortars and artillery over these trenches at Ukrainian towns and villages. And the next step could be a conventional attack running right through here, unless Putin can be deterred.
Signaling no compromise, Vladimir Putin this morning said Russia is always open to direct and honest dialogue, but that its security concerns, which he said include NATO expansion, are non-negotiable. Addressing Russians, he praised the country's military, saying it would continue to develop cutting-edge weapons, including evasive hypersonic missiles. The Pentagon believes Russia has already deployed them near Poland, along with the 150,000-plus troops ringing Ukraine. Hours before Putin spoke, Ukraine's President Zelensky mobilized his national reserves, vowing never to give in as Ukraine edges closer to an open war that threatens the stability of all of Europe. This is what it's like now to live in Ukrainian villages near pro-Russian separatists. The Ukrainian Interior Ministry, which posted the video, said separatist fire here killed one man. The separatists have dramatically increased their attacks over the last several days, goading the Ukrainian military to respond now that they have protection from President Putin, who yesterday extended the goalposts, saying he doesn't just recognize the independence of Russian-speaking separatists in territory they already control, but also in vast areas now firmly in the hands of the Ukrainian government, including the Soviet-era industrial port city of Mariupol, home to 450,000 people. Last night, protesters gathered in this city to support their government. People here are getting nervous. Among them, Victoria, a 28-year-old musician and missionary, along with her husband and son.
I can say I have all of our documents with me in my backpack in case something starts. I also feel brave because I know that these people will never give up.
Putin describes Ukraine as a historic part of Russia that needs to be saved from its NATO-loving puppet government.
We don't feel that we have to be saved by him because we speak Russian.
Do you think that he's going to stop?
I'm afraid that he wants to keep going.
And if he does keep going, what does that mean for you, for the people here?
It doesn't mean that it's a time of peace. It means it's a time of sadness. It's a time of war, of death.
Ukraine says it is now taking steps toward implementing a state of emergency.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
President Biden is levying new sanctions against Russia, calling the country's move into eastern Ukraine the beginning of a Russian invasion. He also warned that he believes Russia is poised to launch a massive attack. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us from Washington with more. Kristen, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Biden is sharpening his tone and actions toward Russia this morning, imposing those tough new sanctions that you mentioned along with allies after accusing President Putin of invading Ukraine. The move was met with praise and also some criticism that the sanctions still aren't strong enough to stop Putin. All his hopes for a diplomatic resolution are fading fast. This morning, President Biden taking a tougher stance with Russian President Vladimir Putin after Putin ordered what he's calling peacekeeping forces into 2 regions of eastern Ukraine.
Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law.
The president, for the first time Tuesday, called Russia's move an invasion.
This is the beginning of a Russian invasion.
The president also slapping stiff new sanctions on Russia, targeting 2 large banks and imposing penalties on Russian debt, which the president says means Moscow can no longer raise money from the U.S. and Europe, while also sanctioning several Russian elites with close ties to Putin. And the president warned he's prepared to do more. The top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee expressed support for the sanctions, but urged the president not to let up.
I think the president's announcement is a good first tranche of sanctions, but cannot be the end of it.
But some Republicans say they still fall short. Senator Lindsey Graham calling them woefully inadequate to deter Putin's efforts to redraw the European map and dismember a neighboring democracy. The president also ordering U.S. troops and equipment already in Europe to bolster allies in the Baltic region, including the former Soviet republics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, but insisting the U.S. has no intention of direct armed conflict.
Let me be clear. These are totally defensive moves on our part. We have no intention of fighting Russia.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced Tuesday he's canceling a planned meeting with his Russian counterpart, meaning talks of a possible meeting between Presidents Biden and Putin are not in the works at this point. Still, the president insisting.
The United States and our allies and partners remain open to diplomacy if it is serious.
Now, the president also vowed he would use every tool to try to limit the effect of the sanctions he announced on gas prices here. As you know, Americans are already dealing with record high inflation and prices at the pump, and the White House acknowledged those prices could rise in the coming months if global oil supplies are impacted. The president said he plans to closely monitor energy supplies for any disruption, but he didn't map out specific steps he plans to take beyond that, and this is obviously a big concern for a lot of Americans, Joe.
On a lot of minds. Kristen, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now let's bring in NBC News national security analyst and contributor Clint Watts for some perspective on everything we just heard. Good morning. Good to have you with us. Let's start with those new sanctions. So back in 2014, the Obama administration sanctioned Russia at the time for invading the Crimean Peninsula. Some of the officials involved at the time now argue that that helped stop Putin from going further into Ukraine. Do you think these sanctions that we've seen so far at this point currently, could those have a similar effect? Are they harsh enough? And if not, what else should President Biden do?
Well, for a start, it's much harsher than what we saw after 2014 and 2016, meaning it goes after actual things like Russian banks. This is significant because it prevents them from being out into the open market. It also hits certain targeted individuals in their media and information space. This is all going to be much more impactful than some of the previous ones. You might remember after 2016, for election interference, we tended to focus on actual military people in the hacking units. This had no impact. It was really basically the equivalent of hitting middle managers throughout the ranks. This is very different and will change the nature of the economic space. Put this in context, too, with Nord Stream 2 in Germany. Because Germany is not pursuing Nord Stream 2, this is going to have major impacts inside Russia, who predominantly relies upon oil and natural gas as their big exports. So the economy is going to be impacted in a much more significant way than we've seen with previous sanctions. I think the big thing is that, as you saw there with that map you just showed, Putin has committed so much military force at this point. He's already said as of yesterday that the boundaries that we were taking as what is known as LNR and DNR are not what he's taking as that. He's actually thinking of taking more of Ukraine. This was expected. And I think there are two areas to watch, which is the border with Belarus and coming across Crimea into a land bridge really around the southern border of Ukraine.
So let's talk now about what options are here from a diplomacy standpoint. I mean, we know that a meeting with our Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and his Russian counterpart was canceled. That whole on-principle meeting discussed earlier this week between President Biden and President Putin seems to now be off the table. I mean, does this mean that there are no diplomatic options left? And if there are, what are they? How do you see those playing out?
I don't see any more diplomatic options. You might rewind 2 weeks. Remember, we saw President Macron sprinting to sit by Vladimir Putin across a long table. He then tried it again in the last few days. None of these diplomatic efforts really worked. Instead, they were seen as delaying actions to essentially create confusion in space so the Russian military could do what was apparently a pre-planned invasion. All of the disinformation, all of the media in Russia was pre-planned, pre-published even, and broadcast out with a determined timeline and agenda. I think looking forward, the only time diplomacy will probably come in the near future is after Putin has seized some gains inside Ukraine, and then he will want to come to the West and negotiate around those. So we might look here in the next 1, 2, or 3 weeks to see what the aggression is of Putin, and then we might see diplomacy come back on the table.
Clint, before I let you go, I do want to ask you about some language from former President Donald Trump. He praised Putin's moves in Ukraine as, quote, genius and pretty savvy. Now, you join us as one of our fantastic national security analysts, so I'm wondering, is there any danger in that kind of language from one of our former leaders? And what message, if any, does that send to Russia and also to Ukraine?
It was almost 5 years ago. It was March of 2017. I had said that Russian active measures work in the United States because President Trump uses Russian active measures against his opponents. His opponent in this case is the political party known as the Democrats, and specifically Joe Biden. This has gone on for 5 years, and part of the reason Vladimir Putin can do this and do this without worry is he has people in the United States, media personalities and political officials that are advocating and advancing his position. And as long as he has that, he knows that he can divide us here at home, so we are divided when we want to go and fight him, whether that's in Ukraine, Russia, or throughout Eastern Europe.
Wow, some stark words there. Clint Watts, thank you so much. We appreciate your perspective this morning.
Another round of severe weather is battering much of the country. Millions of Americans are feeling the impact of those dual coast-to-coast storms this morning with heavy snow, freezing rain, and high winds. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest on the storms from Minneapolis. Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. A cold morning here in the Twin Cities. You can see not much accumulation on the ground there, sweeping some of the snow out of the way right now. That's even though we had snow falling here for about 24 hours straight. A lot of the snow was blowing around, wasn't much accumulation. It is feeling like about -19 right now, so light, fluffy snow from yesterday getting a little bit firmer. Here in Minneapolis, we're seeing just one of the winter weather headaches moving across the country.
This morning, from coast to coast, millions waking up to a brutal 1-2 punch. A pair of separate winter storms barreling across the country. From the Dakotas to Michigan, ice and snow hitting the upper Midwest and Great Lakes. Some digging out from more than 2 feet of snow. On this North Dakota interstate, almost whiteout conditions near Fargo. Firefighters rushing to rescue someone trapped in what police say was a 14-vehicle pileup with 6 injured. In Oregon, officials reporting about 100 cars and trucks involved in crashes on one highway. 2 Black Hawk helicopters colliding in Utah, possibly because of low visibility, which was also a real challenge in the Twin Cities, on the roads and in the skies.
And it was pure white. You didn't know how close you were, and all of a sudden you landed and you looked out and you could see the tip of an airplane over there on the corner.
Snow not the only headache. A blast of freezing rain shut down Milwaukee public schools Tuesday. Thunderstorms flooding Kentucky roads. The severe weather in Arkansas strong enough to rip through this home.
There was water coming out of the ceiling, out of the electric light fixtures, and all of this was gone.
Now another storm system out west eyeing New England before slowly moving out. A mess that can be fun too.
And here in Minneapolis, with those below zero temperatures, we have seen areas even that appear to have been plowed still having treacherous driving conditions. So for people who are going to be on the move this morning in areas that have already been hit by storms, Joe, they're going to want to be keeping a close eye on their travel plans and giving themselves extra time to be getting around. It feels like -19 out here right now, Joe, and I know you're no stranger to this weather in Minnesota. So if you have any tips on how to warm up, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, go inside right now. We'll let you go, Jesse. That's my best tip for you. All right, you have my permission. Thank you, Jesse. Stay warm.
And with that, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman heeded my advice. She's inside. Hey, Michelle.
Yeah, and it's actually super hot in here. I'm practically sweating, but Jesse.
Oh, good. Jesse will love to hear that.
I know. I'm so sorry, Jesse. But he did such a good job painting the picture because we have record lows in the west. We had record warmth. We're having record warmth in the east. And he did a really good job with those pictures, too, with that first storm. And we're going to see a lot of pictures like that going forward with this second storm. So 47 million Americans under a winter weather alert. That winter storm warning is in your pink. And let's talk about those temperature differences here. This is a setup. This is why we're getting these storms. So we have that Gulf of Mexico moisture, the humidity moving onshore. It's so warm. We're looking at temperatures in the upper 80s in some spots, and then versus the cold weather to the north. So really frigid where Jesse is. We're looking at some wind chills, not to make Jesse's look a little bit timid, but we're looking at wind chills 50 below zero in some spots in the northern plains. So when you bring these two together, you're going to get that battle zone in the middle. You're going to get some ice, and that's our biggest concern over the next few days. And in this case, an 1,800-mile swath of ice where those two air masses do collide. On the backside, we're seeing that snow, and then going forward, we're going to see more heavy rain in the Tennessee Valley. So record warmth today in New York City. Enjoy it because we drop about 35 degrees tomorrow. Today, Atlantic City, 69 degrees. Richmond, 73. These are temperatures more typical of late April, early May. 68 degrees in Boston. We plummet tomorrow, but the southeast holds on to that warmth. Albany, Georgia tomorrow, 86 degrees, and Key West, 81. Wouldn't it be nice to be in Key West? But by this weekend, we're looking at frigid temperatures by Saturday, just above freezing in Columbus, just 35 in New York City. And then let's talk about where Jesse is. So we have wind chill alerts. We're looking at wind chill warnings, wind chill advisories. 12 million people impacted with those wind chill values. 50 below zero, and this stays in place tomorrow. So just looking at some of the temperatures today, so below average for this time of year, 22 degrees below average in Minneapolis. It'll be 1 degree in Rapid City. That's 40 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. That cold air stays in place. We have that, high pressure that's sort of reinforcing that cold air. So Oklahoma City, 30 degrees tomorrow and just 43 in Austin. And you guys, our buddy Bill Cairns is back tomorrow, so he's going to follow the storm with you through Friday. But it was good to see you.
It's been great to have you. I love your pink blazer. Also, it seems like we could have used that roller coaster visual again today. That is
I know,
wild
right?
weather
Yes.
going on. All right, Michelle, thanks so much. And coming up, it's another day of isolation for the Queen, who's still fending off COVID.
We've got the latest on her condition as the other royals step in to fill her shoes. Next. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Much of the royal family is stepping in to help so Queen Elizabeth can take it easy after testing positive for COVID.
Yeah, well wishes are pouring in for the 95-year-old monarch who remains in isolation this morning. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from outside Buckingham Palace. Hey, Molly, good morning.
Hey, good morning, you guys. From a very windy day outside of Buckingham Palace. Look, all eyes are on the 95-year-old monarch's health. This is day 3 of her COVID infection. We've asked the palace for an update today, and they tell NBC News they're not in the business of providing us with rolling health updates.
This morning, the Queen still in isolation, battling day 3 of her COVID infection at Windsor Castle. Concerns growing for the 95-year-old monarch.
I'm just really upset, obviously.
think everyone is upset because I think everyone loves her.
Really hope she's okay. I hope it's just mild.
The palace not offering any new details this morning about her health, saying Tuesday the Queen is experiencing mild cold-like symptoms, but carrying on with light duties.
There is still a bit of a mystery, though, as to whether it was Charles who infected the Queen with coronavirus. I think it's more likely that she has got it from a member of the Windsor Castle staff.
After canceling her virtual engagements yesterday, she wasn't feeling quite up for the task. Her son, Prince Charles, back at work after recovering from his own bout with COVID last week. Her grandson, Prince William, also stepping in to hand out honors. While in Denmark, his wife Kate, the Duchess of Cambridge, is on her second day of a solo tour, focused on early childhood, one of the causes she's most passionate about. Even getting in touch with her own inner child, whizzing down the slide at the Lego Foundation Play Lab.
In the spirit of where I am, I had to do that.
Perfect, yes.
Joking later, her children were jealous they weren't along for the ride. Senior royals all stepping up as the Queen focuses on getting healthy.
Now, the palace is also not confirming whether or not she will speak with Prime Minister Boris Johnson this week. We expected that to happen over telephone. We're looking ahead, though, you guys, to March 2nd. It is a diplomatic reception we are expecting the Queen to host. We asked the palace about it this morning, and they say they will confirm all of the royal family's attendance and the Queen's attendance much closer to the time. Joe, Savannah?
All right, lots of answers we're still waiting on there then. Molly, thank you so much.
As the Queen continues to recover from COVID, England is preparing to end COVID restrictions as early as tomorrow. The legal requirement to self-isolate after testing positive will end Thursday, and those who are in contact with someone who tests positive will no longer be traced. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says it's time to start living with COVID, but warns the virus is not over yet. The government will continue to monitor for new strains and variants as these restrictions drop. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Naheed Bhadelia joins us now with more on this. She's the director of the Boston University Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases Policy and Research. Doctor, always good to have you with us. So what should we be watching out for in the coming weeks from the UK, which has sort of played the role of crystal ball for the U.S. throughout this pandemic? Can we expect to see similar future for the U.S.?
Yeah, Joe, in general, we're all thankfully seeing lower number of cases, and the UK has done an excellent job of both vaccinations. There are over 80% vaccinated, of the entire population vaccinated, a huge number of people within their, particularly, older age who've gotten their boosters or lagging behind on that as well. The concern here that I have is that, taking into account the fact that the pandemic is not over, because we're all concerned that there might be a new variant. We're having a period of low cases now, but could there be a new variant in the future? Could the immunity from vaccines or infections wane in the future? So things like testing, which UK has been fantastic on. They have a fantastic testing, set up. They're dismantling that, and they are stopping the isolation. Both of those things, in my mind, are ways that we keep ahead of the curve. We recognize where cases are increasing. So those two things don't jive together for me. I understand when we want to, take away the crowd sort of restrictions. You may want to take down the mask mandates when the cases are low, but the testing and isolation, to me, are one of the ways that we keep the cases down. So I hope we don't see that in the U.S. at the same level.
Another key to stopping new variants is worldwide vaccination, and the push for equitable distribution of COVID vaccines is still ongoing, but COVAX says supply has outstripped demand for the first time. Do we know why that's happening and what challenges are still ahead for vaccine distributions?
Yeah, Joe, I think it's important to understand it's not that the countries are saying no to the vaccines, right? I think in January, the supply was over 230 million doses and the demand was only 100. But the reason why many of these countries that are not able to take on more vaccines are in the continent of Africa is partly because of the challenges of distribution. They're not able to receive all those vaccines and get them to the last mile because there are lack of freezers, there's lack of enough people and capability to distribute it in a time in which the vaccines would still be viable and not expired and sort of can reach the people. And the other is the challenge that many of us are facing, including our country here, is vaccine hesitancy. And all of those things actually require, believe it or not, funding as well. It's not just the vaccines themselves. So I want to make that a point is that, it's not that people want to stop taking the vaccines. We just need to make a bigger investment in the distribution globally.
I also want to ask you about a new study in the Nature Medicine journal. It suggests COVID patients are at an increased risk for cardiovascular diseases at least a year after recovery. We've heard some concerns as of late from the American Heart Association. I mean, is this all just a reminder COVID is more than just a virus you battle for a few days or a few weeks? So there's a lot of worries here, right?
Yeah, Joe, and I actually co-authored an article with the American Heart Association, a journal on just the cardiac impact a couple of months ago, and we reviewed this data, and this study kind of adds to that evidence as well. With the concern that we have is, look, we're coming to a period of time where we've defanged the virus, we've taken away the threat of hospitalizations and deaths, and the question then becomes, what is the cost of the infection itself? And the concerning thing with this study, it's from the VA, the Veteran Affairs Hospitals, 1,500 patients, and what they showed was that people who survived COVID, even mild disease, had 60% higher risk of heart disease of any sort, complications of any sort. So that's something to keep in mind as we get more data.
All right, Dr. Nahid Badilia, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And if you, our viewers, have a question from one of our doctors, you can let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
Let's now take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is back from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. What began as an armed robbery at an Apple store in Amsterdam quickly evolved into a hostage situation. At least one person was held captive at gunpoint for hours, but was ultimately freed unharmed after the assailant made a break for the door, but was knocked down by a police car on the street outside the shop. Images show the injured man lying on the street as a robot searches him for explosives, which he thankfully didn't have on him. A fire on a cargo ship packed full of luxury cars that has been blazing for the last week may be finally going out because there's nothing left to burn on board. The 656-foot-long, 60,000-ton vessel was going from Germany to Rhode Island with around 4,000 luxury cars on board, including Porsches and Bentleys, when a fire broke out in the cargo hold and spread quickly, forcing the 22 crew members to abandon the ship. They were all safely picked up by the Portuguese Navy. And finally, a 16-year-old chess protege has beaten the world #1 Magnus Carlsen in an online championship. The Indian teenager Ramesh Babu Pragnananda had become the youngest international master at just the age of 10, and his stunning performance against the 5-time world champion praise. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Good for him.
Congrats to him. Yeah. Oh, how exciting. Thanks, Ali.
Coming up, a closer look at the deep history of Ukraine, one that's separate from Russian President Vladimir Putin's recent revisionist retelling.
Plus, how Russia's cyber warfare capabilities could impact you. Those stories next.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. After decades of rocking out as the frontman of the Foo Fighters, Dave Grohl is now opening up about the toll it's all taken on his hearing. The musician told Howard Stern that he has significant hearing loss and has difficulty hearing people in public places. He said he's relied on reading people's lips for more than 20 years and that the rise of mask wearing from the pandemic has made conversations even harder. But he said despite the struggles, he's still able to hear everything he needs when he's on stage and in the studio when making new music, so that is lucky for all of us, but a pretty amazing admission from him.
Yeah, good for him for sharing that, and it is good to hear that he is still able to make great music, which is why so many people love him.
So true, absolutely.
Right. Thank you, Savannah.
Yep.
Turning back to our coverage of the crisis in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin says he's sending troops into the country because he believes Ukraine is Russian land put into the hands of corrupt, quote, puppets of the West. While Putin's version of Ukraine's history serves his purpose, helping him lay the groundwork for war, history tells another story. Ukraine very much has its own long history, one that dates back centuries. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a look at the facts behind Russia's neighbor.
Ukraine declared its independence just over 3 decades ago in 1991 with the fall of the Soviet Union, but its history goes back centuries. And that's what Russian President Vladimir Putin tried to erase Monday by declaring Ukraine was formed by Soviet leader Vladimir Lenin after the 1917 Russian Revolution.
I will start with the fact that modern Ukraine was entirely created by Russia.
The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv kind of trolled Putin with a meme showing Ukraine's capital of Kyiv, which was established hundreds of years before Moscow existed, next to pictures of the woods, representing where the Kremlin is.
Putin has been trying to co-opt this history for Russia, which is part of his Soviet aims to bring back the Russian Empire.
Like many countries, especially in Europe, Ukraine has had centuries of changing borders through war over territory and power, coming under Moscow's rule late in the 18th century during the reign of Catherine the Great. Then, facing a territorial tug-of-war after World War I, when Poland took back most of Ukraine, only for it to be returned to Soviet control in World War II. As the Soviet Union began to dissolve in the early 1990s, nearly 85% of Ukrainians voted for independence and got their wish.
This world has a new country tonight, Ukraine.
And unlike what Putin says, most Ukrainians don't want to be back under Russian rule. There's still bitterness over the Great Famine in the early 1930s under Soviet leader Joseph Stalin that led to the deaths of millions of Ukrainians. And more recently, Russia's invasion and annexation of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014. Now, with Ukraine's push toward the EU and NATO membership, Russian troops march toward what looks like, once again, a centuries-long renewal of the push for dominance in the area.
Our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report.
And this morning, we have an in-depth look at the warning from U.S. Homeland Security that Russia could mount a cyber attack against U.S. interests, including businesses. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has covered cybersecurity for a decade for us now and joins us. Tom, this is a scenario cyber experts have been warning about for a long time, right?
They've been warning me about it for a long time. That's right. This is a very serious, very real concern. You know, we've seen suspected Russian government attacks and Russian criminal attacks for years. Experts believe they are often one and the same, working together. But now, the possibility of a more aggressive Russian cyber offensive with corporate America and Main Street America potentially in the crosshairs.
In the cybersecurity world, the warning from Homeland Security is a flashing red light. Shields up, it warns. Every organization in the United States is at risk of a Russian cyber attack. From our power grids to our communication lines to banking systems, U.S. cyber officials fear a digital assault could bring the front lines of the war to America's front door. With Ukraine already under cyber attack, the European Union has activated its own cybersecurity team to help fight off the attacks. Now, New York has opened a new statewide Joint Cyber Operations Command Center.
Act as if you know that attack is coming, because if it comes and you're not ready, it can be devastating.
Recent cyber attacks have already exposed the potential impact on America's infrastructure. Last year, Russian-speaking cyber gangs launched a crippling attack on Colonial Pipelines, America's largest fuel pipeline operator, forcing a total shutdown and long lines at gas stations. Russian-linked gangs also targeted JBS, the world's largest meat processing company, forcing it to reduce operations at 13 of its plants in the U.S. The Kremlin denied involvement in either of those attacks, but experts warn the Kremlin may work with cyber criminals. Homeland Security says government offices at every level, U.S. businesses and organizations, should watch for Russian online activity and immediately shore up their cyber defenses. Verify all remote users' access, use multi-factor authentication, keep security software up to date, and monitor any traffic with Ukrainian offices or organizations.
The United States has the largest and the most technologically advanced economy in the world, but that also means we have the most points of attack.
The concern, a cyber war could quickly escalate, affecting citizens worldwide.
If they target our infrastructure, we could target theirs.
Exactly, and there's a snowball effect here. I don't think we really want to go down the line and see how civilians and organizations are going to get extremely hurt by this.
Yeah, to drill down on that point, you guys, the idea being if we turn out the lights because they hit us, if we turn out the lights in St. Petersburg, then what? Then they turn off the water in Chicago? I mean, this thing starts to spiral. Homeland Security is strongly urging any corporate or organizational network, remind your employees of basic cybersecurity, ransomware, phishing attacks. Make sure that you have manual override controls to critical infrastructure, water, for example, dams, electricity, all of that. Make sure the manual overrides are working, guys.
All right.
Oh, that's incredibly important.
Incredibly important. Great advice there. Scary, but thank you so much for your report.
You bet.
Coming up, new information shows women and people of color are much happier to work from home than their white colleagues.
What new polling data says about America's workplace culture as we return to some type of normal. That's next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. I believe.
Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening
now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Hanau is back with us. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Elon Musk is accusing President Biden of ignoring Tesla, paying more attention to legacy automakers. In an email exchange with CNBC, Musk commented on his current war of words with the White House. He says, "The notion of a feud is not quite right. Biden has pointedly ignored Tesla at every turn and falsely stated to the public that GM leads the electric car industry, when in fact, Tesla produced over 300,000 electric vehicles last quarter, and GM produced 26. Musk also seeking to assure administration officials concerned he would do or say something embarrassing if he were to speak at a White House event, saying he'd do the right thing. Drivers are looking at the highest gas prices since at least 2013, with oil closing in at $100 a barrel. The crisis in Ukraine sparking worries about potential disruptions to oil supplies. Retail gas prices are averaging $3.53 a gallon. According to AAA, up 21 cents from a month ago. Gas Buddy says for each increase of $1 a barrel in oil, gas prices rise about 1.5 cents per gallon. One of golf's greatest legends is teaming up with one of the game's young guns to create a luxury golf community in Florida. Jack Nicklaus and Justin Thomas broke ground yesterday at Panther National in Palm Beach Gardens. They're designing a championship course with several high-end estates that's set to open late next year. They've also partnered with Tesla Energy to power backup systems such as solar panels and electric charging units. Panther National already has 125 reservations for estates that will run from $3.5 million to $12 million, guys.
Crossing that off the house hunting list, all right?
Penny for a starting price.
Yeah.
All right, Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
As many Americans return to the office, a new poll finds that women and people of color are happier working from home than their white male colleagues.
According to a survey by the Harris poll, 52% of women say they would like to continue working remotely compared to 41% of men. Another interesting number here, nearly half of women of color say they worry about having to dress for work compared with 31% of men. Here to talk us through more data and what this means for the future of work is John Gersma. He's the CEO of the Harris poll. John, good morning. Thanks for being here with us. So let's start with some of those numbers. I mean, there are, of course, a lot of factors involved here for why someone might want to stay at home. Commute times, childcare, but why are we specifically seeing more women, more people of color preferring that remote work, even as offices reopen?
You know, it's really interesting. We're now 2 years into this experiment of trying to create hybrid work. And clearly workers overall prefer hybrid work. They're at 69% versus going back to the office permanently at 31%. But as you mentioned, there's this really interesting segment of working professionals, BIPOC workers, BIPOC women, and women professionals who are actually quite happy working from home. And what's behind it is really interesting. You know, 85% of them feel relaxed, 75% feel happier. And where it gets really interesting is talking about professionalism and confidence. You know, in the data, more than 2/3, 68% of working women felt more confident, energized, and importantly, successful, 57%. So real interestingly in there, normally we would think about being in the office is really sort of the catalyst for those types of numbers, but people have adapted, and particularly women and people of color feel quite confident working at home.
We want to highlight another statistic about ambition. 63% of black workers and 58% of women say they feel more ambitious when working from home. Why do we think that is, and what do you think that says more broadly about our in-person working environments?
Well, you know, guys, we are still sort of working through this experiment of getting back to work as more American workers go back. But one of the really interesting parts about that point, we believe, is the fact that you are now seeing some interesting dynamics about people being comfortable being themselves. In fact, we found 72% of people felt more comfortable, more women feeling that they could speak their mind more freely. They could speak without being interrupted at 73%. Wow. And they felt even heard and respected by leadership at 53%, including 58% of BIPOC. So what you're seeing is technology and Zoom, however difficult sometimes it is and how tiresome it can be, it's actually become a catalyst for many of these workers to feel like they're doing their best work.
Now, let's talk, though, about kind of what this concerningly could mean. The reality is offices are reopening. Companies are either asking employees to come back or adopting these hybrid work plans. I mean, if more white men go back into the office than women and people of color, especially in a hybrid situation where it's up to you, workplaces will become less diverse, less equitable. I mean, how can companies make sure they're maintaining a positive work culture while allowing that flexibility? Some people not in the office, some there, and keep those opportunities equal?
That's a really important point. So clearly there's a major concern among employers about proximity bias, right? Sort of if you're on screen and you're not in the room, you're not going to get access to those opportunities. But quite interesting, at least in our polling with workers, we actually found that when given the choice between taking the flexibility and the independence of remote working, women, by and large, by more than 2/3 of a margin, chose that choice over the professional benefits that came from mentorship and camaraderie. And again, I think that comes back to this point again about sort of thinking beyond proximity bias and thinking about the physical barriers that are stopping people from doing work. You know, the traditional office circa 2019 wasn't always as perfect either. And there was lots of these performative issues that we're seeing in our data, including one of the more interesting ones. One of the major anxieties that women professionals said was having to dress for the office when they returned back to work. That was 45% of all women.
Yeah. Ooh, we could unpack this for a long time, because it is interesting, though, even with that concern of, oh, I might miss out on an opportunity. Some of these other things that women deal with, childcare, how they're going to dress, kind of supersede that, which is also concerning in its own way. John, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Important poll.
Thank you.
Coming up, a candid conversation with pop icon Pink, known for her infectious energy on stage. Behind the music, though, her own struggles with mental health and being a mom.
Plus, lending a helping hand to complete strangers, $1 and follower at a time. Stick around.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Three-time Grammy winner Pink is the latest celebrity to jump into the wellness sphere with hopes of changing the way we approach sleep.
Pink is collaborating with the meditation app Calm. Her first bedtime story for kids is set to be released today, titled Pink Sheet. Today, anchor Carson Daly sat down with Pink to discuss the new project.
Hi there.
Negativity. I have anger and regret and negativity going. Leave me alone.
The hunt for some peace and quiet is something rock superstar Pink knows all too well.
Well, at least you don't have to listen to the Minions every single night.
Hello, is everyone ready for bed?
All right, you got to get out of that house. We need to get you on tour like ASAP. You're losing your dude.
Well, I lost my so long ago.
On stage, Pink is legendary for her boundless energy and all those powerhouse anthems. But at home, the Get This Party Started rockers trying to shut it down with her two kids, 10-year-old Willow and 5-year-old Jameson.
There's this whole other side of me that people don't see, Carson. No, our bedtime routine is sumo wrestling, so I totally understand why you would feel that way about me.
So now, Pink is teaming up with Calm, a relaxation and meditation subscription-based app.
Ring had always wanted to be a performer, a rock star.
It works every time you talk. Now I'm just going to pass out.
Hi, this is Pink, and I've got a bedtime secret.
Lending her famous pipes to children's bedtime stories. Because for many families, the struggle is real, just trying to get their kids to sleep. And that includes me.
I've been using Calm for years, and that's how I fall asleep. So when I heard they were doing a Calm Kids, I was like, I want to do that. I want to read stories to kids. And so I tested out my stories on Jameson, and he requests them now. So
Ooh.
Before Ring discovered her circus, she was a little girl just like any other kid.
I listened to your sleep story. I didn't know how your voice would play in my head as I'm trying to shut things off, because I associate you with like, turn that up.
I know. I was actually worried about my voice because you have to go really slow and not be raspy and sound like an 85-year-old male smoker. So that was what I was worried about.
I'm of the, if you can't beat them, join them a little bit, like with the phone. Jackson's on TikTok, and I'm like, bro, please, it's getting late. Your brain's like firing right now. I need your brain to go the other way. I sort of love this Calm for Kids idea because it's just so realistic, and hopefully they're winding down and listening and getting lost in these imaginative stories that's read by you.
We can't get around technology. You want to listen to a story at night that fires your imagination and helps you drift off to sleep while not being afraid of the dark. I'm all about it.
What was the recording session like compared to how you normally, record music?
So the whole thing was just about slowing down, but it does start to feel pretty ridiculous at the end because you get to a certain part of the story and they're like, okay, now imagine the child is asleep, so nothing can be too inflected or too exciting, and you have to go very, and I'm like, okay. He's like, start again. I'm like,
I last spoke to Pink 9 months ago for her documentary, All I Know So Far. She's had some wear and tear from performances since then.
You see my cool new scar?
Now, what was that about? What happened there?
It's from headbanging. Rock and roll is a contact sport.
It's been 3 years since Pink last toured due to the pandemic, and she says she can't wait to get back out there.
I'm going on tour. I gotta get out of my house. I gotta get out of here. I miss my family, my tour family. I miss people. I'm ready to go. So excited.
I'm excited too. All right,
Yeah.
Thank you to Carson for that report. And Pink's first of 3 sleep stories is available starting today on the Calm.
Maybe we
app.
could use
Very
those, even though
cool.
they're for kids.
Yeah,
So we have to go to bed early.
I have the patience. Finally this hour, the story of pure kindness.
Yeah, one social media star is using his TikTok following to give back one surprise gift at a time. Top story anchor Tom Yamas shows us how.
Find a veteran and give them $1,000 to help their Christmas dreams come true? You're a veteran.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for serving.
Thank you. His videos are unlike anything on social media.
What do you want most for Christmas this year?
Yeah, impossible.
Really, what?
My wife just passed away.
$500. That's for you, sir.
Transforming people's lives with a handful of cash and a whole lot of kindness. His name is Jimmy Kellogg, but online he's known as Jimmy Darts.
Seeing if someone could buy his ham.
A man on a mission to spread a little love with what he calls undercover kindness.
Came to the store today to see who would be the kindest person to help me out with Thanksgiving dinner. And so I actually don't need it. I have a gift for you.
No, you
yes,
keep it.
I have a gift for you, man. I got $500 for you.
Don't give me $500.
Yes, it's for you. You're amazing. Every morning I wake up and I put a live stream on, and 500 or 1,000 people hop on, and literally the money just comes in like crazy. I'll hit $1,000 or 500 in like 10 minutes.
And that's when the fun begins.
Find a mom with kids and ask her to buy you a notebook, and if she does, give her $1,000.
His videos have gained a loyal following, more than 5 million fans on TikTok alone.
So all of your videos kind of have the same formula. It starts with moral test. You ask people to be kind. Why did you decide to do it that way?
I think it's just a great way to find people that are prime for a blessing. The first video I did helping someone I was actually in Miami walking on the beach, and there was this homeless gentleman living on a tent there. And I said, "You want to be best friends for the day?"
What happened next was a day full of fun and the beginning of an opportunity for 2 new friends.
Your boy Jimmy walked up and blessed me with an opportunity of a lifetime.
So I put his Cash App at the end of the video, and in 24 hours, over $30,000 was sent to him. It just changed his life. So I was like, wow, there's a strong community of people out there that want to help, and if you just give them the opportunity, they will.
Since that video, Jimmy says he has gifted more than $100,000. Donations ranging from a few $100 to brand new cars.
You completely transparent with where all the money goes?
Yeah, so basically all the donations, that's the cool thing. They send the money, and that day they get to see who it went to,
The 26-year-old says all the brand partnerships now pay the bills, which allows him to continue blessing strangers in what he says is the beginning of a bigger calling.
My dream is to start a church in Los Angeles, and it's called House Party Church. No drugs, no alcohol, but you come, there's a DJ, water slide for baptisms.
What do you say to people who are like, this kid's completely nuts?
Oh, I say, well, you're probably right. I don't got nothing to say to that, really. I just like having fun.
Until then, he's hoping his message online can help ignite a trend of giving.
Pays off to be generous, doesn't it?
It does. Be nice and be kind and love one another. Love will conquer all, always.
We're making generosity cool in a sense, because you can never go broke by giving. I would just say that to anyone watching. You can't go broke by giving. Love someone, and you'll be amazed at what happens.
Wow, what a message. Hopefully you're smiling at home. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that story.
Does it for this hour Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, the threat of war, new developments in the Ukraine crisis. President Biden announcing new sanctions against Russia and ordering American troops closer to Ukraine for what he calls the beginning of a Russian invasion.
Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbor? None of us should be fooled. None of us will be fooled. There is no justification.
But Russia insists it's still open to diplomacy despite moving troops into Ukraine. We have team coverage from Eastern Europe to Washington. In the hands of a jury, deliberations set to start today in the civil rights trial of 3 former police officers who were at the scene of George Floyd's murder. We're in Minneapolis with a breakdown of closing arguments. Construction costs, new questions about a major interstate highway project funded by that multi-billion-dollar infrastructure bill. How some of the work already being done is impacting communities of color. And inspiration, tributes pouring in for the singer known as Nightbird. Jane Marcheski passed away at just 31 after a 4-year battle with cancer. How she captured America, not just with her voice, but also her message of faith and hope. Heartbreaking there, but with a lot to be learned in her legacy.
Yeah, she inspired a lot of people.
Yeah, she really did. We'll bring you that story later in the hour. We begin this morning, though, in Ukraine with a sharp escalation in tensions between Russia and the West.
With more than 150,000 troops massed on the border with Ukraine, Russia's parliament has now given President Putin the green light to use his troops abroad. That's after Russia recognized 2 separatist-held territories in eastern Ukraine and ordered troops into those areas. The Kremlin now says it will support the rebels' territorial claims in that whole region beyond the borders of those 2 enclaves. In response, the United States and several other nations are imposing sanctions on Russia with the promise of more to come if the situation gets worse. The White House says a potential summit between Presidents Biden and Putin will no longer take place, while Secretary of State Antony Blinken has canceled a meeting with his Russian counterpart. Despite the breakdown in talks, President Putin said this morning that Moscow is ready for diplomatic solutions, but added that his country's interests are non-negotiable. Yesterday, President Biden lashed out at Russia's leader for what he described as the beginning of a Russian invasion.
Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law and demands a firm response from the international community.
We've got global security reporter Dan DeLuce and NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee standing by with more on this. But before that, let's go to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner in Moscow. Aaron, what's the situation like on the ground right now in eastern Ukraine?
Well, here in Kyiv, authorities have declared a state of emergency. Joe, this just happening just a short while ago. It is yet to be formally rubber stamped by the parliament, but that is expected for this evening. And essentially what that does is gives the state extraordinary powers to do things like secure critical infrastructure sites. Also, when it comes to transportation, they're now able to set up checkpoints in and around cities here in Ukraine. The police are now allowed to stop people and ask for their papers. And this is because I was speaking to the former Ukrainian defense minister. It's perceived to be a high threat level now for the whole of the country. They think that this country is at a higher risk for potential terror attacks, potential hybrid warfare tactics. So this is really a marked shift in tone of what we've been hearing in late from Ukrainian authorities. Just yesterday, we heard from the Ukrainian president in the morning say that he does not think there's going to be a wider war with Russia. And by the end of the day, he was calling up the reservists. So Ukraine is getting on a war footing, and all eyes continue to be on the Donbass region, where there has been violence in the overnight hours, killing at least 1 Ukrainian soldier and a civilian, that according to the Ukrainian military, Joe.
So, Matt, let's talk about what's happening in Russia. Moscow is now recognizing not just the separatist-controlled parts of eastern Ukraine, but that whole region, which is known as Donbass. Parts of that area are still under the control of the Ukrainian government. So is this the clearest sign yet that Putin is preparing for a full invasion?
Thank you, Joe. Well, it is certainly a clear sign that this is not necessarily stopping in the currently rebel-controlled areas. As you mentioned, President Putin has basically declared that the entire Donbass region is part of their territorial claim. And, you know, when he talks about looking for a diplomatic solution, we need to be very clear about what that means in his mind. That is basically the Ukrainian military now ceding control of the rest of Donbass as it is officially recognized on anyone's map at this point. There are other signs that even then Putin may still have bigger things in mind. You know, we all heard his speech on Monday where he kind of methodically undermines, in his view, any kind of Ukrainian claim to sovereignty or statehood. And we just saw this morning a really fascinating Russian state media report, complete with an infographic, that kind of showed you, it kind of visualized everything Putin laid out in his speech. Eastern, Western Ukraine, gifts from Lenin. Northern Ukraine, a gift from the Russian Tsars. And of course, Crimea, a gift from Soviet leader Khrushchev. So they are laying down the groundwork, if they need it, for further action beyond Donbass.
So, Aaron, in recent weeks, Ukraine's president has appeared at times to almost downplay the threat of a Russian invasion. Last night, he said Ukraine is facing a threat to its existence. He's calling up the country's reservists. The country has also urged its citizens to leave Russia. How dramatic is the new change of tone we're seeing in Kyiv?
Well, it is dramatic, Joe. I think up until President Putin's speech earlier in the week, in which, as Matt just outlined there, he essentially said that Ukraine is not a country. Up until that point, people here were taking these Western intelligence assessments seriously. They were listening. They didn't discount it outright, but there was a sense of disbelief that the Kremlin would go after Kyiv directly. But that, of course, all changed when they saw and heard for themselves what Russian President Vladimir Putin had to say. And so, as I said, we are now seeing this country assume more of a war footing in terms of the preparations that are underway in cities across Ukraine. Here in Kyiv, for example, they're scrambling at the moment to get satellite phones. They don't have them here, and they need them for some 500 critical infrastructure sites, according to an official that I have been talking to. So they're really trying to now scramble in a way to prepare for the worst.
And Matt, we've got Japan, Canada, and Australia now joining the U.S. and U.K. by imposing sanctions. I mean, how is the Kremlin responding to this global response quickly?
So basically, we heard it says it all last night that the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, when asked if they watched Biden's announcements yesterday, said they just weren't watching it. They were busy. Russia, of course, expects sanctions. They have been preparing. They've been kind of building up, insulating their economy for years on this. They do not seem to fear sanctions. But of course, we are still waiting on harsher measures if Russia continues its push into Ukraine. But for now, they seem unfazed.
Aaron in Ukraine, Matt in Russia, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Now let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee in Washington. And Carol, let's start right there. I mean, Matt just said Russia expects sanctions. Let's start with the ones we know about so far from the White House. Who's being targeted? What's the latest there?
Well, Savannah, the White House has sanctioned 2 major Russian banks so they can't transact in U.S. dollars. And they've also sanctioned Russia's sovereign debt, which is seen as significant, although Russia has prepared for that in some ways and has a rainy day fund. And they've sanctioned individuals, so including some adult children of members of Vladimir Putin's inner circle. Now, the White House is underscoring that this is just the beginning, that if Putin escalates, the administration will also escalate in coordination with its allies. But they're saying that this is in response to actions that Vladimir Putin has taken so far. At the same time, they say that they don't expect privately, and the president said this publicly yesterday, he still thinks, despite these measures, there's going to be a massive attack on Ukraine.
And also, Carol, quickly, what's the latest word on prospects for a meeting between President Biden and President Putin, as was being discussed earlier this week?
Yeah. They're pretty dim. They're saying that this is not something that's going to happen. You saw the Secretary of State cancel his meeting with Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, which was supposed to take place tomorrow. The Biden-Putin meeting was always in principle, meaning it was contingent on the Blinken-Lavrov meeting and also whether or not Russia decided to invade. The administration saying they've taken that step now, so that meeting is on ice.
And Carol, let's talk about some of the impacts here at home between the threat of war and these sanctions. I mean, the stock market has gone on a wild ride. Now Americans are already paying more at the pump. Gas prices were already at an 8-year high. They're spiking. Is the White House concerned about the impact of these sanctions at home?
Very concerned, Savannah, and you're going to hear more and more of them talking about this. They're having discussions inside the administration about how to address this. You see Democrats on Capitol Hill really worrying about this. There's been some effort to try to maybe temporarily roll back the gas tax. That is running into headwinds on Capitol Hill, but the administration is looking at all sorts of options. They're not saying at the moment what exactly those might be. But remember, the president is set to deliver a State of the Union in a week, and that is a huge audience. And so you can imagine that he would like to have something to say about this issue that's impacting so many Americans.
Absolutely. And quickly, Carol, before I let you go, I have to ask you about former President Trump. He's blasting President Biden's handling of the situation in Ukraine while praising Putin's justification for his move. First, let's take a listen.
I went in yesterday and there was a television screen, and I said, this is genius. Putin declares a big portion of Ukraine. Putin declares it as independent. Oh, that's wonderful. So Putin is now saying it's independent, a large section of Ukraine. I said, how smart is that? And he's going to go in and be a peacekeeper. That's the strongest peace force I've ever seen. There were more army tanks than I've ever seen. They're going to keep peace all right.
So how is the Biden administration reacting to these comments?
Well, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about these comments yesterday, and she said this administration is not going to take advice from anyone who praises Vladimir Putin. Savannah.
All right, Carol Lee, thank you so much.
U.S. troops are now on the move across Eastern Europe in response to Russia's latest moves. President Biden also announced yesterday American forces already stationed in Europe would be repositioned to Poland, and a new deployment of troops and aircraft are on their way to the Baltic countries of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. The goal to strengthen our NATO allies there. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joins us with more on these troop movements throughout Europe. Dan, good morning. So President Biden laid out why he was ordering these deployments during his speech yesterday. Let's take a listen.
Let me be clear. These are totally defensive moves on our part. We have no intention of fighting Russia. We want to send an unmistakable message, though, that the United States, together with our allies, will defend every inch of NATO territory and abide by the commitments we made to NATO.
Dan, we know the troops are not going into Ukraine, but what's the goal of the president's moves here? And could this do anything to deter Russia from moving farther into Ukraine?
Yeah, this is really an attempt to, again, bolster the eastern flank of NATO and also to carry out really what the U.S. said it would do. And so this has been going on for several weeks now, where the U.S. has been sending relatively modest numbers of troops and equipment and aircraft to countries that border Russia in the NATO alliance. And it's to send a signal to Putin, really, that the more Russia takes aggressive actions, the more NATO will expand its presence in the East. And of course, Russia and Putin has complained that over the decades, NATO has expanded, that other countries joined NATO in Central and Eastern Europe. And this has frustrated him greatly. He believes that's unjust and that NATO should somehow retreat from those countries. And so the White House is making it clear to Russia, the more you take aggressive action, the more we're going to bolster that eastern flank. So they're sending these troops that are stationed in Italy. They're sending helicopters to those Baltic countries. But if it's not at all clear that this is going to deter Russia and Ukraine.
How important is this to NATO countries and really to Europe as a whole?
It's incredibly important to those countries in Central and Eastern Europe. Those Baltic countries, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, they feel extremely vulnerable. They had very unpleasant history with Russia, Poland as well, and they very much were asking for this kind of reinforcement. And so that's what we've been seeing now for several weeks. This is the latest step in that reinforcement, shoring up the eastern flank. It's not much comfort, obviously, to the Ukrainian government. They're on their own in terms of fighting Russian forces.
And Dan, we know the Pentagon has told additional troops in Europe to stay on high alert for a potential deployment into the eastern part of the continent. Quickly, why has the White House not moved some of these forces into the region yet?
I think what you're seeing there is that there will be a NATO decision by all the NATO member states. These have been U.S. unilateral moves we've been talking about, but NATO as a whole will probably meet and deploy a NATO response force that would be all the members of NATO contributing to that force. I think if we see a wider invasion by Russia, more dramatic action there, then you would see a larger deployment of U.S. and other NATO troops all along that eastern border.
All right, Dan DeLuce, as always, thank you.
And to round out our coverage of this crisis this hour, let's get reaction from William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. Your perspective is so appreciated this morning. So first, to kick us off, I want to first play what Secretary Blinken had to say about Vladimir Putin at his press conference with Ukraine's foreign minister yesterday. Let's listen.
His plan all along has been to invade Ukraine, to control Ukraine and its people, to destroy Ukraine's democracy, which offers a stark contrast to the autocracy that he leads, to reclaim Ukraine as a part of Russia. That's why this is the greatest threat to security in Europe since World War II. Ukraine is in danger.
The greatest threat to security in Europe since World War II. Do you agree with that assessment by Blinken? And what do you make of the situation right now? Did you expect it to escalate as we've seen it thus far?
Sven, I do agree that this is the greatest threat since World War II. It's clearly the biggest buildup of weapons and arms by the Russians since World War II. It has the potential to be as damaging as the big battles in World War II that claimed many, many casualties, deaths of soldiers as well as civilians. So this is a major challenge. This is something we have to take very seriously. And we've seen the Russians move into Ukraine. The Russians have gone across an internationally recognized border into Ukraine, into a sovereign country, their neighbor. And Secretary Blinken's right. This is what President Putin has had in mind all the time. He wants to control Ukraine. He wants to dominate Ukraine. The Ukrainians, it's a sovereign country. They want to live a normal life. They would like to be part of Europe. And so that's a challenge that we have to support, and that Secretary Blinken is doing exactly that.
And let's talk about the sanctions that have been handed down so far by the U.S. and others as they have crossed this border. Some people are calling for tougher measures right away, but the Biden administration seems to prefer holding some options back, essentially saying that full-scale punishment right now means there isn't this leverage for a full-scale invasion later. Do you agree with that strategy? What do you think should be done at this point? Because, as you mentioned, they have crossed that border.
They've crossed that border. They've moved into a territory that they've controlled for 8 years. So that means they haven't actually confronted in a military way. They haven't been fighting. The Russians have gone into an area that is not contested, that they have gone in without a battle. The next step would cause the big battle that we're concerned about. And while we want to punish, we want to demonstrate that we can push back on this aggression, this invasion that has already happened. We also want to demonstrate that we can do a lot worse. He has gone in there, but he can do a lot worse, and then we can do even worse than that.
Before I let you go, I do want to ask you about that meeting that was on the table, has since been called off, between President Biden and President Putin. And Secretary Blinken canceled this meeting with his Russian counterpart. I mean, diplomatic efforts seem to have thawed. Have we reached the point of no return here, or is there still a path to avoiding war?
It's up to the Russians, Savannah. It's up to the Russians. They have demonstrated so far that they're not serious about any kind of a negotiation or a way to, like civilized nations do, sit down around a table and address concerns. They've not shown any indication. They're not serious. Therefore, it's up to them. I think Secretary Blinken has indicated he's willing to get together with his counterpart, Lavrov. But so far, there's no indication that Lavrov is serious.
Former Ambassador William Taylor, thank you so much. Again, your perspective is appreciated this morning.
Thank you.
Jury deliberations will get underway this morning for 3 former Minneapolis police officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in the federal trial for the officers who were on the scene when Floyd died. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest on the case.
Jurors listened to testimony from more than 30 witnesses called by the defense and the prosecution, but now this trial is coming to an end. The fate of 3 former Minneapolis police officers will soon be in the hands of a jury after both sides delivered closing arguments in the federal civil rights case. The prosecution making the case that these officers knew George Floyd needed medical help and didn't act, arguing that defendant Tu Tao stood for 6 minutes and stared at Officer Chauvin and George Floyd, and J. Alexander King was afraid to speak up to Chauvin despite checking Floyd's pulse twice and not finding one. Thomas Lane was holding down Floyd's legs, choosing not to stop the horror unfolding right under his nose. Legal experts say the prosecution has to prove willfulness, that the officers intended to break the law. How difficult of a case is this for the prosecution?
This is a tough case for the prosecution because the government has to prove what was going on in the mind of these 3 defendants, that they knew that Officer Chauvin was acting illegally.
All 3 defense attorneys told jurors their clients didn't know Chauvin was committing a crime, and they deferred to Chauvin because he was the senior officer. Officer Lane testified that he did everything he could to help Floyd, even asking twice if they should roll him over. Lane said, "I remember Mr. Chauvin saying he is good like this when I said I was concerned." While Tao told jurors he was relying on the other 3 officers to care for Floyd's medical needs while he controlled the crowd. But it will be up to the jury to decide if the prosecution proved its case. The jury will get instructions first thing Wednesday morning and then start deliberations. Back to you.
Megan Fitzgerald, thank you so much.
And now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us this morning. Hey, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And we are looking at the second punch of our 1-2 punch for this winter storm, the 2 winter storms. So let's show you radar because it kind of tells the whole picture, and then we'll get into specifics for this second storm. So you see the rain out in the Tennessee Valley. That's from our first storm. That is going to move off the coast today. In the middle, you see some sleet, some freezing rain, some lightning strikes, which is pretty cool, in parts of Texas, Oklahoma City. That's the piece of energy that's associated with that low that's spinning in the southwest. That is our second winter storm that we will be watching today through Friday. So as we go throughout time here, we're going to see winter weather alerts, and we have them in place already. 47 million impacted by a winter weather alert. Your pink is your winter storm warning, the white a winter weather advisory, and then we even have blue in New England. That's your winter storm watch. So look at that swath of ice. This is the biggest concern over the next few days, from central Texas all the way to the northeast, and we could see impassable roads in the bullseye in the middle of that ice, and also some power outages. Now, as far as snowfall totals, the highest amounts in the Rockies, and then as we scoot to the northeast, we're looking at interior northeast, also New England, where we could see 4 to 6 inches today, tomorrow, and then by Friday, even heavier snow. Boston, you could see a foot of snow. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Michelle. See you in a bit.
Coming up, the push for normalcy 2 years into the pandemic. After the break, we'll have the latest in America's battle with COVID as more cities drop mask and vaccine mandates.
Plus, why experts are warning a decline in new cases could be misleading. You're watching Morning News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
New COVID infections are continuing to fall across the world, but the World Health Organization warns now is not the time to abandon important tools like COVID testing.
Yeah, so far COVID cases have dropped by 21%, suggesting the Omicron variant has receded internationally. But some experts believe those numbers could be misleading, saying it's possible it's because people aren't testing as much.
Here in the U.S., more cities are dropping their mask mandates. Chicago is the latest major city to announce it will be dropping its proof of vaccination vaccination and mask mandates. That'll happen on February 28th. Let's bring in Dr. Bob Lahita for more on the latest COVID headlines. Dr. Lahita is a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph's Health. Dr. Bob, always good to have you with us. So the Omicron subvariant is still circulating worldwide. What is the best way for us to continue monitoring COVID outbreaks and variants, and are we prepared to stop potential future outbreaks?
Well, we hope to stop potential future outbreaks. The way to measure COVID right now is what we're looking at is hospital admissions for or as a result of COVID versus those who are admitted who happen to be positive for COVID, and also those who are in the intensive care unit. Now, Joe, the vast majority of people are testing at home, so they may have symptoms which are mild. They may be positive, but nobody in the world is going to know that because no one is privy to people's own testing practices. So that may be the problem right now. I urge everyone to still be vaccinated if possible and to wear masks under certain conditions such as airplanes, buses, school teachers, police, fire, and healthcare workers.
So it sounds like then that's why you're saying that metric of hospitalization is what's really probably more important, of course, given that that's who is getting super sick, but also more accurate. So we should be focusing on that rather than the case numbers. What else? How do we thoughtfully get through this next phase of the pandemic, get to that endemic stage?
Well, there's one thing that I forgot to mention, and that's measurement of the virus in sewage, which is now, or wastewater, which is now going on. And that's a pretty good, accurate determination of how much virus there is, say, in the city of Chicago or the city of New York or Los Angeles, for example. And what we should do is continue to remain vigilant about the virus. But as the numbers wane, as I mentioned in the past, Savannah, we're going to go from pandemic to what we call endemic, which means we're going to have outcroppings or little blips of virus infection around the country, much like influenza. So I predict that every year we'll probably have a vaccine that probably will include both influenza and COVID to make sure we cover all the variants.
Get it all done at once. And we know wastewater is also a key component of California's detailed endemic plan. So we know some places are thinking about that. Finally, Doctor, while we have you, we have a question from an anonymous viewer. This viewer asks, I'd love to know what suggestions the doctors have regarding how to cope with long COVID. The exhaustion and brain fog are killing me. Are there any vitamins or supplements that help? And I'll add to that, anything else that can help?
Well, this is a tough one, Joe, and specifically because about less than 10% of the people who get infected will have this disease go on and on and on for months, at least complex symptoms such as rash, muscle aches, fever, fatigue, shortness of breath, and of course the big one, brain fog, loss of taste and smell as well. So we want to limit refined carbohydrates, focus on proteins and fiber and healthy fats, and make sure your allotment of zinc and selenium is effective because that's all antiviral. And there are many other things which can be found on the website, my website.
Roger, sounds good. We'll check that out. All right, Dr. Bob Lahita, as always, appreciate your advice. Thank you so much. Great question. And if you have a question for one of our doctors, you can let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@NBCUNI.com. And like this viewer, you can let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Now let's take a look at what is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Hong Kong has made it mandatory for all of its 7.5 million citizens to get tested for COVID as the city battles surging coronavirus infections, which have overwhelmed hospitals and testing centers. Chief Executive Carrie Lam said residents would have to undergo 3 rounds of testing starting mid-March as the territory tries to adhere to China's zero COVID policy. However, Hong Kong lacks many of the resources the mainland has, such as adequate staffing and tracking apps. While many other countries are learning to live with COVID, China is trying to eradicate it through strict measures. Tonga is finally back online. Communications have been restored 5 weeks after a massive volcanic eruption and tsunami severed an underwater cable, cutting the tiny island off from global reach. Restoring connections wasn't easy, and it took much longer than anticipated. The force of the explosion, which was more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb drop, had badly damaged a 50-mile-long section of the internet line, but it's back online now. And finally, a team of Jordanian and French archaeologists say that they have found a 9,000-year-old shrine at a remote Neolithic site in the Jordanian desert. The complex was found in a Neolithic campsite near a large structure known as desert kites that are believed to have been used to corral wild gazelle for slaughter. Researchers say the shrine sheds an entirely new light on these previously unknown Neolithic populations. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Pretty amazing.
Amazing find.
Yeah, Ali, you bring us quite a
years.
lot of very amazing archaeological finds.
It's like a trip to the museum
Yeah,
every time we talk.
we love it.
All
Thanks,
right.
Ali.
Yeah, it's Indiana Jones inside me.
There we go. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, was it compassion or murder? After the break, we'll take you to Ohio, where a doctor is on trial following the overdose deaths of more than a dozen patients.
Plus, a new study sparking health concerns for women going through infertility treatments. Next in our weekly checkup.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Major changes are coming to this year's Academy Awards. 8 of the 23 Oscars handed out will now be presented before the live telecast of the event before it starts. That means the ceremony at the Dolby Theater will start an hour before the live broadcast begins, with the Oscars for categories like film editing, makeup, and original score given out before viewers can tune in. It's part of an effort to boost the ratings for the ceremony. They fell to an all-time low last year as other award ceremonies also struggled. The Academy's president, David Rubin, said in a statement the changes were necessary for the future health of the Academy Awards. Man, this has been a battle brewing for the last few years. Movie purists want everyone recognized because everyone's such an integral part of the process. But the bottom line is the ratings are sagging and not a lot of people are maybe interested in all the categories. So they want to maybe focus on some of the higher profile ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as long as we still celebrate the winners in all categories, somehow.
They still get a trophy. So.
Exactly. You still get that home. You still have it on a shelf. You can still have people come see it. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Joe. Now, an Ohio doctor is on trial accused of murdering 14 of his patients. Prosecutors say he intentionally overdosed them on fentanyl. The defense is arguing he was just administering comfort care. NBC News Now correspondent Zincle Esamoah takes us inside the courtroom.
The trial begins for a doctor accused of murdering his patients by overprescribing fentanyl.
His actions were not mere accidental or medical negligence. They were, in fact, murder.
Former Ohio doctor William Husel walked into court Tuesday morning hand in hand with his wife. The 46-year-old now faces 14 counts of murder and has pleaded not guilty.
Many were not in a position to feel discomfort, pain, or agitation. Nonetheless, they were administered large doses of fentanyl without being medically indicated.
Those 14 people, ages 39 up to 82, died at Mount Carmel Health in Columbus, Ohio, between 2015 and 2018. 64-year-old Bonnie Smith was one of them.
A picture of her, the love of my life.
In a 2019 wrongful death lawsuit, David alleges his wife was given 600 micrograms of fentanyl and 6 milligrams of Versed. She died while Husel was the ICU physician.
He was a doctor. I figured he knew what he was talking about.
Husel has denied negligence.
The problem is that the doctor gave much, much higher doses of fentanyl.
Robert Klitzman is Associate Director of Columbia's Bioethics Program.
Even if this was comfort care, you wouldn't give 10 times usual dose or 5 times usual dose.
Husel's medical license was suspended by the State Medical Board of Ohio, and the hospital fired at least 23 staff after reviewing Husel's patient cases. Now, defense says,
this is not a murder case, and it's far from it.
Husel is represented by defense attorney Jose Baez, whose former clients include Casey Anthony, Harvey Weinstein, and NFL player Aaron Hernandez.
William Husel was exercising compassion to his patients and trying to free them from pain.
What does the comfort care argument entail?
There's a difference between what's called palliative care and killing someone intentionally. In palliative care, you're trying to ease the patient's pain by the use of drugs or some other therapeutic method. In cases where you are actually trying to cause the death of the person, then that can be murder. So the key here is intent.
The assistant Franklin County prosecutor adds that while other health practitioners cared for the patients, Husel is on trial because he prescribed the medication. The defense disagrees.
There are no pharmacists on trial here, but yet they're 50% responsible for every single dose that's given.
Expect this to be a theme of the defense. It wasn't just my client. There were many other people.
That was Zincle Esenwa reporting, and the jury is expected to hear from over 50 witnesses and experts. The trial will most likely last 2 months. The doctor initially faced 25 counts of murder, but 11 of those charges were dismissed last month.
Time for your weekly checkup, and NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us with some of the health headlines you might have missed. Good to see you here in person.
Yes, great. Back, guys.
So we're going to start with an interesting one. Our first study looks at a troubling trend with guns. The number of firearm deaths have now overtaken the number of car crash deaths. What more can you tell us about that?
In the last 10 years, so this study went up to 2018, and I think many of us think that car crashes make up the lion's share of these premature trauma deaths, but actually they found that it was deaths from firearms, and actually firearm death by suicide increased significantly over the last 10 years, and particularly since 2017. So who's making up the vast majority are men. 85% are because of men. And death by suicide with firearms was the highest. And this was seen in older white men. Deaths by homicide with firearms was seen predominantly in younger African American men. So these are very startling statistics, obviously. And just to point out, in that time period, 2.6 million potential years of life were lost due to firearms. So the doctor's orders are pretty straightforward. In terms of safety for guns, what are the most important things? Keep them unloaded, keep them locked, keep the ammunition separate from the gun. And we're going to put up the suicide prevention hotline for folks. If you're feeling like you're struggling, please reach out and get help.
There it is, 800-273-8255. So important there. All right. Our next study looks at infertility treatments, important to so many people. Millions of treatments have been administered worldwide. Millions of women worldwide rely on this. But it looks like some of these treatments can increase the risk of heart disease and actually pregnancy complications, which of course seems counterintuitive. There, walk us through this.
Right. So we all are familiar with assisted reproductive technology, and it can carry some risks. So this study was carried out in the UK, and they found that women who delivered via assisted reproductive technology had a higher incidence of risk, for example, arrhythmias, traumas, as well as kidney failure, and their babies also. There were complications in pregnancy, such as preterm delivery, as well as an increased number of deliveries via C-section. Now, who was at greatest risk for that? Well, of course, women who had pre-existing conditions that could increase the risk for heart disease, for example, polycystic ovarian syndrome, things like that, were at a greater risk. But women without those risks also seemed to fare slightly worse. So the doctor's orders here are also, I think, pretty intuitive. Recognize these risk factors early. So if you are a woman and you have high blood pressure, elevated cholesterol, if you're overweight, those things already predispose you to pregnancy complications. Control those risk factors before you undergo the assisted reproductive technology, for a healthier pregnancy outcome.
Yeah. Really important.
We want to quickly go through this last one. The American Academy of Pediatrics has new guidance on newborns receiving vitamin K shots.
Right. Yeah. So this has actually been practiced since 1961 to administer one intramuscular, that is in the muscle, shot of vitamin K, which is important in imperative for appropriate blood clotting. And infants who don't receive this vitamin K shot are at increased risk for actually having hemorrhage, bleeding, really significant complications. And more women are declining this shot for their newborn infants. It can prevent life-threatening bleeding. So the doctor's orders are very straightforward here. New moms out there, listen up. If you're about to deliver your baby and the hospital is telling you they're going to administer this one shot of vitamin K, do not decline. It can be life-saving for your infant. That's it.
Such important
information. I'll end there.
Right now, though, especially when we've had so much conversation about vaccines and such, so important information to hear right now. All right. Dr. Azar, thank you so much. And
we do want to reiterate that number. If anyone is struggling, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. All right. Still ahead on Morning News Now, construction concerns, the new questions about a new interstate project meant to benefit Black communities.
Plus, a troubling trend, how several major cities working to hit the brakes on violent carjackings. After the break.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Billions of dollars from the infrastructure bill are going to be going to actually undoing one of the largest projects the federal government has ever taken on, the interstate highway, and the harm it's caused to Black neighborhoods. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett went to Indianapolis to see what that work is going to look like.
The South Side was a family. If you did it out, hey, somebody was going to know it. If something was going on, hey, we came together. You don't have that today.
Beatrice Miller is referring to life before construction tore through her neighborhood in Indianapolis to build the I-65 highway in the 1950s and 60s.
It was hard. It was very, very hard. You have to blend in with a new group of people that knew nothing about your existence.
Her story echoes those of Black communities across the country back then, when more than 475,000 households were displaced in favor of adding 41,000 miles to the U.S. interstate system. Many of those properties home to Black families.
The majority of these ones on here, workers, went to work every day.
An automotive age, traveling on time-saving superhighways.
Fast forward to Indianapolis in 2022. That highway under construction again. The city working to rebuild higher, but with input from residents this time, starting with a section called the North Split.
Basically what we're doing is tearing everything down to the ground and rebuilding it back up again. We did a very extensive public involvement process with, this construction.
We toured some of the construction zone to see how that community feedback shaped the elevated design.
We're going to have a portion of what we call an urban forest.
And more space to benefit pedestrians.
Here you can really see the difference between the old and the new.
And we're able to put a lot more overhead lights. We're also doubling the size of the sidewalk underneath.
This opportunity for infrastructure improvement is something Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has put a renewed focus on with his Reconnecting Communities initiative.
There is racism physically built into some of our highways.
$1 billion in grant money in Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law to right the wrongs of the past. The North Split construction is not funded by this grant, but organizations like Rethink 6570 formed to make sure the city focuses on more than just rebuilding as is for the next part of the project, the South Split. Here, they want to see a recessed highway.
If you can imagine, this was all neighborhood. People don't really want to live around this.
Instead of it being elevated like it is now, you want it to be recessed underneath what would be a neighborhood.
From an environmental standpoint, the air emissions can be better, noise can be better, and so people are more inclined to develop closer to it.
Rethink 6570 funded a study that says it's possible, but Indiana's Department of Transportation is focused elsewhere.
This was not that project. This was, it needed to be done. It needed to be completely redone from the ground up. But we're talking about millions and millions of dollars of difference.
But is a recessed highway or something similar to that a potential for the South Split?
So for the South Split, it's not even on our radar right now.
A project that requires years of foresight. But even with the administration's goals, residents like Miller who were displaced are still skeptical.
If we hadn't been looked over for so long, I probably would think, oh, yeah, this is good. But I won't believe it unless it happens.
Community input is key with these projects because how the neighbors react to the construction can physically shape how the project turns out. For example, with that North Split construction project, originally there was an exit ramp slated to dump out right where this historically Black high school is standing, and the neighbors in that area were concerned about safety and they were really upset about it, and so they changed the construction plans. But at the same time, we're not seeing that effort at reconnecting that former Black neighborhood decades ago with that proposed recessed highway. And a big part of that is because of money. When I pressed the Department of Transportation in Indiana about whether this funding would make a big difference, they said that it's too far down the road to really commit to anything. But this is going to be a national project, originally proposed for $20 billion, now only allocating $1 billion. And so to make this successful in the eyes of what the administration was looking for when they proposed this Reconnecting Communities Fund, they're really going to have buy-in at the local level and the national level. And we're seeing some hesitation from these cities right now because of the huge undertaking that it really is.
All right, Maura Barrett, thank you so much.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Apple is dropping mask requirements for customers in several states that have recently dropped their mandates. Employees will still be required to wear a mask regardless of their vaccination status. Apple has updated its website to indicate which stores require masks. The company also plans to resume in-store classes in the coming days. These include courses on how to make music with GarageBand, editing and shooting photos on an iPhone, and making videos with iMovie. Activision is reportedly delaying the next Call of Duty game, which was planned for next year. It will be the first time the franchise won't have an annual release in nearly 2 decades. Activision is delaying the game after a recent title didn't perform as well. Reports say the move is not related to Microsoft's deal to buy the company for $69 billion. In a statement, Activision says it still has a slate of games for this year and next. Consumers reported losing more than $5.8 billion to fraud last year. The Federal Trade Commission says that's an increase of 70% from 2020. A record of nearly 2.8 million people filed a fraud complaint. The FTC says imposter scams were the most prevalent last year, but investment scams cost victims the most money, with the average loss of about $1,000.
Oof, 70%, my goodness. All right, Silvana.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You got it.
Now to a major arrest in a string of carjackings and homicides in Philadelphia. Police say their prime suspect is behind bars this morning. The city is still dealing with a surge in crime. NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez shows us what's happening in Philly and other cities dealing with a rise in violent car thefts.
As Philadelphia deals with a surge of carjackings this year, a suspect alleged to have been involved in a string of them that left at least 2 people dead arrested. Local and federal authorities in Philadelphia announcing that 28-year-old Jonathan Akubu has now been charged with several counts of murder, aggravated assault, carjacking, and robbery. Police say he's a repeat offender with a long list of prior offenses.
7 prior arrests, including 3 for aggravated assault, point of handgun, 1 for robbery, point of handgun, 1 for robbery other, 1 for rape, and 1 for criminal registration.
Akubu is accused of being the ringleader involved in the February 6th fatal shooting of George Brasilla during a carjacking while Brasilla was visiting his mother. The city has seen 203 carjackings this year through February 22nd, compared with the 76 carjackings through the same date in 2021 and 34 in 2020, according to the police department. But Philadelphia is not the only city seeing a rise in these violent crimes. New Orleans also plagued by carjackings. So far this year, up more than 70% from the same period last year, which was already double the year before that.
I'm prior military. If I have to pull this trigger, that's what I have to do.
A mother and veteran who served in Iraq and Afghanistan recently having to fend off a person attempting to enter her car while she was stuck in traffic, and with her 2-year-old son in the car.
It's terrifying at this point. Having to use the same tactics in an American city that you use in Iraq and Afghanistan simply to navigate through the city it's scary.
Crime experts say the rate of violent crimes across the country has grown since the pandemic began. Retired Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best says many departments are now putting together task forces to combat these increases.
Carjacking, while it has a unique name, is robbery, like any other robbery. And any robbery is super violent in nature. It's very personal to the victim. Often a person is armed and there's a knife or a gun or some other type of weapon that's displayed, and there's an increased fear for personal safety.
Back in Philadelphia, authorities urging caution, saying there are several carjacking rings still operating, even with Akubu off the street for now.
To all those who seek to sow chaos in our city, let today send a message that we simply cannot and will not tolerate these acts of violence.
That was Isa Gutierrez reporting. Philadelphia police say they've created task forces to address carjackings and gun violence. They say they're also working with federal authorities to try and stop the increase in violent crime seen over the last 3 years.
Coming up, she's being remembered for her sweet voice and legacy of hope.
America is mourning the loss of the singer known as Nightbird. A look back on her life and how she inspired the nation. Next on Morning News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Today Show's newest fan,
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment,
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This morning, a tribute to a young woman who captured our hearts with her voice.
Singer Jane Marcheski, better known as Nightbird to America's Got Talent fans, has passed away from cancer at the age of 31.
NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren shows us Nightbird's impact.
I moved to California.
She was a contestant who brought much more than talent to the America's Got Talent stage.
It's okay, it's okay.
Her original song, a personal story.
I had some cancer in my lungs, my spine, and my liver.
Jane Marcheski, who performed under the name Nightbird, bringing the usually stoic Simon Cowell to tears, earning her the Golden Buzzer. And while her health prevented her from competing on the show, fans couldn't forget the spirited singer who somehow brought hope in the midst of metastatic breast cancer.
You can't wait until life isn't hard anymore before you decide to be happy.
In the months since her audition, she released more music.
Hey, sunrise.
And offered updates as her health continued to fail. Always grateful.
Beautiful to see the world welcome that song into their own dark night.
Nightbird succumbed to her cancer on Monday at 31. America's Got Talent writing, Nightbird will always be a member of the AGT family, while hosts offered their own tributes on social media. A video posted to her Instagram after her death, offering comfort, even now.
Just because you're sad or grieving doesn't mean that you're not grateful, and it doesn't mean you're not hopeful.
Leaving behind a golden legacy and a reminder for the millions now grieving her loss.
And it's all right.
Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Got her message and we've got her music to keep her legacy going.
Yeah, absolutely. And an amazing tribute there from Kristen.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, the brink of war, the sharpest messaging yet from the White House on the crisis in Ukraine. President Biden calling out Moscow's military mobilizations into two breakaway regions of the country, calling it the beginning of an invasion. The president also announcing a new round of tough financial sanctions against Russia.
When all is said and done, we're going to judge Russia by its actions, not its words. And whatever Russia does next, we're ready to respond with unity, clarity, and conviction.
We've got team coverage and analysis from across the globe this morning. Double dose of wicked winter weather, slamming cities from coast to coast, slippery sheets of snow, rain, and ice, all making for a rough morning commute in parts of the west and northeast. We've got team coverage on how these storms are set to develop through the end of the work week. Also this morning, happier from home? New polling numbers on the ever-evolving post-COVID work landscape. Women and people of color are generally less keen to go back to the office than their white coworkers. Why this latest data matters as life on the job returns to normal. Plus, Jimmy Help World, he's a social media personality like no other, transforming people's lives through random acts of kindness and a little bit of cash. How online sensation Jimmy Darts made it to the mainstream, $1 at a time. Actually don't know this story. Do you?
Oh my gosh, I do know it. And some of what he does for people just will blow your mind. It's amazing.
Looking forward to that. We'll bring you that in a little bit. First, though, this morning, Eastern Europe is edging closer to conflict as hopes of a diplomatic solution to the crisis in Ukraine appear further away than ever.
Yeah, the West and Japan have imposed sanctions on Russia after it recognized separatist-held areas of eastern Ukraine and ordered troops into those regions. Now Ukraine is calling up its reservists and getting ready to declare a state of emergency. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from the front lines of eastern Ukraine.
We've been talking a lot recently about separatist-held areas in Ukraine and what Vladimir Putin is doing and the risks of a wider conflict. But here in the trenches, you can understand the dynamic much easier. These trenches were dug by and are controlled by Ukrainian troops. And on this side is Ukraine. That is firmly government-held territory, and it extends all the way to Eastern Europe. But just on the opposite side of these trenches, and you can see it from up here, starting from about a mile and heading in that direction, that is separatist-held area. That is the area that Putin has recognized as an autonomous enclave. And behind that is Russia. And it is here that Putin has been sending extra troops and military hardware. And over the last several hours and the last several days, the separatists, now backed by Russia, have been firing mortars and artillery over these trenches at Ukrainian towns and villages. And the next step could be a conventional attack running right through here, unless Putin can be deterred.
Signaling no compromise, Vladimir Putin this morning said Russia is always open to direct and honest dialogue, but that its security concerns, which he said include NATO expansion, are non-negotiable. Addressing Russians, he praised the country's military, saying it would continue to develop cutting-edge weapons, including evasive hypersonic missiles. The Pentagon believes Russia has already deployed them near Poland, along with the 150,000-plus troops ringing Ukraine. Hours before Putin spoke, Ukraine's President Zelensky mobilized his national reserves, vowing never to give in as Ukraine edges closer to an open war that threatens the stability of all of Europe. This is what it's like now to live in Ukrainian villages near pro-Russian separatists. The Ukrainian Interior Ministry, which posted the video, said separatist fire here killed one man. The separatists have dramatically increased their attacks over the last several days, goading the Ukrainian military to respond now that they have protection from President Putin, who yesterday extended the goalposts, saying he doesn't just recognize the independence of Russian-speaking separatists in territory they already control, but also in vast areas now firmly in the hands of the Ukrainian government, including the Soviet-era industrial port city of Mariupol, home to 450,000 people. Last night, protesters gathered in this city to support their government. People here are getting nervous. Among them, Victoria, a 28-year-old musician and missionary, along with her husband and son.
I can say I have all of our documents with me in my backpack in case something starts. I also feel brave because I know that these people will never give up.
Putin describes Ukraine as a historic part of Russia that needs to be saved from its NATO-loving puppet government.
We don't feel that we have to be saved by him because we speak Russian.
Do you think that he's going to stop?
I'm afraid that he wants to keep going.
And if he does keep going, what does that mean for you, for the people here?
It doesn't mean that it's a time of peace. It means it's a time of sadness. It's a time of war, of death.
Ukraine says it is now taking steps toward implementing a state of emergency.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
President Biden is levying new sanctions against Russia, calling the country's move into eastern Ukraine the beginning of a Russian invasion. He also warned that he believes Russia is poised to launch a massive attack. NBC News chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us from Washington with more. Kristen, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. President Biden is sharpening his tone and actions toward Russia this morning, imposing those tough new sanctions that you mentioned along with allies after accusing President Putin of invading Ukraine. The move was met with praise and also some criticism that the sanctions still aren't strong enough to stop Putin. All his hopes for a diplomatic resolution are fading fast. This morning, President Biden taking a tougher stance with Russian President Vladimir Putin after Putin ordered what he's calling peacekeeping forces into 2 regions of eastern Ukraine.
Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law.
The president, for the first time Tuesday, called Russia's move an invasion.
This is the beginning of a Russian invasion.
The president also slapping stiff new sanctions on Russia, targeting 2 large banks and imposing penalties on Russian debt, which the president says means Moscow can no longer raise money from the U.S. and Europe, while also sanctioning several Russian elites with close ties to Putin. And the president warned he's prepared to do more. The top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee expressed support for the sanctions, but urged the president not to let up.
I think the president's announcement is a good first tranche of sanctions, but cannot be the end of it.
But some Republicans say they still fall short. Senator Lindsey Graham calling them woefully inadequate to deter Putin's efforts to redraw the European map and dismember a neighboring democracy. The president also ordering U.S. troops and equipment already in Europe to bolster allies in the Baltic region, including the former Soviet republics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, but insisting the U.S. has no intention of direct armed conflict.
Let me be clear. These are totally defensive moves on our part. We have no intention of fighting Russia.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced Tuesday he's canceling a planned meeting with his Russian counterpart, meaning talks of a possible meeting between Presidents Biden and Putin are not in the works at this point. Still, the president insisting.
The United States and our allies and partners remain open to diplomacy if it is serious.
Now, the president also vowed he would use every tool to try to limit the effect of the sanctions he announced on gas prices here. As you know, Americans are already dealing with record high inflation and prices at the pump, and the White House acknowledged those prices could rise in the coming months if global oil supplies are impacted. The president said he plans to closely monitor energy supplies for any disruption, but he didn't map out specific steps he plans to take beyond that. And this is obviously a big concern for a lot of Americans, Joe.
On a lot of minds. Kristen, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now let's bring in NBC News national security analyst and contributor Clint Watts for some perspective on everything we just heard. Good morning. Good to have you with us. Let's start with those new sanctions. So back in 2014, the Obama administration sanctioned Russia at the time for invading the Crimean Peninsula. Some of the officials involved at the time now argue that that helped stop Putin from going further into Ukraine. Do you think these sanctions that we've seen so far at this point currently, could those have a similar effect? Are they harsh enough? And if not, what else should President Biden do?
Well, for a start, it's much harsher than what we saw after 2014 and 2016, meaning it goes after actual things like Russian banks. This is significant because it prevents them from being out into the open market. It also hits certain targeted individuals in their media and information space. This is all going to be much more impactful than some of the previous ones. You might remember after 2016, for election interference, we tended to focus on actual military people in the hacking units. This had no impact. It was really basically the equivalent of hitting middle managers throughout the ranks. This is very different and will change the nature of the economic space. Put this in context, too, with Nord Stream 2 in Germany. Because Germany is not pursuing Nord Stream 2, this is going to have major impacts inside Russia, who predominantly relies upon oil and natural gas as their big exports. So the economy is going to be impacted in a much more significant way than we've seen with previous sanctions. I think the big thing is that, as you saw there with that map you just showed, Putin has committed so much military force at this point. He's already said as of yesterday that the boundaries that we were taking as what is known as LNR and DNR are not what he's taking as that. He's actually thinking of taking more of Ukraine. This was expected. And I think there are two areas to watch, which is the border with Belarus and coming across Crimea. into a land bridge really around the southern border of Ukraine.
So let's talk now about what options are here from a diplomacy standpoint. I mean, we know that a meeting with our Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and his Russian counterpart was canceled. That whole on-principle meeting discussed earlier this week between President Biden and President Putin seems to now be off the table. I mean, does this mean that there are no diplomatic options left? And if there are, what are they? How do you see those playing out?
I don't see any more diplomatic options. You might rewind 2 weeks. Remember, we saw President Macron sprinting to sit by Vladimir Putin across a long table. He then tried it again in the last few days. None of these diplomatic efforts really worked. Instead, they were seen as delaying actions to essentially create confusion in space so the Russian military could do what was apparently a pre-planned invasion. All of the disinformation, all of the media in Russia was pre-planned, pre-published even, and broadcast out with a determined timeline and agenda. I think looking forward, the only time diplomacy will probably come in the near future is after Putin has seized some gains inside Ukraine, and then he will want to come to the West and negotiate around those. So we might look here in the next 1, 2, or 3 weeks to see what the aggression is of Putin, and then we might see diplomacy come back on the table.
Clint, before I let you go, I do want to ask you about some language from former President Donald Trump. He praised Putin's moves in Ukraine as, quote, genius and pretty savvy. Now, you join us as one of our fantastic national security analysts, so I'm wondering, is there any danger in that kind of language from one of our former leaders? And what message, if any, does that send to Russia and also to Ukraine?
It was almost 5 years ago. It was March of 2017. I had said that Russian active measures work in the United States because President Trump uses Russian active measures against his opponents. His opponent in this case is the political party known as the Democrats, and specifically Joe Biden. This has gone on for 5 years, and part of the reason Vladimir Putin can do this and do this without worry is he has people in the United States, media personalities and political officials that are advocating and advancing his position. And as long as he has that, he knows that he can divide us here at home, so we are divided when we want to go and fight him, whether that's in Ukraine, Russia, or throughout Eastern Europe.
Wow, some stark words there. Clint Watts, thank you so much. We appreciate your perspective this morning.
Another round of severe weather is battering much of the country. Millions of Americans are feeling the impact of those dual coast-to-coast storms this morning with heavy snow, freezing rain, and high winds. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest on the storms from Minneapolis. Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. A cold morning here in the Twin Cities. You can see not much accumulation on the ground there, sweeping some of the snow out of the way right now. That's even though we had snow falling here for about 24 hours straight. A lot of the snow was blowing around, wasn't much accumulation. It is feeling like about -19 right now, so light, fluffy snow from yesterday getting a little bit firmer. Here in Minneapolis, we're seeing just one of the winter weather headaches moving across the country.
This morning, from coast to coast, millions waking up to a brutal 1-2 punch. A pair of separate winter storms barreling across the country. From the Dakotas to Michigan, ice and snow hitting the upper Midwest and Great Lakes. Some digging out for more than 2 feet of snow. On this North Dakota interstate, almost whiteout conditions near Fargo. Firefighters rushing to rescue someone trapped in what police say was a 14-vehicle pileup with 6 injured. In Oregon, officials reporting about 100 cars and trucks involved in crashes on one highway. 2 Black Hawk helicopters colliding in Utah, possibly because of low visibility, which was also a real challenge in the Twin Cities, on the roads and in the skies.
And it was pure white. You didn't know how close you were, and all of a sudden you landed and you looked out and you could see the tip of an airplane over there in the corner.
Snow not the only headache. A blast of freezing rain shut down Milwaukee public schools Tuesday. Thunderstorms flooding Kentucky roads. The severe weather in Arkansas strong enough to rip through this home.
There was water coming out of the ceiling, out of the electric light fixtures, and all of this was gone.
Now another storm system out west eyeing New England before slowly moving out. A mess that can be fun, too.
And here in Minneapolis, with those below zero temperatures, We have seen areas even that appear to have been plowed still having treacherous driving conditions. So for people who are going to be on the move this morning in areas that have already been hit by storms, Joe, they're going to want to be keeping a close eye on their travel plans and giving themselves extra time to be getting around. It feels like -19 out here right now, Joe, and I know you're no stranger to this weather in Minnesota. So if you have any tips on how to warm up, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, go inside right now. We'll let you go, Jesse. That's my best tip for you. All right, you have my permission. Thank you, Jesse. Stay warm.
And with that, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman heeded my advice. She's inside. Hey, Michelle.
Yeah, and it's actually super hot in here. I'm practically sweating, but Jesse
oh, good. Jesse, you'll love to hear that.
I know. I'm so sorry, Jesse. But he did such a good job painting the picture because we have record lows in the west. We had record warmth. We're having record warmth in the east. And he did a really good job with those pictures, too, with that first storm. And we're going to see a lot of pictures like that going forward with this second storm. So 47 million Americans under a winter weather alert. That winter storm warning is in your pink. And let's talk about those temperature differences here. This is a setup. This is why we're getting these storms. So we have that Gulf of Mexico moisture, the humidity moving onshore. It's so warm. We're looking at temperatures in the upper 80s in some spots. And then versus the cold weather to the north. So really frigid where Jesse is. We're looking at some wind chills, not to make Jesse's look a little bit timid, but we're looking at wind chills 50 below zero in some spots in the northern plains. So when you bring these two together, you're going to get that battle zone in the middle. You're going to get some ice, and that's our biggest concern over the next few days. And in this case, an 1,800-mile swath of ice where those two air masses do collide. On the backside, we're seeing that snow, and then going forward, we're going to see more heavy rain in the Tennessee Valley. So record warmth today in New York City. Enjoy it because we drop about 35 degrees tomorrow. Today, Atlantic City, 69 degrees. Richmond, 73. These are temperatures more typical of late April, early May. 68 degrees in Boston. We plummet tomorrow, but the southeast holds on to that warmth. Albany, Georgia tomorrow, 86 degrees, and Key West, 81. Wouldn't it be nice to be in Key West? But by this weekend, we're looking at frigid temperatures by Saturday, just above freezing in Columbus, just 35 in New York City. And then let's talk about where Jesse is. So we have wind chill alerts. We're looking at wind chill warnings, wind chill advisories. 12 million people impacted with those wind chill values 50 below zero, and this stays in place tomorrow. So just looking at some of the temperatures today, so below average for this time of year, 22 degrees below average in Minneapolis. It'll be 1 degree in Rapid City. That's 40 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. That cold air stays in place. We have that, high pressure that's sort of reinforcing that cold air. So Oklahoma City, 30 degrees tomorrow and just 43 in Austin. And you guys, our buddy Bill Cairns is back tomorrow, so he's going to follow the storm with you through Friday. But it was good to see you.
It's been great to have you. I love your pink blazer. Also, it seems like we could have used that roller coaster visual again today. That is
I know,
wild weather
yes.
going on. All right, Michelle, thanks so much. Sure. And coming up, it's another day of isolation for the Queen, who's still fending off COVID.
We've got the latest on her condition as the other royals step in to fill her shoes. Next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Much of the royal family is stepping in to help so Queen Elizabeth can take it easy after testing positive for COVID.
Yeah, well wishes are pouring in for the 95-year-old monarch who remains in isolation this morning. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from outside Buckingham Palace. Hey, Molly, good morning.
Hey, good morning, you guys. From a very windy day outside of Buckingham Palace. Look, all eyes are on the 95-year-old monarch's health. This is day 3 of her COVID infection. We've asked the palace for an update today, and they tell NBC News they're not in the business of providing us with rolling health updates.
This morning, the Queen still in isolation, battling day 3 of her COVID infection at Windsor Castle. Concerns growing for the 95-year-old monarch.
I'm just really upset, obviously. I think everyone is upset because I think everyone loves her.
Really hope she's okay. I hope it's just mild.
The palace not offering any new details this morning about her health, saying Tuesday the Queen is experiencing mild cold-like symptoms, but carrying on with light duties.
There is still a bit of a mystery, though, as to whether it was Charles who infected the Queen with coronavirus. I think it's more likely that she has got it from a member of the Windsor Castle staff.
After canceling her virtual engagements yesterday, she wasn't feeling quite up for the task. Her son, Prince Charles, back at work after recovering from his own bout with COVID last week. Her grandson, Prince William, also stepping in to hand out honors. While in Denmark, his wife Kate, the Duchess of Cambridge, is on her second day of a solo tour, focused on early childhood, one of the causes she's most passionate about. Even getting in touch with her own inner child, whizzing down the slide at the Lego Foundation Play Lab.
In the spirit of where I am, I had to do that.
Perfect, yes.
Joking later, her children were jealous they weren't along for the ride. Senior royals all stepping up as the Queen focuses on getting healthy.
Now, the palace is also not confirming whether or not she will speak with Prime Minister Boris Johnson this week. We expected that to happen over telephone. We're looking ahead, though, you guys, to March 2nd. It is a diplomatic reception we are expecting the Queen to host. We asked the palace about it this morning, and they say they will confirm all of the royal family's attendance and the Queen's attendance much closer to the time. Joe, Savannah.
All right, lots of answers we're still waiting on there then. Molly, thank you so much.
As the Queen continues to recover from COVID, England is preparing to end COVID restrictions as early as tomorrow. The legal requirement to self-isolate after testing positive will end Thursday, and those who are in contact with someone who tests positive will no longer be traced. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says it's time to start living with COVID, but warns the virus is not over yet. The government will continue to monitor for new strains and variants as these restrictions drop. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Nahid Badilia joins us now with more on this. She's the director of the Boston University Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases Policy and Research. Doctor, always good to have you with us. So what should we be watching out for in the coming weeks from the UK, which has sort of played the role of crystal ball for the U.S. throughout this pandemic? Can we expect to see similar future for the U.S.?
Yeah, Joe, in general, we're all thankfully seeing lower number of cases, and the UK has done an excellent job of both vaccinations. There are over 80% of the entire population vaccinated, a huge number of people within their, particularly, older age who've gotten their boosters, and we're lagging behind on that as well. The concern here that I have is that, taking into account the fact that the pandemic is not over, because we're all concerned that there might be a new variant. We're having a period of low cases now, but could there be a new variant in the future? Could the immunity from vaccines or infections wane in the future? So things like testing, which UK has been fantastic on, they have a fantastic testing, setup. They're dismantling that, and they are stopping the isolation. Both of those things, in my mind, are ways that we keep ahead of the curve. We recognize where cases are increasing. So those two things don't jive together for me. I understand when we want to, take away the crowd sort of restrictions. You may want to take down the mask mandates when the cases are low, but the testing and isolation, to me, are one of the ways that we keep the cases down. So I hope we don't see that in the U.S. at the same level.
Another key to stopping new variants is worldwide vaccination, and the push for equitable distribution of COVID vaccines is still ongoing, but COVAX says supply has outstripped demand for the first time. Do we know why that's happening and what challenges are still ahead for vaccine distributions?
Yeah, Joe, I think it's important to understand it's not that the countries are saying no to the vaccines, right? I think in January, the supply was over 230 million doses and the demand was only 100. But the reason why many of these countries that are not able to take on more vaccines are in the continent of Africa is partly because of the challenges of distribution. They're not able to receive all those vaccines and get them to the last mile because there are lack of freezers, there's lack of enough people and capability to distribute it in a time in which the vaccines would still be viable and not expired and sort of can reach the people. And the other is the challenge that many of us are facing, including our country here, is vaccine hesitancy. And all of those things actually require, believe it or not, funding as well. It's not just the vaccines themselves. So I want to make that a point, is that, it's not that people want to stop taking the vaccines. We just need to make a bigger investment in the distribution globally.
I also want to ask you about a new study in the Nature Medicine journal. It suggests COVID patients are at an increased risk for cardiovascular diseases at least a year after recovery. We've heard some concerns as of late from the American Heart Association. I mean, is this all just a reminder COVID is more than just a virus you battle for a few days or a few weeks? So there's a lot of worries here, right?
Yeah, Joe, and I actually co-authored an article with the American Heart Association, a journal on just the cardiac impact a couple of months ago, and we reviewed this data, and this study kind of adds to that evidence as well. With the concern that we have is, look, we're coming to a period of time where we've defanged the virus, we've taken away the threat of hospitalizations and deaths, and the question then becomes, what is the cost of the infection itself? And the concerning thing with this study, it's from the VA, the Veteran Affairs Hospitals, 1,500 patients, and what they showed was that people who survived COVID, even mild disease, had 60% higher risk of heart disease of any sort, complications of any sort. So that's something to keep in mind as we get more data.
All right, Dr. Nahid Bhadelia, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And if you, our viewers, have a question from one of our doctors, you can let us know. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and let us know if you'd like to stay anonymous.
Let's now take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is back from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. What began as an armed robbery at an Apple store in Amsterdam quickly evolved into a hostage situation. At least one person was held captive at gunpoint for hours, but was ultimately freed unharmed after the assailant made a break for the door, but was knocked down by a police car on the street outside the shop. Images show the injured man lying on the street as a robot searches him for explosives, which he thankfully didn't have on him. A fire on a cargo ship packed full of luxury cars that has been blazing for the last week may be finally going out because there's nothing left to burn on board. The 656-foot-long, 60,000-ton vessel was going from Germany to Rhode Island with around 4,000 luxury cars on board, including Porsches and Bentleys, when a fire broke out in the cargo hold and spread quickly, forcing the 22 crew members to abandon the ship. They were all safely picked up by the Portuguese Navy. And finally, a 16-year-old chess protege has beaten the world #1 Magnus Carlsen in an online championship. The The Indian teenager Ramesh Babu Pragnananda had become the youngest international master at just the age of 10, and his stunning performance against the 5-time world championship won him much praise. And those are your international headlines, guys.
Good for him.
Congrats to him. Yeah. Oh, how exciting. Thanks, Allie.
Coming up, a closer look at the deep history of Ukraine, one that's separate from Russian President Vladimir Putin's recent revisionist retelling.
Plus, how Russia's cyber warfare capabilities could impact you. Those stories next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. After decades of rocking out as the frontman of the Foo Fighters, Dave Grohl is now opening up about the toll it's all taken on his hearing. The musician told Howard Stern that he has significant hearing loss and has difficulty hearing people in public places. He said he's relied on reading people's lips for more than 20 years and that the rise of mask wearing from the pandemic has made conversations even harder. But he said despite the struggles, he's still able to hear everything he needs when he's on stage and in the studio when making new music, so that is lucky for all of us, but a pretty amazing admission from him.
Yeah, good for him for sharing that, and it is good to hear that he is still able to make great music, which is why so many people love him.
So true, absolutely.
Right. Thank you, Savannah.
Yep.
Turning back to our coverage of the crisis in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin says he's sending troops into the country because he believes Ukraine is Russian land put into the hands of corrupt, quote, puppets of the West. While Putin's version of Ukraine's history serves his purpose, helping him lay the groundwork for war, history tells another story. Ukraine very much has its own long history, one that dates back centuries. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a look at the facts behind Russia's neighbor.
Ukraine declared its independence just over 3 decades ago in 1991 with the fall of the Soviet Union, but its history goes back centuries. And that's what Russian President Vladimir Putin tried to erase Monday by declaring Ukraine was formed by Soviet leader Vladimir Lenin after the 1917 Russian Revolution.
I will start with the fact that modern Ukraine was entirely created by Russia.
The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv kind of trolled Putin with a meme showing Ukraine's capital of Kyiv, which was established hundreds of years before Moscow existed, next to pictures of the woods, representing where the Kremlin is.
Putin has been trying to co-opt this history for Russia, which is part of his Soviet aims to bring back the Russian Empire.
Like many countries, especially in Europe, Ukraine has had centuries of changing borders through war over territory and power, coming under Moscow's rule late in the 18th century during the reign of Catherine the Great. Then, facing a territorial tug-of-war after World War I, when Poland took back most of Ukraine, only for it to be returned to Soviet control in World War II. As the Soviet Union began to dissolve in the early 1990s, nearly 85% of Ukrainians voted for independence and got their wish.
This world has a new country tonight, Ukraine.
And unlike what Putin says, most Ukrainians don't want to be back under Russian rule. There's still bitterness over the Great Famine in the early 1930s under Soviet leader Joseph Stalin that led to the deaths of millions of Ukrainians. And more recently, Russia's invasion and annexation of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014. Now, with Ukraine's push toward the EU and NATO membership, Russian troops march toward what looks like, once again, a centuries-long renewal of the push for dominance in the area.
Our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report.
And this morning we have an in-depth look at the warning from U.S. Homeland Security that Russia could mount a cyber attack against U.S. interests, including businesses. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has covered cybersecurity for a decade for us now and joins us. Tom, this is a scenario cyber experts have been warning about for a long time, right?
They've been warning me about it for a long time. That's right. This is a very serious, very real concern. You know, we've seen suspected Russian government attacks and Russian criminal attacks for years. Experts believe they are often one and the same, working together. But now, the possibility of a more aggressive Russian cyber offensive with corporate America and Main Street America potentially in the crosshairs.
In the cybersecurity world, the warning from Homeland Security is a flashing red light. Shields up, it warns. Every organization in the United States is at risk of a Russian cyber attack. From our power grids to our communication lines to banking systems, U.S. cyber officials fear a digital assault could bring the front lines of the war to America's front door. With Ukraine already under cyber attack, the European Union has activated its own cybersecurity team to help fight off the attacks. Now, New York has opened a new statewide Joint Cyber Operations Command Center.
Act as if you know that attack is coming, because if it comes and you're not ready, it can be devastating.
Recent cyber attacks have already exposed the potential impact on America's infrastructure. Last year, Russian-speaking cyber gangs launched a crippling attack on Colonial Pipelines, America's largest fuel pipeline operator, forcing a total shutdown and long lines at gas stations. Russian-linked gangs also targeted JBS, the world's largest meat processing company, forcing it to reduce operations at 13 of its plants in the U.S. The Kremlin denied involvement in either of those attacks, but experts warn the Kremlin may work with cyber criminals. Homeland Security says government offices at every level, U.S. businesses and organizations, should watch for Russian online activity and immediately shore up their cyber defenses. Verify all remote users' access, use multi-factor authentication, keep security software up to date, and monitor any traffic with Ukrainian offices or organizations.
The United States has the largest and the most technologically advanced economy in the world. But that also means we have the most points of attack.
The concern, a cyber war could quickly escalate, affecting citizens worldwide.
If they target our infrastructure, we could target theirs.
Exactly. And there's a snowball effect here. I don't think we really want to go down the line and see how civilians and organizations are going to get extremely hurt by this.
Yeah, to drill down on that point, you guys, the idea being if we turn out the lights because they hit us, if we turn out the lights in St. Petersburg, then what? Then they turn off the water in Chicago? I mean, this thing starts to spiral. Homeland Security is strongly urging any corporate or organizational network, remind your employees of basic cybersecurity, ransomware, phishing attacks. Make sure that you have manual override controls to critical infrastructure, water, for example, dams, electricity, all of that. Make sure the manual overrides are working, guys.
All right.
Oh, that's incredibly important.
Incredibly important. Great advice there. Scary, but thank you so much for your report.
You bet.
Coming up, new information shows women and people of color are much happier to work from home than their white colleagues.
What new polling data says about America's workplace culture as we return to some type of normal. That's next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Hanau is back with us. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Elon Musk is accusing President Biden of ignoring Tesla, paying more attention to legacy automakers. In an email exchange with CNBC, Musk commented on his current war of words with the White House. He says, "The notion of a feud is not quite right. Biden has pointedly ignored Tesla at every turn and falsely stated to the public that GM leads the electric car industry, when in fact, Tesla produced over 300,000 electric vehicles last quarter and GM produced 26. Musk also seeking to assure administration officials concerned he would do or say something embarrassing if he were to speak at a White House event, saying he'd do the right thing. Drivers are looking at the highest gas prices since at least 2013, with oil closing in at $100 a barrel. The crisis in Ukraine sparking worries about potential disruptions to oil supplies. Retail gas prices are averaging $3.53 a gallon. According to AAA, up 21 cents from a month ago. Gas Buddy says for each increase of $1 a barrel in oil, gas prices rise about 1.5 cents per gallon. One of golf's greatest legends is teaming up with one of the game's young guns to create a luxury golf community in Florida. Jack Nicklaus and Justin Thomas broke ground yesterday at Panther National in Palm Beach Gardens. They're designing a championship course with several high-end estates that's set to open late next year. They've also partnered with Tesla Energy to power backup systems such as solar panels and electric charging units. Panther National already has 125 reservations for estates that will run from $3.5 million to $12 million, guys.
Crossing that off the house hunting list, all right?
Penny for a starting price.
Yeah.
All right, Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
As many Americans return to the office, a new poll finds that women and people of color are happier working from home than their white male colleagues.
According to a survey by the Harris poll, 52% of women say they would like to continue working remotely compared to 41% of men. Another interesting number here, nearly half of women of color say they worry about having to dress for work compared with 31% of men. Here to talk us through more data and what this means for the future of work is John Gersma. He's the CEO of the Harris poll. John, good morning. Thanks for being here with us. So let's start with some of those numbers. I mean, there are, of course, a lot of factors involved here for why someone might want to stay at home. Commute times, childcare, but why are we specifically seeing more women, more people of color preferring that remote work, even as offices reopen?
You know, it's really interesting. We're now 2 years into this experiment of trying to create hybrid work, and clearly workers overall prefer hybrid work. They're at 69% versus going back to the office permanently at 31%. But as you mentioned, there's this really interesting segment of working professionals, BIPOC workers, BIPOC women, and women professionals who are actually quite happy working from home. And what's behind it is really interesting. 85% of them feel relaxed, 75% feel happier. And where it gets really interesting is talking about professionalism and confidence. In the data, more than 2/3, 68% of working women felt more confident, energized, and importantly, successful, 57%. So real interestingly in there, normally we would think about being in the office is really sort of the catalyst for those types of numbers, but people have adapted, and particularly women and people of color feel quite confident working at home.
We want to highlight another statistic about ambition. 63% of black workers and 58% of women say they feel more ambitious when working from home. Why do we think that is, and what do you think that says more broadly about our in-person working environments?
Well, guys, we are still sort of working through this experiment of getting back to work as more American workers go back. But one of the really interesting parts about that point, we believe, is the fact that you are now seeing some interesting dynamics about people being comfortable being themselves. In fact, we found 72% of people felt more comfortable, more women feeling that they could speak their mind more freely. They could speak without being interrupted at 73%. Wow. And they felt even heard and respected by leadership at 53%, including 58% of BIPOC. So what you're seeing is technology and Zoom, however difficult sometimes it is and how tiresome it can be, it's actually become a catalyst for many of these workers to feel like they're doing their best work.
Now, let's talk, though, about kind of what this concerningly could mean. The reality is offices are reopening. Companies are either asking employees to come back or adopting these hybrid work plans. If more white men go back into the office than women and people of color, especially in a hybrid situation where it's up to you, workplaces will become less diverse, less equitable. How can companies make sure they're maintaining a positive work culture while allowing that flexibility? Some people not in the office, some there, and keep those opportunities equal?
That's a really important point. So clearly there's a major concern among employers about proximity bias, right? Sort of if you're on screen and you're not in the room, you're not going to get access to those opportunities. But quite interesting, at least in our polling with workers, we actually found that when given the choice between taking the flexibility and the independence of remote working, women, by and large, by more than 2/3 of a margin, chose that choice over the professional benefits that came from mentorship and camaraderie. And again, I think that comes back to this point again about sort of thinking beyond proximity bias and thinking about the physical barriers that are stopping people from doing work. The traditional office circa 2019 wasn't always as perfect either. And there was lots of these performative issues that we're seeing in our data, including one of the more interesting ones. One of the major anxieties that women professionals said was having to dress for the office when they returned back to work. That was 45% of all women.
Yeah. Ooh, we could unpack this for a long time, because it is interesting, though, even with that concern of, I might miss out on an opportunity. Some of these other things that women deal with, childcare, how they're going to dress, kind of supersede that, which is also concerning in its own way. John, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Important poll.
Thank you.
Coming up, a candid conversation with pop icon Pink, known for her infectious energy on stage. Behind the music, though, her own struggles with mental health and being a mom.
Plus, lending a helping hand to complete strangers, $1 and follower at a time. Stick around.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Three-time Grammy winner Pink is the latest celebrity to jump into the wellness sphere with hopes of changing the way we approach sleep.
Pink is collaborating with the meditation app Calm. Her first bedtime story for kids is set to be released today, titled Pink Sheet. Today, anchor Carson Daly sat down with Pink to discuss the new project.
Hi there.
Negativity. I have anger and regret and negativity going. Leave me alone.
The hunt for some peace and quiet is something rock superstar Pink knows all too well.
Well, at least you don't have to listen to the Minions every single night.
Hello, is everyone ready for bed? All right, you got to get out of that house. We need to get you on tour like ASAP. You're losing your dude.
Well, I lost my so long ago.
On stage, Pink is legendary for her boundless energy and all those powerhouse anthems. But at home, the Get This Party Started rockers trying to shut it down with her two kids, 10-year-old Willow and 5-year-old Jameson.
There's this whole other side of me that people don't see, Carson. No, our bedtime routine is sumo wrestling, so I totally understand why you would feel that way about me.
So now, Pink is teaming up with Calm, a relaxation and meditation subscription-based app.
Ring had always wanted to be a performer, a rock star.
It works every time you talk. No, I'm just going to pass out.
Hi, this is Pink, and I've got a bedtime secret.
Lending her famous pipes to children's bedtime stories. Because for many families, the struggle is real, just trying to get their kids to sleep. And that includes me.
I've been using Calm for years, and that's how I fall asleep. So when I heard they were doing a Calm Kids, I was like, I want to do that. I want to read stories to kids. And so I tested out my stories on Jameson, and he requests them now. So
Ooh.
Before Ring discovered her circus, she was a little girl just like any other kid.
I listened to your sleep story. I didn't know how your voice would play in my head as I'm trying to shut things off, because I associate you with like, turn that up.
I know. I was actually worried about my voice because you have to go really slow and not be raspy and sound like an 85-year-old male smoker. So that was what I was worried about.
I'm of the, if you can't beat them, join them a little bit, like with the phone. Jackson's on TikTok. And I'm like, bro, please, it's getting late. Your brain's like firing right now. I need your brain to go the other way. I sort of love this Calm for Kids idea because it's just so realistic. And hopefully they're winding down and listening and getting lost in these imaginative stories that's read by you.
We can't get around technology. You want to listen to a story at night that fires your imagination and helps you drift off to sleep while not being afraid of the dark. I'm all about it.
What was the recording session like compared to how you normally, record music?
So the whole thing was just about slowing down, but it does start to feel pretty ridiculous at the end because you get to a certain part of the story and they're like, okay, now imagine the child is asleep. So nothing can be too inflected or too exciting. And you have to go very, and I'm like, okay. He's like, start again. I'm like,
I last spoke to Pink 9 months ago for her documentary, All I Know So Far. She's had some wear and tear from performances since then.
You see my cool new scar?
Now, what was that about? What happened there?
It's from headbanging. Rock and roll, the contact sport.
It's been 3 years since Pink last toured due to the pandemic, and she says she can't wait to get back out there.
I'm going on tour. I gotta get out of my house. I gotta get out of here. I miss my family, my tour family. I miss people. I'm ready to go. So excited.
I'm excited too. All right,
Yeah.
Thank you to Carson for that report. And Pink's first of 3 sleep stories is available starting today on the Calm.
Maybe we could use
Very
those, even though
cool.
they're for kids.
Yeah,
We have to go to bed early.
I have the patience. Finally this hour, the story of pure kindness.
Yeah, one social media star is using his TikTok following to give back one surprise gift at a time. Top story anchor Tom Yamas shows us how.
Find a veteran and give them $1,000 to help their Christmas dreams come true?
You're a veteran.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for serving.
Thank you.
His videos are unlike anything on social media.
What do you want most for Christmas this year?
Yeah. Impossible.
Really, what?
My wife just passed away.
$500. That's for you, sir.
Transforming people's lives with a handful of cash and a whole lot of kindness. His name is Jimmy Kellogg, but online he's known as Jimmy Darts.
Seeing if someone could buy this ham.
A man on a mission to spread a little love with what he calls undercover kindness.
Came to the store today to see who would be the kindest person to help me out with Thanksgiving dinner. And so I actually don't need it. I have a gift for you.
No.
Yes, I have a gift for you, man. I got $500 for you.
Don't give me $500.
Yes, it's for you. You're amazing. Every morning I wake up and I put a live stream on, and 500 or 1,000 people hop on, and literally the money just comes in like crazy. I'll hit $1,000 or 500 in like 10 minutes.
And that's when the fun begins.
Find a mom with kids and ask her to buy you a notebook, and if she does, give her $1,000.
His videos have gained a loyal following, more than 5 million fans on TikTok alone.
So all of your videos kind of have the same formula. It starts with moral test. You ask people to be kind. Why did you decide to do it that way?
I think it's just a great way to find people that are prime for a blessing. The first video I did helping someone was, I was actually in Miami walking on the beach, and there was this homeless gentleman living on a tent there. And I said, "You want to be best friends for the day?"
What happened next was a day full of fun and the beginning of an opportunity for 2 new friends.
Your boy Jimmy walked up and blessed me with an opportunity of a lifetime.
So I put his Cash App at the end of the video, and in 24 hours, over $30,000 was sent to him. So it just changed his life. So I was like, wow, there's a strong community of people out there that want to help, and if you just give them the opportunity, they will.
Since that video, Jimmy says he has gifted more than $100,000. Donations ranging from a few $100 to brand new cars.
You completely transparent with where all the money goes?
Yeah, so basically all the donations, that's the cool thing. They send the money, and that day they get to see who it went to,
The 26-year-old says all the brand partnerships now pay the bills, which allows him to continue blessing strangers in what he says is the beginning of a bigger calling.
My dream is to start a church in Los Angeles, and it's called House Party Church. No drugs, no alcohol, but you come, there's a DJ, water slide for baptisms.
What do you say to people who are like, this kid's completely nuts?
Oh, I say, well, you're probably right. I don't got nothing to say to that, really. I just like having fun.
Until then, he's hoping his message online can help ignite a trend of giving.
Pays off to be generous, doesn't it?
It does. Be nice and be kind and love one another. Love will conquer all, always.
We're making generosity cool in a sense, because you can never go broke by giving. I would just say that to anyone watching. You can't go broke by giving. Love someone, and you'll be amazed at what happens.
Wow, what a message. Hopefully you're smiling at home. Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that story.
Does it for this hour Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first, state of emergency. Ukrainians on high alert as Russian troops push into their parts of their country. The U.S. and NATO now imposing tough sanctions. The reaction on the ground in Ukraine and how lawmakers in Washington are responding.
Double trouble. More than 50 million Americans feeling the impact of a very powerful winter storm. The area's hardest hit, and just how long this wicked weather is actually going to last.
Deeply sorry. Golf star Phil Mickelson facing serious backlash over comments about Saudi Arabia. How he's already paying the price and why there could be more fallout to come.
And watching you work. Is your boss monitoring at home as you work remotely? The growing trend behind so-called tattleware and what you should know before you log on. Hey there, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you this Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with that breaking news and the escalating crisis getting global attention now. Ukraine now set to introduce a nationwide state of emergency. The government there also urging Ukrainian citizens to leave Russia immediately. Ukraine's military also saying shelling by Russian-backed forces has increased in the eastern part of the country. That's prompting fears that Putin may deploy troops beyond the pro-Russian territory he already controls. Now, the U.S. and its allies swiftly imposing harsh sanctions targeting Russia for what President Biden called the beginning of an invasion of Ukraine. Biden warned, quote, Russia will pay an even steeper price if it takes further aggressive action.
Biden also vowing to defend every single inch of NATO territory, announcing the U.S. will send more troops already in Europe to the Baltic region. Meanwhile, the diplomatic door is narrowing. While Putin today says he's open to talks, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called off a meeting with his Russian counterpart originally set for tomorrow.
We have a team of reporters covering every angle of this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv, Ukraine for us today. Aaron, bring us up to speed first on the situation on the ground there in Ukraine. What does that country take? What steps are they taking now to impose a state of emergency? What does that actually look like for the people there?
Well, right now, that state of emergency is being considered by the parliament here in Kyiv, and it's expected to pass. People here are well aware of the risks and the threat that is on their doorstep, and they're taking these extraordinary measures. And essentially what the state of emergency does is it gives authorities here a variety of powers, including banning mass gatherings or any sort of rallies. It also allows them to set up checkpoints into and out of Ukrainian cities. It also allows police to stop individuals on the street and check their papers. All of this given, according to what a former defense minister has told me, is seen as an escalating threat level within the country. They're very concerned about the possibility of terror attacks and other attacks that could disrupt everyday life here. This as the violence has been raging in the eastern portion of the country. And government officials are growing increasingly alarmed, with one advisor to the Minister of Interior saying in his opinion he believes an invasion that could happen as early as today is within a 95% probability. So what we are seeing increasingly is people here in Ukraine getting on that war footing.
Let's turn to Carol Lee at the White House now. Carol, I want to talk about these sanctions that President Biden announced on Russia. Talk to us about what the sanctions are and whether the Biden administration is prepared for any possible retaliation.
Sure. Well, there's a series of sanctions that the administration rolled out yesterday. They start with sanctions on two major Russian banks, so they can no longer do business using the U.S. dollar, so they're cut out of that system. They've also sanctioned Russia's sovereign debt, so again, sort of isolating Russia's economy to the extent they can. And they also sanctioned 5 individuals, what we're calling Russian elite. So these are, including some of them are members of the family members of Putin's inner circle. So the White House is also saying that what they're trying to do is really target Russia and not have blowback on the U.S. economy to the extent that that can be avoided. President Biden talked about this a little bit yesterday. Take a listen.
I'm going to take robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, not ours. I want to limit the pain to the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me.
Now, gas prices are the thing that the White House is most worried about here, and you've heard from administration officials. They're saying that they're looking at various options, what the president can do to try to keep the gas prices from going further higher, and they're just not ready to announce anything at this particular time, but they're very concerned about that, and they say that they're looking at a number of options. So we're paying very close attention to what the president might unveil in the coming days.
All right, let's turn to our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, in our Washington bureau today. Dan, the president announced that the U.S. is going to continue to bolster NATO allies' defenses, moving forces that are already in Europe to the Baltic states. Now, what more do we know about those movements?
That's right. So the administration is moving about 800 U.S. paratroopers based in Italy to those Baltic countries that border Russia, as well as pilots and crews for Apache helicopter gunships. Those will also be sent to the Baltics. And of course, those countries in particular feel vulnerable. They've had an unpleasant history with Russia, and their geography makes them quite vulnerable to Russia. So that is something they had asked for. In addition, there are Apache helicopters being sent to Poland. And this is just the latest, of course. There are several thousand troops that have been either deployed or repositioned all along that eastern flank of NATO to reassure allies and to try to send a signal to Moscow that their aggressive actions are going to actually increase NATO's presence, not decrease it there.
I want to end with our national security correspondent, Ken Delaney, and also in Washington. Ken, we're learning about this a cyber attack, a series of cyber attacks that have just been launched in Ukraine. What do you know at this point?
Aaron, a top Ukrainian cybersecurity official has confirmed to NBC News that Ukraine is once again under cyber attack. The official said a wave of so-called denial of services attacks struck around 4 p.m. Ukraine time, and among the reported victims are banks and government websites. NBC News colleagues in Ukraine have confirmed that the websites of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Cabinet of Ministers, and the Parliament all are down. Now, the U.S. government has not yet commented, but last month, after a wave of very similar attacks, the White House fairly quickly said that intelligence pointed to Russia as the culprit. The attacks last month also took down banks and government websites, and researchers said they contain so-called wiper malware, which can destroy data and systems, Aaron. Ukrainian and American officials fear that this is part of a Russian plan to paralyze the Ukrainian government and sow discord in Ukrainian society. That would be part of Russia's so-called hybrid warfare strategy, Aaron.
All right, Ken, Dan, Carol, and Aaron McLaughlin for us in Kyiv. Thank you all.
Former President Trump is praising Vladimir Putin, while GOP leaders in Congress are calling for President Biden to take an even tougher stance. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, Trump went on Fox News and praised Putin, and this is happening as many Americans are sort of bracing for the effects of what a conflict could cause, especially here at home. But what about the rest of his party? I mean, is the rest of the GOP supporting this type of rhetoric?
Well, this has sparked a real divide within the Republican Party after former President Trump praised Russian strongman Vladimir Putin as very savvy. He called his troop movements genius when he was talking to a conservative podcaster. And it flies in the face of the message that most Republicans want to send, which is that President Biden has not been tough enough on Putin and that the Russian strongman's actions are reprehensible. Now, Congress is considering a whole host of sanctions here. And what senior Republican lawmakers are calling for is for the president to be more aggressive in their sanctions and to send a clear message to Vladimir Putin that this cannot stand and that the U.S. will respond vigorously to defend NATO allies and U.S. allies around the region who also feel threatened by some of this aggression right now. Broadly, Republicans are divided between, sympathy, at least expressing some praise, tactical praise or whatever for Putin. There's some, like 2022 Ohio Senate candidate J.D. Vance, who have said he's not concerned by what happens in Ukraine. A lot of this is being fueled by right-wing media, which is kind of echoing the Trump line that maybe what Putin's doing is okay. Most Republicans here on Capitol Hill, however, are strongly opposed to what Putin is doing. They have condemned him and they want additional sanctions. So there's this divide playing out between Washington and Republicans and the rest of the country, Morgan.
But I do want to ask about this all-senators briefing that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has requested, specifically on the crisis there in Ukraine. What about the Senate more broadly, Sahil? I mean, do we know anything about exactly what lawmakers are considering as far as potential next steps?
We don't know exactly when this briefing is going to take place, Morgan. They're still working with the administration on that. The Senate, of course, is out this week, so they're a little bit out of play. They don't seem particularly likely to come back immediately before next week to do this in person, but they possibly could do this virtually. Before the invasion happened, when the Senate was in, they were considering a whole host of sanctions in a negotiation that ultimately broke down. Some of those were pre-invasion sanctions on the cyber attacks that had already taken place, the individuals who were responsible for the troop buildup at the border. But the bigger thing that lawmakers were looking at is what one aide I talked to called the mother of all sanctions. They compared it to the U.S. sanctions on Iran that crippled their economy and brought them to the table. So that would be sanctions on Russia's energy sector. It would be SWIFT sanctions, sanctions on Putin and other Russian officials, Russian elites, oligarchs as well, which is something the administration has already hinted at. For now, though, lawmakers are saying the president has sufficient power to move on this by himself. But once Congress comes back, I would expect some action here.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor for us there. Sahil, thank you.
Two major storms are taking aim at the country right now, with roughly 47 million people expected to feel the impact. The first is in the Midwest, where people are digging out from heavy snow. Blizzard-like conditions brought visibility to near zero in some places. That led to a multi-car pileup. This is on I-94. Several people were hurt there. The second storm is farther west, building over the Rockies now. That storm will drop freezing rain and sleet over parts of Texas and Oklahoma as it moves east. Up to 5 inches of snow expected in New York City in this area by the end of this week. We're going to check in with meteorologist Michelle Grossman in just a moment here. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
Here in Minneapolis, they saw snow for about 24 hours straight, but you can see not much accumulation on the ground. That's because, at least in part, the snow was blowing around a lot. It's below zero out here right now, and you can see the snow, which was light and fluffy and powdery yesterday, has gotten a little firmer. Minneapolis seeing just one of the weather headaches across the country.
From coast to coast, millions waking up to a brutal 1-2 punch. A pair of separate winter storms barreling across the country. From the Dakotas to Michigan, ice and snow hitting the upper Midwest and Great Lakes. Some digging out from more than 2 feet of snow. On this North Dakota interstate, almost whiteout conditions near Fargo. Firefighters rushing to rescue someone trapped in what police say was a 14-vehicle pileup with 6 injured. In Oregon, officials reporting about 100 cars and trucks involved in crashes on one highway. Visibility a real challenge in the Twin Cities, on the roads and in the skies.
And it was pure white. You didn't know how close you were, and all of a sudden you landed and you looked out and you could see the tip of an airplane over there on the corner.
Snow not the only headache. A blast of freezing rain shut down Milwaukee public schools Tuesday. Thunderstorms flooding Kentucky roads. The severe weather in Arkansas strong enough to rip through this home.
There was water coming out of the ceiling, out of the electric light fixtures, and all of this was gone.
Now another storm system out west eyeing New England before slowly moving out.
With negative temperatures here in Minneapolis, even areas that appear to have been plowed, still creating treacherous driving conditions. So for people who have been in those storm zones so far, who are going to be out on the roads, definitely going to want to be keeping a close eye out. Back to you.
For more, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, look, these storms, they just keep on coming. It feels like we can't get a break. So I guess the question is, where are they now, and what can we really expect for the rest of this week?
Hi there, Morgan. Yeah, it certainly does feel like that. We had that first storm now moving off the coast. Jesse did such a good job showing those pictures, and we're going to see more pictures like that as we go throughout the next 3 days with our second storm. So let's show you what's happening right now on radar, because we're saying goodbye to that first storm. We're seeing some leftover rain in the southeast. That's that trailing cold front from storm number 1 moving off the coast. Back to the west, where you see that swirl over the southwest, that is storm number 2. Sandwiched in the middle is a little piece of energy in Texas and Oklahoma, and we're actually seeing thunder sleet there. So that's bringing sleet down at a pretty rapid pace. But the big ice show begins later on tonight in that part of the country. So as we're looking at winter weather alerts, we have 47 million people impacted. Where you see the pink, that's your winter storm warning. The white is your winter storm advisory. The blue, a winter storm watch. That's in parts of interior northeast and also New England, where we're going to get the heaviest snow on Friday. So this is a setup here. We have a clash of air masses. We have the northward surge of warm and humid tropical air coming coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. And then back behind it, you saw where Jesse was. It's 15 below zero. It feels like 15 below zero in Minnesota. We have that Arctic air in some spots feeling 50 below zero. So that's a huge clash of some very different air masses. So what you get is snow on the backside. On the front side or ahead of the cold front, we're looking at heavy rain. We're also looking at rain. And then sandwiched in the middle, our biggest concern is that ice. And we're looking at an 1,800-mile swath of ice. And this is what it translates to. So we're looking at ice potential from central Texas all the way to the northeast. Where you see that blue, that's the thickest ice. And that's where we're expecting the most problems in terms of the roadways, in terms of power outages. Now, as far as snowfall totals, tonight into Thursday, we're looking at Chicago, Des Moines, also north of Indianapolis. But it's really a Thursday night into Friday in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic where we're going to see that heavy snow. Heavy snow expected in Portland, Albany, Boston, and north of Hartford, and expecting heavy rain as well. Morgan?
All right, we'll whip out those umbrellas. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman for us there. Thanks so much, Michelle.
Sure.
Jury deliberations begin today in the civil rights case against the 3 former police officers charged in George Floyd's death. Tu Thao, J. Alexander King, and Thomas Lane are facing federal charges for failing to provide medical aid as Floyd was dying. Thao and King are also facing additional charges for failing to intervene. NBC News reporter Daniela Silver joins us now. She's been tracking this. Daniela, what's happening in court today?
Right, thank you. So jury deliberations are now underway in the federal case against those 3 former officers in the death of George Floyd. The judge began today by giving instructions to the jury before giving them the civil rights case for deliberations after more than 4 weeks of testimony. If found guilty on the charges, the officers could each face up to life in prison, although legal experts say such a severe punishment is unlikely. Yesterday, in closing arguments, prosecutors said the officers had, quote, a front row seat to Floyd's murder and chose not to aid Floyd while the window to save his life faded away. The defense has said the officers were improperly trained and relied on Derek Chauvin as the most experienced officer at the scene. Last year, a jury convicted Chauvin on state murder and manslaughter charges, and he remains in prison on a 22-year sentence. A state trial is scheduled for June against the other 3 officers on charges of aiding and abetting.
All right, Daniela Silva for us today. Daniela, thank you.
Golf superstar Phil Mickelson is facing backlash over some comments he made about Saudi Arabia and the PGA. The controversy already costing him major sponsorships, with Mickelson now planning to take some time away from golf. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
Phil Mickelson is the biggest name in golf at the center of a proposed Super League backed by Saudi Arabia that would be a direct competitor to the PGA Tour. But now Mickelson is apologizing for some comments he made, saying he may need to take some time away from professional golf.
Career. Phil defeats Father Time.
One of golf's most popular players, Phil Mickelson, has long been a fan favorite for his go-for-broke style of play. But off the course, Mickelson's recent comments have landed him in the rough. Speaking to Alan Shipnuck, the author of an upcoming Mickelson biography, the golfer explained why he was interested in a new golf tour sponsored by Saudi Arabia, saying in part, "We know they killed Washington Post reporter Jamal Khashoggi and have a horrible record on human rights. They execute people over there for being gay. Knowing all of this, why would I even consider it? Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reshape how the PGA Tour operates." Mickelson, who has nearly $100 million in career earnings, also accused the PGA Tour of manipulative, coercive, strong-arm tactics and said Saudi money would give players leverage to gain concessions from the PGA.
I think it made him look like a mercenary and an amoral mercenary.
In a lengthy statement, Mickelson says he believed his comments were off record and taken out of context, which Shipnuck calls patently false. But Mickelson also apologized for his comments, calling his choice of words reckless. The golf great adding he needs some time away from the game. At the same time, Mickelson seemed to double down on his criticism of the PGA, writing, "Golf desperately needs change, and real change is always preceded by disruption."
Are you kidding me?
The controversy has cost Mickelson a sponsor, the professional services firm KPMG, saying they mutually agreed to end our sponsorship effective immediately. Other top players distancing themselves from Mickelson's comments.
I don't want to kick someone while he's down, obviously, but I thought they were naive, selfish, egotistical, ignorant.
Ironically, some analysts say by criticizing the PGA, he may have actually done what he didn't anticipate, which is draw attention to Saudi Arabia's role in Jamal Khashoggi's death, and at the same time trying to gain leverage over the PGA. That may have backfired.
A former doctor on trial for over-prescribing painkillers.
Coming up, his defense and what the family of one of the victims has to say about it.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
More witnesses take the stand today in the trial of a former Ohio doctor accused of killing more than a dozen patients. Prosecutors say he intentionally overdosed them on fentanyl, but the defense is painting a much different picture. NBC's Zincle Semlua takes us inside the courtroom.
The trial begins for a doctor accused of murdering his patients by overprescribing fentanyl.
His actions were not mere accidental or medical negligence. They were, in fact, murder.
Former Ohio doctor William Husel walked into court Tuesday morning hand in hand with his wife. The 46-year-old now faces 14 counts of murder and has pleaded not guilty.
Many were not in a position to feel discomfort, pain, or agitation. Nonetheless, they were administered large doses of fentanyl without being medically indicated.
Those 14 people, ages 39 up to 82, died at Mount Carmel Health in Columbus, Ohio, between 2015 and 2018. 64-year-old Bonnie Smith was one of them.
A picture of her, the love of my life.
In a 2019 wrongful death lawsuit, David alleges his wife was given 600 micrograms of fentanyl and 6 milligrams of Versed. She died while Husel was the ICU physician.
He was a doctor. I figured he knew what he was talking about.
Husel has denied negligence.
The problem is that the doctor gave much, much higher doses of fentanyl.
Robert Klitzman is associate director of Columbia's bioethics program.
Even if this was comfort care, you wouldn't give 10 times usual dose or 5 times usual dose.
Husel's medical license was suspended by the State Medical Board of Ohio, and the hospital fired at least 23 staff after reviewing Husel's patient cases. Now defense says,
this is not a murder case, and it's far from it.
Husel is represented by defense attorney Jose Baez, whose former clients include Casey Anthony, Harvey Weinstein, and NFL player Aaron Hernandez.
William Husel was exercising compassion to his patients and trying to free them from pain.
What does the comfort care argument entail?
There's a difference between what's called palliative care and killing someone intentionally. In palliative care, you're trying to ease the patient's pain by the use of drugs or some other therapeutic method. In cases where you are actually trying to cause the death of the person, then that can be murder. So the key here is intent.
The assistant Franklin County prosecutor adds that while other health practitioners cared for the patients, Husel is on trial because he prescribed the medication. The defense disagrees.
There are no pharmacists on trial here, but yet they're 50% responsible for every single dose that's given.
Expect this to be a theme of the defense. It wasn't just my client. There were many other people.
And legal analysts tell me that we're likely to hear from around 50 witnesses who will share what they saw and experienced. And this murder trial will likely go on for around 2 months.
Major outrage in Texas today after the state attorney general, Ken Paxton, likened kids getting gender-affirming medical care to child abuse. Paxton says medical care such as puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and gender-affirming surgery must be stopped, adding that he'll do everything he can to, quote, protect against those who take advantage of and harm young Texans. Now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott taking it a step further by ordering state agencies to investigate any reported instances of what he's calling abuse. Let's bring in NBC News Out reporter Joe Yerkeba and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos now. Joe, I want to start with you on this. Paxton and other critics argue this kind of medical care is experimental and that minors are too young to be able to consent to this. What are you hearing from medical professionals?
So all relevant major medical organizations, including the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics, say that gender-affirming care is medically necessary for transgender youth, and it's backed by decades of research. So the majority of medical professionals support access to this care.
Danny, this is an opinion from the Attorney General there in Texas. What legal weight does his opinion carry there? Does this set up the creation of a new law?
No, that would be the Texas legislature's responsibility. Instead, this is interpretation of existing law. So by interpreting this as child abuse, he's sending a clarion call, a notice to all professionals in childcare or in medicine that if they observe this or consider this, it is considered a reportable event and also considered a crime or a form of child abuse under the existing Texas statute. So really no new law is even necessary under the Attorney General's interpretation. By saying my office considers this child abuse, he's sending a message to everyone down the line in both law enforcement, healthcare, and anyone else who has a duty to report child abuse as part of their job.
You know, Joe, even though this opinion doesn't have sort of that legal binding weight at this point, outside of the way Danny just explained it, transgender kids and teens could still face some pretty serious consequences, right?
Right. Yeah. Texas mom Annalise Cothran, who has a 9-year-old trans child, told me yesterday how the opinion will affect her family. Take a listen.
The intention is to create harm, is to embolden people to report loving Texas families who are following evidence-based, medically necessary care for their children. It's emboldening them to be attacked and harmed and ultimately abused and traumatized by the Texas system. I do live in fear that that could happen to me.
So Cothran said people often ask her why she doesn't just move her family out of Texas, and she said that she doesn't think she should have to.
Danny, I'll give you the last word on this. If the Department of Family and Protective Services there in Texas were to implement Paxton's opinion as a sort of a course of the way it does its work in Texas, what legal challenges potentially are there ahead for the state?
They don't really have a choice. I mean, this is the Attorney General's interpretation of existing law. It's essentially like he's saying, I'm interpreting other criminal laws to say that I will prosecute and law enforcement should prosecute cases in which this kind of procedures are requested or performed.
And so likely you would expect that the state would be taken to court on these sorts of things, or is this just sort of something that is likely to be accepted as law?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, because it's only an opinion, there may not be standing yet because it hasn't actually been implemented. But to the extent it is, that would create a standing issue and therefore get plaintiffs into court. But I expect it will be challenged eventually one way or another.
All right, Danny Cevallos, Joe Yerkeba, thank you both. A nationwide state of emergency in Ukraine as more Russian tanks and troops are on the move.
Still ahead, the new territory that Vladimir Putin is eyeing and what's being done to stop the invasion. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
city of angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Making news right now, 4 people are dead after a helicopter crash on the Hawaiian island of Kauai. That crash happened at the Navy's Pacific Missile Range facility on Tuesday. The people who died were all employees of a company that was doing routine training operations under contract with the Navy. We don't yet know the identities of the victims. An Oregon man accused of killing 1 person, injuring 4 others at a racial justice protest is now facing charges. Prosecutors say Benjamin Smith told demonstrators at a Portland park to leave before he drew a gun and shot into the crowd. He hit 5 people before someone else fired back. Smith is charged with second-degree murder, attempted murder, and assault. And a new study is revealing the discovery of a fossil of a giant flying reptile. The bones were found in a layer of limestone on the shores of Scotland. They belong to a pterosaurus, which scientists say had a wingspan of more than 8 feet. Researchers say this was the largest fossil of its kind ever discovered from the Jurassic period.
At the bottom of this hour now, let's get you up to breaking news and developments in Ukraine. Just overnight, the country prepared to declare a state of emergency and really began mobilizing reservists, urging its citizens in Russia to leave immediately given the growing threat of war. This all just one day after the Russian parliament authorized Vladimir Putin to use the country's military abroad, stoking new fears that he'll move even deeper into Ukraine. President Biden responding swiftly with new sanctions against Russia and vowing that even steeper sanctions would follow if Putin does not withdraw his troops. We're covering every angle of this rapidly developing story for you. We have you on the ground there in Ukraine. We also have the broader geopolitical implications here in the U.S. So let's go and begin with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, who's just made his way actually into western Ukraine from Poland. Cal, look, Ukrainian President Zelensky is changing his tone, right? I mean, he's declaring the state of emergency. What does that mean on the ground there? I mean, what's been the reaction to this sort of swift acknowledgement of what they believe is now to come?
Look, I think it gives the government more options should there be a wider invasion. I'm not just talking about the military. The police could then do certain things they otherwise wouldn't be able to do, like vehicle checkpoints in and around the capital. Again, the government making clear they're not there yet. This is just more steps in case there's a wider invasion. I think you sort of nailed it when you talked about that chain of tone. We have heard the Ukrainian president for weeks now sort of downplaying the chance of an invasion, downplaying the chance of a wider invasion than we've sort of already seen. And then today you have this state of emergency. So I do think it has gotten the attention of folks, though. To remind people where I am, I'm actually closer to Poland than I am to the Ukrainian capital. So I wouldn't expect to see any change of posture here in the western part of the country. Maybe in Kiev you could see, as I said, maybe an uptick in sort of police on the streets. That seems to be the direction that we're headed, Morgan.
And Cal, I mean, the city where you are, as you mentioned right now, a little bit closer to Poland there in western Ukraine. I mean, it has taken on a whole new importance with these tensions escalating. I mean, why is that?
This is the fallback position, right? This is the fallback position, not just for diplomatic missions, but if there is that wider invasion, you can expect people are going to move west. They're sort of calling this the western capital of Ukraine. As I said, you have those diplomatic missions that have moved here. The American embassy is here. The British diplomatic corps has moved here, as well as a number of other countries. And so you have really a preparation, I think. If the worst happens, you will see this city expand. There is, of course, also pulling back the curtain a little bit for our viewers. There are loads of international journalists here. This has become a staging area as people prepare to possibly cover a wider conflict.
All right, Cal Perry for us there in western Ukraine. Cal, thank you.
The U.S. and its European allies have been sending weapons and providing defense aid to Ukraine, but there are growing concerns it may not be enough to stop the threats from Russia. Crucial military technology that Ukraine does not have yet are sophisticated surface-to-air missiles. Now, U.S. officials and defense experts say without those weapons, Ukraine remains vulnerable. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian is joining us now from Washington. Ken, how useful are these surface-to-air missiles for a country like Ukraine?
Aaron, they would have been very useful if Ukraine had a modern air defense system. They don't have that. They have Soviet-era weapons that are really prone to electronic jamming. by the Russians, and they've been asking for years for the West, for the United States, to sell them these systems. And for a variety of reasons, 3 American presidents have declined to do that. After Russia seized Crimea in 2014, President Barack Obama refused to provide any lethal assistance at all to the Ukrainians. Under Trump, they were provided Javelin anti-tank weapons and some other kinds of weapons. Famously, Trump held that shipment up and was impeached over that whole issue. And then even in the Biden administration, they've been asking for improved air defenses, and the Biden administration has resisted. There were concerns about this technology getting in the hands of the Russians. There were concerns about whether the Ukrainians could handle it, and there were concerns about provoking Russia. Some of the senior people behind that decision, though, Aaron, have told us they now regret it. They now wish that Ukraine had better air defenses to at least deter and punish Russia for what is expected to be a massive air assault that would presage any invasion.
So given that reality, Ken, what happens now? I mean, is there talk about giving Ukraine these missiles or allowing that country to buy them?
Unfortunately, officials say it's too late because it takes many months to train people on these complicated systems. And, you know, Russia has 190,000 troops arrayed around Ukraine right now. They would see that as a provocation. What has been provided are those Stinger missiles, the same kind of surface-to-air missile that the CIA gave to Afghan rebels to fight the Soviets in the 1980s. Those can bring down helicopters, perhaps planes. They can do some damage. Ukraine also has javelins. They can inflict some damage on the Russian forces. But if Russia really does decide to unleash a massive, full-scale campaign, there's really not much Ukraine can do to resist it, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thanks.
You bet.
NATO is now in the spotlight as the Ukrainian crisis makes headlines worldwide. Russia has repeatedly warned Ukraine to give up any notion of joining the European Defense Alliance. Let's go ahead and bring in Ambassador Douglas Lute, the former U.S. permanent representative to NATO. Ambassador Lute, thank you so much for making time for us. Look, Putin claims that after the fall of the Soviet Union, the U.S. promised Russia that NATO would not expand into Eastern Europe. But is there any truth to this?
Well, there's no written record of such a promise. I mean, there were discussions after 1991, when the Soviet Union dissolved, and its alliance package, the Warsaw Pact, likewise broke apart. But there were never any formal agreements that NATO would not move forward. In fact, beginning in 1949, when NATO was created, as part of the NATO treaty, the 10th article, Article 10, says that NATO will remain open to further European membership. So this goes all the way back, this notion of an open door to membership, all the way back to 1949.
And Ambassador, I mean, can you give us just a sense of how this crisis is even impacting NATO, and really even America's position in Europe right now?
Well, you know, sometimes people ask, was President Putin a grand strategist? Well, if he's a grand strategist, he's had a very adverse effect on his own strategy, because the impact on NATO is to have solidified NATO, to have cohered NATO in a way that maybe no other potential threat might have. NATO is tighter together, more solidified, with strong U.S. leadership than it's been in decades. And most of that can be attributed to the steps that President Putin has taken.
But obviously, we know sometimes with Putin, the audio and the video, so to speak, they don't always match up. So, I mean, is Putin's latest action really only having to do with Ukraine's possibility with NATO, or is there something deeper at play here?
Well, there's no question that the immediate chore here for President Putin and for the Russian Federation is to regain control over sovereign Ukrainian territory. And that, of course, is linked to the potential of Ukraine leaning west, either by joining or affiliating with the European Union or with NATO. But I believe his goals are broader than that, and very much reflected in the speech that was given. He gave several days ago. And this has to do with cracking the coherence of NATO as an alliance at 30, cracking the coherence of the European Union, and ultimately dividing the United States from our European allies and partners. So Ukraine today, but he has deeper goals in mind.
All right, Ambassador Lute, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. We really appreciate you joining us.
Now, in his recent speech, Russian President Vladimir Putin offered his own interpretation of Ukrainian history, as we've discussed. He described Ukraine's territory as, quote, historically Russian land. Now, historians say that rhetoric could signal much more aggressive action from the Kremlin. NBC News senior reporter Alexander Smith joins us now. Alexander, so who are these experts and what alarms them most about Putin's speeches?
So Putin started this televised address by saying, let me just say a few words about the history of this issue. But then he went on this lengthy, winding explanation, giving his interpretation of about 100 years of Russian and Ukrainian history. Now, as this speech was coming in, it was broadcast across Russian television. As this speech was coming in, we were just getting so much reaction from historians, political analysts, whose jaws were just on the floor at what Putin was saying. The history gets a bit in the weeds here, but the thrust of Putin's take is basically that Ukraine is an inalienable part of the Russian Empire and that it was somehow given away illegitimately by the Soviet Union. Now, historians such as the Yale professor Timothy Snyder have basically said this isn't true. Ukrainian nationalism predates the Soviet Union by about 100 years, and elements of the Ukrainian state go back to about the Middle Ages. But the problem with this take is that it seems to be the basis for whatever Putin is planning next, far more than any issue he might have with NATO.
You know, you referenced the Middle Ages. I want to show our viewers this kind of a snarky meme that was shared by the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. We'll put it up on the screen here. As you've had a chance to look at this already, what's the message the U.S. is trying to send to Russia with the image that we have on the screen?
So this is the U.S. Embassy sharing a meme that makes the point that Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, predates the Russian capital, Moscow, which is true. And the point being that Ukraine has its own history, politics, society that should be defended. But I want to raise another point that critics have made in response to this tweet, and that's basically, so what? Even if Moscow had predated Kyiv, would that mean that Russia had the right to invade its sovereign neighbor? And the problem that people in Ukraine would have with this is they'd say, it doesn't matter how old our capital city is. We're a democracy, we want independence, and we certainly don't want a war with Russia.
And what are Russia experts saying about Putin's perspective on the fall of the Soviet Union?
So this is really interesting because it's often said that Putin wants to reconstruct the Soviet Union, and he certainly has said that the fall of the Soviet Union in the early 90s was a tragedy of the 20th century. But actually, this speech gives a bit more evidence for the idea that Putin wants to reconstruct the spirit of the Russian Empire, which predated the Soviet Union before 1917. In this speech, he actually blamed the Soviets, particularly Vladimir Lenin, for giving too much power to Ukraine, power that he said should have stayed with the Russian Empire. And the problem that many historians say is that when you have autocratic leaders starting to say that countries and people don't have the right to exist, what often happens next is never good.
Well, this is a complex conflict and relationship to understand. I encourage our viewers to go to NBCnews.com. Alexander has written a very insightful and enlightening piece about all this. Alexander Smith, thank you.
It's being called the MAGA-palooza at Mar-a-Lago.
Up next, the new test for Trump loyalists ahead of the high-stakes midterm election.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
John White!
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Well, election season is in full swing in Texas, with Democratic hopefuls drawing support from big names. Senator Elizabeth Warren is in the state's 35th district today, stumping for progressive candidate Greg Casar. He is taking on longtime Texas state legislator Eddie Rodriguez now. This election is one of the many this year, showcasing the stark divide between progressive and moderate Democrats. NBC News political unit deputy editor Bridget Bowman joins us now. So, Bridget, what's driving the political divide within the Democratic Party right now?
Yeah, so those divisions are on a few different fronts. In some primaries, we do see that more traditional divide of a moderate versus a liberal. But in other places, and especially in some of these really deep blue districts where both candidates are trying to lay claim to the progressive mantle, we see a divide over strategy. And it's a debate that we've seen playing out among Democrats here in Washington as they've seen some of their major priorities, like the Build Back Better plan, as those have stalled. It sparked this debate about how do we get things done? Do Democrats go big and bold in their policy proposals, or do they settle for more piecemeal progress? And that's a debate we see playing out in the 35th district race, which you mentioned, and in a number of these other open primaries.
So we've had several Texas lawmakers who've stepped down, right? Progressive Democrats are now hoping to replace some of their conservative counterparts there. If they're successful with that, what would a stronger say in the Democratic caucus mean for those progressives?
Yeah, this question over what kind of Democrats are going to be coming to D.C. in the next Congress is being decided in these open seats. It's a real place where liberals are trying to make their mark. In the 35th district, for example, we see progressives like Warren, outside groups like the Working Families Party, Justice Democrats spending in these races to try to bolster their preferred candidates. It would be crucial for Texas Democrats to try to make their mark early. These are the first primaries of the 2022 midterms, a real test of what kinds of Democrats are going to win these races.
You know, you also have the governor's race there in Texas. Greg Abbott's lead over the progressive Democratic challenger there, Beto O'Rourke, is one that's shrinking right now. How big of an upset would this be for O'Rourke to pull off a win in Texas?
This would still be a significant upset. It's been almost 30 years since Texas had a Democratic governor. That shrinking lead that you mentioned was reflected in a recent Dallas Morning News University of Texas at Tyler poll that showed Abbott with a 7-point lead. But even though that was a little bit smaller of a lead than their previous poll, it's still an uphill climb for O'Rourke. Texas has traditionally supported Republicans statewide, and this is going to be a tougher election cycle for Democrats than when O'Rourke ran for Senate in 2018, and he almost defeated Ted Cruz. That was a blue wave year for Democrats, a very good year for them, and this is going to be tougher. And Abbott also starts the race with a significant financial advantage. He has a much larger campaign account than O'Rourke, and Texas is expensive to campaign in. It's huge, has a lot of media markets, so O'Rourke's going to really have to raise a lot of money to close that gap. And he's proven that he can in the Senate race, but he's starting from behind now on that front.
All right. A lot of activity to watch in the months to come there in Texas. Bridget Bowman for us. Thank you.
In just a few days, CPAC kicks off in Orlando, but first, Team Trump is hosting its own forum at Mar-a-Lago. 10 sitting members of Congress and 4 Trump Super PAC members will host panels and conduct one-on-one interviews with 13 congressional candidates. Many of these candidates were handpicked by Trump to challenge GOP incumbents who didn't align with the former president. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now. Ben, look, first, this seems highly unusual. I mean, this basically seems like a Trump loyalty test for a member of Congress. So how much of this is the Trump team really trying to rally the base versus actually working to vet these candidates?
Yeah, I mean, this is not the Trump rally road show that we've used to seeing over the past couple of years, the one that's really tried to bring in GOP voters and have these, raucous rallies to drive support among regular folks. This is aimed at the donor class. This is an event aimed at getting the big money donors who want to stay in Trump's good graces, that loyalty test, like you said, and direct them at the candidates that Trump has blessed to do just that. It's basically this idea of get everybody in a room, let the donors get familiar with those candidates, and all at the same time use it as a way to fill the coffers of Trump's political action committee.
And Ben, I mean, this event is invitation only, with people paying anywhere between $300,000 and $250,000 just to be there. So, I mean, what does this money actually get the attendees? And can we expect any accountability showing where that money actually goes?
Sure. Typically, obviously it's a big range. You said $3,000, $250,000. There are going to be a lot of tiers up that sort of ladder, if you will. The more money you spend, the more access likely you will get to some of these candidates, other big money donors, things like that. It's all about kind of, a lot of these donor events are about sort of buying access to candidates or to folks who have a lot of money, folks who are interested in similar issues as you. It's really about that. And as far as the question about access to seeing who's actually attending, who's donating, super PACs have to actually file with the Federal Election Committee. They can raise as much as they want, but they have to disclose those donors. So we will eventually see these donations later in the year.
All right. NBC's Ben Camisar for us. Ben, thank you. There's a major surge in spyware, and it's not from hackers.
After the break, how your boss could track every keystroke, even though you're working from home, and the 3 things you can do to protect your privacy.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. We have some upcoming. Do you have breaking news first?
No. We actually we're gonna talk about spyware.
Oh, we're gonna do that first.
In the
okay.
workplace.
Look, there we go. I wasn't aware.
Let's go to NBC News senior consumer investigative reporter Vicki Nguyen to tell us about this technology that's being used on work.
At first, we were all sent home with our equipment.
Jen Garcia was working from home as a systems engineer when she found a program on her company-issued computer that could take pictures of what was on her screen at any time.
Did it feel like an invasion of your privacy?
Yeah, definitely. We had no idea that this had been deployed.
In fact, if you work at a company with more than 500 employees, Harvard business ethics professor J.S. Nelson says you should expect some form of surveillance software to be on your devices.
You definitely need to think about being photographed, listening through your microphone, keystroke logging software. So recording what you are typing at any given time, what websites you're going to, who you're communicating with.
The scenarios you're describing are scary, but are they actually happening?
Yes. When COVID-19 pushed people to work remotely who could work remotely, we saw sales of workplace surveillance software more than triple.
A recent study by an internet privacy firm found 68% of bosses and 47% of IT departments can access recordings from corporate devices. And it can get really personal. For example, did your company's wellness program provide fitness monitors like Fitbits? Nelson warns all that biometric data, your weight, heart rate, body temperature, and more, could be used by your company.
When a company says, we need this kind of monitoring for our employees who are working from home, what's wrong with it? What do you say?
I don't think it's thought through very well. Companies are not as aware as they should be about the downsides of these choices and the message that they are sending to the people who work for them.
Which is?
Which is that we don't trust you.
Don't be sneaky.
Jason Demers is CEO of Email Analytics. Their software tracks email traffic and response times for customer service and sales. He says the program only reveals the subject line, not the content of the message. He says the software increases email response times by nearly 43%.
How do companies balance their need for productivity against the employees' right to privacy?
We're all trying to figure out what's that right balance right now. What does work from home? What's okay? And where's the boundary at? We draw the line at seeing what is actually being written in the emails.
If you have work-issued technology at home, experts say avoid using it for personal activity. Use a separate phone and computer. And find a private space at home where your devices can't see or hear what your family is doing.
You need to demand accountability and transparency from your employer so that you know exactly what is going on in your own home.
Jen Garcia says she left her last job in part because of that surveillance software.
You're looking at your machine most of the day, and it's completely natural to check your personal email or something like that. And so at any moment, you can have something potentially very private exposed to your employers.
Vicki Nguyen joins us now. Vicki, I'm curious about the legality of all this. Are there any laws on how this sort of tattleware can be used?
Hey, Aaron, great question. Nothing at the federal level, really no regulation. Professor J.S. Nelson tells us there's sort of a patchwork of regulation at the local and state level, but very little enforcement. So it's really up to these companies to figure out how they want to deploy this surveillance software and how transparent they're going to be with their employees. So that's why it's so important for you to know what you can do to protect your own privacy, simple changes you can make around your house. And if you are curious, go to your HR department, go to your IT department, and ask the question, what kind of software is on my devices? How can it monitor me?
Yeah, I have 5 company devices. I think that, you know, somebody can always see what I'm doing on my company stuff. And I just assume don't do anything I don't want them to know. All right, Vicki Wynn for us today. Vicki, thank you.
That is a good practice.
Yeah.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now, targeting Moscow. The U.S. slapping major sanctions on Russia as troops move further into Ukraine. And now Russia is launching a barrage of cyber attacks.
Lingering threat. COVID cases still declining, but not everywhere. The region where millions of people are facing mandatory testing.
The finalists. President Biden shortening his short list for the next Supreme Court justice, who's still in the running, and how soon we could get his official choice.
And the gift of giving. If you run into this guy on the street, it may be your lucky day. The social media influencer who's gained a huge following for his random acts of kindness. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with breaking developments coming out of Ukraine. The president there calling for a state of emergency as Russia appears on the verge of accelerating its offensive. It's already done so online, launching an all-out cyber attack against Ukraine's government systems, as well as some of its banks. The extent of that damage, though, is still not totally clear.
Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin is pushing back hard after the U.S. enacted strict sanctions, the financial punishments specifically targeting Russian banks and elites who are close to Putin. The UN General Assembly meeting today on the developing situation in Ukraine that said a diplomatic resolution seems all but impossible now. One clear sign, Russia has pulled its embassy staff out of Kyiv.
We are covering every single angle of this developing story for you, including the impact this crisis could have on your wallet right here at home. But let's go ahead and begin with NBC News' Matt Bradley there in Ukraine. Matt, what other details do we have on these cyber attacks? I mean, what does it actually look like? What are Ukrainians doing about it? And really, how are they preparing?
It looks like it brought those websites down, and this isn't the first time. So what happened tonight, it attacked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Cabinet Office, and the Parliament, the Rada, as well as some other ministries. And those are all back up online. But there's some other agencies like the Ministry of Security, or the Internal Security Ministry and the Security Services. Those are still offline. So this was a pretty sprawling attack, even if it is more or less almost over, and it really just comes on the tail end of a series of assaults against electronic infrastructure here in Ukraine, and intelligence agencies from the U.S. and others say this is all Russia. This is Russia's fingerprints all over it, and that's not really a surprise because we know that Russia employs a certain methodology of hybrid warfare. But, you know, this seems like a relentless series of cyber attacks, and it's something that the Ukrainian government has gotten a lot of assistance from the U.S. in trying to avert. But as the tempo of these cyber attacks increases, it goes alongside, kind of dovetails with what we've been hearing with the tempo of threats, material threats, normal threats against Ukraine. And a lot of military people are trying to gear up. A lot of people in Ukraine really now believe there will be an attack. I was just near the border today and I spoke with a reservist. Here's what he had to say. This army is enormous and extremely powerful. How do you feel about that? Are you frightened?
I feel great because we were with our enemy since 20-30 years, and we're ready to battle in any minute.
So last night, President Zelensky called up some of the reservists, but interestingly, not the entire military. Guys?
All right, I want to turn to Matt Bodner right now. He's in Russia. Matt, can you talk to us about the reaction in Moscow to these sanctions? I mean, are they working? Are they having the intended message? What has been the reaction thus far? Because it seems like Putin was sort of dipping his toe in. The U.S. was responding. He was waiting to see how the response was going to be before deciding his next steps. That's what it looks like from this vantage point. What does it look like from yours?
Thank you, Morgan. Well, a few things. I would say, I think Russia understands that if it goes ahead with what we all fear that it is imminently going to do, it is going to get hit with some severe sanctions. Now, so far, the sanctions that have been imposed are not yet kind of, let's just say, for lack of a better word, the next level sanctions, right? Stuff like sanctions that would essentially see vast limitations on the on tech goods and stuff like that. But you know, last night after Biden's remarks on sanctions, you know, the Kremlin was asked by Russian reporters what they thought, and the Kremlin said, "Oh, we didn't even watch that. So we were busy with some other stuff." So that kind of sets the tone for the response. And now, of course, Russia has been facing sanctions for a long, long time now. We're 8 years into this Ukraine crisis. They have, from their perspective, weathered round after round after round of U.S. sanctions. So I don't, you know, so at the moment they don't seem to be having that kind of deterrent effect. There was, I do want to point out, though, they are responding nonetheless. The Russian Foreign Ministry today threatening that there will be a strong Russian response to sanctions, not necessarily symmetrical, but measured, and something that the United States will feel. And of course, we are aware that Russia does have options, for example, in the energy market, raw materials and stuff, if it chooses to go there. But so far, not much evidence of a deterrent effect.
I want to stay on these sanctions here for just a minute. Carol Lee, you're there at the White House. And just to be clear, I mean, these sanctions, they aren't targeting all the Russian banks and not necessarily even the biggest one. So how confident is the administration that these sanctions will actually deter Putin?
Well, the short answer, Morgan, is they're not confident at all. And officials I speak to have made that very clear. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is the U.S. intelligence that's shown a week ago that the decision had already been made. The order had been given for Russian troops to move into Ukraine in a very aggressive way. And from the U.S.'s perspective, Russia has followed the playbook almost exactly as they anticipated it would before launching a large-scale invasion. And the second thing is that Russia expected these sanctions. The U.S. had telegraphed these for weeks, and so they already knew where the U.S. was likely to go in terms of adopting some sanctions, at least an initial tranche of them. And so what you're hearing from the White House, and the president said this yesterday in his remarks, is that they, even though they're taking these steps, is they still very much expect that Russia will launch, in the president's word, a massive military assault on Ukraine. What they're trying to do now is mitigate the domestic fallout from that. So they're looking at things like cyber attacks. How can they make sure that private companies are prepared for this, U.S. banks, other financial institutions, and the government, as well as how do they deal with a spike in gas prices?
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley, Matt Bodner, and Carol Lee, thank you all.
Let's bring in CNBC economics reporter Jeff Cox now. Jeff, I want to talk a little bit about the literal costs of this conflict. Walk us through the impacts, particularly on energy prices.
Yeah, well, it's multi-pronged, Aaron, and as you mentioned, the most particular impact is coming in energy prices. We're seeing U.S. crude oil prices spiking very sharply. Brent crude prices actually came close to $100 a barrel yesterday. Overall, oil prices up natural gas prices up about 30% just since this crisis has intensified over the last few weeks. So that's a big deal. Oil prices up not as much, but still feeling the pressure. Elsewhere in the commodity complex, there's also pressure on grains. You're seeing things like wheat prices are soaring right now. Soybeans are I think, 40% higher this year. Wheat's up about 30%. So it's a widespread impact. Unfortunately, where the impact is going to be most felt will be in some of the poorer nations in the world that are really dependent upon some of these things. And as these issues intensify, supply chains are going to start to get hit much harder, and it will be much more difficult to get product out. Countries will have to go to other suppliers, and that's going to drive inflation, which is already up at multi-decade highs for most of the world, to just go even higher still.
You know, you mentioned supply chains, and that's something that people have been talking about a lot lately. What other possible supply chain disruptions are you keeping an eye on as we watch this crisis escalate?
Well, one of the big places to look, Aaron, is semiconductors have been the biggest issue so far in the supply chain. Ukraine is a big producer of neon, and neon is a critical element in those chips. So as these supply chain issues continue to intensify, of course, issues like car manufacturing and those type of things, everything that's reliant on chips, which is so much of our consumer base right now, will feel the impact of this. So watching that very closely from a macroeconomic standpoint, most of the economists I talk to don't think that this is going to have a big raw impact on numbers, but these things can start to add up. And of course, they couldn't have come at a worse time for countries like the U.S. that are seeing these intense price pressures.
All right, and so that means that they could linger on that much longer as we start to feel the impacts of what we're seeing, the numbers you just presented us right now. The other factor in this, obviously, is money, right? This is something that affects people's money, or that's what they worry about. How might Russia's invasion of Ukraine impact the Federal Reserve, for example, and its decisions around interest rates?
Well, it certainly complicates the Fed's job. The Fed, of course, is prepared to start raising interest rates to contain that inflation problem that's running at a 7.5% pace over the past 12 months. So what's actually happened is that market expectations have rolled back a little bit. There was some anticipation that the Fed might raise rates as much as 0.5 point next month. Expectations from that have drifted backwards now a little bit to 0.25 point. But at the same time, the market still expects the Fed to keep moving forward with its rate hikes. But this complicates things because it's not only inflationary, but then it also has the potential, if it drags on long enough, to slow growth. So when you talk about slower growth, higher prices, folks of us who were around back in the late 70s, early 80s, remember the term stagflation, and you can start to see that become a problem.
All right, CNBC's Jeff Cox for us. Jeff, thanks.
More coronavirus restrictions are being lifted as cases keep dropping. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot announced that her city's indoor mask mandate will end on Monday, and that is the same day that Illinois' statewide mandate will end. Meanwhile, abroad, the European Council has formally recommended that all 27 countries in the EU ease restrictions for vaccinated travelers. This new rule would eliminate the need for vaccinated people to present a negative COVID test to enter EU countries. But in Hong Kong, things are actually going in an opposite direction. The government there plans to test every single citizen. We're talking 7 million plus people as Omicron cases skyrocket. We're going to get an expert analysis from our doctor on duty in just a moment. But first, let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. Claudio, what reasons are Chinese leaders really giving for the need to test every single citizen at this point?
Hey, Morgan. Well, Hong Kong is experiencing one of the worst waves of COVID-19 since the start of the pandemic, driven, of course, by the Omicron variant. Experts have long, for days now, warned that hospital facilities as well as isolation facilities may soon be overwhelmed, with the leader of Hong Kong, Carrie Lam, saying that the isolation facilities in this particular case are severely inadequate and promising that they are rushing to build more. At the same time, talking about numbers, experts say that if nothing is done, and quickly, of course it takes time to build facilities and to find facilities, but if nothing is done quickly, then a third of the population of Hong Kong will have to go into isolation within weeks, and half of the population will have contracted COVID by April. So the authorities say they had no other choice but test every single citizen. That's 1 million per day, and it will take, of course, a week to test all the 7 million plus, as you said, Morgan.
But besides this new rule, especially with the testing, Claudia, I mean, what other restrictions in place are happening right now in Hong Kong?
Right, there's very strict social distancing measures, including a ban on eating and dining in restaurants after 6 p.m. as well as a ban on incoming flights from 9 different countries, including the United States. And those measures, because, of course, of the wave of Omicron, will be extended, the authorities say, until April the 20th, at least, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, thank you.
Let's bring in Dr. Anand Swaminathan now. He's a clinical professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital in New Jersey. So, Doc, despite what we just heard from Claudio just now, countries around the world are lifting restrictions in a pretty big way at this point. Does that concern you at all, in particular, as you think about hospitals and how we saw so many of them all around the world being overwhelmed? Do you worry about maybe them being overwhelmed again?
Absolutely. And I think what we are showing is that we're not really learning from the mistakes of the past 2 years. What we should be using this time for is not talking about which mandates and which requirements can go away or come back. It's really saying, what are we going to do when we hit the next surge? If that surge is even bigger than Omicron, how do we buttress our hospitals? How do we buttress our public health system so it's ready to accept that? We have to do that by increasing vaccination rates, by expanding testing availability and access, by supporting workers for sick leave. So when people get sick, they stay home so they don't spread. And we need to be investing in the public health system in order to really cope with what's coming.
And you make some really good points there. I think that's, we, the general public, sort of expect the folks in positions of power to be thinking about those things and planning around those things as we try to, on the lower levels, live our lives. I want to ask you about schools as it relates to this, though. Do you think it's safe now for mask mandates for masking to be lifted in classroom settings at this point?
Not really, Aaron, and I think this really has to go district by district because we need to have some real clear off-ramps of what needs to be in place in order for us to remove that protection of masks. Masks are clearly beneficial. We know that they are reducing spread. They help to protect especially the vulnerable kids that are in school, the ones who have immunocompromised. And that's an equity issue we really need to be supporting. And so if we want to remove masks in schools, we need clear cutoff points to say we are at a point where it's safe enough to remove that. So high vaccination rates, well over 80%, and very low transmission in the community would really be the starting point to have that discussion.
Because a 4-year-old will sneeze in your face and keep moving, and it's just sort of the way it is. And if we can protect against that, why not? Dr. Anand Swaminathan, we appreciate it. Thank you.
President Biden appears to be closing in on his Supreme Court nominee. The White House has interviewed 3 finalists to replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. 2 are federal judges, Ketanji Brown Jackson and J. Michelle Childs. The third is California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now outside the White House. Kristen, it's great to see you. What more have you learned about these interviews and this process?
Hi, Morgan. Well, it's great to be with you. Look, what we know is that President Biden is inching closer to making a final decision, what is going to be a monumental decision in his presidency. So he has interviewed these 3 finalists. And first to Ketanji Brown Jackson. Look, she is someone who sits on the U.S. Court of Appeals, and she was confirmed with bipartisan support. That is significant. She won the support of 3 Republicans. She also clerked for Justice Breyer. That is significant as well. In terms of Judge Michelle Childs, she is someone who is on the Court of Appeals in South Carolina, a critical state for President Biden. And what's notable about her is that she has gotten support and high praise, frankly, from Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who has said she's the type of nominee who he could back. So that's significant. Then you have Judge Kruger. She, of course, sits on the Supreme Court in California. She's someone who's argued a number of cases before the Supreme Court. So you have 3 very strong candidates here. And I am told that the outreach is well underway to Capitol Hill, to outside groups, including from the president himself, as he gets closer to making this final decision. The White House insisting he's still on track to make that decision by the end of the month, Morgan.
So by the end of the month, do we have any more specifics about any other indications of when that decision may come, or even sort of any anticipatory things we can look for?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We've been asking officials here every day. Let me read you what Andrew Bates, who's one of the officials really engaged in this process, told me on the record, which gives you a little hint of where things stand. He says the president has not yet chosen a nominee. He continues to evaluate eminently qualified individuals in the mold of Justice Breyer, who have the strongest records, intellect, character, and dedication to the rule of law that anyone could ask for, and all of whom would be deserving of bipartisan support. He looks forward to announcing a nominee this month. Now, it's significant that the White House says the president is still on track to announce his nominee by the end of the month, because think about everything else that is going on here, Morgan. You have the Ukraine crisis. Of course, we have spent hours and days reporting on that. And so clearly the president's attention has been directed at that as well. And then he has his State of the Union address coming up on Tuesday. That is a significant date to watch because, of course, making this announcement in the days days leading up to his State of the Union address could give him some momentum heading into that key night for the president.
All right, NBC's Kristen Welker for us there at the White House. Kristen, as always, thank you.
The GOP is celebrating a big win in Florida in a closely watched, highly contested local race. Republican Nick Howland defeated Democrat Tracy Polson in the Jacksonville City Council special election, flipping a seat Democrats have held for the last 4 years. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now. He's been tracking this. Ben, break down this win for us if you can. How did Howland pull this off?
Yeah, this was a hard-fought battle with a ton of investment on both sides. It actually led to a better-than-expected turnout, thanks to the a number of eyeballs and resources directed to this race. Particularly, we saw a late push by Republicans in the days before the election. They were hoping to catch Democrats on the flat foot and take advantage of the national headwinds. I think we've got Duval County GOP chairman explaining their message after the victory.
And we understand that we cannot let leftist woke ideology take root in our town, and we will pull out all the stops to stop it in its tracks. It reflects the sour mood against Democrats. It reflects also a sour mood, particularly against their policies, their ideology, their radical woke leftism. That doesn't play well in Jacksonville. It doesn't play well, apparently, anywhere else in the country either.
And that interview was actually just before the election. That's the message that we've heard in the hours in the morning since. And now Republicans hold all 5 seats all of the at-large seats on the Jacksonville City Council. And this win helped them get a supermajority on the panel.
Yeah, and Ben, what does the result of this race say about the political environment for Democrats in competitive races more broadly?
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the result you'd expect to see, as it looks more and more likely that Republicans are going to have a strong November. I'll let Daniel Henry, the Duval County Democratic Party chairman, explain why this was such a big race and why Democrats were struggling here.
I think a lot of people are not immune to the fact of all the issues that we're seeing happen nationally. Gas prices are up, inflation is up, people are dealing with higher grocery prices. All of these issues animate even local city council races, and they come up in conversations when we talk to voters every single day. So it's hard to say, hard to pretend that these national issues don't affect local races. They do, and it'll give us a pretty good indication as to how much the Republicans may be able to exploit that in the midterms.
And what you're hearing from Democrats and Republicans in this race and these conversations we've been having in this district and across the country, it's sort of been a lot of the same refrain. It underscores this tough sledding that Democrats will have unless they can turn around the narrative in the next couple of months.
All right, Ben Camisar with us today. Ben, thanks.
Love it.
Nearly 500,000 families displaced by highway construction.
Coming up, how the federal government is hoping to use $1 billion to right the wrongs of the past.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The infrastructure law is one of the largest investments in roads the U.S. has seen in decades.
That's right, and some of that money is now going toward fixing the unjust way the original interstate highway was built back in the 50s. In many instances, you run right through black neighborhoods, and NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barra took a closer look when she took a trip to Indianapolis just to see how that city is looking to pave a new path forward.
The South Side was a family. If you did without, hey, somebody was going to know it. If something was going on, hey, we came together. You don't have that today.
Beatrice Miller is referring to life before construction tore through her neighborhood in Indianapolis to build the I-65 highway in the 1950s and 60s.
It was hard. It was very, very hard. You have to blend in with a new group of people that knew nothing about your existence.
Her story echoes those of black communities across the country back then, when more than 475,000 households were displaced in favor of adding 41,000 miles to the U.S. interstate system. Many of those properties home to black families.
The majority of these ones on here, workers, went to work every day.
An automotive age, traveling on time-saving superhighways.
Fast forward to Indianapolis in 2022. That highway under construction again. The city working to rebuild higher, but with input from residents this time, starting with a section called the North Split.
Basically, what we're doing is tearing everything down to the ground and rebuilding it back up again. We did a very extensive public involvement process with, this construction.
We toured some of the construction zone to see how that community feedback shaped the elevated design.
We're going to have a portion of what we call an urban forest.
And more space to benefit pedestrians.
Here you can really see the difference between the old and the new.
And we're able to put a lot more overhead lights. We're also doubling the size of the sidewalk underneath.
This opportunity for infrastructure improvement is something Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has put a renewed focus on with his Reconnecting Communities initiative.
There is racism physically built into some of our highways.
$1 billion in grant money in Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law to right the wrongs of the past. The North Split construction is not funded by this grant, but organizations like Rethink 6570 formed to make sure the city focuses on more than just rebuilding as is for the next part of the project, the South Split. Here, they want to see a recessed highway.
If you can imagine, this was all neighborhood. People don't really want to live around this.
Instead of it being elevated like it is now, you want it to be recessed underneath what would be a neighborhood.
From an environmental standpoint, the air emissions can be better, noise can be better, and so people are more inclined to develop closer to it.
Rethink 6570 funded a study that says it's possible, but Indiana's Department of Transportation is focused elsewhere.
This was not that project. This was, it needed to be done. It needed to be completely redone from the ground up. But we're talking about millions and millions of dollars of difference.
But is a recessed highway or something similar to that a potential for the South Split?
So for the South Split, it's not even on our radar right now.
A project that requires years of foresight. But even with the administration's goals, residents like Miller who were displaced are still skeptical.
If we hadn't been looked over for so long, I probably would think, oh, yeah, this is good. But I won't believe it unless it happens.
Community input is key with these projects because how the neighbors react to the construction can physically shape how the project turns out. For example, with that North Split construction project, originally there was an exit ramp slated to dump out right where this historically black high school is standing, and the neighbors in that area were concerned about safety and they were really upset about it, and so they changed the construction plans. But at the same time, we're not seeing that effort at reconnecting that former black neighborhood decades ago with that proposed recessed highway. Superhighway, and a big part of that is because of money. When I pressed the Department of Transportation in Indiana about whether this funding would make a big difference, they said that it's too far down the road to really commit to anything. But this is going to be a national project, originally proposed for $20 billion, now only allocating $1 billion. And so to make this successful in the eyes of what the administration was looking for when they proposed this Reconnecting Communities Fund, they're really going to have buy-in at the local level and the national level. And we're seeing some hesitation from these cities right now because of the huge undertaking that it really is.
A state of emergency in Ukraine.
Still ahead, how a cyber attack is impacting several government websites as tensions escalate with Russia.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Making news right now, a pair of Black Hawk helicopters crashed into each other while landing yesterday on a mountain in Utah. They were in the middle of a training exercise when one of the chopper's motors made contact with the other. The teams aboard are remarkably unhurt, and everyone on board was able to escape without being injured. Meanwhile, Capitol Police and Washington, D.C. officials are preparing for possible truck driver protests ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address next week. Police have requested help from the National Guard to provide support at traffic control points in and around D.C. Now, this all comes after weeks of protests by truckers in Ottawa, which closed down a key bridge between the U.S. and Canada. And they are definitely keeping up with the Kardashians. Streaming. The Kardashian family is headed back to television with a new Hulu series. The streaming network dropped the first trailer of the show on Monday, called The Kardashians, scheduled to premiere in April.
At the bottom of the hour now, let's bring you up to speed on our breaking story today, the worsening crisis in Ukraine. The government there is preparing for a state of emergency, urging citizens in Russia to leave immediately as the threat of war grows greater by the hour. The U.S. now bracing for retaliation one day after President Biden hit Russia with new sanctions. Russia says American citizens will feel the consequences. Homeland Security now warning government agencies and businesses to prepare for possible cyber attacks. Ukraine is reporting a series of cyber attacks on some of its government websites as well as banks. We are covering every angle of this breaking story for you at this hour. Let's begin with NBC's Tom Costello and those growing concerns about Russian cyber attacks.
Yeah, good day. This is a very serious, very real concern. We've seen suspected Russian government attacks and Russian criminal attacks for years. Experts believe they are often one and the same. But now the possibility of a more aggressive Russian cyber offensive with corporate America and Main Street potentially targeted. In the cybersecurity world, the warning from Homeland Security is a flashing red light. Shields up, it warns. Every organization in the United States is at risk of a Russian cyber attack. From our power grids to our communication lines to banking systems, U.S. cyber officials fear a digital assault could bring the front lines of the war to America's front door. With Ukraine already under cyber attack, the European Union has activated its own cybersecurity team to help fight off the attacks. Now, New York has opened a new statewide Joint Cyber Operations Command Center.
Act as if you know that attack is coming, because if it comes and you're not ready, it can be devastating.
Recent cyber attacks have already exposed the potential impact on America's infrastructure. Last year, Russian-speaking cyber gangs launched a crippling attack on Colonial Pipelines, America's largest fuel pipeline operator, forcing a total shutdown and long lines at gas stations. Russian-linked gangs also targeted JBS, the world's largest meat processing company, forcing it to reduce operations at 13 of its plants in the U.S. The Kremlin denied involvement in either of those attacks, but experts warn the Kremlin may work with cyber criminals. Homeland Security says government offices at every level, U.S. businesses and organizations, should watch for Russian online activity and immediately shore up their cyber defenses. Verify all remote users' access, use multi-factor authentication, keep security software up to date, and monitor any traffic with Ukrainian offices or organizations.
The United States has the largest and the most technologically advanced economy in the world. But that also means we have the most points of attack.
The concern, a cyber war could quickly escalate, affecting citizens worldwide. If they target our infrastructure, we could target theirs.
Exactly. And there's a snowball effect here. I don't think we really want to go down the line and see how civilians and organizations are going to get extremely hurt by this.
Yeah, Homeland Security is strongly urging any corporate or organizational network, doesn't matter how small, remind employees of the basics of cybersecurity, ransomware, phishing attacks, and make sure that the manual override controls to critical infrastructure, dams, water supplies, electricity, make sure the manual overrides are working, guys.
Joining us now, Erez Lieberman, a former federal prosecutor focusing specifically on cyber crimes. Erez, thanks so much for joining us. Look, Russia is warning of, quote, consequences for the American people. So what are some of the potential things that Americans should be bracing for?
First and foremost, and we're already seeing some of these issues right now, is issues relating to attacks against Ukraine. We're already seeing some banks there having denial of service attacks. And this is a very typical Russian-style attack. Imagine that instead of 3 people rushing through a door, you have 500 people and you can't get to access to websites. We could see the same against our infrastructure, against our banking, against our government websites. Those types of attacks could have spillover effects and, of course, affect the everyday person when you can no longer function within your systems. The other thing we often see are attacks that are directed, and we saw this previously from Russia. They're actually directed towards Ukraine, but they affect companies that deal with Ukraine and any infrastructure that touches upon that. That has caused widespread effect in the past. We could see more of that in the present. Companies should be prepared. They should be testing their response plans and know how they're going to respond if they are the latest victim. For years, we've heard that a cyber attack by Russia, by other countries, could try to slow down any response by a country as it tries to deal with its internal problems first.
And I suppose just briefly here, though, when you talk about America's critical systems, how vulnerable are they to cyber attacks? I mean, what would you be most concerned about right now for Americans?
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have some outdated systems. We could use some updating on that. But I think that what the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has done in terms of beefing those up has been terrific. The FBI works with corporations and with our critical infrastructure. There's been a huge push from this administration to fix that and prior administrations to really work on that. But nonetheless, cyber attacks can happen. We have seen actors, nation states, and even non-nation states, just sophisticated criminal actors get in. We should all be prepared for the worst and hope for the best. Hope our new defenses and our advanced defenses that we've been working on in the United States are there. But that disinformation, and don't just trust that someone says, oh, your bank account's been breached, therefore you should give up your details. Be prepared not to deal with that. Be prepared for that disinformation, but trust but verify.
All right. Former federal prosecutor Erez Lieberman for us. Thank you so much, Erez, for joining us. I want to go ahead and bring in retired 4-star General Barry McCaffrey now. He's also an NBC News military analyst. General, thank you for joining us. President Biden has made it clear that he will not send American troops into Ukraine. But things are escalating so quickly. Should the president have kept that option on the table?
No, absolutely not. Ukraine is a non-NATO member, obviously. It's not part of the European Union. It's in the heart of Europe. It is vulnerable to what is now 60% of the Russian armed forces are staged in attack positions. We should do dramatic things to assist them, not just cyber defenses, but also Lend-Lease, which Secretary Blinken was talking about yesterday, to give them armaments, but we should not get directly engaged. I think what Biden and his team are doing is appropriate. They brought NATO together in a very dramatic fashion. We're having sort of symbolic deployments of U.S. military forces to the Baltic states, Poland, and Romania to shore up NATO. But we're not going to get in ground combat with the Russian armed force in Ukraine. One comment about this discussion on cyber defenses. We do have serious vulnerabilities. I've stayed in touch with this issue for years now, in banking and finance and metro stations and dams. All that's quite true, although we have improved defenses enormously. But we have an incredible offensive capability in cyber warfare along with the Brits. So if they start attacking the U.S., we need to respond.
I just want to ask you very briefly, General, I mean, what challenges do you think Russia would face if, in fact, it does attempt an all-out invasion of Ukraine?
Well, it's hard to imagine that with this huge force gathered in Belarus off to the east, an amphibious capability in the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea, it's hard to imagine that there won't be the next step, which is to attack and seize the entirety of the two separatist provinces, and probably also seize the maritime frontiers of Ukraine. There's going to be a bloody fight. There's 250,000 Ukrainian troops. They will fight. We have given them arms. It's going to be a violent month ahead.
All right, General McCaffrey for us there. General, thank you for joining us.
Good to be with you.
The former magazine columnist suing former President Donald Trump for defamation now says she no longer wants him to be deposed. E. Jean Carroll said in a 2019 book that the former president raped her in a New York department store in the 1990s. Trump denies what Carroll says and called her credibility into question. Now she is suing him, alleging he defamed her character. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, there was a hearing into this case here in the last 24 hours or so. We learned a lot from that hearing. Walk us through it.
Aaron, lawyers for E. Jean Carroll told reporters after the hearing that they are no longer seeking to take Trump's sworn testimony because they believe it will take too long for them to force that to happen. They say they want to go to trial quickly, and they say they are content to question Trump on the witness stand in court. Carroll is still seeking a sample of Trump's DNA, though, because her lawyers say that's important evidence in her case. As you said, Carroll sued Trump in 2019, alleging he defamed her when he denied her allegations that Trump raped her in a New York department store dressing room in the mid-90s. If you recall, Trump said she was not his type, and he alleged that she made this claim to boost sales of her book. And Trump has said there was no assault. Carroll said this week she would never settle this lawsuit. Now, a federal appeals court is expected to rule eventually on Trump's request that the United States take his place as the defendant in the suit. The Justice Department has taken the position that Trump can't be held personally liable for what lawyers call the crude and disrespectful remarks he made about Carroll because his remarks were made as he was carrying out his duties as president. That stance, interestingly, has not changed under Attorney General Merrick Garland. But the judge in the case has ruled that Trump can't use this law protecting federal employees from being sued individually for things they do within the scope of their employment. He's also rejected a request by Trump's attorneys that the case be delayed until the appeals court rules on whether Trump can be replaced as the defendant. Trump's lawyer, meanwhile, said outside court that it was surprising that Carroll's lawyers didn't want a deposition and that no DNA sample has been demanded. Aaron.
A lot of moving parts there. We'll see how it all shakes out. Ken Delaney for us in Washington. Ken, thank you. A major court ruling expanding abortion rights in Colombia.
Up next, what it means for women already facing penalties for having an abortion. Stay with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mexico's greenhouse gas emissions are skyrocketing, and a hostage situation at an Apple store in the Netherlands. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Mexico, where new data shows gas emissions from flare sites in that country have increased by 50%. The burning of excess gas is cheaper than capturing it and processing it for other uses, but it's also much worse for the environment.
The increase in flaring overall means more CO2 going into the atmosphere, as well as there's likely a lot of methane leaking in these locations that isn't being burned, and methane is an even more potent greenhouse gas.
The Netherlands, where a man broke into an Apple store in Amsterdam and took someone hostage. The situation seems to have started as an armed robbery. After a standoff with the police, that robber was arrested. The hostage is safe. And the Philippines, where a trolley is delivering the gift of education. The trolley is equipped with a whiteboard, charts, and books. It's traveling from village to village to teach children as some schools remain closed because of COVID. The volunteer teachers leading the trolley hoping to get students back on track. And that's the world now.
The Iran nuclear deal is inching closer to a revival, and that deal could include a prisoner swap. Here's NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi.
Nuclear talks appear to be gaining momentum. All sides seem more positive about getting the deal across the line after 10 months of stop-and-start negotiations. And as the deal starts to take shape in Vienna and a draft text comes together, the prospect of a prisoner swap has suddenly become tangible. U.S. negotiator Robert Malley has suggested that securing the nuclear pact is unlikely unless Tehran frees 4 U.S. citizens. A Russian envoy said a prisoner swap between Iran and the United States is expected soon. Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian said that the Islamic Republic was ready for an immediate prisoner exchange with the United States, adding that Tehran was ready months ago, but Washington ruined the deal. But Iran's foreign minister said that those talks about prisoners are not linked to the nuclear agreement. However, his comments appear to be somewhat disingenuous, as the timing isn't coincidental and the procedure seems to be following the exact same pattern as the 2015 talks, when the JCPOA was coming together and Iran got a massive cash windfall and then released several US citizens. Along with the release of Americans this time round, some British citizens are said to be part of the package, which the Iranians are calling a humanitarian gesture. But that is, however, clearly linked to the revival of the JCPOA. Iran will get funds released, though it won't be presented as linked to the release of US and UK nationals who've been languishing in jail in Iran on trumped-up national security charges with no due process. What's less clear in this process is if the US will release any Iranians in prison in America. It's happened before, and it may happen again to secure the deal. But with Tehran and Washington's thorny and predictably unpredictable relationship, and the fact that the deal hasn't been inked yet, puts us slightly in the realm of speculation. In the words of the negotiators in Vienna, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed.
Colombia is now the latest country in Latin America to expand abortion rights. It's a highly controversial decision in a largely Catholic nation. Colombia's highest court ruling to legalize the procedure up to the 24th week of pregnancy. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now. Priscilla, tell us about this issue and the reaction to the news.
Well, Aaron, as we saw there, supporters of this ruling took to the streets with cheers and chants, but there were also protests in this predominantly Catholic country from those who oppose the new law. Tonight, across Colombia, abortion supporters celebrating after the nation's high court legalized abortion until the 24th week of pregnancy, some calling the move historic.
Una felicidad increíble porque por fin estamos logrando lo que nuestras mujeres históricas tanto habían luchado. Esto es historia. Es un gran logro. Creo que con la decisión de hoy ganaron todas las mujeres.
5 of the 9 judges voted in favor of a lawsuit that argued the previous ban discriminated against low-income women living in areas with less access to doctors and lawyers who could help them prove their pregnancy was a health risk. But not all in the predominantly Catholic country are happy about the decision. Anti-abortion activists also taking to the streets.
Es un retroceso porque la lucha por los derechos de las mujeres no es asesinar a otros.
Up to this point, abortions in Colombia were only allowed in cases of rape, fetus malformations, or when the mother's life was in danger. From 2006 to 2019, around 350 women were punished for abortions, according to advocacy organizations. At least 80 of them girls under the age of 18.
I see you with your green bandana on and a smile on your face. How does it feel?
We are thrilled.
Catalina Martinez Corral is among those leading the fight for abortion rights on the ground in Latin America.
Do you view this as life-changing for women there?
Absolutely. Because today women will feel comfortable to go to the health system, and they are not going to feel afraid that they are going to be accused by doctors of committing a crime.
Colombia becomes the latest Latin American country to decriminalize abortions, Mexico removing criminal penalties for abortion last year. The procedure also legal in Argentina, Uruguay, and Cuba. But in other parts of the region, women continue to face harsh penalties as abortion remains illegal with no exceptions, including in Nicaragua, Honduras, the Dominican Republic, and El Salvador, where earlier this month, a woman was released from prison after serving a decade of a 30-year sentence, convicted of homicide after activists say she had a miscarriage. That woman now thanking the activists fighting to change the laws for her and others who are still behind bars.
Y sé que así como yo he salido este día, así también ellas un día van a poder obtener su libertad y van a poder estar con su familia.
Where does the movement in Latin America go from here?
I hope that this is going to inspire the movement to continue fighting to advance and liberalize these laws in the rest of Latin America.
So, Priscilla, can we expect there to be some pushback to this ruling, or is this set in stone now?
Well, Aaron, I suspect those who are against the law will continue to make their voices heard and may even seek to overturn it. But I will tell you that pro-rights, pro-choice activists tell me that they will continue to push for full decriminalization of abortion in Colombia and across the region.
All right, Priscilla Thompson with us today. Priscilla, thank you.
Much of the UK's royal family is now stepping in to help after Queen Elizabeth tested positive for COVID-19. Buckingham Palace officials say the Queen is suffering from mild cold-like symptoms, but will continue with light duties. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter in London.
Hello from a very windy Buckingham Palace. All eyes are on the Queen's health. Now, we understand the 95-year-old monarch remains in isolation out at Windsor Castle while she fights day 3 of her infection. According to Buckingham Palace, she tested positive on Sunday. That would have been day 0, of course, then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, we've gone back to the palace today to ask for an update. They tell NBC News they're not in the business of providing rolling updates. Yesterday, they put out a very short statement. They said the Queen is still experiencing mild cold-like symptoms. That was the same thing they told us the day before. But they said she's feeling okay. She's still at her desk performing some light duties. Yesterday, there was a little cause for concern. She canceled some virtual engagements, but her grandson, Prince William, stepped in. We're seeing all the senior royals really step up while the Queen takes a pause and steps back. We're not sure whether or not she'll speak with Prime Minister Boris Johnson this week. That was another thing that was expected on the schedule. All eyes now really on March 2nd. That was the next time we believe we were going to see her hosting a diplomatic reception. We asked the palace today whether or not they could confirm her attendance, and they said they would talk to us closer to the time.
Going viral for all the right reasons.
After the break, we'll introduce you to a man giving back to members of his community, but it comes with a catch. Stay with us.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Miracles might seem far and few between these days, but one man is taking to TikTok to show that random acts of kindness really can change the world.
Here's NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas with that inspiring story.
Hey, Morgan and Aaron, the young man you're about to meet is turning the whole idea of social media challenges on its head. When I first saw Jimmy Dart's work on Instagram, I went down a rabbit hole with his videos. They kept me laughing, but also crying in a good way. His concept is so simple and yet so moving.
Find a veteran and give them $1,000 to help their Christmas dreams come true? You're a veteran.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for serving.
Thank you.
His videos are unlike anything on social media.
What do you want most for Christmas this year?
Yeah, impossible.
Really, what?
My wife just passed away.
$500. That's for you, sir.
Transforming people's lives with a handful of cash and a whole lot of kindness. His name is Jimmy Kellogg, but online he's known as Jimmy Darts.
Seeing if someone could buy this ham.
A man on a mission to spread a little love with what he calls undercover kindness.
Came to the store today to see who would be the kindest person to help me out with Thanksgiving dinner. And so I actually don't need it. I have a gift for you.
No, you
Yes,
keep it.
I have a gift for you, man.
No.
I got $500 for you.
Don't give me $500.
Yes, it's for you. You're amazing. Every morning I wake up and I put a live stream on, and 500 or 1,000 people hop on, and literally the money just comes in like crazy. I'll hit $1,000 or 500 in like 10 minutes.
And that's when the fun begins.
Find a mom with kids and ask her to buy you a notebook, and if she does, give her $1,000.
His videos have gained a loyal following, more than 5 million fans on TikTok alone. So all of your videos kind of have the same formula. It starts with a moral test. You ask people to be kind. Why did you decide to do it that way?
I think it's just a great way to find people that are prime for a blessing. The first video I did helping someone was, I was actually in Miami walking on the beach, and there was this homeless gentleman living on a tent there. And I said, "You want to be best friends for the day?"
What happened next was a day full of fun and the beginning of an opportunity for 2 new friends.
Your boy Jimmy walked
yeah.
up and blessed me with an opportunity of a lifetime.
So I put his Cash App at the end of the video, and in 24 hours, over $30,000 was sent to him. So it just changed his life. So I was like, wow, there's a strong community of people out there that want to help, and if you just give them the opportunity, they will.
Since that video, Jimmy says he has gifted more than $100,000. Donations ranging from a few $100 to brand new cars. You completely transparent with where all the money goes?
Yeah, so basically all the donations, that's the cool thing. They send the money, and that day they get to see who it went to,
The 26-year-old says all the brand partnerships now pay the bills, which allows him to continue blessing strangers in what he says is the beginning of a bigger calling.
My dream is to start a church in Los Angeles, and it's called House Party Church. No drugs, no alcohol, but you come, there's a DJ, water slide for baptisms.
What do you say to people who are like, this kid's completely nuts?
Oh, I say, well, you're probably right. I don't got nothing to say to that, really. I just like having fun.
Until then, he's hoping his message online can help ignite a trend of giving.
Pays off to be generous, doesn't it?
It does. Be nice and be kind and love one another. Love will conquer all, always.
We're making generosity cool in a sense, because you can never go broke by giving. I would just say that to anyone watching. You can't go broke by giving. Love someone, and you'll be amazed at what happens.
And I want to give a shout out to our friend Jason Kennedy. Was there on his Instagram page where I first saw these videos. He and Jimmy Darts are also working on a bigger project, so a TV show could be in the future. Aaron and Morgan?
Yeah, it seems a little weird, but happy is never a bad thing.
No, I love it. Like you said, you can't go broke by giving. People are always primed for a blessing.
Go for it.
All right. Well, we hope that you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first, state of emergency. Ukrainians on high alert as Russian troops push into parts of their country. The U.S. and NATO now imposing tough sanctions. The reaction on the ground in Ukraine and how lawmakers in Washington are responding.
Double trouble. More than 50 million Americans feeling the impact of a very powerful winter storm. The area's hardest hit, and just how long this wicked weather is actually going to last.
Deeply sorry. Golf star Phil Mickelson facing serious backlash over comments about Saudi Arabia. How he's already paying the price and why there could be more fallout to come.
And watching you work. Is your boss monitoring at home as you work remotely? The growing trend behind so-called tattleware and what you should know before you log on. Hey there, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you this Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with that breaking news and the escalating crisis getting global attention now. Ukraine now set to introduce a nationwide state of emergency. The government there also urging Ukrainian citizens to leave Russia immediately. Ukraine's military also saying shelling by Russian-backed forces has increased in the eastern part of the country. That's prompting fears that Putin may deploy troops beyond the pro-Russian territory he already controls. Now, the U.S. and its allies swiftly imposing harsh sanctions targeting Russia for what President Biden called the beginning of an invasion of Ukraine. Biden warned, quote, Russia will pay an even steeper price if it takes further aggressive action.
Biden also vowing to defend every single inch of NATO territory, announcing the U.S. will send more troops already in Europe to the Baltic region. Meanwhile, the diplomatic door is narrowing. While Putin today says he's open to talks, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken called off a meeting with his Russian counterpart originally set for tomorrow.
We have a team of reporters covering every angle of this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv, Ukraine, for us today. Aaron, bring us up to speed first on the situation on the ground there in Ukraine. What does that country take? What steps are they taking now to impose a state of emergency? What does that actually look like for the people there?
Well, right now, that state of emergency is being considered by the parliament here in Kyiv, and it's expected to pass. People here are well aware of the risks and the threat that is on their doorstep, and they're taking these extraordinary measures. And essentially what the state of emergency does is it gives authorities here a variety of powers, including banning mass gatherings or any sort of rallies. It also allows them to set up checkpoints into and out of Ukrainian cities. It also allows police to stop individuals on the street and check their papers. All of this given, according to what a former defense minister has told me, is seen as an escalating threat level within the country. They're very concerned about the possibility of terror attacks and other attacks that could disrupt everyday life here. This as the violence has been raging in the eastern portion of the country. And government officials are growing increasingly alarmed, with one advisor to the Minister of Interior saying in his opinion he believes an invasion that could happen as early as today is within a 95% probability. So what we are seeing increasingly is people here in Ukraine getting on that war footing.
Let's turn to Carol Lee at the White House now. Carol, I want to talk about these sanctions that President Biden announced on Russia. Talk to us about what the sanctions are and whether the Biden administration is prepared for any possible retaliation.
Sure. Well, there's a series of sanctions that the administration rolled out yesterday. They start with sanctions on two major Russian banks, so they can no longer do business using the U.S. dollar, so they're cut out of that system. They've also sanctioned Russia's sovereign debt, so again, sort of isolating Russia's economy to the extent they can. And they also sanctioned 5 individuals, what we're calling Russian elite. So these are, including some of them are members of the family members of Putin's inner circle. So the White House is also saying that what they're trying to do is really target Russia and not have blowback on the U.S. economy to the extent that that can be avoided. President Biden talked about this a little bit yesterday. Take a listen.
I'm going to take robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, not ours. I want to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me.
Now, gas prices are the thing that the White House is most worried about here, and you've heard from administration officials. They're saying that they're looking at various options, what the president can do to try to keep the gas prices from going further higher, and they're just not ready to announce anything at this particular time, but they're very concerned about that, and they say that they're looking at a number of options. So we're paying very close attention to what the president might unveil in the coming days.
All right, let's turn to our global security reporter, Dan DeLuce, in our Washington bureau today. Dan, the president announced that the U.S. is going to continue to bolster NATO allies' defenses, moving forces that are already in Europe to the Baltic states. Now, what more do we know about those movements?
That's right. So the administration is moving about 800 U.S. paratroopers based in Italy to those Baltic countries that border Russia, as well as pilots and crews for Apache helicopter gunships. Those will also be sent to the Baltics. And of course, those countries in particular feel vulnerable. They've had an unpleasant history with Russia, and their geography makes them quite vulnerable to Russia. So that is something they had asked for. In addition, there are Apache helicopters being sent to Poland. And this is just the latest, of course. There are several thousand troops that have been either deployed or repositioned all along that eastern flank of NATO to reassure allies and to try to send a signal to Moscow that their aggressive actions are going to actually increase NATO's presence, not decrease it there.
I want to end with our national security correspondent, Ken Delaney, and also in Washington. Ken, we're learning about this a cyber attack, a series of cyber attacks that have just been launched in Ukraine. What do you know at this point?
Aaron, a top Ukrainian cybersecurity official has confirmed to NBC News that Ukraine is once again under cyber attack. The official said a wave of so-called denial of services attacks struck around 4 p.m. Ukraine time, and among the reported victims are banks and government websites. NBC News colleagues in Ukraine have confirmed that the websites of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Cabinet of Ministers, and the Parliament all are down. Now, the U.S. government has not yet commented, but last month, after a wave of very similar attacks, the White House fairly quickly said that intelligence pointed to Russia as the culprit. The attacks last month also took down banks and government websites, and researchers said they contain so-called wiper malware, which can destroy data and systems, Aaron. Ukrainian and American officials fear that this is part of a Russian plan to paralyze the Ukrainian government and sow discord in Ukrainian society. That would be part of Russia's so-called hybrid warfare strategy. Aaron.
All right, Ken, Dan, Carol, and Aaron McLaughlin for us in Kyiv. Thank you all.
Former President Trump is praising Vladimir Putin, while GOP leaders in Congress are calling for President Biden to take an even tougher stance. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, Trump went on Fox News and praised Putin, and this is happening as many Americans are sort of bracing for the effects of what a conflict could cause, especially here at home. But what about the rest of his party? I mean, is the rest of the GOP supporting this type of rhetoric?
Well, this has sparked a real divide within the Republican Party after former President Trump praised Russian strongman Vladimir Putin as very savvy. He called his troop movements genius when he was talking to a conservative podcaster. And it flies in the face of the message that most Republicans want to send, which is that President Biden has not been tough enough on Putin and that the Russian strongman's actions are reprehensible. Now, Congress is considering a whole host of sanctions here. And what senior Republican lawmakers are calling for is for the president to be more aggressive in their sanctions and to send a clear message to Vladimir Putin that this cannot stand and that the U.S. will respond vigorously to defend NATO allies and U.S. allies around the region who also feel threatened by some of this aggression right now. Broadly, Republicans are divided between, sympathy, at least expressing some praise, tactical praise or whatever for Putin. There's some, like 2022 Ohio Senate candidate J.D. Vance, who have said he's not concerned by what happens in Ukraine. A lot of this is being fueled by right-wing media, which is kind of echoing the Trump line that maybe what Putin's doing is okay. Most Republicans here on Capitol Hill, however, are strongly opposed to what Putin is doing. They have condemned him and they want additional sanctions. So there's this divide playing out between Washington and Republicans and the rest of the country, Morgan.
But I do want to ask about this all-senators briefing that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has requested, specifically on the crisis there in Ukraine. What about the Senate more broadly, Sahil? I mean, do we know anything about exactly what lawmakers are considering as far as potential next steps?
We don't know exactly when this briefing is going to take place, Morgan. They're still working with the administration on that. The Senate, of course, is out this week, so they're a little bit out of play. They don't seem particularly likely to come back immediately before next week to do this in person, but they possibly could do this virtually. Before the invasion happened, when the Senate was in, they were considering a whole host of sanctions in a negotiation that ultimately broke down. Some of those were pre-invasion sanctions on the cyber attacks that had already taken place, the individuals who were responsible for the troop buildup at the border. But the bigger thing that lawmakers were looking at is what one aide I talked to called the mother of all sanctions. They compared it to the U.S. sanctions on Iran that crippled their economy and brought them to the table. So that would be sanctions on Russia's energy sector. It would be SWIFT sanctions, sanctions on Putin and other Russian officials, Russian elites, oligarchs as well, which is something the administration has already hinted at. For now, though, lawmakers are saying the president has sufficient power to move on this by himself. But once Congress comes back, I would expect some action here.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor for us there. Sahil, thank you.
Two major storms are taking aim at the country right now, with roughly 47 million people expected to feel the impact. The first is in the Midwest, where people are digging out from heavy snow. Blizzard-like conditions brought visibility to near zero in some places. That led to a multi-car pileup. This is on I-94. Several people were hurt there. The second storm is farther west, building over the Rockies now. That storm will drop freezing rain and sleet over parts of Texas and Oklahoma as it moves east. Up to 5 inches of snow expected in New York City in this area by the end of this week. We're going to check in with meteorologist Michelle Grossman in just a moment here. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
Here in Minneapolis, they saw snow for about 24 hours straight, but you can see not much accumulation on the ground. That's because, at least in part, the snow was blowing around a lot. It's below zero out here right now, and you can see the snow, which was light and fluffy and powdery yesterday, has gotten a little firmer. Minneapolis seeing just one of the weather headaches across the country.
From coast to coast, millions waking up to a brutal 1-2 punch. A pair of separate winter storms barreling across the country. From the Dakotas to Michigan, ice and snow hitting the upper Midwest and Great Lakes. Some digging out for more than 2 feet of snow. On this North Dakota interstate, almost whiteout conditions near Fargo. Firefighters rushing to rescue someone trapped in what police say was a 14-vehicle pileup with 6 injured. In Oregon, officials reporting about 100 cars and trucks involved in crashes on one highway. Visibility a real challenge in the Twin Cities, on the roads and in the skies.
And it was pure white. You didn't know how close you were, and all of a sudden you landed and you looked out and you could see the tip of an airplane over there on the corner.
Snow not the only headache. A blast of freezing rain shut down Milwaukee public schools Tuesday. Thunderstorms flooding Kentucky roads. The severe weather in Arkansas strong enough to rip through this home.
There was water coming out of the ceiling, out of the electric light fixtures, and all of this was gone.
Now another storm system out west eyeing New England before slowly moving out.
With negative temperatures here in Minneapolis, even areas that appear to have been plowed, still creating treacherous driving conditions. So for people who have been in those storm zones so far, who are going to be out on the roads, definitely going to want to be keeping a close eye out. Back to you.
For more, let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Michelle, look, these storms, they just keep on coming. It feels like we can't get a break. So I guess the question is, where are they now, and what can we really expect for the rest of this week?
Hi there, Morgan. Yeah, it certainly does feel like that. We had that first storm now moving off the coast. Jesse did such a good job showing those pictures, and we're going to see more pictures like that as we go throughout the next 3 days with our second storm. So let's show you what's happening right now on radar, because we're saying goodbye to that first storm. We're seeing some leftover rain in the southeast. That's that trailing cold front from storm number 1 moving off the coast. Back to the west, where you see that swirl over the southwest, that is storm number 2. Sandwiched in the middle is a little piece of energy in Texas and Oklahoma, and we're actually seeing thunder sleet there. So that's bringing sleet down at a pretty rapid pace. But the big ice show begins later on tonight in that part of the country. So as we're looking at winter weather alerts, we have 47 million people impacted. Where you see the pink, that's your winter storm warning. The white is your winter storm advisory. The blue, a winter storm watch. That's in parts of interior Northeast and also New England, where we're going to get the heaviest snow on Friday. So this is a setup here. We have a clash of air masses. We have the northward surge of warm and humid tropical air coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. And then back behind it, you saw where Jesse was. It's 15 below zero. It feels like 15 below zero in Minnesota. We have that Arctic air in some spots feeling 50 below zero. So that's a huge clash of some very different air masses. So what you get is snow on the backside. On the front side or ahead of the cold front, we're looking at heavy rain. We're also looking at rain. And then sandwiched in the middle, our biggest concern is that ice. And we're looking at an 1,800-mile swath of ice. And this is what it translates to. So we're looking at ice potential from central Texas all the way to the northeast. Where you see that blue, that's the thickest ice. And that's where we're expecting the most problems in terms of the roadways, in terms of power outages. Now, as far as snowfall totals, tonight into Thursday, we're looking at Chicago, Des Moines, also north of Indianapolis. But it's really a Thursday night into Friday in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic where we're going to see that heavy snow. Heavy snow expected in Portland, Albany, Boston, and north of Hartford, and expecting heavy rain as well. Morgan?
All right, we'll whip out those umbrellas. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman for us there. Thanks so much, Michelle.
Sure.
Jury deliberations begin today in the civil rights case against the 3 former police officers charged in George Floyd's death. Tu Thao, J. Alexander King, and Thomas Lane are facing federal charges for failing to provide medical aid as Floyd was dying. Thao and King are also facing additional charges for failing to intervene. NBC News reporter Daniela Silver joins us now. She's been tracking this. Daniela, what's happening in court today?
Right, thank you. So jury deliberations are now underway in the federal case against those 3 former officers in the death of George Floyd. The judge began today by giving instructions to the jury before giving them the civil rights case for deliberations after more than 4 weeks of testimony. If found guilty on the charges, the officers could each face up to life in prison, although legal experts say such a severe punishment is unlikely. Yesterday, in closing arguments, prosecutors said the officers had, quote, a front row seat to Floyd's murder and chose not to aid Floyd while the window to save his life faded away. The defense has said the officers were improperly trained and relied on Derek Chauvin as the most experienced officer at the scene. Last year, a jury convicted Chauvin on state murder and manslaughter charges, and he remains in prison on a 22-year sentence. A state trial is scheduled for June against the other 3 officers on charges of aiding and abetting.
All right, Danielle Silva for us today. Daniela, thank you.
Golf superstar Phil Mickelson is facing backlash over some comments he made about Saudi Arabia and the PGA. The controversy already costing him major sponsorships, with Mickelson now planning to take some time away from golf. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders.
Phil Mickelson is the biggest name in golf, at the center of a proposed Super League backed by Saudi Arabia that would be a direct competitor to the PGA Tour. But now Mickelson is apologizing for some comments he made, saying he may need to take some time away from professional golf.
Career. Phil defeats Father Time.
One of golf's most popular players, Phil Mickelson, has long been a fan favorite for his go-for-broke style of play. But off the course, Mickelson's recent comments have landed him in the rough. Speaking to Alan Shipnuck, the author of an upcoming Mickelson biography, the golfer explained why he was interested in a new golf tour sponsored by Saudi Arabia, saying in part, "We know they killed Washington Post reporter Jamal Khashoggi and have a horrible record on human rights. They execute people over there for being gay. Knowing all of this, why would I even consider it? Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reshape how the PGA Tour operates." Mickelson, who has nearly $100 million in career earnings, also accused the PGA Tour of manipulative, coercive, strong-arm tactics, and said Saudi money would give players leverage to gain concessions from the PGA.
I think it made him look like a mercenary and an amoral mercenary.
In a lengthy statement, Mickelson says he believed his comments were off record and taken out of context, which Shipnuck calls patently false. But Mickelson also apologized for his comments, calling his choice of words reckless. The golf great adding he needs some time away from the game. At the same time, Mickelson seemed to double down on his criticism of the PGA, writing, "Golf desperately needs change, and real change is always preceded by disruption."
Are you kidding me?
The controversy has cost Mickelson a sponsor, the professional services firm KPMG, saying they mutually agreed to end our sponsorship effective immediately. Other top players distancing themselves from Mickelson's comments.
I don't want to kick someone while he's down, obviously, but I thought they were naive, selfish, egotistical, ignorant.
Ironically, some analysts say by criticizing the PGA, he may have actually done what he didn't anticipate, which is draw attention to Saudi Arabia's role in Jamal Khashoggi's death, and at the same time trying to gain leverage over the PGA. That may have backfired.
A former doctor on trial for over-prescribing painkillers.
Coming up, his defense and what the family of one of the victims has to say about it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
More witnesses take the stand today in the trial of a former Ohio doctor accused of killing more than a dozen patients. Prosecutors say he intentionally overdosed them on fentanyl, but the defense is painting a much different picture. NBC's Nicola Semlua takes us inside the courtroom.
The trial begins for a doctor accused of murdering his patients by overprescribing fentanyl.
His actions were not mere accidental or medical negligence. They were, in fact, murder.
Former Ohio doctor William Husel walked into court Tuesday morning hand in hand with his wife. The 46-year-old now faces 14 counts of murder and has pleaded not guilty.
Many were not in a position to feel discomfort, pain, or agitation. Nonetheless, they were administered large doses of fentanyl without being medically indicated.
Those 14 people, ages 39 up to 82, died at Mount Carmel Health in Columbus, Ohio, between 2015 and 2018. 64-year-old Bonnie Smith was one of them.
The picture of her, the love of my life.
In a 2019 wrongful death lawsuit, David alleges his wife was given 600 micrograms of fentanyl and 6 milligrams of Versed. She died while Husel was the ICU physician.
He was a doctor. I figured he knew what he was talking about.
Husel has denied negligence.
The problem is that the doctor gave much, much higher doses of fentanyl.
Robert Klitzman is associate director of Columbia's bioethics program.
Even if this was comfort care, you wouldn't give 10 times usual dose or 5 times usual dose.
Husel's medical license was suspended by the State Medical Board of Ohio, and the hospital fired at least 23 staff after reviewing Husel's patient cases. Now, defense says,
this is not a murder case, and it's far from it.
Husel is represented by defense attorney Jose Baez, whose former clients include Casey Anthony, Harvey Weinstein, and NFL player Aaron Hernandez.
William Husel was exercising compassion to his patients and trying to free them from pain.
What does the comfort care argument entail?
There's a difference between what's called palliative care and killing someone intentionally. In palliative care, you're trying to ease the patient's pain by the use of drugs or some other therapeutic method. In cases where you are actually trying to cause the death of the person, then that can be murder. So the key here is intent.
The assistant Franklin County prosecutor adds that while other health practitioners cared for the patients, Husel is on trial because he prescribed the medication. The defense disagrees.
There are no pharmacists on trial here, but yet they're 50% responsible for every single dose that's given.
Expect this to be a theme of the defense. It wasn't just my client. There were many other people.
And legal analysts tell me that we're likely to hear from around 50 witnesses who will share what they saw and experienced. And this murder trial will likely go on for around 2 months.
Major outrage in Texas today after the state attorney general, Ken Paxton, likened kids getting gender-affirming medical care to child abuse. Paxton says medical care such as puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and gender-affirming surgery must be stopped, adding that he'll do everything he can to, quote, protect against those who take advantage of and harm young Texans. Now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott taking it a step further by ordering state agencies to investigate any reported instances of what he's calling abuse. Let's bring in NBC News Out reporter Joe Yerkeba and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos now. Joe, I want to start with you on this. Paxton and other critics argue this kind of medical care is experimental and that minors are too young to be able to consent to this. What are you hearing from medical professionals?
So all relevant major medical organizations, including the American Medical Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics, say that gender-affirming care is medically necessary for transgender youth, and it's backed by decades of research. So the majority of medical professionals support access to this care.
Danny, this is an opinion from the Attorney General there in Texas. What legal weight does his opinion carry there? Does this set up the creation of a new law?
No, that would be the Texas legislature's responsibility. Instead, this is interpretation of existing law. So by interpreting this as child abuse, he's sending a clarion call, a notice to all professionals in childcare or in medicine that if they observe this or consider this, it is considered a reportable event and also considered a crime or a form of child abuse under the existing Texas statute. So really no new law is even necessary under the Attorney General's interpretation. By saying my office considers this child abuse, he's sending a message to everyone down the line in both law enforcement, healthcare, and anyone else who has a duty to report child abuse as part of their job.
You know, Joe, even though this opinion doesn't have sort of that legal binding weight at this point, outside of the way Danny just explained it, transgender kids and teens could still face some pretty serious consequences, right?
Right. Yeah. Texas mom Annalise Cothran, who has a 9-year-old trans child, told me yesterday how the opinion will affect her family. Take a listen.
The intention is to create harm, is to embolden people to report loving Texas families who are following evidence-based, medically necessary care for their children. It's emboldening them to be attacked and harmed and ultimately abused and traumatized by the Texas system. I do live in fear that that could happen to me.
So Cothran said people often ask her why she doesn't just move her family out of Texas, and she said that she doesn't think she should have to.
Danny, I'll give you the last word on this. If the Department of Family and Protective Services there in Texas were to implement Paxton's opinion as a sort of a course of the way it does its work in Texas, what legal challenges potentially are there ahead for the state?
They don't really have a choice. I mean, this is the Attorney General's interpretation of existing law. It's essentially like he's saying, I'm interpreting other criminal laws to say that I will prosecute and law enforcement should prosecute cases in which this kind of procedures are requested or performed.
And so likely you would expect that the state would be taken to court on these sorts of things, or is this just sort of something that is likely to be accepted as law?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, because it's only an opinion, there may not be standing yet because it hasn't actually been implemented. But to the extent it is, that would create a standing issue and therefore get plaintiffs into court. But I expect it will be challenged eventually one way or another.
All right, Danny Cevallos, Joe Yerkeba, thank you both. A nationwide state of emergency in Ukraine as more Russian tanks and troops are on the move.
Still ahead, the new territory that Vladimir Putin is eyeing and what's being done to stop the invasion. Stay with us.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Making news right now, 4 people are dead after a helicopter crash on the Hawaiian island of Kauai. That crash happened at the Navy's Pacific Missile Range facility on Tuesday. The people who died were all employees of a company that was doing routine training operations under contract with the Navy. We don't yet know the identities of the victims. An Oregon man accused of killing 1 person, injuring 4 others at a racial justice protest is now facing charges. Prosecutors say Benjamin Smith told demonstrators at a Portland park to leave before he drew a gun and shot into the crowd. He hit 5 people before someone else fired back. Smith is charged with second-degree murder, attempted murder, and assault. And a new study is revealing the discovery of a fossil of a giant flying reptile. The bones were found in a layer of limestone on the shores of Scotland. They belong to a pterosaurus, which scientists say had a wingspan of more than 8 feet. Researchers say this was the largest fossil of its kind ever discovered from the Jurassic period.
At the bottom of this hour now, let's get you up to breaking news and developments in Ukraine. Just overnight, the country prepared to declare a state of emergency and really began mobilizing reservists, urging its citizens in Russia to leave immediately given the growing threat of war. This all just one day after the Russian parliament authorized Vladimir Putin to use the country's military abroad, stoking new fears that he'll move even deeper into Ukraine. President Biden responding swiftly with new sanctions against Russia and vowing that even steeper sanctions would follow if Putin does not withdraw his troops. We're covering every angle of this rapidly developing story for you. We have you on the ground there in Ukraine. We also have the broader geopolitical implications here in the U.S. So let's go and begin with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, who's just made his way actually into western Ukraine from Poland. Cal, look, Ukrainian President Zelensky is changing his tone, right? I mean, he's declaring the state of emergency. What does that mean on the ground there? I mean, what's been the reaction to this sort of swift acknowledgement of what they believe is now to come?
Look, I think it gives the government more options should there be a wider invasion. I'm not just talking about the military. The police could then do certain things they otherwise wouldn't be able to do, like vehicle checkpoints in and around the capital. Again, the government making clear they're not there yet. This is just more steps in case there's a wider invasion. I think you sort of nailed it when you talked about that chain of tone. We have heard the Ukrainian president for weeks now sort of downplaying the chance of an invasion, downplaying the chance of a wider invasion than we've sort of already seen. And then today you have this state of emergency. So I do think it has gotten the attention of folks, though. To remind people where I am, I'm actually closer to Poland than I am to the Ukrainian capital. So I wouldn't expect to see any change of posture here in the western part of the country. Maybe in Kiev you could see, as I said, maybe an uptick in sort of police on the streets. That seems to be the direction that we're headed, Morgan.
And Cal, I mean, the city where you are, as you mentioned right now, a little bit closer to Poland there in western Ukraine. I mean, it has taken on a whole new importance with these tensions escalating. I mean, why is that?
This is the fallback position, right? This is the fallback position not just for diplomatic missions, but if there is that wider invasion, you can expect people are going to move west. They're sort of calling this the western capital of Ukraine. As I said, you have those diplomatic missions that have moved here. The American embassy is here. The British diplomatic corps has moved here, as well as a number of other countries. And so you have really a preparation, I think. If the worst happens, you will see this city expand. There is, of course, also pulling back the curtain a little bit for our viewers. There are loads of international journalists here. This has become a staging area as people prepare to possibly cover a wider conflict.
All right, Cal Perry for us there in western Ukraine. Cal, thank you.
The U.S. and its European allies have been sending weapons and providing defense aid to Ukraine, but there are growing concerns it may not be enough to stop the threats from Russia. Crucial military technology that Ukraine does not have yet are sophisticated surface-to-air missiles. Now, U.S. officials and defense experts say without those weapons, Ukraine remains vulnerable. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian is joining us now from Washington. Ken, how useful are these surface-to-air missiles for a country like Ukraine?
Aaron, they would have been very useful if Ukraine had a modern air defense system. They don't have that. They have Soviet-era weapons that are really prone to electronic jamming by the Russians, and they've been asking for years for the West, for the United States, to sell them these systems. And for a variety of reasons, 3 American presidents have declined to do that. After Russia seized Crimea in 2014, President Barack Obama refused to provide any lethal assistance at all to the Ukrainians. Under Trump, they were provided Javelin anti-tank weapons and some other kinds of weapons. Famously, Trump held that shipment up and was impeached over that whole issue. And then even in the Biden administration, they've been asking for improved air defenses, and the Biden administration has resisted. There were concerns about this technology getting in the hands of the Russians. There were concerns about whether the Ukrainians could handle it, and there were concerns about provoking Russia. Some of the senior people behind that decision, though, Aaron, have told us they now regret it. They now wish that Ukraine had better air defenses to at least deter and punish Russia for what is expected to be a massive air assault that would presage any invasion.
So given that reality, Ken, what happens now? I mean, is there talk about giving Ukraine these missiles or allowing that country to buy them?
Unfortunately, officials say it's too late because it takes many months to train people on these complicated systems. And, you know, Russia has 190,000 troops arrayed around Ukraine right now. They would see that as a provocation. What has been provided are those Stinger missiles, the same kind of surface-to-air missile that the CIA gave to Afghan rebels to fight the Soviets in the 1980s. Those can bring down helicopters, perhaps planes. They can do some damage. Ukraine also has javelins. They can inflict some damage on the Russian forces. But if Russia really does decide to unleash a massive, full-scale campaign, there's really not much Ukraine can do to resist it, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian for us in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thanks.
You bet.
NATO is now in the spotlight as the Ukrainian crisis makes headlines worldwide. Russia has repeatedly warned Ukraine to give up any notion of joining the European Defense Alliance. Let's go ahead and bring in Ambassador Douglas Lute, the former U.S. permanent representative to NATO. Ambassador Lute, thank you so much for making time for us. Look, Putin claims that after the fall of the Soviet Union, the U.S. promised Russia that NATO would not expand into Eastern Europe. But is there any truth to this?
Well, there's no written record of such a promise. I mean, there were discussions after 1991, when the Soviet Union dissolved, and its alliance package, the Warsaw Pact, likewise broke apart. But there were never any formal agreements that NATO would not move forward. In fact, beginning in 1949, when NATO was created, as part of the NATO treaty, the 10th article, Article 10, says that NATO will remain open to further European membership. So this goes all the way back, this notion of an open door to membership, all the way back to 1949.
And Ambassador, I mean, can you give us just a sense of how this crisis is even impacting NATO, and really even America's position in Europe right now?
Well, you know, sometimes people ask, was President Putin a grand strategist? Well, if he's a grand strategist, he's had a very adverse effect on his own strategy, because the impact on NATO is to have solidified NATO, to have cohered NATO in a way that maybe no other potential threat might have. NATO is tighter together, more solidified, with strong U.S. leadership than it's been in decades. And most of that can be attributed to the steps that President Putin has taken.
But obviously, we know sometimes with Putin, the audio and the video, so to speak, they don't always match up. So, is Putin's latest action really only having to do with Ukraine's possibility with NATO, or is there something deeper at play here?
Well, there's no question that the immediate chore here for President Putin and for the Russian Federation is to regain control over sovereign Ukrainian territory. And that, of course, is linked to the potential of Ukraine leaning west, either by joining or affiliating with the European Union or with NATO. But I believe his goals are broader than that, and very much reflected in the speech that was given. He gave several days ago. And this has to do with cracking the coherence of NATO as an alliance at 30, cracking the coherence of the European Union, and ultimately dividing the United States from our European allies and partners. So Ukraine today, but he has deeper goals in mind.
All right, Ambassador Liu, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. We really appreciate you joining us.
Now, in his recent speech, Russian President Vladimir Putin offered his own interpretation of Ukrainian history, as we've discussed. He described Ukraine's territory as, quote, historically Russian land. Now, historians say that rhetoric could signal much more aggressive action from the Kremlin. NBC News senior reporter Alexander Smith joins us now. Alexander, so who are these experts and what alarms them most about Putin's speeches?
So Putin started this televised address by saying, let me just say a few words about the history of this issue. But then he went on this lengthy, winding explanation, giving his interpretation of about 100 years of Russian and Ukrainian history. Now, as this speech was coming in, it was broadcast across Russian television. As this speech was coming in, we were just getting so much reaction from historians, political analysts, whose jaws were just on the floor at what Putin was saying. The history gets a bit in the weeds here, but the thrust of Putin's take is basically that Ukraine is an inalienable part of the Russian Empire and that it was somehow given away illegitimately by the Soviet Union. Now, historians such as the Yale professor Timothy Snyder have basically said this isn't true. Ukrainian nationalism predates the Soviet Union by about 100 years, and elements of the Ukrainian state go back to about the Middle Ages. But the problem with this take is that it seems to be the basis for whatever Putin is planning next, far more than any issue he might have with NATO.
You know, you referenced the Middle Ages. I want to show our viewers this kind of a snarky meme that was shared by the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. We'll put it up on the screen here. As you've had a chance to look at this already, what's the message the U.S. is trying to send to Russia with the image that we have on the screen?
So this is the U.S. Embassy sharing a meme that makes the point that Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, predates the Russian capital of Moscow, which is true. And the point being that Ukraine has its own history, politics, society that should be defended. But I want to raise another point that critics have made in response to this tweet, and that's basically, so what? Even if Moscow had predated Kyiv, would that mean that Russia had the right to invade its sovereign neighbor? And the problem that people in Ukraine would have with this is they'd say it doesn't matter how old our capital city is. We're a democracy, we want independence, and we certainly don't want a war with Russia.
And what are Russia experts saying about Putin's perspective on the fall of the Soviet Union?
So this is really interesting because it's often said that Putin wants to reconstruct the Soviet Union, and he certainly has said that the fall of the Soviet Union in the early 90s was a tragedy of the 20th century. But actually, this speech gives a bit more evidence for the idea that Putin wants to reconstruct the spirit of the Russian Empire, which predated the Soviet Union before 1917. In this speech, he actually blamed the Soviets, particularly Vladimir Lenin, for giving too much power to Ukraine, power that he said should have stayed with the Russian Empire. And the problem that many historians say is that when you have autocratic leaders starting to say that countries and people don't have the right to exist, what often happens next is never good.
Well, this is a complex conflict and relationship to understand. I encourage our viewers to go to NBCnews.com. Alexander has written a very insightful and enlightening piece about all this. Alexander Smith, thank you.
It's being called the MAGA-palooza at Mar-a-Lago.
Up next, the new test for Trump loyalists ahead of the high-stakes midterm election.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Well, election season is in full swing in Texas, with Democratic hopefuls drawing support from big names. Senator Elizabeth Warren is in the state's 35th district today, stumping for progressive candidate Greg Casar. He is taking on longtime Texas state legislator Eddie Rodriguez now. This election is one of the many this year, showcasing the stark divide between progressive and moderate Democrats. NBC News political unit deputy editor Bridget Bowman joins us now. So, Bridget, what's driving the political divide within the Democratic Party right now?
Yeah, so those divisions are on a few different fronts. In some primaries, we do see that more traditional divide of a moderate versus a liberal. But in other places, and especially in some of these really deep blue districts where both candidates are trying to lay claim to the progressive mantle, we see a divide over strategy. And it's a debate that we've seen playing out among Democrats here in Washington as they've seen some of their major priorities, like the Build Back Better plan, as those have stalled. It sparked this debate about how do we get things done? Do Democrats go big and bold in their policy proposals, or do they settle for more piecemeal progress? And that's a debate we see playing out in the 35th district race, which you mentioned, and in a number of these other open primaries.
So we've had several Texas lawmakers who've stepped down, right? Progressive Democrats are now hoping to replace some of their conservative counterparts there. If they're successful with that, what would a stronger say in the Democratic caucus mean for those progressives?
Yeah, this question over what kind of Democrats are going to be coming to D.C. in the next Congress is being decided in these open seats. It's a real place where liberals are trying to make their mark. In the 35th district, for example, we see progressives like Warren, outside groups like the Working Families Party, Justice Democrats spending in these races to try to bolster their preferred candidates. It would be crucial for Texas Democrats to try to make their mark early. These are the first primaries of the 2022 midterms, a real test of what kinds of Democrats are going to win these races.
You know, you also have the governor's race there in Texas. Greg Abbott's lead over the progressive Democratic challenger there, Beto O'Rourke, is one that's shrinking right now. How big of an upset would this be for O'Rourke to pull off a win in Texas?
This would still be a significant upset. It's been almost 30 years since Texas had a Democratic governor. That shrinking lead that you mentioned was reflected in a recent Dallas Morning News University of Texas at Tyler poll that showed Abbott with a 7-point lead. But even though that was a little bit smaller of a lead than their previous poll, it's still an uphill climb for O'Rourke. Texas has traditionally supported Republicans statewide, and this is going to be a tougher election cycle for Democrats than when O'Rourke ran for Senate in 2018, and he almost defeated Ted Cruz. That was a blue wave year for Democrats, a very good year for them, and this is going to be tougher. And Abbott also starts the race with a significant financial advantage. He has a much larger campaign account than O'Rourke, and Texas is expensive to campaign in. It's huge, has a lot of media markets, so O'Rourke's going to really have to raise a lot of money to close that gap. And he's proven that he can in the Senate race, but he's starting from behind now on that front.
All right. A lot of activity to watch in the months to come there in Texas. Bridget Boland for us. Thank you.
In just a few days, CPAC kicks off in Orlando, but first, Team Trump is hosting its own forum at Mar-a-Lago. 10 sitting members of Congress and 4 Trump Super PAC members will host panels and conduct one-on-one interviews with 13 congressional candidates. Many of these candidates were handpicked by Trump to challenge GOP incumbents who didn't align with the former president. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now. Ben, look, first, this seems highly unusual. I mean, this basically seems like a Trump loyalty test for a member of Congress. So how much of this is the Trump team really trying to rally the base versus actually working to vet these candidates?
Yeah, I mean, this is not the Trump rally road show that we've used to seeing over the past couple of years, the one that's really tried to bring in GOP voters and have these, raucous rallies to drive support among regular folks. This is aimed at the donor class. This is an event aimed at getting the big money donors who want to stay in Trump's good graces, that loyalty test, like you said, and direct them at the candidates that Trump has blessed to do just that. It's basically this idea of get everybody in a room, let the donors get familiar with those candidates, and all at the same time use it as a way to fill the coffers of Trump's political action committee.
And Ben, I mean, this event is invitation only, with people paying anywhere between $300,000 and $250,000 just to be there. So, I mean, what does this money actually get the attendees? And can we expect any accountability showing where that money actually goes?
Sure. Typically, obviously it's a big range. You said 3,000, 250,000. There are going to be a lot of tiers up that sort of ladder, if you will. The more money you spend, the more access likely you will get to some of these candidates, other big money donors, things like that. It's all about kind of, a lot of these donor events are about sort of buying access to candidates or to folks who have a lot of money, folks who are interested in similar issues as you. It's really about that. And as far as the question about access to seeing who's actually attending, who's donating, super PACs have to actually file with the Federal Election Committee. They can raise as much as they want, but they have to disclose those donors. So we will eventually see these donations later in the year.
All right. NBC's Ben Camisar for us. Ben, thank you. There's a major surge in spyware, and it's not from hackers.
After the break, how your boss could track every keystroke, even though you're working from home, and the 3 things you can do to protect your privacy.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
2 years into the pandemic, and remote working has blurred the lines between home and office like never before.
Yeah, but did you know that your boss could be tracking your activity through your company-provided devices? It's a type of software known as tattleware, and it's more common than you might think. Here's NBC News senior consumer investigative reporter Vicki Nguyen.
At first, we were all sent home with our equipment.
Jen Garcia was working from home as a systems engineer when she found a program on her company-issued computer that could take pictures of what was on her screen at any time.
Did it feel like an invasion of your privacy?
Yeah, definitely. We had no idea that this had been deployed.
In fact, if you work at a company with more than 500 employees, Harvard business ethics professor J.S. Nelson says you should expect some form of surveillance software to be on your devices.
You definitely need to think about being photographed, listening through your microphone, keystroke logging software. So recording what you are typing at any given time, what websites you're going to, who you're communicating with.
The scenarios you're describing are scary, but are they actually happening?
Yes. When COVID-19 pushed people to work remotely who could work remotely, we saw sales of workplace surveillance software more than triple.
A recent study by an internet privacy firm found 68% of bosses and 47% of IT departments can access recordings from corporate devices. And it can get really personal. For example, did your company's wellness program provide fitness monitors like Fitbits? Nelson warns all that biometric data, your weight, heart rate, body temperature, and more, could be used by your company.
When a company says, we need this kind of monitoring for our employees who are working from home, what's wrong with it? What do you say?
I don't think it's thought through very well. Companies are not as aware as they should be about the downsides of these choices and the message that they are sending to the people who work for them.
Which is?
Which is that we don't trust you.
Don't be sneaky.
Jason Demers is CEO of Email Analytics. Their software tracks email traffic and response times for customer service and sales. He says the program only reveals the subject line, not the content of the message. He says the software increases email response times by nearly 43%.
How do companies balance their need for productivity against the employees' right to privacy?
We're all trying to figure out what's that right balance right now. What does work from home? What's okay? And where's the boundary at? We draw the line at seeing what is actually being written in the emails.
If you have work-issued technology at home, experts say avoid using it for personal activity. Use a separate phone and computer. And find a private space at home where your devices can't see or hear what your family is doing.
You need to demand accountability and transparency from your employer so that you know exactly what is going on in your own home.
Jen Garcia says she left her last job in part because of that surveillance software.
You're looking at your machine most of the day, and it's completely natural to check your personal email or something like that. And so at any moment, you can have something potentially very private exposed to your employer.
Vicki Nguyen joins us now. Vicki, I'm curious about the legality of all this. Are there any laws on how this sort of tattleware can be used?
Hey, Aaron, great question. Nothing at the federal level, really no regulation. Professor J.S. Nelson tells us there's sort of a patchwork of regulation at the local and state level, but very little enforcement. So it's really up to these companies to figure out how they want to deploy this surveillance software and how transparent they're going to be with their employees. So that's why it's so important for you to know what you can do to protect your own privacy, simple changes you can make around your house. And if you are curious, go to your HR department, go to your IT department, and ask the question, what kind of software is on my devices? How can it monitor me?
Yeah, I have 5 company devices. I think that, somebody can always see what I'm doing on my company stuff. And I just assume don't do anything I don't want them to know. All right, Vicki Nguyen for us today. Vicki, thank you.
That is a good practice.
Yeah.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now, targeting Moscow. The U.S. slapping major sanctions on Russia as troops move further into Ukraine. And now Russia is launching a barrage of cyber attacks.
Lingering threat. COVID cases still declining, but not everywhere. The region where millions of people are facing mandatory testing.
The finalists. President Biden shortening his short list for the next Supreme Court justice, who's still in the running, and how soon we could get his official choice.
And the gift of giving. If you run into this guy on the street, it may be your lucky day. The social media influencer who's gained a huge following for his random acts of kindness. And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with breaking developments coming out of Ukraine. The president there calling for a state of emergency as Russia appears on the verge of accelerating its offensive. It's already done so online, launching an all-out cyber attack against Ukraine's government systems, as well as some of its banks. The extent of that damage, though, is still not totally clear.
Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin is pushing back hard after the U.S. enacted strict sanctions, the financial punishments specifically targeting Russian banks and elites who are close to Putin. The UN General Assembly meeting today on the developing situation in Ukraine that said a diplomatic resolution seems all but impossible now. One clear sign, Russia has pulled its embassy staff out of Kyiv.
We are covering every single angle of this developing story for you, including the impact this crisis could have on your wallet right here at home. But let's go ahead and begin with NBC News' Matt Bradley there in Ukraine. Matt, what other details do we have on these cyber attacks? I mean, what does it actually look like? What are Ukrainians doing about it? And really, how are they preparing?
It looks like it brought those websites down, and this isn't the first time. So what happened tonight, it attacked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Cabinet Office, and the Parliament, the Rada, as well as some other ministries. And those are all back up online. But there's some other agencies like the Ministry of Security, or the Internal Security Ministry and the Security Services. Those are still offline. So this was a pretty sprawling attack, even if it is more or less almost over, and it really just comes in the tail end of a series of assaults against electronic infrastructure here in Ukraine, and intelligence agencies from the U.S. and others say this is all Russia. This is Russia's fingerprints all over it, and that's not really a surprise because we know that Russia employs a certain methodology of hybrid warfare. But, this seems like a relentless series of cyber attacks, and it's something that the Ukrainian government has gotten a lot of assistance from the U.S. in trying to avert. But as the tempo of these cyber attacks increases, it goes alongside, kind of dovetails with what we've been hearing with the tempo of threats, material threats, normal threats against Ukraine. And a lot of military people are trying to gear up. A lot of people in Ukraine really now believe there will be an attack. I was just near the border today and I spoke with a reservist. Here's what he had to say. This army is enormous and extremely powerful. How do you feel about that? Are you frightened?
I feel great because we were with our enemy since 20-30 years, and we're ready to battle in any minute.
So last night, President Zelensky called up some of the reservists, but interestingly, not the entire military. Guys?
All right, I want to turn to Matt Bodner right now. He's in Russia. Matt, can you talk to us about the reaction in Moscow to these sanctions? I mean, are they working? Are they having the intended message? What has been the reaction thus far? Because it seems like Putin was sort of dipping his toe in. The U.S. was responding. He was waiting to see how the response was going to be before deciding his next steps. That's what it looks like from this vantage point. What does it look like from yours?
Thank you, Morgan. Well, a few things. I would say I think Russia understands that if it goes ahead with what we all fear that it is imminently going to do, it is going to get hit with some severe sanctions. Now, so far, the sanctions that have been imposed are not yet kind of, let's just say, for lack of a better word, the next level sanctions, right? Stuff like sanctions that would essentially see vast limitations on the on tech goods and stuff like that. But last night after Biden's remarks on sanctions, the Kremlin was asked by Russian reporters what they thought, and the Kremlin said, "Oh, we didn't even watch that. So we were busy with some other stuff." So that kind of sets the tone for the response. And now, of course, Russia has been facing sanctions for a long, long time now. We're 8 years into this Ukraine crisis. They have, from their perspective, weathered round after round after round of U.S. sanctions. So I don't, so at the moment, they don't seem to be having that kind of deterrent effect. I do want to point out, though, they are responding nonetheless. The Russian Foreign Ministry today threatening that there will be a strong Russian response to sanctions, not necessarily symmetrical, but measured, and something that the United States will feel. And of course, we are aware that Russia does have options, for example, in the energy market, raw materials and stuff, if it chooses to go there. But so far, not much evidence of a deterrent effect.
I want to stay on these sanctions here for just a minute. Carol Lee, you're there at the White House. And just to be clear, I mean, these sanctions, they aren't targeting all the Russian banks and not necessarily even the biggest ones. So how confident is the administration that these sanctions will actually deter Putin?
Well, the short answer, Morgan, is they're not confident at all. And officials I speak to have made that very clear. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is the U.S. intelligence that's shown a week ago that the decision had already been made. The order had been given for Russian troops to move into Ukraine in a very aggressive way. And from the U.S.'s perspective, Russia has followed the playbook almost exactly as they anticipated it would before launching a large-scale invasion. And the second thing is that Russia expected these sanctions. The U.S. had telegraphed these for weeks, and so they already knew where the U.S. was likely to go in terms of adopting some sanctions, at least an initial tranche of them. And so what you're hearing from the White House, and the president said this yesterday in his remarks, is that they, even though they're taking these steps, is they still very much expect that Russia will launch, in the president's word, a massive military assault on Ukraine. What they're trying to do now is mitigate the domestic fallout from that. So they're looking at things like cyber attacks. How can they make sure that private companies are prepared for this, U.S. banks, other financial institutions, and the government, as well as how do they deal with a spike in gas prices?
All right, NBC's Matt Bradley, Matt Bodner, and Carol Lee, thank you all.
Let's bring in CNBC economics reporter Jeff Cox now. Jeff, I want to talk a little bit about the literal costs of this conflict. Walk us through the impacts, particularly on energy prices.
Yeah, well, it's multi-pronged, Aaron, and as you mentioned, the most particular impact is coming in energy prices. We're seeing U.S. crude oil prices spiking very sharply. Brent crude prices actually came close to $100 a barrel yesterday. Overall, oil prices up natural gas prices up about 30% just since this crisis has intensified over the last few weeks. So that's a big deal. Oil prices up not as much, but still feeling the pressure. Elsewhere in the commodity complex, there's also pressure on grains. You're seeing things like wheat prices are soaring right now. Soybeans are I think 40% higher this year. Wheat's up about 30%. So it's a widespread impact. Unfortunately, where the impact is going to be most felt will be in some of the poorer nations in the world that are really dependent upon some of these things. And as these issues intensify, supply chains are going to start to get hit much harder, and it will be much more difficult to get product out. Countries will have to go to other suppliers, and that's going to drive inflation, which is already up at multi-decade highs for most of the world, to just go even higher still.
You know, you mentioned supply chains, and that's something that people have been talking about a lot lately. What other possible supply chain disruptions are you keeping an eye on as we watch this crisis escalate?
Well, one of the big places to look, Aaron, is semiconductors have been the biggest issue so far in the supply chain. Ukraine is a big producer of neon, and neon is a critical element in those chips. So as these supply chain issues continue to intensify, of course, issues like car manufacturing and those type of things, everything that's reliant on chips, which is so much of our consumer base right now, will feel the impact of this. So watching that very closely from a macroeconomic standpoint, most of the economists I talk to don't think that this is going to have a big raw impact on numbers, but these things can start to add up. And of course, they couldn't have come at a worse time for countries like the U.S. that are seeing these intense price pressures.
Right, and so that means that they could linger on that much longer as we start to feel the impacts of what we're seeing, the numbers you just presented us right now. The other factor in this, obviously, is money, right? This is something that affects people's money, or that's what they worry about. How might Russia's invasion of Ukraine impact the Federal Reserve, for example, and its decisions around interest rates?
Well, it certainly complicates the Fed's job. The Fed, of course, is prepared to start raising interest rates to contain that inflation problem that's running at a 7.5% pace over the past 12 months. So what's actually happened is that market expectations have rolled back a little bit. There was some anticipation that the Fed might raise rates as much as 0.5 point next month. Expectations from that have drifted backwards now a little bit to 0.25 point. But at the same time, the market still expects the Fed to keep moving forward forward with its rate hikes. But this complicates things because it's not only inflationary, but then it also has the potential, if it drags on long enough, to slow growth. So when you talk about slower growth, higher prices, folks of us who were around back in the late 70s, early 80s, remember the term stagflation, and you can start to see that become a problem.
All right, CNBC's Jeff Cox for us. Jeff, thanks.
More coronavirus restrictions are being lifted as cases keep dropping. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot announced that her city's indoor mask mandate will end on Monday, and that is the same day that Illinois' statewide mandate will end. Meanwhile, abroad, the European Council has formally recommended that all 27 countries in the EU ease restrictions for vaccinated travelers. This new rule would eliminate the need for vaccinated people to present a negative COVID test to enter EU countries. But in Hong Kong, things are actually going in an opposite direction. The government there plans to test every single citizen. We're talking 7 million plus people as Omicron cases skyrocket. We're going to get an expert analysis from our doctor on duty in just a moment. But first, let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. Claudio, what reasons are Chinese leaders really giving for the need to test every single citizen at this point?
Hey, Morgan. Well, Hong Kong is experiencing one of the worst waves of COVID-19 since the start of the pandemic, driven, of course, by the Omicron variant. Experts have long, for days now, warned that hospital facilities as well as isolation facilities may soon be overwhelmed, with the leader of Hong Kong, Carrie Lam, saying that the isolation facilities in this particular case are severely inadequate and promising that they are rushing to build more. At the same time, talking about numbers, experts say that if nothing is done, and quickly, of course it takes time to build facilities and to find facilities, but if nothing is done quickly, then a third of the population of Hong Kong will have to go into isolation within weeks, and half of the population will have contracted COVID by April. So the authorities say they had no other choice but test every single citizen. That's 1 million per day, and it will take, of course, a week to test all the 7 million plus, as you said, Morgan.
But besides this new rule, especially with the testing, Claudia, I mean, what other restrictions in place are happening right now in Hong Kong?
Right, there's very strict social distancing measures, including a ban on eating and dining in restaurants after 6 p.m. as well as a ban on incoming flights from 9 different countries, including the United States. And those measures, because, of course, of the wave of Omicron, will be extended, the authorities say, until April the 20th, at least, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, thank you.
Let's bring in Dr. Anand Swaminathan now. He's a clinical professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital in New Jersey. So, Doc, despite what we just heard from Claudio just now, countries around the world are lifting restrictions in a pretty big way at this point. Does that concern you at all, in particular, as you think about hospitals and how we saw so many of them all around the world being overwhelmed? Do you worry about maybe them being overwhelmed again?
Absolutely. And I think what we are showing is that we're not really learning from the mistakes of the past 2 years. What we should be using this time for is not talking about which mandates and which requirements can go away or come back. It's really saying, what are we going to do when we hit the next surge? If that surge is even bigger than Omicron, how do we buttress our hospitals? How do we buttress our public health system so it's ready to accept that? We have to do that by increasing vaccination rates, by expanding testing availability and access, by supporting workers for sick leave. So when people get sick, they stay home so they don't spread. And we need to be investing in the public health system in order to really cope with what's coming.
And you make some really good points there. I think that's, we, the general public, sort of expect the folks in positions of power to be thinking about those things and planning around those things as we try to, on the lower levels, live our lives. I want to ask you about schools as it relates to this, though. Do you think it's safe now for mask mandates for masking to be lifted in classroom settings at this point?
Not really, Aaron, and I think this really has to go district by district because we need to have some real clear off-ramps of what needs to be in place in order for us to remove that protection of masks. Masks are clearly beneficial. We know that they are reducing spread. They help to protect especially the vulnerable kids that are in school, the ones who have immunocompromised. And that's an equity issue we really need to be supporting. And so if we want to remove masks in schools, we need clear cutoff points to say we are at a point where it's safe enough to remove that. So high vaccination rates, well over 80%, and very low transmission in the community would really be the starting point to have that discussion.
Because a 4-year-old will sneeze in your face and keep moving, and it's just sort of the way it is. And if we can protect against that, why not? Dr. Anand Swaminathan, we appreciate it. Thank you.
President Biden appears to be closing in on his Supreme Court nominee. The White House has interviewed 3 finalists to replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. 2 are federal judges, Ketanji Brown Jackson and J. Michelle Childs. The 3rd is California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now outside the White House. Kristen, it's great to see you. What more have you learned about these interviews and this process?
Hi, Morgan. Well, it's great to be with you. Look, what we know is that President Biden is inching closer to making a final decision, what is going to be a monumental decision in his presidency. So he has interviewed these 3 finalists. And first to Ketanji Brown Jackson. Look, she is someone who sits on the U.S. Court of Appeals, and she was confirmed with bipartisan support. That is significant. She won the support of 3 Republicans. She also clerked for Justice Breyer. That is significant as well. In terms of Judge Michelle Childs, she is someone who is on the Court of Appeals in South Carolina, a critical state for President Biden. And what's notable about her is that she has gotten support and high praise, frankly, from Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who has said she's the type of nominee who he could back. So that's significant. Then you have Judge Kruger. She, of course, sits on the Supreme Court in California. She's someone who's argued a number of cases before the Supreme Court. So you have 3 very strong candidates here. And I am told that the outreach is well underway to Capitol Hill, to outside groups, including from the president himself, as he gets closer to making this final decision. The White House insisting he's still on track to make that decision by the end of the month, Morgan.
So by the end of the month, do we have any more specifics about any other indications of when that decision may come, or even sort of any anticipatory things we can look for?
Yeah, it's a really good question we've been asking officials here every day. Let me read you what Andrew Bates, who's one of the officials really engaged in this process, told me on the record, which gives you a little hint of where things stand. He says the president has not yet chosen a nominee. He continues to evaluate eminently qualified individuals in the mold of Justice Breyer, who have the strongest records, intellect, character, and dedication to the rule of law that anyone could ask for, and all of whom would be deserving of bipartisan support. He looks forward to announcing a nominee this month. Now, it's significant that the White House says the president is still on track to announce his nominee by the end of the month, because think about everything else that is going on here, Morgan. You have the Ukraine crisis. Of course, we have spent hours and days reporting on that. And so clearly the president's attention has been directed at that as well. And then he has his State of the Union address coming up on Tuesday. That is a significant date to watch because, of course, making this announcement in the days leading up to his State of the Union address could give him some momentum heading into that key night for the president.
All right. NBC's Kristen Welker for us there at the White House. Kristen, as always, thank you.
The GOP is celebrating a big win in Florida in a closely watched, highly contested local race. Republican Nick Howland defeated Democrat Tracy Polson in the Jacksonville City Council special election, flipping a seat Democrats have held for the last 4 years. NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar joins us now. He's been tracking this. Ben, break down this win for us if you can. How did Howland pull this off?
Yeah, this was a hard-fought battle with a ton of investment on both sides. It actually led to a better-than-expected turnout, thanks to the a number of eyeballs and resources directed to this race. Particularly, we saw a late push by Republicans in the days before the election. They were hoping to catch Democrats on the flat foot and take advantage of the national headwinds. I think we've got Duval County GOP chairman explaining their message after the victory.
And we understand that we cannot let leftist woke ideology take root in our town, and we will pull out all the stops to stop it in its tracks. It reflects the sour mood against Democrats. It reflects also a sour mood, particularly against their policies, their ideology, their radical woke leftism. That doesn't play well in Jacksonville. It doesn't play well, apparently, anywhere else in the country either.
And that interview was actually just before the election. That's the message that we've heard in the hours in the morning since. And now Republicans hold all 5 seats, all of the at-large seats on the Jacksonville City Council. And this win helped them get a supermajority on the panel.
Yeah, and Ben, what does the result of this race say about the political environment for Democrats in competitive races more broadly?
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the result you'd expect to see, as it looks more and more likely that Republicans are going to have a strong November. I'll let Daniel Henry, the Duval County Democratic Party chairman, explain why this was such a big race and why Democrats were struggling here.
I think a lot of people are not immune to the fact of all the issues that we're seeing happen nationally. Gas prices are up, inflation is up, people are dealing with higher grocery prices. All of these issues animate even local city council races, and they come up in conversations when we talk to voters every single day. So it's hard to say, hard to pretend that these national issues don't affect local races. They do, and it'll give us a pretty good indication as to how much the Republicans may be able to exploit that in the midterms.
And what you're hearing from Democrats and Republicans in this race and these conversations we've been having in this district and across the country, it's sort of been a lot of the same refrain. It underscores this tough sledding that Democrats will have unless they can turn around the narrative in the next couple of months.
All right, Ben Camisar with us today. Ben, thanks.
Bye.
Nearly 500,000 families displaced by highway construction.
Coming up, how the federal government is hoping to use $1 billion to right the wrongs of the past.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
The infrastructure law is one of the largest investments in roads the U.S. has seen in decades.
That's right, and some of that money is now going toward fixing the unjust way the original interstate highway was built back in the 50s. In many instances, you run right through black neighborhoods, and NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett took a closer look when she took a trip to Indianapolis just to see how that city is looking to pave a new path forward.
The South Side was a family. If you did it out, hey, somebody was going to know it. If something was going on, hey, we came together. You don't have that today.
Beatrice Miller is referring to life before construction tore through her neighborhood in Indianapolis to build the I-65 highway in the 1950s and 60s.
It was hard. It was very, very hard. You have to blend in with a new group of people that knew nothing about your existence.
Her story echoes those of black communities across the country back then, when more than 475,000 households were displaced in favor of adding 41,000 miles to the U.S. interstate system. Many of those properties home to black families.
The majority of these ones on here, workers, went to work every day.
An automotive age, traveling on time-saving superhighways.
Fast forward to Indianapolis in 2022. That highway under construction again. The city working to rebuild higher, but with input from residents this time, starting with a section called the North Split.
Basically, what we're doing is tearing everything down to the ground and rebuilding it back up again. We did a very extensive public involvement process with, this construction.
We toured some of the construction zone to see how that community feedback shaped the elevated design.
We're going to have a portion of what we call an urban forest.
And more space to benefit pedestrians.
Here you can really see the difference between the old and the new.
We're able to put a lot more overhead lights. We're also doubling the size of the sidewalk underneath.
This opportunity for infrastructure improvement is something Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has put a renewed focus on with his Reconnecting Communities initiative.
There is racism physically built into some of our highways.
$1 billion in grant money in Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law to right the wrongs of the past. The North Split construction is not funded by this grant, but organizations like Rethink 6570 formed to make sure the city focuses on more than just rebuilding as is for the next part of the project, the South Split. Here, they want to see a recessed highway.
If you can imagine, this was all neighborhood. People don't really want to live around this.
Instead of it being elevated like it is now, you want it to be recessed underneath what would be a neighborhood.
From an environmental standpoint, the air emissions can be better, noise can be better, and so people are more inclined to develop closer to it.
Rethink 6570 funded a study that says it's possible, but Indiana's Department of Transportation is focused elsewhere.
This was not that project. This was, it needed to be done. It needed to be completely redone from the ground up. But we're talking about millions and millions of dollars of difference.
But is a recessed highway or something similar to that a potential for the South Split?
So for the South Split, it's not even on our radar right now.
A project that requires years of foresight. But even with the administration's goals, residents like Miller who were displaced are still skeptical.
If we hadn't been looked over for so long, I probably would think, oh, yeah, this is good. But I won't believe it unless it happens.
Community input is key with these projects because how the neighbors react to the construction can physically shape how the project turns out. For example, with that North Split construction project, originally there was an exit ramp slated to dump out right where this historically black high school is standing, and the neighbors in that area were concerned about safety and they were really upset about it, and so they changed the construction plans. But at the same time, we're not seeing that effort at reconnecting that former black neighborhood decades ago with that proposed recessed highway. And a big part of that is because of money. When I pressed the Department of Transportation in Indiana about whether this funding would make a big difference, they said that it's too far down the road to really commit to anything. But this is going to be a national project, originally proposed for $20 billion, now only allocating $1 billion. And so to make this successful in the eyes of what the administration was looking for when they proposed this Reconnecting Communities Fund, they're really going to have buy-in at the local level and the national level. And we're seeing some hesitation from these cities right now because of the huge undertaking that it really is.
A state of emergency in Ukraine.
Still ahead, how a cyber attack is impacting several government websites as tensions escalate with Russia.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, a pair of Black Hawk helicopters crashed into each other while landing yesterday on a mountain in Utah. They were in the middle of a training exercise when one of the chopper's motors made contact with the other. The teams aboard are remarkably unhurt, and everyone on board was able to escape without being injured. Meanwhile, Capitol Police and Washington, D.C. officials are preparing for possible truck driver protests ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address next week. Police have requested help from the National Guard to provide support at traffic control points in and around D.C. Now, this all comes after weeks of protests by truckers in Ottawa, which closed down a key bridge between the U.S. and Canada. And they are definitely keeping up with the Kardashians streaming. The Kardashian family is headed back to television with a new Hulu series. The streaming network dropped the first trailer of the show on Monday, called The Kardashians, scheduled to premiere in April.
At the bottom of the hour now, let's bring you up to speed on our breaking story today, the worsening crisis in Ukraine. The government there is preparing for a state of emergency, urging citizens in Russia to leave immediately as the threat of war grows greater by the hour. The U.S. now bracing for retaliation one day after President Biden hit Russia with new sanctions. Russia says American citizens will feel the consequences. Homeland Security now warning government agencies and businesses to prepare for possible cyber attacks. Ukraine is reporting a series of cyber attacks on some of its government websites as well as banks. We are covering every angle of this breaking story for you at this hour. Let's begin with NBC's Tom Costello and those growing concerns about Russian cyber attacks.
Yeah, good day. This is a very serious, very real concern. We've seen suspected Russian government attacks and Russian criminal attacks for years. Experts believe they are often one and the same. But now the possibility of a more aggressive Russian cyber offensive with corporate America and Main Street potentially targeted.
In the cybersecurity world, the warning from Homeland Security is a flashing red light. Shields up, it warns. Every organization in the United States is at risk of a Russian cyber attack. From our power grids to our communication lines to banking systems, U.S. cyber officials fear a digital assault could bring the front lines of the war to America's front door. With Ukraine already under cyber attack, the European Union has activated its own cybersecurity team to help fight off the attacks. Now, New York has opened a new statewide Joint Cyber Operations Command Center.
Act as if you know that attack is coming, because if it comes and you're not ready, it can be devastating.
Recent cyber attacks have already exposed the potential impact on America's infrastructure. Last year, Russian-speaking cyber gangs launched a crippling attack on Colonial Pipelines, America's largest fuel pipeline operator, forcing a total shutdown and long lines at gas stations. Russian-linked gangs also targeted JBS, the world's largest meat processing company, forcing it to reduce operations at 13 of its plants in the U.S. The Kremlin denied involvement in either of those attacks, but experts warn the Kremlin may work with cyber criminals. Homeland Security says government offices at every level, U.S. businesses and organizations, should watch for Russian online activity and immediately shore up their cyber defenses. Verify all remote users' access, use multi-factor authentication, keep security software up to date, and monitor any traffic with Ukrainian offices or organizations.
The United States has the largest and the most technologically advanced economy in the world, but that also means we have the most points of attack.
The concern, a cyber war could quickly escalate, affecting citizens worldwide.
If they target our infrastructure, we could target theirs.
Exactly, and there's a snowball effect here. I don't think we really want to go down the line and see how civilians and organizations are going to get extremely hurt by this.
Yeah, Homeland Security is strongly urging any corporate or organizational network, doesn't matter how small, remind employees of the basics of cybersecurity, ransomware, phishing attacks, and make sure that the manual override controls to critical infrastructure, dams, water supplies, electricity, make sure the manual overrides are working, guys.
Joining us now, Erez Lieberman, a former federal prosecutor focusing specifically on cyber crimes. Erez, thanks so much for joining us. Look, Russia is warning of, quote, consequences for the American people. So what are some of the potential things that Americans should be bracing for?
First and foremost, and we're already seeing some of these issues right now, is issues relating to attacks against Ukraine. We're already seeing some banks there having denial of service attacks. And this is a very typical Russian-style attack. Imagine that instead of 3 people rushing through a door, you have 500 people and you can't get to access to websites. We could see the same against our infrastructure, against our banking, against our government websites. Those types of attacks could have spillover effects and, of course, affect the everyday person when you can no longer function within your systems. The other thing we often see are attacks that are directed, and we saw this previously from Russia. They're actually directed towards Ukraine, but they affect companies that deal with Ukraine and any infrastructure that touches upon that. That has caused widespread effect in the past. We could see more of that in the present. Companies should be prepared. They should be testing their response plans and know how they're going to respond if they are the latest victim. For years, we've heard that a cyber attack by Russia, by other countries, could try to slow down any response by a country as it tries to deal with its internal problems first.
And I suppose just briefly here, though, when you talk about America's critical systems, how vulnerable are they to cyber attacks? I mean, what would you be most concerned about right now for Americans?
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have some outdated systems. We could use some updating on that. But I think that what the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has done in terms of beefing those up has been terrific. The FBI works with corporations and with our critical infrastructure. There's been a huge push from this administration to fix that and prior administrations to really work on that. But nonetheless, cyber attacks can happen. We have seen actors, nation states, and even non-nation states, just sophisticated criminal actors get in. We should all be prepared for the worst and hope for the best. Hope our new defenses and our advanced defenses that we've been working on in the United States are there. But that disinformation, and don't just trust that someone says, oh, your bank account's been breached, therefore you should give up your details. Be prepared not to deal with that. Be prepared for that disinformation, but trust but verify.
All right. Former federal prosecutor Erez Lieberman for us. Thank you so much, Erez, for joining us. I want to go ahead and bring in retired 4-star General Barry McCaffrey now. He's also an NBC News military analyst. General, thank you for joining us. President Biden has made it clear that he will not send American troops into Ukraine, but things are escalating so quickly. Should the president have kept that option on the table?
No, absolutely not. Ukraine is a non-NATO member, obviously. It's not part of the European Union. It's in the heart of Europe. It is vulnerable to what is now 60% of the Russian armed forces are staged in attack positions. We should do dramatic things to assist them, not just cyber defenses, but also Lend-Lease, which Secretary Blinken was talking about yesterday, to give them armaments, but we should not get directly engaged. I think what Biden and his team are doing is appropriate. They brought NATO together in a very dramatic fashion. We're having sort of symbolic deployments of U.S. military forces to the Baltic states, Poland, and Romania to shore up NATO. But we're not going to get in ground combat with the Russian armed force in Ukraine. One comment about this discussion on cyber defenses. We do have serious vulnerabilities. I've stayed in touch with this issue for years now, in banking and finance and metro stations and dams. All that's quite true, although we have improved defenses enormously. But we have an incredible offensive capability in cyber warfare along with the Brits. So if they start attacking the U.S., we need to respond.
I just want to ask you very briefly, General, I mean, what challenges do you think Russia would face if, in fact, it does attempt an all-out invasion of Ukraine?
Well, it's hard to imagine that with this huge force gathered in Belarus off to the east, an amphibious capability in the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea, It's hard to imagine that there won't be the next step, which is to attack and seize the entirety of the two separatist provinces, and probably also seize the maritime frontiers of Ukraine. There's going to be a bloody fight. There's 250,000 Ukrainian troops. They will fight. We have given them arms. It's going to be a violent month ahead.
All right, General McCaffrey for us there. General, thank you for joining us.
Good to be with you.
The former magazine columnist suing former President Donald Trump for defamation now says she no longer wants him to be deposed. E. Jean Carroll said in a 2019 book that the former president raped her in a New York department store in the 1990s. Trump denies what Carroll says and called her credibility into question. Now she is suing him, alleging he defamed her character. NBC News correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. Ken, there was a hearing into this case here in the last 24 hours or so. We learned a lot from that hearing. Walk us through it.
Aaron, lawyers for E. Jean Carroll told reporters after the hearing that they are no longer seeking to take Trump's sworn testimony because they believe it will take too long for them to force that to happen. They say they want to go to trial quickly, and they say they are content to question Trump on the witness stand in court. Carroll is still seeking a sample of Trump's DNA, though, because her lawyers say that's important evidence in her case. As you said, Carroll sued Trump in 2019, alleging he defamed her when he denied her allegations that Trump raped her in a New York department store dressing room in the mid-90s. If you recall, Trump said she was not his type, and he alleged that she made this claim to boost sales of her book. And Trump has said there was no assault. Carroll said this week she would never settle this lawsuit. Now, a federal appeals court is expected to rule eventually on Trump's request that the United States take his place as the defendant in the suit. The Justice Department has taken the position that Trump can't be held personally liable for what lawyers call the crude and disrespectful remarks he made about Carroll because his remarks were made as he was carrying out his duties as president. That stance, interestingly, has not changed under Attorney General Merrick Garland. But the judge in the case has ruled that Trump can't use this law protecting federal employees from being sued individually for things they do within the scope of their employment. He's also rejected a request by Trump's attorneys that the case be delayed until the appeals court rules on whether Trump can be replaced as the defendant. Trump's lawyer, meanwhile, said outside court that it was surprising that Carroll's lawyers didn't want a deposition and that no DNA sample has been demanded. Aaron.
A lot of moving parts there. We'll see how it all shakes out. Ken Delanian for us in Washington. Ken, thank you. A major court ruling expanding abortion rights in Colombia.
Up next, what it means for women already facing penalties for having an abortion. Stay with us.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Mexico's greenhouse gas emissions are skyrocketing and a hostage situation at an Apple store in the Netherlands. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Mexico, where new data shows gas emissions from flare sites in that country have increased by 50%. The burning of excess gas is cheaper than capturing it and processing it for other uses, but it's also much worse for the environment.
The increase in flaring overall means more
CO2 going into the atmosphere, as well as there's likely a lot of methane leaking in these locations that isn't being burned, and methane is an even more potent greenhouse gas.
The Netherlands, where a man broke into an Apple store in Amsterdam and took someone hostage. The situation seems to have started as an armed robbery. After a standoff with the police, that robber was arrested. The hostage is safe. And the Philippines, where a trolley is delivering the gift of education. The trolley is equipped with a whiteboard, charts, and books. It's traveling from village to village to teach children as some schools remain closed because of COVID. The volunteer teachers leading the trolley hoping to get students back on track. And that's the world now.
The Iran nuclear deal is inching closer to a revival, and that deal could include a prisoner swap. Here's NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi.
Nuclear talks appear to be gaining momentum. All sides seem more positive about getting the deal across the line after 10 months of stop-and-start negotiations. And as the deal starts to take shape in Vienna and a draft text comes together, the prospect of a prisoner swap has suddenly become tangible. U.S. negotiator Robert Malley has suggested that securing the nuclear pact is unlikely unless Tehran frees 4 U.S. citizens. A Russian envoy said a prisoner swap between Iran and the United States is expected soon. Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian said that the Islamic Republic was ready for an immediate prisoner exchange with the United States, adding that Tehran was ready months ago, but Washington ruined the deal. But Iran's foreign minister said that those talks about prisoners are not linked to the nuclear agreement. However, his comments appear to be somewhat disingenuous, as the timing isn't coincidental and the procedure seems to be following the exact same pattern as the 2015 talks, when the JCPOA was coming together and Iran got a massive cash windfall and then released several U.S. citizens. Along with the release of Americans this time round, some British citizens are said to be part of the package, which the Iranians are calling a humanitarian gesture. But that is, however, clearly linked to the revival of the JCPOA. Iran will get funds released, though it won't be presented as linked to the release of US and UK nationals who've been languishing in jail in Iran on trumped-up national security charges with no due process. What's less clear in this process is if the U.S. will release any Iranians in prison in America. It's happened before, and it may happen again to secure the deal. But with Tehran and Washington's thorny and predictably unpredictable relationship, and the fact that the deal hasn't been inked yet, puts us slightly in the realm of speculation. In the words of the negotiators in Vienna, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed.
Colombia is now the latest country in Latin America to expand abortion rights. It's a highly controversial decision in a largely Catholic nation. Colombia's highest court ruling to legalize the procedure up to the 24th week of pregnancy. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now. Priscilla, tell us about this issue and the reaction to the news.
Well, Aaron, as we saw there, supporters of this ruling took to the streets with cheers and chants, but there were also protests in this predominantly Catholic country from those who oppose the new law. Tonight, across Colombia, abortion supporters celebrating after the nation's high court legalized abortion until the 24th week of pregnancy, some calling the move historic.
Una felicidad increíble porque por fin estamos logrando lo que nuestras mujeres históricas tanto habían luchado. Esto es historia. Es un gran logro. Creo que con la decisión de hoy ganaron todas las mujeres.
5 of the 9 judges voted in favor of a lawsuit that argued the previous ban discriminated against low-income women living in areas with less access to doctors and lawyers who could help them prove their pregnancy was a health risk. But not all in the predominantly Catholic country are happy about the decision. Anti-abortion activists also taking to the streets.
Es un retroceso porque la lucha por los derechos de las mujeres no es asesinar a otros.
Up to this point, abortions in Colombia were only allowed in cases of rape, fetus malformations, or when the mother's life was in danger. From 2006 to 2019, around 350 women were punished for abortions, according to advocacy organizations. At least 80 of them girls under the age of 18.
I see you with your green bandana on and a smile on your face. How does it feel?
We are thrilled.
Catalina Martinez Corral is among those leading the fight for abortion rights on the ground in Latin America.
Do you view this as life-changing for women there?
Absolutely. Because today women will feel comfortable to go to the health system and they are not going to feel afraid that they are going to be accused by doctors of committing a crime.
Colombia becomes the latest Latin American country to decriminalize abortions, Mexico removing criminal penalties for abortion last year. The procedure also legal in Argentina, Uruguay, and Cuba. But in other parts of the region, women continue to face harsh penalties as abortion remains illegal with no exceptions, including in Nicaragua, Honduras, the Dominican Republic, and El Salvador, where earlier this month, a woman was released from prison after serving a decade of a 30-year sentence, convicted of homicide after activists say she had a miscarriage. That woman now thanking the activists fighting to change the laws for her and others who are still behind bars.
Y sé que así como yo he salido este día, así también ellas un día van a poder obtener su libertad y van a poder estar con su familia.
Where does the movement in Latin America go from here?
I hope that this is going to inspire the movement to continue fighting to advance and liberalize these laws in the rest of Latin America.
So, Priscilla, can we expect there to be some pushback to this ruling, or is this set in stone now?
Well, Aaron, I suspect those who are against the law will continue to make their voices heard and may even seek to overturn it. But I will tell you that pro-rights, pro-choice activists tell me that they will continue to push for full decriminalization of abortion in Colombia and across the region.
All right, Priscilla Thompson with us today. Priscilla, thank you.
Much of the UK's royal family is now stepping in to help after Queen Elizabeth tested positive for COVID-19. Buckingham Palace officials say the Queen is suffering from mild cold-like symptoms, but will continue with light duties. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter in London.
Hello from a very windy Buckingham Palace. All eyes are on the Queen's health. Now, we understand the 95-year-old monarch remains in isolation out at Windsor Castle while she fights day 3 of her infection. According to Buckingham Palace, she tested positive on Sunday. That would have been day 0, of course, then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, we've gone back to the palace today to ask for an update. They tell NBC News they're not in the business of providing rolling updates. Yesterday, they put out a very short statement. They said the Queen is still experiencing mild cold-like symptoms. That was the same thing they told us the day before. But they said she's feeling okay. She's still at her desk performing some light duties. Yesterday, there was a little cause for concern. She canceled some virtual engagements, but her grandson, Prince William, stepped in. We're seeing all the senior royals really step up while the Queen takes a pause and steps back. We're not sure whether or not she'll speak with Prime Minister Boris Johnson this week. That was another thing that was expected on the schedule. All eyes now really on March 2nd. That was the next time we believe we were going to see her hosting a diplomatic reception. We asked the palace today whether or not they could confirm her attendance, and they said they would talk to us closer to the time.
Going viral for all the right reasons.
After the break, we'll introduce you to a man giving back to members of his community, but it comes with a catch. Stay with us.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Miracles might seem far and few between these days, but one man is taking to TikTok to show that random acts of kindness really can change the world.
Here's NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas with that inspiring story.
Hey, Morgan and Aaron, the young man you're about to meet is turning the whole idea of social media challenges on its head. When I first saw Jimmy Dart's work on Instagram, I went down a rabbit hole with his videos. They kept me laughing, but also crying in a good way. His concept is so simple and yet so moving.
Find a veteran and give them $1,000 to help their Christmas dreams come true? You're a veteran.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for serving.
Thank you.
His videos are unlike anything on social media.
What do you want most for Christmas this year?
Yeah, impossible.
Really, what?
My wife just passed away.
$500. That's for you, sir.
Transforming people's lives with a handful of cash and a whole lot of kindness. His name is Jimmy Kellogg, but online he's known as Jimmy Darts.
Seeing if someone could buy this ham.
A man on a mission to spread a little love with what he calls undercover kindness.
Came to the store today to see who would be the kindest person to help me out with Thanksgiving dinner. And so I actually don't need it. I have a gift for you.
No, you
Yes, I have a gift for you, man.
No.
I got $500 for you.
Don't give me $500.
Yes, it's for you. You're amazing. Every morning I wake up and I put a live stream on, and 500 or 1,000 people hop on, and literally the money just comes in like crazy. I'll hit $1,000 or 500 in like 10 minutes.
And that's when the fun begins.
Find a mom with kids and ask her to buy you a notebook, and if she does, give her $1,000.
His videos have gained a loyal following, more than 5 million fans on TikTok alone. So all of your videos kind of have the same formula. It starts with moral test. You know, you ask people to be kind. Why did you decide to do it that way?
I think it's just a great way to find people that are prime for a blessing. The first video I did helping someone was I was actually in Miami walking on the beach, and there was this homeless gentleman living on a tent there. And I said, "You want to be best friends for the day?"
What happened next was a day full of fun and the beginning of an opportunity for 2 new friends.
Your boy Jimmy walked up on me and blessed me with an opportunity of a lifetime.
So I put his Cash App at the end of the video, and in 24 hours, over $30,000 was sent to him. So it just changed his life. So I was like, wow, there's a strong community of people out there that want to help, and if you just give them the opportunity, they will.
Since that video, Jimmy says he has gifted more than $100,000. Donations ranging from a few $100 to brand new cars. You completely transparent with where all the money goes?
Yeah, so basically all the donations, that's the cool thing. They send the money, and that day they get to see who it went to,
The 26-year-old says all the brand partnerships now pay the bills, which allows him to continue blessing strangers in what he says is the beginning of a bigger calling.
My dream is to start a church in Los Angeles, and it's called House Party Church. No drugs, no alcohol, but you come, there's a DJ, water slide for baptisms.
What do you say to people who are like, this kid's completely nuts?
Oh, I say, well, you're probably right. I don't got nothing to say to that, really. I just like having fun.
Until then, he's hoping his message online can help ignite a trend of giving.
pays off to be generous, doesn't it?
It does. Be nice and be kind and love one another. Love will conquer all, always.
We're making like generosity cool in a sense, because you can never go broke by giving. I would just say that to anyone watching. You can't go broke by giving. Love someone and you'll be amazed at what happens.
And I want to give a shout out to our friend Jason Kennedy. It was there on his Instagram page where I first saw these videos. He and Jimmy Darts are also working on a bigger project, so a TV show could be in the future. Aaron and Morgan?
Yeah, it seems a little weird, but happy is never a bad thing.
No, I love it. Like you said, you can't go broke by giving. People are always primed for a blessing.
Go for it.
All right. Well, we hope that you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. A second Floyd verdict, and Minnesota jury deciding right now if 3 former police officers violated George Floyd's civil rights. Shaq Brewster's live at the courthouse with the latest. Double vision, the second winter storm of the week setting up out west, while the first causes cancellations and closings from coast to coast. We've got your forecast. And killing them with kindness, social media star Jimmy Darts spreading around some love and cash. How you can be a part of it. We start this hour in Minnesota, where a jury is now deciding if 3 former police officers violated George Floyd's civil rights. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is outside the courthouse in St. Paul for us. Shaq, this trial ran a month long. The prosecution saying these ex-officers chose to do nothing while Derek Chauvin pressed his knee into George Floyd's neck, killing him. The defense countering that, saying the officers' training was inadequate and they deferred to Chauvin because of his seniority. Tell us about the men and women who are deciding this case and the charges they are considering right now.
Yeah, the jury's behind closed doors right now. They're entering their about 4th hour of deliberations. We do know that the jury panel is about 8 women, 4 men. They all appear white. We don't have demographic information from the court, so that's based on the poll reporters who got to see them inside the courtroom. But you mentioned these charges that these 3 defendants, these 3 ex-Minneapolis police officers are facing. These are federal charges, and I believe we have a graphic that breaks down exactly what they're facing. You have all 3 officers, Thomas Lane, Tu Tao, and Alexander King. They're facing charges for willfully depriving George Floyd of his civil rights to seek medical attention and medical care as Derek Chauvin had his knee on George Floyd. And then you have 2 of the officers facing charges there. And you see them on the right, Officers Tao and King, for violating Floyd's right to be free from unreasonable seizure by not intervening to stop Chauvin. So the jury over the past month or so have been hearing testimony from both sides. They heard from all 3 defendants in this case, and now it's up to them to determine whether or not these men are guilty of those charges.
So, Shaq, this is a federal civil rights case. How are these deliberations different from, say, a criminal case?
Well, the deliberations are the same. The jury needs to find a unanimous verdict. All 12 of those jurors, which, by the way, are coming from all over the state of Minnesota, all 12 of those jurors need to come to that unanimous verdict. One big difference with this federal trial here, and this is something that many legal experts have been saying, is that with this federal trial, this is about what those officers did not do when you listen to the prosecution. It's about their inaction of not giving George Floyd that medical attention, or for the 2 officers not intervening when Derek Chauvin was using that excessive force. The state trial, and that's the trial that we saw last year with Derek Chauvin, and that these officers will likely have to face at a future point. That state trial is about their actions and what they did do. In that case, you have prosecutors saying that they aided and abetted the murder of George Floyd.
Shaq, all 3 ex-officers took the stand in this trial. What do we know about how the jury reacted to their testimony?
Yeah, you know, this is a hard one because there are no cameras in court. We don't know the identities of the jurors, so we're relying on those poll reports. And many of the poll reporters haven't made any specific note about the jurors and their interactions and their reactions, I should say, to the officers testifying. You know, one comment that you did hear is that jurors appeared to be attentive. They were paying attention as they listened to these defendants testify. At one point, one of the defendants, Alexander King, one of the poll reporters said, would turn and address the jury directly. And that was something that seemed, they seemed to be paying attention and were listening and taking notes during that portion. But we really don't know what is going through their heads, and we really don't know even what they really did as they got to hear from the testimony of these three defendants.
Shaq, has the court heard anything from the jury since they started deliberating? Have they sent out any questions or notes, or what do we know about their process so far?
Yeah, that's always the big question, because that's what we use to read into how deliberations are going, and we have not heard a peep from this jury just yet. We do know that they left the courtroom at about 9:53 a.m. local time. We haven't heard much from them since. The court, or the judge rather, said that he's going to let them deliberate until about 5 p.m. Central Time each day if it goes multiple days. But that's kind of all we know right now. It's kind of an open question over how those deliberations are going, and hey, I guess that's how the system is supposed to work.
Yeah, it sounds like they are hard at work, which is what they're supposed to be doing. Shaq Brewster, outside the courthouse, thank you. The National Guard is getting ready to deploy hundreds of unarmed troops in Washington, D.C. Their concern, trucker protests around next week's State of the Union address. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin okaying a request from City and Capitol Police for help with traffic control. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joining me now. Sahil, the National Guard saying as many as 700 troops will head to the Capitol. When are they going, and what are their plans there?
Allison, the Pentagon said today that those National Guard troops will be deployed as soon as is logistically and operationally feasible, and they will be in the District of Columbia through March 7th. Now, the Pentagon is quickly trying to calm any nerves about what exactly these National Guard troops will be doing, insisting that they're mainly there to conduct traffic control in order to, in other words, to keep the peace. Let's put up a statement that the Pentagon offered about this, explaining what the Guard troops will and won't be doing. They say, I have it here, I'll just quote it, supporting members of the National Guard will not be issued firearms, and they will not engage in surveillance or U.S. or foreign persons, although they are authorized to report any observed criminal activity to appropriate law enforcement personnel. They also say that Guard members will not carry firearms or take part in law enforcement or domestic surveillance activities. Neither approval allows for the use of helicopters or other aircraft of the National Guard or the sharing of equipment with law enforcement agencies. So basically, D.C. Metro Police and U.S. Capitol Police will be responsible for any arrests and that sort of thing. And Guard troops are simply there to help keep the peace and to protect the flow of traffic.
Sahil, protesters are using online forums to organize several truck convoys to Washington. One of them actually scheduled to leave from California today. Do we have a sense of when these convoys could start arriving in D.C.? And can you just remind our viewers what they're protesting here, what the issues are?
Yes, the California convoy is expected to arrive on March 5th. They are supposed to leave today. They gathered in California earlier today, and of course, it's a long journey cross country. They're not going to be arriving anytime soon. But another convoy, another trucker convoy from Pennsylvania, is expected to arrive as early as today. They got off to a bit of a rocky start when one of the leaders of that convoy reported a flat tire at the beginning of that journey, according to local press. But they could be arriving in D.C. as early as today. It's unclear the extent to which they'll be disruptive. It's unclear where exactly they're going to park or get stationed. The California convoy, I should add, it says they're not going to be entering D.C. proper, that they're basically going to be around the Beltway, and they promise that they will be fully compliant with the laws, and they're not there to cause trouble or chaos. What are they after? Essentially the idea of public safety restrictions surrounding COVID, vaccine mandates, mask mandates. They are opposed to that. They want to send a message about where they stand. But, you know, people can be confused or people can, be excused for being confused about the timing of this, because it happens right as nearly every state in the country is lifting mask mandates and vaccine restrictions, including Washington, D.C., which is a 90% Democratic-leaning city, more than 90%, and they have already announced that vaccine mandates to enter private businesses will be lifted, and mask mandates indoors are to be lifted in the coming days. So what do the protesters say to that? Well, they say they want to make clear what their voices are, what their opinions are, so this doesn't happen in the future.
Sahil, the State of the Union is next Tuesday. Capitol Police working with the Secret Service on a security plan for the protest that day. What's the latest there?
Yeah, the State of the Union is one of the biggest sources of concern here. Yeah. That's one of the reasons that Guard troops are being deployed. That's one of the reasons, Capitol Police and D.C. Police don't want to be caught flat-footed in the way that Canadians were with that trucker convoy that began there that ended up being very disruptive. But what law enforcement here is considering is erecting the fence again that's been around the Capitol. It's been on and off for, on multiple occasions ever since the attacks of January 6th happened. And they're considering that. They've not made any decisions, they say. And Speaker Pelosi earlier today was asked about this. She said she has confidence in the law enforcement community around here to make sure the Capitol is a safe place when the president comes next Tuesday to give the State of the Union. And she did point out that if the fence does come up, it won't be her call, that she's going to defer to the security personnel to make the decision as to whether that is necessary. Allison.
All right, Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill, where they are getting ready for the State of the Union next week. Thank you. President Biden narrowing down his candidates to replace Justice Stephen Breyer on the Supreme Court. NBC News reporting the president has interviewed 3 finalists for the vacancy, with a nominee expected by the end of the month. NBC News White House reporter Lauren Egan here now. So, Lauren, tell us about the 3 finalists and the interview process. What do you know?
That's right. So we know that this list has been narrowed down to 3 women, and that's 2 federal judges, Ketanji Brown Jackson and Michelle Childs, and 1 California Supreme Court Justice, Leandra Kruger. Now, we know that these are the 3 women that have made it to this final list, but the White House, aside from that, has been really tight-lipped about this process. We know the president has spoken with these women, but aside from that, we know very little about what the interview process has actually looked like. All that the White House has said is that the president has not yet made up his mind who it's going to be, but they've insisted that he's going to stick to his timeline to make that decision by the end of the month.
Do you expect the president to talk with anyone else, or are we approaching decision time here?
I think we're approaching decision time. There's only a few days left in the before we get to next month. And so I think it's really going to be one of these 3 women. That's what all of our sources at the White House have been saying, that it's going to be someone who's on this list.
Yeah, Lauren, it's hard to process. You think about it, Monday's February 28th, and that's basically all there is. So he's got to get moving. Let's talk about what's going on the GOP side of things. Some Republican senators criticized the president's commitment to pick a black woman to fill this spot. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's weighing in now. What's he saying?
That's right. Earlier on, there were some Republicans who criticized Biden's commitment to picking a black woman to fill this vacancy on the Supreme Court. They likened it to affirmative action. The White House has really pushed back on that. And that's not representative of what every Republican is saying. Listen to what Mitch McConnell had to say about this just a few days ago.
President Reagan promised to put a woman on the Supreme Court, Sandra Day O'Connor. President Trump promised to put a woman on the Supreme Court when Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away. So I'm not complaining about that, and I hope the president picks a highly qualified nominee. We don't have a nominee yet, but I guarantee you she will be respectfully vetted with the kind of process I think you can be proud of.
The White House has said that they're going to pick someone who is highly qualified to fill this seat, but we do know that in all likelihood that the White House is probably going to work with one of these women, whoever the nominee is, to prepare them for what likely will be some attacks from some GOP senators once we get to the actual confirmation process. Allison.
All right, so from everything you've said, it sounds like the president is still on track to announce a pick by the end of the month. Any concerns about possible delays here? And once he has made his announcement, what would the confirmation timeline look like?
Yeah, well, the White House is saying that the president is going to stick to this timeline, but there is a lot going on right now.
Yeah.
The situation with Ukraine and Russia is a major complication. The president has been saying for days now that Russia could launch a full invasion of Ukraine at any moment right now. That would obviously add an enormous complication to this nomination process. The president would like to make a big announcement about this, celebrate the historic moment. But if we're dealing with a major, major international crisis, that could obviously prove to be a bit challenging. He's also preparing for a State of the Union address on Tuesday. So that's a lot going on. There's a lot on his plate right now. But the White House has maintained that he's going to make the announcement before the end of the month. So that's today, tomorrow, Friday, really.
Yeah, I think the official political expression for this is when it rains, it pours. A whole lot going on there at once. Lauren, thank you for updating us there on the latest on SCOTUS. Two winter storms stretching from Oregon to the Great Lakes, blowing through with heavy snow, freezing rain, and high winds. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Minneapolis.
From coast to coast, millions waking up to a brutal 1-2 punch. A pair of separate winter storms barreling across the country. From the Dakotas to Michigan, ice and snow hitting the upper Midwest and Great Lakes. Some digging out from more than 2 feet of snow. On this North Dakota interstate, almost whiteout conditions near Fargo. Firefighters rushing to rescue someone trapped in what police say was a 14-vehicle pileup with 6 injured. In Oregon, officials reporting about 100 cars and trucks involved in crashes on one highway. Visibility a real challenge in the Twin Cities, on the roads and in the skies.
And it was pure white. You didn't know how close you were, and all of a sudden you landed and you looked out and you could see the tip of an airplane over there on the corner.
Snow not the only headache. A blast of freezing rain shut down Milwaukee public schools Tuesday. Thunderstorms flooding Kentucky roads. The severe weather in Arkansas strong enough to rip through this home.
There was water coming out of the ceiling, out of the electric light fixtures, and all of this was gone.
Now another storm system out west eyeing New England before slowly moving out.
Coming in hot and then cold, this second winter storm of the week is coming from the southwest with some drastic temperature changes. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins me now. Michelle, it's absolutely insane. It's 65 degrees here in New York City today, but it's going to drop to the 30s tonight. So I see the dramatic temperature changes you're talking about. What else should we know about this latest system?
Hi there, Allison. I know it's so wild. 69 degrees in Boston today. They broke a record. They're going to be just above freezing tomorrow, and they're already under a winter storm watch. So we definitely have some changes. I know. Jesse did such a good job kind of recapping that last storm, and we're going to see pictures like that with this storm too. So let's get to it because we have a lot going on already, and this storm is just getting started. 47 million people under some sort of winter weather alert, where you see the pink, that's your winter storm warning. The white is your winter weather advisory. The blue in New England, that's your winter storm watch. And again, they are in the upper 60s right now. We also saw some thunder sleet later on earlier this morning. I've been watching it since 5 o'clock this morning. It started in northern Texas, kind of made its way into Oklahoma City. You see a little lightning strikes in the state of Arkansas. So can you imagine 5 o'clock in the morning, you're sleeping, you hear that sleet kind of hitting the ground, and you see that lightning outside. So as you look to the west and the Four Corners, the southwest, you see that little swirl there. That is our next storm. So that is getting going. We're seeing those bands of snow in the Four Corners. That's Colorado, Utah, Arizona, into parts of New Mexico. That little piece of energy moving through the southern plains, that's the first part, but really it gets going tonight into tomorrow there with some icing. And this is what it looks like on the last 6 hours. We have snow falling already, we have freezing rain, we have sleet in the southern plains. So that's your first part of the story. The second part will be a flood threat. We've already had flooding rains from that first storm this week. This is the second punch, and we're seeing those flood alerts from the Tennessee Valley once again up through West Virginia into the northeast. Wind alerts to the southwest. We're looking at a high wind warning. That's in your purple. And then we kind of skirt to the northeast, and we're looking at some wind advisories in New England. So we're certainly going to see heavy snow there with some blowing snow. So here's a setup. Once again, it's the clash of the air masses. The closer we get to spring, that's where you get that huge temperature discrepancy. So we're looking at that northward surge of warm and humid tropical air out of the Gulf of Mexico. And then in huge contrast to the northwest, the northern plains, we're looking at bitterly cold Arctic air. We had wind chills as low as 50 below zero this morning. We're going to see as cold as the air is going to be as cold tomorrow morning. So of course there's going to be a battle zone in the middle. So this is what it looks like. We have snow on the backside where we have that really cold air. We have heavy rain ahead of that cold front where we could see flooding rains. And then we have ice in the middle. And actually, it's an 1,800-mile swath of ice. And this is what we're expecting. This is what our models are predicting as we go throughout the next couple of days. So where you see the purples, the pinks, the blue, that is the ice. The lighter purple, that is going to be a glaze of ice, still causing problems from Texas all the way to New England. Where you see the blue, that's going to be the thicker ice. And that's where we could see power outages that could last for days. Of course, impassable roads. So something to watch out for. Now, there's a snowfall still on the cold side. We are looking at Four Corners, looking at some heavy snow, especially in the higher elevations. And then to New England, we're looking at heavy snow Thursday into Friday, but really Friday, we could see up to a foot of snow in some spots. Even further to the north in parts of upstate New York into New England, we could see even 18 inches of snow. So it certainly is a big storm. Also, Allison, I'll end with this. We're looking at the flooding rains also, 1 to 3 inches in the Tennessee Valley once again. So the wild ride continues. It's out of here, though, later on Friday.
Michelle, I know it's the time of year when we're due for all this kinds of crazy, wild weather, but man, I feel like we have been keeping you very busy.
Yeah, it's busy.
Thank you.
Sure.
Coming up, Ukrainian parents going to great lengths to protect their kids, what they're bringing to school, and how they're living each day on the brink of war. After the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what have you got for us?
Hey, Allison, we start with Camilla Elliott becoming the first Black person to lead the Certified Financial Planners Board of Standards. She says she hopes to bring more people of color into the industry. America's first newspaper dedicated to ending slavery, The Emancipator, will be relaunching online. The co-editors-in-chief say their goal is to reframe the national conversation around racial injustice. An FDNY EMT is charged in a hit and run that killed a Brooklyn teacher last May. 30-year-old Tariq Witherspoon was released after posting bail and is expected back in court on April 27th. Some voters in South Korea say misogyny is a problem in the country's presidential race. The top conservative candidate vowing to abolish the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, claiming it promotes policies unfair to men. And Miss Rizzo's, a brand dedicated to curly and Afro-textured hair, will see its products in Sephora stores this year. It's part of the beauty retailer's Accelerate Brand Incubator program. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. More shelling in eastern Ukraine by the day. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is on the ground in a small village in the Donetsk region.
Sometimes the rounds are closer than others. It's not a good sign when you can hear that whistle of an incoming round. Those are being fired. Those rounds are coming from the separatist areas and are landing inside Ukraine, coming right over this frontline position, coming right over this trench. This village has been hit hard over the last 4 or 5 days, and about half the people have moved out already. Sit. So it came from this direction.
Побежали. Уходим отсюда. Мы находимся на линии огня почти.
Take a few steps. So that is what it is like to be in one of these frontline villages. You can be there, you can be calm. There was no outgoing fire, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 from the separatist areas. I think there must have been 20, 30 rounds that came in over the span of maybe 10 minutes. And luckily the village is not that inhabited, but there are soldiers in there, and the shells were just coming in at random. When they're fired, you hear them go off, and then you have that few seconds when they're in the air, and you don't know when they're going to land, where they're going to land, or where they're going to explode.
Ukraine's parliament voting to declare a nationwide state of emergency in this last half hour. The country calling up military reservists, also telling all of its citizens to leave Russia immediately. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Lviv. Cal, what does this state of emergency cover here? Tell us what this means.
So it'll go into effect at midnight tonight. It is 10:30 p.m. here. So in 90 minutes, it'll go into effect. And it broadens the government's ability to do things here inside the country. And what we're talking about are going to be things like vehicle checkpoints, more searches, checking people's documents. I think it's pretty clear when you look at Richard Engel's reporting, for example, clearly a threat from Russia of an invasion. But there's another threat here. If Vladimir Putin wants to decapitate the government or in some way destabilize the government, he could do that in other ways. And I think the government here is very obviously aware of that. They're very keen on that. And so this state of emergency is an attempt to try to possibly thwart some of that and to gain some control as, of course, this broader threat of an invasion continues to loom, Allison.
Cal, a new cyber attack hitting Ukrainian government websites and banks. What do you know about it so far?
You know, we saw this last week as well. Yeah. It's government websites, foreign ministry website. It is these banks. It is this DDoS attack, denial of service attack. It's a crude way of overloading the systems. We have seen this in the past. Obviously, the U.S. government is pinning this on the Russians and again saying that this could be a prelude to a larger attack.
Cal, Ukraine's foreign minister spoke at the UN General Assembly today, calling this a critical juncture in world history. What else did he say there?
You know, Allison, one of the sort of amazing things about this, you look at what Richard is going through on the other side of the country. You look at this side of the country where it's very quiet, but you have this rhetoric that is almost unbelievable, this new world order talk. Here's a little bit more of what the foreign minister had to say today.
I warn every nation in this distinguished chamber, no one will be able to sit out this crisis if President Putin decides that he can move forward with his aggression against Ukraine. The beginning of a large-scale war in Ukraine will be the end of the world order as we know it. If Russia does not get a severe, swift, and decisive response now, This will mean a total bankruptcy of the international security system and international institutions which are tasked with maintaining the global security order.
The rhetoric from both sides remains the same. It feels like we're on a precipice, Allison, though, you know, to be very, very clear with our viewers, it's felt like that for weeks. It feels like we're right there. But again, nobody but Vladimir Putin knows what's next.
Yeah, that is the thing. Nobody really seems to know what's next. Cal, thanks so much for your reporting. Please stay safe out there. Decisions from 3 different presidents left Ukraine vulnerable to a Russian attack. New reporting from NBC News' national security team asking, why didn't the U.S. and its allies provide Ukraine with a better air defense system? NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney's name is on that byline. He joins me now. Ken, let's start with former President Obama in 2014. He declined to send lethal aid after Russia invaded Crimea. You spoke with former CIA Director John Brennan. How did he explain that decision to you?
Allison, Brennan said that one of the concerns at the time was that this sophisticated technology could end up in the hands of the Russians because the Ukraine's military and intelligence services were so thoroughly penetrated by Russian spies. But that wasn't the only concern. President Obama was very concerned about seeming to provoke Russia by sending lethal aid to Ukraine. And by the way, he overruled the recommendations of his defense secretary and other national security officials when he decided not to do that. So he not only didn't send air defenses, he didn't send anything lethal, no guns, no anti-tank weapons, nothing.
Former President Trump was impeached for delaying an aid package for Ukraine. Let's talk about that.
Right. So by the time the Trump administration came around, Ukraine's military had improved. There was a feeling that, you know, really the U.S. needed to start sending arms. Russia was increasingly threatening Ukraine. And so a proposal found its way to President Trump. And he did approve this big military aid package, including the sale of Javelin anti-tank missiles. But then famously, of course, he had that phone call with the Ukrainian president where he seemed to allegedly extort a favor from him, which is he wanted him to investigate Joe Biden, and he delayed that aid package. And the General Accounting Office actually ruled that that was illegal, that they broke the law by delaying that aid package. Obviously, Trump was impeached over that issue and acquitted in the Senate. The aid ultimately did go through, but that did not include air defenses. The Trump administration, like the Obama administration before it, decided that for a variety of reasons, they were not going to provide sophisticated air defenses to Ukraine.
All right, so Ken, let's talk about the current administration. You spoke with 2 senior congressional officials about accusations that the Biden administration has been slow to act in Ukraine too. One of them saying, quote, we didn't want to provoke Putin. How did that work out? What else did they tell you, and how is the Biden White House responding?
They said that the Biden team, like the presidents before them, were concerned about this notion of provoking Russia by providing sophisticated air defenses to Ukraine. And they also said that the Biden team felt that there was a quote-unquote absorption problem, that Ukraine couldn't handle some of these weapons. Now, the White House is disputing that they characterized it that way behind closed doors, but our sources are pretty good on this. And the Biden administration did provide, through third countries, Stinger missiles. Those are those surface-to-air missiles that the CIA gave to the Afghan rebels that helped drove the Soviet Union out of Afghanistan in the 1980s. Those can take down helicopters. Those are potent. But in the face of a massive Russian air campaign, bombs, artillery, missiles, drones, the Ukrainian military really does not have the kind of defenses that can really make a dent in that and will quickly be overwhelmed, Allison.
Ken Delaney, and great reporting. Thank you.
You bet.
Parents in Ukraine preparing for the worst. They are taking heartbreaking measures to try to protect their children. Some families sending their kids to school wearing stickers identifying their blood type. Today.com reporter Danielle Campamore is covering this side of the crisis. Danielle, what did those Ukrainian parents tell you? How did they come up with the idea for these stickers? Why are they doing it?
Absolutely, Allison. Thank you so much for having me. So in my reporting for Today Parents, I actually spoke to 3 parents living in or near Kiev. 2 of them, their names are Vasil and Marta. They have 2 daughters, ages 9 and 5. And they shared with me that they are sending their daughters to school wearing special stickers, which Vasil described as pieces of paper that list the children's blood type, the names of their parents, their addresses, and the parents' contact information. Now, schools have mandated these stickers, some of the schools at least, so this is less the parents coming up with these measures of protection and more the schools prompting the parents to consider the worst case scenario and to come up with contingency plans. And again, this is all in reaction to President Vladimir Putin's speech on Monday. Following his speech, which again, many people consider to be a declaration of war, more and more parents have been discussing these stickers online in closed Facebook groups and other social media sites.
I can't even imagine having to send your little ones to school with their blood type on their shirts. How else are parents, how else are the schools preparing for potential war? What are they doing to protect themselves?
Absolutely. That's a really great question. Actually, I also spoke with a single mother of 3. Her name is Christina. Her children, all daughters, are ages 13, 5, and 3. She had heard of the stickers, but she hasn't been able to obtain them yet. So she's having to find other measures to prepare her daughters. For the oldest, she's having very serious conversations with her. She's telling her that no matter what, she has to listen to her teachers. They also picked a spot where they would have to meet in the event that Kiev was invaded. With her youngest children, who really aren't old enough to understand what's going on, those discussions are much simpler. She really just tells them that when I say we have to go, we have to go. You have to listen to mom. She said, you know, children want to be children. They're going to do what they want to do. So she tells them every day, you have to listen to mommy. Even if you hear loud sounds, essentially the sounds of war, you have to listen to mom carefully. As for the schools are running bombing drills and fire drills, much like fire drills or active shooter drills that children here in the U.S. undergo. The parents, Vasil and Marta, shared with me that their daughter underwent a bombing drill recently, and they took the children out of the school and prompted them to go to a subway station, which doubles there as a bomb shelter.
Danielle, absolutely heartbreaking, but incredible reporting. Thank you so much. We're going to have to leave it there because there's a briefing from the Pentagon. We're going to head there live right now.
The people are talking about this potential invasion by Russia of a large scale being imminent. Can you talk about what the U.S. has seen today that may be different than what it has seen in recent days? Why this has become sort of now imminent? Have you seen Russian troops move into Luhansk and Donetsk? Have you seen them move into that Donbass region? And have you seen them move further into Ukraine beyond those two regions?
Okay, a lot there. On the Donetsk and Luhansk, as you've heard administration officials say before, we do believe that marks the beginning of an invasion. We certainly believe that additional Russian military forces are moving into that region, not beyond that region that we have seen, but we can't confirm with any great specificity the numbers and what the formations are, what the capabilities are. But we certainly believe that that's happening. As for your larger question, Lita, without speaking to specific timing, because only Mr. Putin knows what the timing is here, what I would tell you is that we continue to see him form his capabilities in such a way that leads us to believe that we are potentially close to some sort of action. Again, what that action is going to be and exactly on what timeline, we can't be sure. But what we see is that Russian forces continue to assemble closer to the border and put themselves in an advanced stage of readiness to act, to conduct military action in Ukraine, again, at virtually any time now. We believe that they are ready. I'll just leave it at that. They're ready. Jen.
John, there are reports of a chemical plant in Crimea that's been evacuated. This is the kind of location that was described to us by Secretary Blinken as a possible staged provocation. Are you seeing reports of any sort of preparations either for an attack on a chemical plant, or what are you seeing?
I don't have any specifics on that claim, but it is of a piece of the kinds of ridiculous claims that we have seen the Russians make in recent days of alleged provocations or assaults and attacks unprovoked on their people. So again, no knowledge of this particular one, but again, we've been seeing this over now recent days. These claims of whether they're acts of terror or acts of violence, unprovoked shelling of Russian forces or Russian separatists, all again that is of a piece of the playbook that we have seen the Russians use time and time again. I have no specific knowledge about this particular report, but again, it fits perfectly into the Russian disinformation playbook.
Did the U.S. government help protect the Ukrainian government from this denial of service attack, the cyber attack? Did you help them with preparations for how to to get back online quickly after such an attack?
So first, I don't think we're in a position to attribute these cyber disruptions, that you're talking about. I assume you're talking about the various websites, the government websites that were taken offline. What I would just tell you, broadly speaking, Jen, is that we have provided some cyber resilience training and assistance to the Ukrainians, and I won't go beyond that in terms of these specific attacks. Again, not in a position right now to attribute them to any one entity. I would just say that, again, this is of a piece of a Russian playbook, which is to disrupt in cyberspace. Let's see, anybody else? Janie.
Thank you, John. I have two questions on the Ukraine and linkage with Korea. And if Russia uses nuclear weapons to invade Ukraine, what will the U.S. do? Secondly, if Russia were to use nuclear weapons in this invasion, what would be the impact on the Korean Peninsula? Because there is a fear that North Korea will copy this. Any comment?
Yeah, I'm going to avoid speculating here and getting into hypotheticals, particularly about the potential use of nuclear weapons, Jenny. What we've said all along, two things. One, Mr. Putin has a lot of capability at his disposal right now. As I've said earlier, they are ready to go. And number two, if he decides to conduct a full-scale invasion here, again, bigger than what we've seen in just the last few days, this will be a war of choice. That he'll be doing so with diplomacy and options still left on the table. And it won't be bloodless. There will be suffering, there will be sacrifice. And all of that must and should be laid at his feet, because he's doing this by choice. How he does this, when he does this, we don't know for sure. But if he does this, this will be a war of choice and totally unnecessary. And as for the impact on the region, I couldn't begin to speculate. Nothing's changed, obviously, about our commitment to our South Korean allies, and we noted that the South Koreans also came out publicly yesterday with a statement of support for Ukraine. That was certainly noticed by the whole international community. Yeah, in the back there, Abraham.
Yeah, thanks, John. Couple parts to this question. You just described a lot of different forces moving to the eastern flank. Is there any consideration of those forces going under NATO command, and why not? Also, there's the word is temporary is pretty prominent there. Is there a time frame for temporary? And is there any talk yet of the NATO rapid response, those U.S. forces getting activated?
Okay. Yep, there's a lot there. Right now, they're going to be under the command of General Walters in his U.S. European command hat. I don't know of any changes to that. Temporary, I don't have an exact time frame on this. I want to remind you that they were already in Europe. They're simply repositioning elsewhere in Europe. I don't have a time frame on how long that repositioning is going to be, except to say that it'll be as long as we believe it's necessary. And the host nations, the new host nations that will be hosting these units are willing to continue to have them. So this will be a constant discussion with each host nation that they end up in about where they go, how long they stay, and what kind of training opportunities they're going to conduct. This is really all about reassuring allies and partners and demonstrating that in tangible ways. On your, I lost your third question. Dang it.
Rapid response force.
Oh, that's a better question for NATO, Abraham. That's not a question for the United States. That'll be up to the NAC to decide, North Atlantic Council to decide, not just the United States unilaterally, of course. What I will tell you is that as you know, the Secretary has put on a shorter alert tether our contributions to the NRF, the NATO Response Force, so they are more ready to go if called upon. So while I can't give you any sorts of timing or certainty about whether the NRF is going to be activated, what I can tell you with certainty that is, if it is, our contributions to the NRF will be ready to go and will contribute fully.
But they're still in the United States, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Tony.
Is there much discussion within the Pentagon or within the National Security Council about whether all of Putin's maneuvers and the force buildup is a grand game of brinksmanship, and he's got no intention of invading? He just wants to show his muscle, get the U.S. and NATO to commit to not letting Ukraine into the alliance. In other words, a game of brinksmanship, bluffing, but not really an intent to invade.
We have seen no indication of that, Tony.
Let me ask you, though, has it been groupthink here, though? You're all thinking, just assuming he's going to do this? Or have you actually skeptically look at whether this is just a bunch of BS brinksmanship, albeit on a grand scale?
Tony, we've been looking at this now for months, and we've been talking to allies and partners for months. The Secretary was just in Brussels last week meeting with all his counterparts in the alliance. It's not just the United States who is deeply concerned about the potential for war in Ukraine now. That other NATO allies feel the same way. We've all been looking at this. I hope, we all hope, that we're wrong about this. But every indication we have is that he is poised to attack Ukraine again, and this time with what could be significant military force. I mean, we are talking about more than 150,000 troops that he has arrayed against that border. As I said earlier, we believe that they are now at a state of readiness where they could attack at any time. That's what we're seeing. And that's what we've been saying. We've been talking about this very openly now for weeks. We've seen, sadly and unfortunately, no indication that he's willing to de-escalate, move those troops back home, and actually get to some sort of serious diplomatic solution. Every indication, rather, that we see is quite the opposite.
Can I ask you a China-related question? Is there any indication that President Xi has given his tacit or explicit approval to Putin for an invasion? You recall there was speculation that an invasion wouldn't happen until the Olympics were over. The Olympics are over now. Any indication that China has given its wink and nod?
Well, I mean, I would point you back to the February 4th statement that Xi and Putin put out, which certainly we took as tacit approval for what Mr. Putin is doing. You could point also to concerning comments by the Chinese Foreign Ministry yesterday that made it clear that they weren't going to support any what they called unlawful unilateral sanctions against Russia, and then blame the United States for contributing security assistance to Ukraine, somehow blaming us for this issue. No mention whatsoever in their statement about the 150,000 plus soldiers and the threats that Mr. Putin has been lobbying against Ukraine now for many weeks, including just yesterday. We wonder, can it really be the Chinese policy now to support separatist movements over the sovereignty of nation states? That's an interesting twist, isn't it? Zoe.
Thank you, John. Is there any I would like to go back to the movements of U.S. troops to the Baltic states and to the eastern flank. Is there any consideration of sending more U.S. troops if there is an invasion and on a permanent basis on this eastern flank of NATO?
There's nothing. There's no expectation at this time, Sylvia, that we're going to move to more permanent basing on NATO's eastern flank. What we're talking about now are short-term, temporary, rotational redeployments, if you will. As for your first question, whether there's, I assume what you're asking is, are we going to send more troops from the United States to NATO's eastern flank? And I have no such announcements or movements to speak of today. But as I have said repeatedly, we're going to keep all options on the table. I'm not going to rule out that the Secretary might want to consider that should there be a need. We're looking at this day by day. And just yesterday, as you saw, we did reposition inside Europe. And there are lots of options available to us to continue to look for ways to reinforce that eastern flank.
But this will be temporary. You don't think about changing your posture in case of an invasion.
Right now, we're focused on reassuring the allies, and we're going to be in constant contact with them and consultation about what that looks like and how you do that. Given the current tensions on the continent, it's too early to tell whether any of this is going to lead to some other longer-term posture changes. We certainly, we're just not at that point right now. Barbara.
You mentioned before that if this conflict breaks out, it would not be bloodless. So I assume that's also somewhat of a caution to Russia that it would not be bloodless for them and their troops. Can you be any more specific as this is assessed? Or is the Russian military, to use the expression, really 10 feet tall? Or do you see some vulnerabilities for them here?
So clearly, if he chooses war, he chooses violence, which means he's deliberately choosing to put lives at danger, soldiers' lives, civilians' lives. And he's going to have to bear the responsibility for that. And I would hope that he understands that some of those lives at risk are going to be his soldiers' lives. And he's going to have to answer to Russian moms and dads about their soldiers that aren't making it back home alive or making it back with injuries. He's going to have to answer for that. And as for the 10 feet tall, look, I think, getting into qualitative assessments here of militaries is probably not the best exercise for me right now. They have, as we've said for a long time, significant combined arms capabilities arrayed against Ukraine right now. And they are ready to go right now, should that be the way that Mr. Putin wants to go. And we would obviously like to see that not happen. And we would like to see him de-escalate. We would like to see him make a better choice here, which we still think there's time to do, and de-escalate. Move those troops back to garrison. Move them back home. Keep them safe, and not pursue a war of choice totally on what is his whim.
As we sit here today, are there still active, functioning channels of U.S.-Russian military-to-military communications? Are you able to, the secretary, the chairman, are you able to pick up the phone, and will your counterparts talk to you?
Well, I would point to conversations that we've read out in just recent days. The secretary spoke with Minister Shoigu just a few days ago. Chairman Milley. I know, I'm getting there. Chairman Milley has had many conversations with General Gerasimov, his counterpart, and we have seen no indication that those lines of communication between those two leaders are closed. I don't have any additional phone conversations to talk about today or to announce, but we have seen no indication that there won't be that communication should it be necessary. Court.
How about more of like a tactical line of communication? I don't know if deconfliction is the right term to use here because there's not a U.S. military component to this. Like they're not going to theoretically be flying over the same skies. Or in this, but what about something that might deconflict tactically on the ground once Russia moves in? It seems that we keep hearing about the U.S. military moving more and more assets into that region. Mm-hmm. Is it appropriate for General Milley to be the one calling General Gerasimov when we're talking about like potentially very quick tactical moves on the ground?
I don't think we're at a point right now where that's needed, right? Because there hasn't been a large-scale invasion yet of Ukraine, and hopefully there won't be, Court. So hopefully there won't be any need for that kind of communication. But you get to a really good point, which is the potential, if he decides to go in big in Ukraine, that puts Russian military forces right up against the eastern flank of NATO, his western flank. And that's an eastern flank, by the way, that we're going to continue to reinforce and make more ready. And so you do get into a potential there for miscalculation and miscommunication. We're just not there yet that we can speak to specific deconfliction mechanisms, and hopefully there won't be a need for that. But it does raise a larger issue, your question does, of the potential for miscalculation here.
And given the fact that this isn't, again, I know we talk about deconfliction, I think a lot of us think of Syria, but this is a very different situation. There's not U.S. military component inside the potential invasion area, right? Would it be more appropriate for DOD or General Milley or state? Like, what would that mechanism, who would be the one who would be responsible for establishing that mechanism?
Yeah, again, we're not at that point right now, Courtney. So it's difficult to answer that question, and I'm not dodging it. It's just we aren't at that point right now. I mean, so I'd rather not speculate about who would be in communications with whom. Again, as my answer to Barb, there's no indication that we've gotten that there still isn't the ability at the strategic level for leaders to talk. Jim.
John, you talked about to build on Sylvie's question, you talked about the F-35s and I guess 32 Apaches. Well, it's not just an aircraft and a pilot. How many people are associated with those moves?
Yeah, all told, if you added up, the infantry battalion that we talked about, that's about 800, and then there's about another 200 crew, pilots, maintenance that would go with those aircraft elements that we talked about. So all told, the president's announcement yesterday equates to about 1,000 people. Again, I want to stress two things. They're being repositioned inside Europe. They're not coming from the States. And two, these are temporary moves.
And if I could just build on Courtney's question, doesn't General Walters in his NATO hat, can't he speak to Gerasimov?
I would suspect yes, as SACEUR, he certainly could. I know of no reason why he wouldn't be able to do that. General Gerasimov is the chief of defense, so he is more appropriately General Milley's counterpart. But I can't imagine that there would be a reason why, if General Walters wanted to speak to him, that he couldn't in his NATO hat. Yeah.
Based on, given the fact that Russians have brought a variety of capabilities to the area, including cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, do you still think that the arms provided by the United States would help Ukrainians to defend themselves against all these capabilities? Because
we are providing, again, lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. They've expressed their gratitude for that assistance. I would remind you that, well, a couple of things, $650 million just this year alone, and we're still in discussions with them about what kind of support they might need going forward. And we're in constant consultation with them about their needs and what we can provide. It's not just us. That's my second point. Other nations are as well stepping up to provide both lethal and non-lethal assistance to Ukraine. Let me go to the phones here. I haven't done that yet. Let's see. Mike Brest, Washington Examiner.
Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Kirby. A little bit out of left field, but the 90-day period that General Michael Garrett had to look into the Syria strike from 2019 expires this weekend. Would you details or take the question?
You know what? You broke up there, Mike. Can you just repeat the last part of your question?
Yeah, so the 90-day period for his investigation into the 2019 Syria strike expires this weekend. Could you provide any update or take the question?
I know that he's wrapping that up, Mike. I don't have a specific timeline of when that's going to be turned in and reviewed. I will take the question and we'll see if we can't get you a better answer. Tom.
Hi, John. Good afternoon. I have two questions, one on Ukraine and one on the Guard deployment. Which would you like first?
You can decide, Tom.
The Guard deployment is the easier one, perhaps. There's been reports and complaints and concerns by the District of Columbia government and Capitol Police. They don't have the ability to remove trucks, tow trucks, in other words, to remove any trucks that impede traffic situations. Is there any Defense Department assets that could be made available to help them in this situation?
You know, I don't really know, Tom. I mean, the request that we got was for some personnel and 50 vehicles to help with traffic flow. There's been no request of the department for tow truck capability, and frankly, I'm not sure that we have a lot of that, to be honest with you.
That's what I'm saying.
I actually don't know how many tow trucks we own, but I don't think it's very many. So again, we're focused on meeting the requirements that they laid forth for help. Again, it was roughly 700 guardsmen and 50 vehicles. What's your second question?
On Ukraine, you've talked a lot, and others have talked about what the Russians are doing is out of their playbook. In other words, they're everything they're doing is sort of doing their playbook.
Yeah.
Yet the massive development of the forces on the border, the type of overall attack that's being projected possibly for Ukraine, that's not the blunderbuss approach they usually have taken if you look at Georgia and the Crimea and other areas. What playbook are they emulating for this possible attack on Ukraine?
When we talk about the playbook, as you will, we're talking about the preparatory moves that we have seen them do in the past. And 2014 is a great example of that. And when we look at the kinds of pretextual things they were doing, it seems to me like they haven't updated their playbook in a long time, because it's the same kind of stuff. It's claiming that they're the victims, creating false events, or even not even creating events, but simply claiming that things happened that never did, to paint themselves as the victims. As if Ukraine, which has never attacked anybody, is all of a sudden going to spuriously attack Russia and threaten their national security when there's 150,000 plus troops along the border. I mean, it is ridiculous, but that is exactly the kind of plays we've seen them run, the preparatory plays. Now, to your point, and it's a fair one, what we've seen them array against that along the border, more than 150,000 troops and significant, as I said, combined arms capabilities, that is something we haven't seen them do before.
Where do you think they've gotten that tactic from? That strategy from, since they've never employed it in their past adventurisms?
That is a great question for Vladimir Putin. I mean, I'm not trying to dodge the question, but
Russian accent.
I'm not trying to dodge the question, but we don't know. I mean, we can't possibly get inside his head to figure out, why he's doing it the way he's doing it. And again, Tom, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, it doesn't have to be this way. He can make another choice. Of all the options he has available to him, the one he still has is diplomacy, if he chooses. And we just haven't seen an indication to do that. Mike.
Hey, Don, two questions. First off, any idea whether or not Russia's also used the Wagner Group mercenaries as part of this invasion force, or is it strictly sort of mainline Russian army troops?
I have not seen any indications of that. Anything like that. I haven't seen indications of the Wagner Group being used, but again, that's really that might be a level of detail we don't have.
Also, to go back a little bit in history, Soviet Union conquered Hungary in '56, rolled through Czechoslovakia in '68. The U.S. complained and made a lot of noise, but nothing really happened. How will this turn out different from what's already happened in the past with their former satellite countries?
I was a history major at the University of South Florida, but I don't know that I can answer that one. Well, let me just put it this way. What we hope happens is that he de-escalates, and this war of choice doesn't occur. It's difficult if he chooses to go ahead, and again, every indication is that he will. It's the one thing any student of war will tell you is it's unpredictable once it starts. It's the old adage, I think it was Eisenhower, right? No plan survives first contact. It's difficult to know where this will go. What we believe is that it will involve significant casualties and destruction, and that it will only cause instability on the European continent, rather than the stability that I think most of the world and certainly the West wants to see. Where it goes beyond that, I just don't know, Mike, because we don't know really what he has in mind here. I mean, he's pretty much, in terms of military action, that's what I mean. If you look at his speech, he was pretty clear, wasn't he, about the disdain he has for Ukrainian sovereignty, and the false claim that Russia created Ukraine. I mean, it's pretty obvious that, as the Ukrainian foreign minister said just when he was here, that Putin wants to erase Ukraine as a nation state. What that ends up looking like long term is difficult to know. And again, at the risk of sounding like I'm dodging, and I'm not, I truly don't know the answer to your question. It's a good one, and I don't know anybody could know that. But it doesn't have to be that way. It just doesn't have to be that way. He can choose a different path here, which is still open to him, and that's what I think all of us would like to see him do. I get time for a couple more. Yeah, go ahead.
A country is invading another country just because that country wants to be part of an alliance that the United States is leading, like NATO. Isn't that an indirect threat to NATO and the United States national security at the same time?
Well, predominantly, it's a threat to the Ukrainian people. And I think, again, if you go back and look at his speech, certainly he's groused about potential NATO membership for Ukraine, no doubt about it. But he laid out an even more sweeping alternative reality in his speech, that it isn't just about whether or not NATO, Ukraine joins NATO. As for whether it further threatens NATO, I think that remains to be seen. Clearly, we are making it very obvious that we take our obligations to NATO seriously. That's why we're sending these additional forces. That's why we're bolstering our allies. That's why Secretary Austin was in Europe just last week to deliver that message, so that Mr. Putin knows, and quite frankly, our allies know too, what President Biden said. We will defend every inch of NATO territory. Again, we don't want to see it come to that. But if it does come to that, the United States will be ready. Okay.
You are really saying that the open door policy, you are stick to the open door policy of NATO.
It is up to the alliance and the nation state in question to determine future membership. It is not something that Mr. Putin gets to veto, period. Okay, thanks everybody.
All right, you've been watching a live briefing from the Pentagon. Let's go now to NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce. Dan, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby there saying there is every indication that Vladimir Putin is poised to attack Ukraine and that Putin is deliberately choosing to put lives in danger. Did you detect any change in tone from him or any new, more concerning wording in his answers? Or are we simply on the edge of the same cliff that we have been looking over for weeks now?
No change in tone, really an even more bleak and sobering outlook there. You heard from the Pentagon, the Press Secretary John Kirby describing this vast military power building in a heightened state of readiness. He talked about more than 150,000 Russian troops there, and he kept saying there's still a path out of this. There's still a way for Russia to pull back, but he said there's no sign of that happening. Here's how Press Secretary Kirby described the situation.
But what we see is that Russian forces continue to assemble closer to the border and put themselves in an advanced stage of readiness to act, to conduct military action in Ukraine again at virtually any time now. We believe that they are ready. I'll just leave it at that. They're ready.
So that's how they're describing it, a very grim kind of outlook. And reporters are asking, could this be a bluff? Is this just a feint somehow? And the press secretary said, they have been looking at this for weeks. The intelligence keeps coming in. Yeah. The Russian force keeps growing, and now it's in this heightened state of readiness. So not very encouraging signs at the moment.
No, not at all. Dan, how about U.S. troops? Any updates to the number of troops or deployments to Eastern Europe? Any changes there?
Just really continuing to describe bolstering that eastern flank. So there are about 800 U.S. paratroopers that are headed to the Baltic countries of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, along with Apache helicopters. There are also F-35 fighter jets that are going to be repositioned from Germany into Eastern European members of NATO on that eastern flank. But again, as the White House keeps emphasizing in the Pentagon, there are no plans whatsoever to send U.S. troops into Ukraine to fight with Ukraine. But the Pentagon did say that they will continue to discuss providing military assistance to Ukraine, sending weapons and equipment, and other governments are doing that. Latvia just flew in a plane load of Stinger shoulder-launched anti-aircraft missiles. So that kind of assistance continues, but a pretty sobering assessment.
For sure. Dan, look, when I leave work, the question that I get from family and friends so often is, are we on the brink of war? Is Vladimir Putin about to attack Ukraine? No doubt with the job that you have, a lot of people are asking you the same, and it seems that the answer across the board from everyone is only Vladimir Putin really knows what's going to happen. If you had to sum up the message from the Pentagon this afternoon, if you had to boil down what John Kirby was saying today, could you sum it up in just a couple of sentences?
I think the message is we are very close to a war, with Russia about to push further into Ukraine, to invade Ukraine in a wider way. There is still a very remote chance that it doesn't happen because, again, no one can be inside Vladimir Putin's head. And Kirby said more than once, he said, I hope I'm wrong. We hope we're wrong. But the signs are very ominous.
Yeah, I think everybody hopes they're wrong indeed, but it sure isn't looking that way at this stage. Dan, thank you for being here with us to wrap up that Pentagon press conference. Lawmakers are urging President Biden to get congressional approval before involving U.S. troops in the Ukrainian crisis. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is on the Hill for us. Ali, a bipartisan group of 43 lawmakers signing on to this letter saying the American people, through their representatives in Congress, deserve to have a say before U.S. troops are placed in harm's way or the U.S. becomes involved in yet another foreign conflict. Tell us more. What else did their letter say?
Allison, that letter, bipartisan in fashion to the administration, it includes a range of members, from members of the squad to some of the most conservative Republicans. So just another reminder here as we head into another news cycle focused on foreign policy, that we're very much outside of the box of those clean partisan lines that we typically tend to draw in here on Capitol Hill. Foreign policy doesn't function by those same rules. But those 43 lawmakers saying in that letter to the administration that should they seek to introduce U.S. armed forces into hostilities or decline to remove any U.S. military personnel currently deployed inside Ukraine, that they would like Congress to stand ready to deliberate over the potentially monumental implications of such scenarios. So that letter laying it out before this even really, or at the outset of this, that Congress, even though they're on recess right now, very much wants to play a role here.
Ali, President Biden getting mixed reviews for how he's handled this crisis so far. What are you hearing from lawmakers about the newest sanctions on Russia?
Yeah, mixed reviews here. And again, they don't necessarily go along party lines. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, though, here speaking to reporters today, supporting the administration's actions so far. Take a listen.
We are not in this alone. The beauty of it all is that it is a unified effort of our NATO allies, of which and of course, U.S. and Canada from this side of the Atlantic and on the others. The steps that the president is taking are appropriate.
And of course, Pelosi not the only one speaking out. After sanctions were announced yesterday, we heard from key senators like Senator Lindsey Graham. He said in a tweet, "This is a critical moment in history, and President Biden is not seizing the moment." Graham went on to say that the sanctions outlined were inadequate to deter Putin. Graham was one of those who said that there should be sanctions levied even before an invasion had occurred as a deterrence. That was one of the key sticking points here among Republicans and Democrats as they tried to come to some consensus on a resolution in a bipartisan fashion. Another Republican, Senator Ben Sasse, saying that the sanctions are too little, too late. That being said, there are some Republicans who, especially in light of the news today on Nord Stream 2, called that a good move. Senator Ted Cruz was one of them. He's one of those who had been pushing for sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline for several months, even holding up some Biden State Department nominees so that he could push for that vote. Today, he released that hold on those nominees and actually praised the administration for their actions after Germany said that pipeline wouldn't go forward.
Allie, the crisis is also dividing the GOP. Congressional Republicans want Biden to do more to stop Russia, but in a podcast interview yesterday, former President Trump called Putin's move in Ukraine genius. What's this split doing to the party?
Yeah, look, it's just another instance of the former president coming in and having his own potentially out of lockstep with the rest of the party opinion on this. In this case, espousing a pro-Russia stance on that podcast in the midst of an international crisis where Russia and the United States are very much at the center of it. It's sort of the latest salvo of this as we see the former president continue to try to comment on national and international affairs, even as he's out of office and largely deplatformed.
Allie, the Senate is going to get an unclassified briefing called tomorrow on Ukraine and Russia. What do you know there?
Look, largely virtual at this point, Allison. You'll remember that many of them are either on Codels in various parts of the world, or they're home in their districts on recess because both the House and the Senate are out this week. So the Senate getting an unclassified virtual briefing tomorrow. That's something that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had requested yesterday. But that doesn't mean that this is going to be the last of the briefings. Frankly, when they get back next week, we're likely to expect them to get an in-person classified briefing here as well. This is a way for them, though, to stay updated, even though they're not physically in town as this unfolds.
All right, Allie Vitale on the Hill, a quiet Hill, but they are still busy nonetheless. Thank you so much.
Quiet but busy. Thanks.
The Department of Homeland Security warning about Russian cyber attacks here in the U.S. DHS telling businesses to protect themselves now. I'm going to bring in NBC News senior national security analyst Juan Zarate. He's also the former deputy national security advisor to President George W. Bush. Juan, a massive cyber attack targeting Ukrainian government websites and banks again today. A White House spokesperson telling NBC News, "We consider these further incidents to be consistent with the type of activity Russia would carry out in a bid to destabilize Ukraine. We are in communication with Ukraine regarding their cyber-related needs." Based on your experience, do you agree here, or could there possibly be something else at play?
Well, I think the Russians are playing the classic playbook of hybrid warfare, using different tools, some where they can hide their hand, some where they want to make it obvious, but certainly using cyber attacks to down government ministry websites and to attack key Ukrainian institutions. We saw this just a week and a half ago where they attacked a Ukrainian bank in one of the ministries. This is a follow-on attack on particular Ukrainian sites. These are denial of service attacks, meaning they attack the site to bring it down. It's not the most sophisticated of attacks that the Russians are capable of. And so the worry here, of course, is not only can the Russians attack more deeply and penetrate and perhaps even destroy systems, but they can do that outside of Ukraine as well. And that's where then you have DHS, the FBI, and other U.S. authorities warning the private sector to be on the lookout for Russian activities.
What capabilities does the U.S. have to respond to a potential cyber war with Russia? I mean, if you say this isn't quite as sophisticated or as bad as it can get, how bad could it get, and how ready are we for that?
Well, what we have underway, I think, is a war of calibration, right? We don't have all-out war. We don't have all-out cyber warfare, but we have calibration along all of the domains of power and conflict. The U.S. is the most sophisticated actor in the cyber domain. There's no question about that. So we can attack actors. We can take sites down. We can play at the highest and most complicated levels if we want. That's dangerous territory, though. Once we get into that domain, you are starting to talk about taking down global systems that the financial and banking system rely upon, the energy sector, hospitals, medical centers. The U.S. is wary of waging all-out battle in the cyber domain. And so there's a little bit of a cat and mouse game here as to how the Russians are going to use their capabilities and how the U.S. both defends against it, and if the Russians overstep boundaries, how the U.S. would respond. But we certainly have capabilities to respond. We are reticent to do so.
Juan, businesses are being warned to shield up. Those are businesses, though. What should the average person watching this right now be concerned about, and how can they protect themselves?
Well, it's important to note in the U.S., well over 80% of the cyber infrastructure is in private sector hands. The U.S. government for many years now and currently has been trying to coordinate closely with critical infrastructure sectors. Think energy, banking, finance, health, water. These are critical infrastructures that have to be protected against all forms of cyber attacks. I think what citizens need to be aware of is that basic cyber hygiene here matters. That is, don't click on links you don't know where they come from. Don't be engaging in online social media activities that may appear suspicious. The Russians know how to troll. They know how to use ransomware, and they know how to get into systems using basic phishing techniques. And I think the training we've all gotten, the social awareness we have about our cybersecurity and hygiene has to take a kind of a leading role now, understanding that the Russians are willing to penetrate any and all of our systems.
Be especially careful. That is wise advice right now. We know the things we're supposed to do. Important that we remember in times like this. Juan, thanks for the reminder. Thanks for walking us through what's going on here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Russia threatening to retaliate against U.S. sanctions today while oil prices are spiking after that reported cyber attack in Ukraine. We've got team coverage of the financial fallout of the crisis in Ukraine. CNBC finance editor Jeff Cox joining me soon. But first, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow. So, Matt, the Russian foreign minister is responding to the U.S. sanctions. What's he saying?
Thank you, Allison. Well, of course, they don't like sanctions. They've never liked sanctions. And we're hearing kind of the usual playbook. Let's take a look at some of the things that we heard today, calling these sanctions, condemning them really as counterproductive, a form of blackmail, illegitimate. We also saw some claims, or assurances, I should say, from the Russian Foreign Ministry that they will respond, not necessarily symmetrically, and saying that they would be kind of calculated to make sure that these are things the United States would feel. So they could be perhaps things such as energy or raw materials and so on. I guess kind of one of the points here I think that we need to keep in mind, though, about sanctions is that they're kind of being phased right now in the hopes of deterring. But so far, I have to say, we're not yet seeing much evidence that they are successful in that. There's some breaking news right now. The Kremlin has announced that it has actually, and I'm bringing this up because it's evidence of continued escalation. The Kremlin is saying that it has received official requests from the heads of these two breakaway statelets in eastern Ukraine for Russian military support in what they say, quote, pushing back Ukrainian aggression in Donetsk, in Donbass. Now, we don't yet know what the implication of this is going to be. Nothing's happened yet, but we continue to see this narrative that we've been seeing here escalating in spite of the sanctions that we've been seeing.
Matt, Ukraine's foreign minister tweeting today, to stop Putin from further aggression, we call on partners to impose more sanctions on Russia now. First decisive steps were taken yesterday, and we are grateful for them. Now the pressure needs to step up to stop Putin, hit his economy and cronies, hit more, hit hard, hit now. I mean, but from what you've said, the sanctions that we've seen so far don't appear to be making a difference. Where else can the U.S., where can its allies hit Russia and Putin financially to potentially stop this, or is that just not going to change things here?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so complicated, right?
Yeah.
So, like, one of the big issues with this always is just how interlinked everything is. You know, I mentioned what some of Russia's potential countermoves are, and things like energy, things like raw materials. I mean, Boeing gets so much of its titanium for aircraft from Russian suppliers. But, you know, the administration has been clear that it is holding back some of, I guess, what you could call kind of like higher order, more severe sanctions, holding them in reserve as kind of a punishment if Russia does fully commit to an invasion of Ukraine, rather than this kind of test the waters situation, though serious as it is so far. So these are things that we've heard in the past. Like, one that keeps coming up is the idea of sanctions on essentially consumer technology exports that could have really profound kind of shock waves. It's just one of those things, though, that at least in the people that I've talked to about it, you don't really know fully how they work out until you start implementing them. But don't, you know, this is a very technical thing. But as for sanctions against Putin's inner circle, there's one point that I think that's really stuck with me is we saw Putin's inner circle on Monday at that national security meeting where he was kind of. They had this like staged show where they were trying to talk, like pretend as if they were having a really open and honest discourse about the question of recognizing these two breakaway statelets. There were some of them who were visibly nervous about what they were being asked to do, and they were very much kind of slapped down and guided to the proper answer by Vladimir Putin on national television. So it doesn't really seem like, and these are the hawks, right? These are the guys that we assume to be closest to Putin on this, seem to have problems pushing back in a very crucial issue. And so now we're talking about, are there sanctions that can maybe compel Russian oligarchs who are not involved in these discussions to put pressure on Putin? We're kind of faced with this very real question now.
Yeah.
Who has influence over him?
Yeah, Matt, the questions, the complications, I mean, we just keep going back to so many of these things. Only Vladimir Putin has the answer. Matt Bodner in Moscow, thank you so very much. The reports of that cyber attack in Ukraine driving oil prices higher earlier today. CNBC finance editor Jeff Cox joining me now. Jeff, this Ukrainian crisis has been putting pressure on the markets for days. The Dow losing 464 points today. It's at its lowest level of 2022 so far, rather. We've got the S&P well into correction. Walk us through how the global financial markets, whether we're talking stocks or oil, are reacting to this crisis in Ukraine, and in particular this cyber attack we heard about today.
Yeah, thanks, Allison. I mean, as if investors didn't already have enough to worry about with the issues with the Fed raising rates and inflation and whatnot, comes along this Russia-Ukraine crisis, and it adds even more pressure to this situation. Now, we're seeing it, as you said, the S&P 500 more than halfway towards a bear market. And we're also seeing it very much in the commodity markets. Natural gas prices have gone basically parabolic since the crisis had started. Oil prices going higher. A lot of the agricultural commodity prices that have gone much higher. Soybeans have skyrocketed. Wheat is up very much. Of course, we know that Ukraine is called the breadbasket of Europe. There's a lot of wheat that comes from there in Russia. So a widespread impact and coming at a tenuous time for the economy. So this is something that's got investors really on edge, especially now when you come back from a market that was really pretty overvalued to begin with after 2 straight years of 20% plus returns. So it's a tough time to be an investor in these markets now.
It sure is. All right, let's talk about some of the practical implications here. I mean, you mentioned oil prices going higher and people start to panic. Oh, my goodness, what does this mean for gas prices? I know my own mother texted me yesterday and said, I just paid $3.79 a gallon for gas. It was $3.59 a week ago. The president has said he wants to keep gas prices from going higher because they're already so high. What can the administration do to help here?
Well, look, the administration kind of got caught off sides here. They've spent the last year preaching the renewable energy gospel. They've been extremely hostile towards fossil fuel industry. They've been trying to shut down. They shut down the pipeline. They've been very adverse to natural gas fracking. My mom is freaking out about her gas bills every month. Now she thought she was getting a break by going to natural gas, and they're through the roof. So this is weighing on consumers very much. I don't know how much the administration really can do here because the energy industry isn't very interested in ramping up production at this point.
All right, so Jeff, I have to ask you about one other issue that's probably going to upset your mom, my mom, and a lot of other moms watching this show. Experts telling NBC News today the Ukraine crisis could push prices even higher at the grocery store. Some people might be thinking, wait a second, inflation's already at 40-year highs. How can grocery store prices get any worse?
Well, there's not a one-to-one direct line from the issues that are happening with Russia and Ukraine. We don't import a lot of wheat from them, that kind of thing. But what happens is these things tend to feed on each other.
Yeah.
You get chain reaction situation. The Fed is going to try to come in and start raising interest rates every month. But then when you think about that, well, geez, that's the devil in the deep blue sea. You're talking about higher prices, and then you can start talking about higher rates on your credit card bills and higher mortgage rates and all those kind of things. So this is very difficult, but prices can go up higher. We're going to get a very important inflation read on Friday. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
And we'll get some more clues as to what the Fed's going to do from here.
Jeff, I got to say, we're starting to stockpile bacon in my house because it was on sale the last 2 weeks. My husband said, stop buying it. We don't need it. And I said, you just don't know how expensive it's going to get. You just don't know how much worse this is going to get. And it's crazy to think about all the things going on globally, all the things going on around the world and how they're affecting everything from gas to grocery. But it's really hitting people at home.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, too, the biggest issue with supply chains over the last year was semiconductors. And boy, that really hits home in this crisis because Ukraine produces neon, which is a very critical element in semiconductors. Russia produces a number of elements, nickel and a few other things that are also very important in that electronics process. So this just really adds to those issues. Again, the administration can't blame all of this on what's happening in Ukraine, but this is just more gas on the fire.
Sure.
And a very bad inflation fire right now for consumers.
Yeah, it almost feels like those hopes that things might get a little better first half of 2022, that they might be fading. Jeff, thank you for coming on to talk with us. Coming up, murder or mercy? An Ohio doctor on trial for 14 patients' deaths. The defense saying he was providing necessary care. Prosecutors calling him a cold-blooded killer. The latest from the courtroom next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Let's check in again with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hello, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start in Alabama, where legislation for banning transgender students from using school restrooms and locker rooms that match their gender identity has advanced to the state Senate. This is the second Alabama bill targeting LGBTQ youth this year. Las Vegas police say a mom sent her daughter to school with a note begging to be rescued from her abusive boyfriend. The note led police to find her son's body in a freezer. The boyfriend has been arrested and an investigation is ongoing. Former NYC Police Union President Ed Mullins is expected to be charged with unspecified federal crimes today. 4 months after a raid on his home and office. Mullins resigned as union president in October. The United Kingdom could ban high school students who fail math and English exams from taking out college loans. The official announcement of the government proposal is expected tomorrow. And the Oscars will be slimming down this year's live broadcast after losing nearly 20 million viewers since 2018. To save time, 8 awards will be presented off air. Allison, back to you.
Maya, thank you. In Minnesota, the jury now deliberating in the federal trial for the 3 ex-police officers charged with violating George Floyd's civil rights. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is outside the courthouse in St. Paul. So, Shaq, the jury got the case this morning after a month-long trial, rather. I know we asked you last hour how deliberations were going. Have they come back and asked the court any questions since then? What do you know?
No questions, no comments from the jury so far as we enter about 6 hours, just under 6 hours of deliberations. And, you know, that's something that we closely watch. And we kind of want some questions because it gives us some insight into what those private deliberations are looking like. And as far as we know at this point, no questions, no comments from the jury.
Shaq, how long are they expected to deliberate today, and will they be sequestered? What does this whole process look like for them?
Yeah, they are not sequestered for these deliberations, and the court says that they'll go on and deliberate until about 5 p.m. local time. Now, in terms of how long the deliberations will go on for, that's just something we don't know, and it goes to the idea of what these officers, what these former Minneapolis Police Department officers are being charged with. This is a unique case that they're facing right now. They're being charged with essentially depriving George Floyd's rights as he was under the knee of Derek Chauvin. All 3 of them are being charged with essentially not providing medical aid when it was clear that George Floyd needed medical aid, resulting in his death. And then 2 of the officers are facing charges for not intervening as Derek Chauvin was using excessive use of force. So you're dealing with multiple charges, multiple defendants. This could take some time, but as far as we know, they'll go up to 5 p.m. tonight, and then they'll pick things up back up tomorrow.
All right, Shaq Brewster keeping watch for us. Thank you so much. Comfort care or medical malpractice. A doctor in Columbus, Ohio is on trial, accused of murdering 14 of his patients by intentionally overprescribing pain medication. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has his story.
The trial begins for a doctor accused of murdering his patients by overprescribing fentanyl.
His actions were not mere accidental or medical negligence. They were, in fact, murder.
Former Ohio doctor William Husel walked into court Tuesday morning hand in hand with his wife. The 46-year-old now faces 14 counts of murder and has pleaded not guilty.
Many were not in a position to feel discomfort, pain, or agitation. Nonetheless, they were administered large doses of fentanyl without being medically indicated.
Those 14 people, ages 39 up to 82, died at Mount Carmel Health in Columbus, Ohio, between 2015 and 2018. 64-year-old Bonnie Smith was one of them.
The picture of her, the love of my life.
In a 2019 wrongful death lawsuit, David alleges his wife was given 600 micrograms of fentanyl and 6 milligrams of Versed. She died while Husel was the ICU physician.
He was a doctor. I figured he knew what he was talking about.
Husel has denied negligence.
The problem is that the doctor gave much, much higher doses of fentanyl.
Robert Klitzman is associate director of Columbia's bioethics program.
Even if this was comfort care, you wouldn't give 10 times usual dose or 5 times usual dose.
Husel's medical license was suspended by the State Medical Board of Ohio, and the hospital fired at least 23 staff after reviewing Husel's patient cases. Now, defense says,
this is not a murder case, and it's far from it.
Husel is represented by defense attorney Jose Baez, whose former clients include Casey Anthony, Harvey Weinstein, and NFL player Aaron Hernandez.
William Husel was exercising compassion to his patients and trying to free them from pain.
What does the comfort care argument entail?
There's a difference between what's called palliative care and killing someone intentionally. In palliative care, you're trying to ease the patient's pain by the use of drugs or some other therapeutic method. In cases where you are actually trying to cause the death of the person, then that can be murder. So the key here is intent.
The assistant Franklin County prosecutor adds that while other health practitioners cared for the patients, Husel is on trial because he prescribed the medication. The defense disagrees.
There are no pharmacists on trial here, but yet they're 50% responsible for every single dose that's given.
Expect this to be a theme of the defense. It wasn't just
Coming up, a warning if you use a company-issued cell phone or computer, everything you do could be tracked. The Bossware software more companies are using to monitor employees after this break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today, we are celebrating Black History Month with a look at the Greenwood Project, a Chicago nonprofit preparing Black and Latino students for careers in finance. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson shows us how they're turning their passion into economic opportunity.
With over 40 years combined experience in the financial services industry, Bavon Joseph and his wife Lois started the Greenwood Project in 2016 with 5 students.
Kids can be what they can see.
Their goal, expose Black and Latino high school and college students to careers in finance, beyond entry-level positions.
I wanted to make sure that there was access and pathways for other students who may not know that opportunities existed in the financial sector.
About 400 students have participated in the Greenwood Project's financial literacy training and internships, as the number of corporate partners has grown.
For a first time in a very long time, more people are becoming aware of the need for diversity in talent, diversity in thought, diversity in people, and we have become somewhat of a diversity supplier.
Angelina Carreras recalls the intense 4-week training she had last summer before working as an equity trading intern at Charles Schwab.
Financial statements, some Excel work. It was definitely a big learning curve.
After landing the internship, the college junior said she learned about more than mergers and acquisitions. What kind of job are you hoping to have when you graduate?
I hope to be a wealth management advisor in the future. Without the Greenwood Project, I would have not known that was even available to me.
While Latinos make up 18% of the U.S. workforce, only 10% of financial managers are Latino. Blacks make up 13% of the workforce, and just 9% of financial managers are Black. Greenwood Project alumni Hayes Bynum says the program helps close those racial disparities.
They're supplying you with a network that you would never be able to tap into, and I always felt that I would be successful. I just felt like I did not have enough information or enough of the exposure to the career paths necessary.
The Greenwood Project opens doors, its founders say, and it's the job of its alumni to keep those doors open.
We're planting seeds across the industry. our young people are going to keep getting promoted. They'll rise to the top, and they'll bring people along with them.
And Sharon joins me live now with more on this awesome story. Sharon, absolutely love it. There is a reason why these founders chose the name Greenwood Project. Would you please tell us the story behind it?
Absolutely. There is significant history here, and we're looking at the Greenwood community of Tulsa, Oklahoma, a thriving community at the start of the 20th century of Black businesses, hospitals, and an affluent Black community. And this is what they're trying to recreate, a thriving community of financial professionals, starting at a very young age, as young as high school, taking them through college, having them in their first jobs, and then having them become mentors to one another and opening the doors for one another along the way. Unfortunately, the Greenwood community also had a very tragic ending in 1921 when a mob of white people came in and burned down Greenwood and killed over 300 residents. That tragedy also inspires others to keep going with what they were trying to do back then and create another very vibrant community in Chicago and far beyond.
So, Sharon, tell us more. What corporate partners are working with these guys?
Well, they have a number of corporate partners, from CBOE Global Markets to Piper Sandler, and most recently, the hedge fund Citadel is working with them on their high school training programs. And their partnership is really interesting in that they're serving with some training and providing some investment there, but also actually providing internships for college students, which is really where they're going to get the exposure to the type of jobs that they want to do in the future.
I am so impressed. Good training, internships, and some really big names there. What other changes are you seeing? What else is happening to increase the number of Blacks and Latinos in financial services?
You know, there are steps that are being taken, Allison, and when you look at the fact that women of color, for one, are less than 5% of those who hold board seats in the Fortune 500, we know there's a lot that needs to be done. One step that's being taken is this new NASDAQ rule that is requiring companies that are listed on the NASDAQ to actually have diversity or explain why they do not have diversity on their boards. And that means they must have someone who self-identifies as female, someone who self-identifies as an underrepresented minority or LGBTQ community, and that goes into effect in August of 2023. And we know that the board sets the tone often for what happens throughout the company, including in the C-suite. So that's one step that's being taken. And the New York Stock Exchange is looking at making changes too. They also have a board advisory council looking at diversity. And we have, for CNBC, a live event we're doing tomorrow on change makers in financial services, financial change makers like the new chair of the NYSE, who is the first person of color, the first woman to hold that role, Sharon Bowen, and a number of other people talking about what can be done to advance economic opportunity and who are the change makers in communities across the country that are making it happen.
Love it. That is at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Sharon, that is so awesome. Thanks for the preview, and thank you for being with us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Are your bosses spying on your every click? They might be if you work remotely. More companies are using software to track employees on company computers and phones. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn explains what tattletware means for your privacy.
At first, we were all sent home with our equipment.
Jen Garcia was working from home as a systems engineer when she found a program on her company-issued computer that could take pictures of what was on her screen at any time.
Did it feel like an invasion of your privacy?
Yeah, definitely. We had no idea that this had been deployed.
In fact, if you work at a company with more than 500 employees, Harvard business ethics professor J.S. Nelson says you should expect some form of surveillance software to be on your devices.
You definitely need to think about being photographed, listening through your microphone, keystroke logging software. So recording what you are typing at any given time, what websites you're going to, who you're communicating with.
The scenarios you're describing are scary, but are they actually happening?
Yes. When COVID-19 pushed people to work remotely who could work remotely, we saw sales of workplace surveillance software more than triple.
A recent study by an internet privacy firm found 68% of bosses and 47% of IT departments can access recordings from corporate devices. And it can get really personal. For example, did your company's wellness program provide fitness monitors like Fitbits? Nelson warns all that biometric data, your weight, heart rate, body temperature, and more, could be used by your company.
When a company says, we need this kind of monitoring for our employees who are working from home, what's wrong with it? What do you say?
I don't think it's thought through very well. Companies are not as aware as they should be about the downsides of these choices and the message that they are sending to the people who work for them. Which is that we don't trust you.
Don't be sneaky.
Jason Demers is CEO of Email Analytics. Their software tracks email traffic and response times for customer service and sales. He says the program only reveals the subject line, not the content of the message. He says the software increases email response times by nearly 43%.
How do companies balance their need for productivity against the employee's right to privacy?
We're all trying to figure out what's that right balance right now. What does work from home? What's okay? And where's the boundary at? We draw the line at seeing what is actually being written in the emails.
If you have work-issue technology at home, experts say avoid using it for personal activity. Use a separate phone and computer. And find a private space at home where your devices can't see or hear what your family is doing.
You need to demand accountability and transparency from your employer so that you know exactly what is going on in your own home.
Jen Garcia says she left her last job in part because of that surveillance software.
You're looking at your machine most of the day, and it's completely natural to check your personal email or something like that. And so at any moment, you can have something potentially very private exposed to your employment.
Coming up, uterine fibroids, a painful medical condition affecting millions of women, but Black women suffer from them even more often. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson shows us why.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Uterine fibroids, a painful condition with debilitating symptoms that leave a lot of women feeling helpless and alone. 6% of white women ages 8 to 30 will experience them. That number jumps to 25% for Black women and then to 60% for Black women as they near 40. But why? NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson takes a very personal journey to get some answers.
For years, I've had questions about something called uterine fibroids, non-cancerous tumors that can develop during childbearing years. My mom had them, her mom had them, and her mom's mom too, plus all my aunts. My sisters and I wonder if we'll have them too.
It's good to see you.
Recently, my mom and I decided to talk about it.
When did you first hear the word
fibroids.
I'll never forget one day I was at work and all of a sudden I had this horrible, horrible pain and I ended up going to the emergency room that night.
Since she was a teen, my mom struggled with incredibly difficult menstrual cycles, pain that she says was dismissed by her doctors at the time.
I had to have been about 15.
So that was around the time your cycle started?
Yes.
Years later in the ER, my mom learned she had fibroids and that one of them had burst. Doctors said her only option was a hysterectomy, removal of the uterus.
I was like, no, I'm not going to do this. Thinking that maybe it would bypass me, even though my mom had experienced it, my grandmother and my 2 sisters.
And how old were you when you first found out you had fibroids?
36, 37, somewhere in there.
5 years older than me.
Instead of having a hysterectomy like all the women in our family before her, my mom decided to live with the symptoms, prolonged periods, heavy bleeding, and pelvic pain for more than a decade.
I would say if you had a scale, I would put it at a 9. The cramps were that bad. The bleeding, I mean, it's coming through your clothes, and then I was anemic.
I remember you coming home and like just sitting in the room in the dark and in your bed. What was it like for you emotionally?
I was very self-conscious. A lot of times I just felt like I would prefer not to even go to work. I would just rather stay at home.
To me, that sounds very lonely.
It was depressing, but I don't know, it's just like you just felt like you didn't want to be around people.
More than 25% of black women ages 18 to 30 have fibroids. That's compared to only 7% of white women. As black women hit 40, the number goes up to 60% or even higher. That's based on a review of the studies out there, but doctors say research is sparse. The reasons for the disparity are unclear. Doctors say risk factors may include starting periods earlier in life, genetics, and obesity.
We suffer in silence oftentimes.
Dr. Anika Bell-Gray has treated me all of my adult life. She's also my mom's doctor.
I remember when I was 18 or 19 coming to you for an appointment and being like, am I going to be able to have kids? Do you remember that?
I do remember.
I was worried, and I'm still worried, especially as a black woman in my 30s who would like to have kids one day. Are hysterectomies the only option?
They aren't.
Still, because fibroids are often diagnosed so late, black women are almost 4 times more likely to have a hysterectomy, roughly a third occurring during childbearing years.
What needs to change in order to address that and help to eliminate some of those disparities?
Rarely do we get into the details of how was your cycle? How long are you bleeding? How do we establish a screening method that actually captures this earlier before it becomes so problematic that now we're talking about major treatment strategies?
If I or one of my sisters came to you and said we had fibroids, what would you hope would be different for us?
I just hope that there's something else out there and that you wouldn't have to go through what I did.
And Priscilla joins me live now. Priscilla, the doctor you were speaking with there talked about better screening. What are some of the most critical steps here?
Yeah, so one of the things that she mentioned is asking more specific questions than just how was your period, but how long are you bleeding? How heavy is that bleeding, in order to really understand the patient's experience. And the other thing that goes right along with that screening is more research with a diverse sample size that occurs during the asymptomatic period, so that doctors can identify what those symptoms are in order to diagnose this condition earlier and treat it more quickly. Allison?
Priscilla, the thought of having a hysterectomy is frightening for all women. It can be devastating for women who want kids. Dr. Bell-Gray saying, though, it's not the only option. What other treatments does she recommend?
Yeah, so one of the things that Dr. Bell-Gray tells me can be effective is birth control pills. That could potentially slow down some of that bleeding or lessen the bleeding that occurs during a menstrual cycle. Another option would be doctors being able to go in and remove the fibroids without taking out the entire uterus. One other thing that Dr. Bell-Gray mentioned is hormonal options that can help to shrink the fibroids. And there's also now a procedure that can just eliminate the blood flow to the fibroids so that they can lessen or regress. But all of this still goes back to that screening, and depending on when the condition is diagnosed, how severe it is when treatment begins. Allison?
All right, Priscilla Thompson, thank you for taking us on this personal journey with you. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Is gender-affirming medical care for young people child abuse? Texas AG Ken Paxton says it is, according to state law. NBC News Out reporter Joe Yerkeba spoke with advocates who say Paxton's opinion is politically motivated, but it could have grave consequences for trans youth and their families. Joe is here with me now. So, Joe, Paxton writing in an opinion Monday, these procedures and treatments can cause mental or emotional injury to a child that results in an observable and material impairment in the child's growth, development, or psychological functioning. I have to ask, why did Paxton release that opinion this week in particular? And does it change state law at all?
So the opinion doesn't change state law, but it can change how it is enforced. And Paxton wrote it in response to a state representative who asked him whether treatments for trans youth could be considered child abuse. But advocates believe Paxton just now released it because the Republican primary election is next week in Texas on March 1st. And according to the polls, he's facing a really competitive race. And he hasn't responded to a request for comment.
What kind of gender-affirming medical care is Paxton specifically talking about here?
He's talking about medical transition, so puberty blockers, which temporarily pause puberty, hormone therapy, including estrogen and testosterone, and then surgeries. And his opinion describes this care as, quote, forced sterilization. But doctors who treat trans youth have told me that the only kind of care that minors generally receive are puberty blockers and hormones. So doctors say that Paxton is relying on a lot of misinformation and that in reality, this care is considered medically necessary by all relevant major medical organizations.
Joe, a strategist for LGBTQ equality at the American Civil Liberties Union of Texas told you that Paxton's opinion could have scary consequences for transgender youth. Tell us more.
Well, one Texas mom, Annalise Cothran, told me about the impact that the opinion could have on her trans 9-year-old and their family. Take a listen.
The intention is to create fear and harm and division. And he knows that. He knows that just by putting this out, what he's doing is giving the latitude for Texas families to be attacked. He doesn't actually care about ensuring that anybody has protection through a government department that's actually there to protect families.
So Cothran is afraid that this opinion could end up leading to more false reports against the parents of trans kids, which advocates have told me have already happened.
So, Joe, false reports are one issue, but what are the concerns about this potentially changing the law, about next steps they could take here? Do we have any sense of where this could go next?
Yeah, so it definitely won't change the law, but the next steps are just that advocacy groups in the state are advising the parents of trans kids to reach out and sort of prepare for the worst case scenario.
Joe Yerkeba, always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. All right, that does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with Ukraine in a state of emergency and Vladimir Putin not just knocking at their doorstep, but starting to walk in with a senior defense official telling NBC News Russia's military is, quote, as ready as they can be for a possible large-scale invasion. We've got our reporters posted up overseas as President Biden announces new sanctions that might end up affecting your wallet. And breaking here in Washington, Ivanka Trump in talks to cooperate with the January 6th committee, while lawmakers think she might hold the key to what her father was really doing during the Capitol attack. Plus, an early look at the exclusive first TV interview with the husband of cinematographer Helena Hutchins, who was killed on a movie set 4 months ago. You'll see his anger at watching Alec Baldwin talk about his wife's death only here on NBC. And later in the show, thousands of Americans still locked up for cannabis use, even though some states are decriminalizing it, and President Biden's looking at it too. The new way some entrepreneurs want to help folks who have served their time by turning prisons into pot farms. That's tonight's original. Plus, a new report says Peloton covered up rust on its bikes to avoid a recall. We're going behind the scenes with the reporter who broke that story in tonight's Backstory later on. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we've got 3 new developments just this afternoon, just in the last few hours in that crisis in Ukraine tonight. Let's break them down, starting with the biggest news, that Russia is, quote, as ready as they can be, according to a defense official, for a large-scale invasion. You see the quote right there. It's what we're hearing from the senior official. And the Pentagon, just within the last hour, saying Russia seems ready to start some kind of action, maybe very soon. Watch.
Russian forces continue to assemble closer to the border and put themselves in an advanced stage of readiness to act. They are ready. I'll just leave it at that. They're ready.
Second, and this is the other bucket of news, sanctions. New ones tonight from President Biden, who's punishing the company behind a key natural gas pipeline, Nord Stream 2, that is really important to the Kremlin, with real concerns about what this may mean for our gas prices at home if Russia retaliates. And then third, giving you a sense of what it's like to be in Ukraine right now, a country on the brink of war. Officials are getting out. They're leaving Kyiv. They're heading west away from the Russian border. You've got top banks and Ukraine's parliament saying they're facing cyber attacks. A White House spokesperson telling NBC News attacks like those are consistent with what Russia's done in the past, part of a broader destabilization campaign by Moscow. And you see here Ukrainians lining up to enlist in the military, with folks in the reserves between ages 18 and 60 getting called up. The government basically begging millions of Ukrainians in Russia to come home. As for Russia, as for Vladimir Putin, well, military holiday today. His message to the Russian people that their interests and security are unconditional. We're going to get to Matt Bodnar, who's posted up in Moscow in a second. But let me start with Cal Perry, who's in Lviv, Ukraine. And Cal, just to set the stage here, you are further away from Kyiv, right? You are further away from the Russian border. You are closer to Poland. As all of this is developing with the military, just in the last hour or so, being crystal clear that a larger scale attack could happen at any time. Live television, Cal Perry is in Lviv, right? And who knows how that signal is going for that. We're going to see if we can work on Cal's tech in just a second. Let me see if Matt Bodnar is ready to go for us, who is in Russia, because really these are two halves of a whole. What's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Russia. It's Putin who is being the aggressor here, right? And Matt, I was going to talk with Cal about these Nord Stream 2 sanctions. Ukraine had been hoping for those for a while. I've talked to experts who say those are significant, but Vladimir Putin doesn't want to see them. Right? He doesn't like to see that. He could retaliate, and that's when we could feel the energy crunch, no?
Yeah, exactly, Hallie. So the thing with Nord Stream 2 is it's a very symbolic sanction. You know, it's kind of this really physical link between Russia's energy sector and the German energy market. And it's, you know, one of the most important things about Nord Stream 2, when it was going to be activated, it would essentially give kind of Russia a way to bypass Ukraine as a transit state. So when this all started, when this project started coming together a few years ago, the Ukrainians were really upset with it because they saw it as a way for Russia to kind of remove them from the equation. And this is kind of, in a sense, kind of a shield for them. Like they're a vital part of the transit equation. It would basically give Russia another lever over them if Russia had a way to deliver gas to Germany. So it has this big kind of symbolic effort. And we've seen, of course, some reactions from the Russians on this. Actually, the most interesting one we saw actually came from Dmitry Medvedev, a man who was once president of Russia about a decade ago. Now he is the deputy chairman of the National Security Council here. He said, "Welcome to a brave new world where Europeans pay basically twice as much for gas." Now, it hasn't had an impact yet to that scale, but that's kind of the way that they're talking about it. That's what Russia wants you to think about it when you sanction Nord Stream 2.
Right. And you have the White House today sort of acknowledging, listen, we're going to do everything in our power, everything we can, not ruling out some pretty extraordinary measures to make sure that Americans are not feeling the pinch if Russia does retaliate on that front. So, Matt, that's kind of the sanction bucket that's making news tonight. The other bucket that we talked about is what's happening on the military front. And Russia, according to the U.S. military, apparently at any moment ready to move in for a larger scale invasion. There's some reports tonight that the Pentagon's been asked about the potential for a false flag operation in Crimea, what's suspected to be a false flag operation, basically a pretext for Russia to declare that they're going to go in even further.
That's correct. So on the false flag claim, we actually heard the Ukrainian Defense Intelligence Agency came out just about an hour or so ago and said that they had information that sometime tonight, perhaps, Russia would stage a false flag attack on one of their own chemical storage facilities in Crimea. And the Ukrainians were alleging that they've actually evacuated the night shift from this facility and are expecting some kind of retaliation on that front. That's not happened yet. Meanwhile, though, the Kremlin announced that it has received, just about an hour ago, has received a formal request from these two breakaway statelets in eastern Ukraine, Donetsk and Luhansk, who, of course, Russia formally recognized this week as independent states, signed defense treaties with them. They now say, Russia says that it has received an official request for assistance in repelling what they say is a Ukrainian army aggression and stopping human rights abuses. So this is a substantial escalation in the rhetoric over here.
I was just going to say, explain in very plain English, right, why that is significant. Because it seems to me that it is significant because now Putin can say, hey, look, these guys need our help. I guess we have no choice but to go in since Ukraine's being the aggressor here, which, again, the U.S. will say is all just a pretext. It's a made-up excuse.
Yes, that is exactly right. So basically, in a sense, this is, one of the things that's important to understand about the Kremlin is they really, really like things to look legal and formal. They like a process, partly to sell it to the Russian public, but it's just it's their habit. So what we're seeing here is Russia now has kind of a justification saying they have been invited. They've been asked to help. So it's not an invasion. It's a humanitarian operation, just like the West does.
Matt Bodner, live for us there in Moscow. Matt, thank you very much. I'm told that Cal Perry is back with us, live from the western part of Ukraine. Cal, can you hear and see me? Let me just make sure we're okay. You're halfway around the world here.
Yes, fingers crossed it'll work.
Tell me what it's like. Listen, Matt Bodner just laid out kind of the two pieces of news that we've been talking about today, right? The military latest that, again, this is all developing in the overnight hours there where you are. And then the economic latest as it relates to sanction. But then there's a third piece, and that is what's happening where you are in Ukraine with officials getting out of Kyiv. There is now action, and it seems, Cal, you're there, so check me on this, but it seems like some urgency for Ukrainians on this front.
Yeah, for the first time, I think, since we've been talking about this crisis, we, the international media, you have a state of emergency that went into effect just a few minutes ago here in the country. And some of the measures will lend you to knowing that this country is expecting something wider. For example, vehicle checkpoints could be seen in and around the capital. They will be checking IDs. They want to know who's moving and where they're moving to. There is, of course, this external threat that you've been talking about with Matt, that the military could come into some kind of wider invasion of Ukraine. But there's also the internal threat, right? We know Vladimir Putin. We know his methods. If he's looking to decapitate the government, if he's looking to cause some trouble, he maybe doesn't need to invade. So the government is starting to look at that. And in listening to you talk to Matt, I have to say, we talked about this last night. One of the strangest things about this is we've had the American government say, here's how it's going to play out. And now it's playing out that way. And I think you have Ukrainians now feeling this sense of not only being on edge, but on being on edge for such a long time that exhaustion, I think, is really going to start to set in, Hallie.
See, you mentioned last night, for viewers who weren't with us, and obviously we hope you are, Cal was in Poland last night. So you're coming to us, Cal, from a location, a NATO country, obviously, where U.S. troops were headed. Now you've crossed the border. What was that like? What was your experience like on the ground? What did you see? What did you notice? Were there new or different challenges on that front?
Crossing this direction, nothing to it, because not a lot of people are going to Ukraine right now. So we passed fairly easily. But the diplomatic missions having moved has caused this city to swell a bit, and it has taken on a new shape. You don't see the security measures that you would necessarily see on the other side of the country. And you mentioned it off the top. It's a very important point. I'm closer to Poland than I am to Kyiv, right? I'm sort of near the border. And that's why you have these diplomatic missions rebasing here. That's why sort of folks are moving here. This is the fallback position. I mean, this is where the international media has based in large part because you have these reports and you have the U.S. government saying, look, there could be airstrikes. There could be a problem. And so for us, and I'll pull the curtain back a little bit, we want to make sure that our communication's working. Not so great this hour. But we want to make sure we have comms, right? And if things go bad in that part of the country, we're still up here. And that's what foreign governments are thinking about, and that's why they're moving their missions here.
Cal Perry, it's great to have you on the ground there. Good to give us a look behind the curtain. That's super important. I really appreciate it. I'm sure we'll talk again in the days to come. Appreciate it. We got some breaking news here at home in Washington because our team confirmed just late this afternoon that former President Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, is in talks with the January 6th committee about cooperating with their investigation. A spokesperson for Ivanka Trump telling NBC News she's discussing appearing voluntarily for an interview. The committee, for their part, declined to formally comment. You probably remember they asked. They didn't demand, they didn't subpoena, but they asked, they requested to speak to Ivanka Trump weeks ago. They were hoping to do it at the beginning of this month because they say she was in direct contact with her dad, with the former president on the day of the riot. Not just his daughter, by the way, but she was somebody who was a senior advisor in his administration. Ali, I think it's important to note when we talk about this, words matter. This is talks. They are in talks to talk and cooperate. This is not current active cooperation with the committee, at least not yet, but it is still a step in that direction, it seems.
Yeah, talking about talking is better than knowing you're not going to ever talk to her at all, at least in the eyes of the January 6th committee, who wants as much cooperation from as many members of the president's inner circle as they can get, especially if those people were in the White House talking to the former president, having active conversations on the day of January 6th, and that's what the committee believes Ivanka was having.
She is important to this investigation because she is somebody who, and Allie, you know this from your years prior covering, you know, the Donald Trump campaign. She's really close with her dad, right? She was an advisor in a formal capacity. She was an unofficial advisor as his kid. The committee believes she has really important information about the actions, the thinking of Donald Trump on the day of the insurrection.
Yeah, about his thinking, about the conversations he was having, but also I think it's really important that you underscore the role that she has always had in Trump world. When you and I were covering it during the campaign, certainly in the White House once she was a senior advisor, she was sort of viewed as one of the few people who could be a calming factor on her father, and especially on a day like that. We know the January 6th committee has testimony from other senior advisors in the White House at that point who really believed that it wasn't Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, it wasn't the press secretary Kayleigh McEnany, it wasn't people who were close to the president in official capacities who could calm him or convince him to take a step in telling the rioters to go home and stop what they were doing at the Capitol. And the committee has testimony that believed that only Ivanka could do that. And so clearly that's one of the things that they want to talk to her about. They want to talk to her about the mis and disinformation that might have been being given to her father in the days and weeks leading up to January 6th, but certainly on January 6th itself. They want to talk about conversations that she had not just with her dad, the president, but also with the vice president, who's key to that day as well. So all of these things are pieces that the committee really want to get at. It's not to say they can't get at them if she doesn't talk to them, but it's better for them if she does.
As I was walking down to the set here, I saw that as we talk about the January 6th committee, the committee just wrapped up a meeting with a guy named Jason Funes. He's somebody who was one of the organizers of this pro-Trump event. He was pretty feisty, it seems to me, walking out of this discussion as reporters were trying to ask him, hey, what did you tell the committee? What did you talk about? Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, because he even fired back at the reporters who asked him that, saying, who said I was talking to the committee? But certainly that was our expectation today, that he was talking to them and giving his sense. What we do know, what he said to reporters as he was leaving the building just a few blocks away from where I am, is he really gave a warning to people like Roger Stone and Steve Bannon, saying that all of the wrong and false information and advice that they were giving to then President Trump is basically going to come back to them now. They're going to reap what they sowed, I believe were his words. So he left with that warning, so feisty on that front. But at the same time, he was also defending some of the people who were physically at the Capitol on that day, people like the QAnon shaman, who, of course, was the man who was wearing horns and up at the dais in the House chamber that's actually just several feet away from where I am right now. So definitely feisty as he was leaving, but again, another example of the kind of cooperation and information that the committee is getting here as we move into what was supposed to be a public posture in the spring now looks like it's going to be a more public posture in the summer, but certainly we're getting there.
Allie Vitale live for us on the Hill. Allie, great to see you tonight. Thank you. So some more news related to the Trump family on a separate front here. It's kind of interesting. Two top prosecutors who were investigating former President Trump and the Trump Organization have suddenly resigned from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. We're talking about Carrie Dunn, who won the fight to get Mr. Trump's tax returns, and Mark Pomerantz, who came out of private practice to lead this investigation. The former president hasn't been charged with any wrongdoing in this case. And just to clarify here, this case, it is the criminal investigation into business practices. It's something that former President Trump has called a political witch hunt. A spokesperson for the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, said of these two prosecutors that they're grateful for their service, that the investigation is still ongoing. Tom Winter has this story. Tom, you have been all over this since it broke just within the last couple of hours. Am I wrong to say that it feels kind of abrupt for these two who have been leading the investigation to step down now?
Certainly abrupt, Hallie, from the standpoint that we had no indication that this was going to happen today, and it's not something where it immediately follows a determination in this case. We have no sign so far that there's been a declination of prosecution, which is something more on the federal side of things we might typically get, but basically a decision not to prosecute. We have no sense that that's the case. The spokesperson for the district attorney's office says that this case remains ongoing. The investigation remains ongoing. So it does feel a little bit abrupt, but there were some clues that things had slowed down here. We expected a brief pause after the new year because we transitioned from one district attorney, Cy Vance, to another district attorney, Alvin Bragg, following the election. So that wasn't a surprise. What was a surprise that over the last month or so, we really hadn't heard anything as far as new witnesses being interviewed, anybody before the grand jury. So it was the first clue that this case was getting a different review, if you should say, or a different look, as we might say, in that the investigative portion of this had paused. And so I think that that's an interesting note here.
So I am going to be, listen, Tom, I don't want you to get out of your skis on anything because you are being careful to lay out some of the data points that we have here, right? But would it be, as you are looking at some of the tea leaves that we have seen kind of publicly, what would be a reasonable inference, if you can make one, into the status of the case or the status of the new Manhattan District Attorney's attitude toward that case?
Right. Well, I'm pretty good on skis, Hallie, so I'll try to keep that going with my reporting here. I think it tells us a couple of things. I think it tells us at this point that there is not an imminent indictment of anybody. If there was, you would not see the two top prosecutors, including Carrie Dunn, who won twice in the Supreme Court. The only reason why they have the tax returns in the tax documents in this investigation, I would argue, is because of the strength of Carrie Dunn as a prosecutor. So I think if you were looking at the indictment of the president or anybody close to him, we wouldn't see that. I think another key thing here, Alan Weisselberg from court filings earlier this week, actually just yesterday, has made it clear he's not going to cooperate here. And
he's the CFO.
He's the former CFO of the Trump Organization. That's exactly right. So, when you look at that and you look at the fact that nobody's been interviewed here, what is the path forward? Because in order to prove a criminal case, you have to show intent. Somebody close to Trump, you're looking at Al Weisselberg on the far left side of the screen, you have to have somebody able to walk you through the financial documents in front of a jury. And right now, there's no indication they have that person. And so I think that spells trouble for this investigation and any future indictments long term.
There is also this parallel investigation. We've been talking to Tom about this Manhattan DA investigation. There is this parallel investigation from the New York Attorney General. A little bit of overlap, right? But mostly, one is criminal that we've been talking about. The other is civil.
Right.
What has happened on the criminal side with the stepping down of these two prosecutors shouldn't have a huge impact on the civil case, no?
Well, that's absolutely right. So, that the civil case is being conducted by a separate office by the Attorney General for the state of New York, Letitia James. That's who's going to be handling this. So there's no indication at this point, Hallie, that there's any sort of a derailing of that investigation as a result of what we're talking about here today. And, look, the burden for a civil case is entirely different from the criminal case. So we might see at some point civil penalties for the Trump Organization, while yet nobody ends up in handcuffs.
Tom Winter, thank you for breaking that down. Appreciate it. To other news now, the former police officer on trial for the botched raid that killed Breonna Taylor was not scheduled to actually be there, according to what we have learned in the first day of trial for Brett Hankison. We've learned he volunteered to participate in that no-knock search warrant. During the 2020 narcotics raid, prosecutors say he fired 10 shots into an apartment, allegedly putting innocent people at risk, including a pregnant woman and a child. Police were looking for Taylor's ex-boyfriend for a drug-related case, but he wasn't there. One of the bystanders talked about how frightening that night was.
One more, I literally, 1 or 2 more inches and I would have been shot, which kind of upsets me because I think about it all the time and I'm like, my son would have never even got to meet me. I would have never even got to meet my son.
Hankison is the only officer facing any kind of charges related to this case. But remember, no officers were indicted for killing Taylor because the Kentucky Attorney General said evidence showed the officer's actions were justified in the shooting. That's why Hankison is on trial for wanton endangerment. Today, prosecutors and defense attorneys said this trial is not about Breonna Taylor, but her death is still, of course, playing a big role here. Both sides said the 26-year-old should not have died that night. I want to bring in Ron Allen, who is following this case for us tonight. First, Ron, help us understand, because I think people hear Brett Hankison, they hear the connection to Breonna Taylor, but there is some important nuance and distinction here that we just laid out. He is facing wanton endangerment, not a charge that is directly related to the death of Taylor.
Exactly. This is the result of a grand jury process, a very controversial grand jury process that decided to only indict him for those 3 counts and not the officers for any who were involved in the raid. Remember, this was a botched raid. Breonna Taylor was not the target of the raid. The target of the raid was an ex-boyfriend who wasn't there, and Hankinson, who was on trial, fired into a neighboring apartment, and that is the reckless behavior that he has been charged with, not firing at Taylor. So I think it's fair to say that Taylor's supporters or attorneys just see this as insulting, frankly. They see it as ridiculous that she would be dead, but not seen as a victim where there's any accountability from the police officers who did this. The bottom line is that the police have said all along that her boyfriend who was there with her fired the first shot, and they returned fire at him. And that's what justified the shooting. She was caught in the crossfire. And again, this process has been going on for some time. There was a grand jury. There have been calls for a special prosecutor that went unanswered. Taylor and Taylor's family has settled with the city in a civil suit. They've gotten some $12 million. But of course, that's not going to bring her back. So this is where we are. One officer on trial for a felony that is on the scale of felonies, a relatively minor felony. If there's any other accountability, he and the two other officers who were most involved in this have been fired by the police department, so they don't have their jobs. One resigned. But this is where we are. And I think Breonna Taylor's mother has said she's going to sit in court and watch this whole process. Unclear whether her presence will mean anything to anybody there. But the prosecution and the defense, both in their opening statements, made it clear that this trial is not about her. It's not about no-knock warrants. They're trying to focus it on Hankinson because they don't want all this other controversy to cloud this particular part of the case.
You bring up Breonna Taylor's mom, and I'm glad you did, because she said, she says, I feel like my appearance should be seen and felt in court there. You also have Hankison's defense attorney. They're saying, like, to your point, to the point you just made about their strategy, that he was doing what he was trained to do. It is expected he'll take the stand, no?
Yes, he and one of the other officers there, Detective Cosgrove, is expected to take the stand. He is the one who fired the shot that killed Breonna Taylor, but he won't be questioned about that, I wouldn't suspect. The police who are testifying were all there the night of the raid, and they've been testifying about the policies, procedure, what they were doing, who was where, who saw what, trying to recreate what happened. Under the broad banner of they were following their training, they were doing what they were supposed to do. It was a very chaotic situation, they insist, and this is what went wrong. But again, over the years, the police and others have always come back to the fact that Taylor's boyfriend, who was with her opened fire first. He has said, he survived. He has said that he thought it was a home invasion. He had a weapon that he was licensed to carry. But all that doesn't matter, or didn't matter to a grand jury and to the state attorney general, who, again, very controversially, has said that the police did what they had to do. Now, there's also questions about this no-knock warrant that they executed, and we've heard that in other cases. The city of Louisville has banned those no-knock warrants, where police announce themselves and force their way into an apartment because they say it's a violent situation. The state legislature there also in Kentucky, has made some changes to the procedures that police can follow. So there has been some improvements in that. And the other thing that has happened is that the Department of Justice has opened a pattern and practices investigation of the Louisville Police Department. And those practices can be very aggressive. It's an investigation of the department from top to bottom, their hiring practices, their policies, their training practices, whether they discriminate, their use of force rules, all kinds of things, and they could be forced to enter a consent decree where they could have to make changes and that reforms, and that is the hope that a lot of people in Louisville, especially Breonna Taylor's family and her supporters, hope is another outcome of this.
Ron Allen, live for us on that. Ron, thank you. Coming up here on the show, coast-to-coast storms putting tens of millions of people under alerts for severe weather. We've got Al Roker joining us with a forecast and more on what you can expect. Plus, those trucker protests in Canada? Well, similar ones could make their way to Washington, D.C. We've got new details on how the nation's capital is getting ready. That's next.
There were residents who hung on for dear life I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's getting messy. This storm is getting messy. It's getting ready to be hitting some 67 million people who are now under winter weather alerts, with icy conditions looking likely across this 1,800-mile stretch from the Northeast to Central Texas. Look at this. You ever had this happen to you? Your car door actually frozen shut because it was so sleety because of the freezing rain? Yeah, that's the vibe. You got some 9,000 flights canceled or delayed. Folks in Dallas, Fort Worth, going through that airport, getting hit the hardest. Further north, cold and snow, obviously. Duluth in Minnesota, seen more than 10 inches of snow since Monday. Al Roker is here with the forecast. Okay, Al, it's like the weather lottery, snow, ice, or rain, right? Where are we going to see the biggest impact from this thing?
Well, I think the icing is going to be a big problem, Hallie. But look, even here in the West, in the mountains of the Southwest, we are talking about snow. That's starting to get messy, and we're looking at snow, ice, and freezing rain and sleet making its way into the mid-Mississippi River Valley. As you said, 67 million people impacted for winter storm warnings, watches, or advisories. Look here in the Northeast, where we've got winter storm watches and record highs today. 66 in Portland, 68 Manchester, Boston 67. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s all throughout the Northeast, and within 24 hours, we're talking about a decent amount of snow. Here we come. Significant icing in the southern plains from San Angelo, Dallas, Oklahoma, Memphis. So we're really concerned about that. Heavy rain from Tennessee to Virginia. Now Thursday, snow and ice is going to snarl travel from Iowa all the way to the mid-Atlantic coast in Maryland. There's a flood risk for heavy rain in the Tennessee River Valley. And as we move into Friday, heavy snow for much of New England as the storm moves off the coast by evening. Here's what we're looking at. Heavier rain, especially down into Tennessee, Charleston, Cincinnati, Little Rock. We're talking anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain. Could be some more flooding there. Here's what we're really concerned about. The icing stretching from New York into Pennsylvania, across Indiana, down into Arkansas, where there could be as much as 1/4 of an inch of ice, and that's going to cause tree damages, power outages. The roads are going to be a mess, as will the airports and the snow. You get Great Lakes 1 to 2, maybe 4 inches. But as you get into the Northeast, Burlington, Vermont, 6 to 12 inches, Hallie. We're talking Boston, maybe upwards of 1 foot of snow. Right now for New York City, we think 1 to 3 inches. But there are going to be massive airport delays along the I-95 corridor. Albany, 6 to 12 inches. We are going to be watching this very closely and fine-tuning the track over the next 24 hours. hours.
Yeah,
Hallie?
and getting this weather whiplash on. Al, I came to work without a jacket today. You know, that's not going to happen later in the week.
No, big change. I was out in the Central Park today.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. And
I
then
bet.
tomorrow, boom, lowering the boom, baby.
You're still going to be in Central Park, though, Al. If I know anything from your Instagrams, you're getting out there. You hustle every day, friend. Thank you, Al. Appreciate it. We'll see you on today's show in the morning. So you got some 700 National Guard troops from around D.C. and nearby getting ready to start making their way here to Washington. Why? Because D.C. is bracing for trucker protests from across the country, including the People's Convoy, as they're calling it. That's this video here on its way from California now. And there's some concern it could basically shut down D.C. and the Capitol Beltway right before President Biden's State of the Union next week. Very similarly to what we saw in Ottawa, you know, those Canadian trucker protests we've talking about, the gridlock, the honking, the backup on the Ambassador Bridge that cut off trade between the U.S. and Canada. So now you got the Pentagon sending in reinforcements after D.C., the U.S. Capitol Police asked for help, help with the traffic flow. I want to bring in Garrett Haake, who's covering this one. Garrett, listen, you know the vibe of our show. We're going to pull back the curtain here and be real about things. This is a weird one because it hasn't happened yet. Could be a bust, could be significant. We just don't know yet, right? But officials are taking this really seriously. And I see trucks behind you. I don't want to infer that those are part of a convoy. I don't know. What's the deal?
Those trucks behind me aren't going anywhere, Hallie. Those are put in place by Capitol Police as part of the effort we're going to see around State of the Union.
Tricky live
to
shot,
block
Garrett.
off the roads
You're standing in front of trucks as we're talking about trucker protests. That's like sneaky stuff.
Well, look, this is part of the reason why you see Capitol Police taking this so seriously. Look, this is a post-January 6th world we're living in here, and I think that speaks to the security attitude that's being taken here. As you said, we don't know whether these convoys are going to turn into something real or fall apart, and neither do any of the law enforcement officials that I've been talking to across multiple states, the federal government, the U.S. Capitol Police. They are seeing tons of activity online. They are seeing discussions of trying to create something like what we saw in Canada over these past couple of weeks. But for example, today there was a trucker convoy that was supposed to come here from Pennsylvania. It turned into one guy in a truck and like 6 people following him in cars. It was a complete and total bust. That said, law enforcement don't want to be caught napping on this.
Right.
They're taking the possibility of large-scale protests as seriously as they can.
What's also interesting is, you know, looking at what you're hearing from the Pentagon here, they were asked today, the press secretary John Kirby, like, does the DOD have tow trucks? What do you do? Like, what is the plan if, in fact, you know, as some of the convoy organizers have said, they're looking to come and choke the Beltway, which is that big highway, as you know, that runs around D.C. and Northern Virginia?
Yeah, and Kirby's answer to that was that he isn't aware of DOD having heavy-duty tow trucks. But look, they're going to have 700 National Guardsmen and women from across the area, 50 vehicles. The goal, I think, is to keep any of these big trucks out of D.C. As one source said to me, if they get anywhere near the Capitol, they're already too close. Now, whether these folks decide to drive around on the Beltway and snarl traffic is another problem here. And in that case, you have the Maryland and Virginia State Police who would come into play. They do have the kind of heavy-duty equipment that can clear big accidents or big blockages on highways if necessary. But again, Hallie, it's anyone's guess. This group that left from California today, they're not even supposed to get here till after the State of the Union. So this whole thing is a complete muddle, but we're going to follow it as closely as we can.
Real quick, when are you hearing we might know if this is like either bust or problem? Do you know what I mean? Like this weekend, State of the Union Day. What are your sources telling you about like what day they're looking to?
The California convoy is not getting here till after the State of the Union at the soonest, something like the 7th, late next week. All the pieces in terms of the federal response are supposed to be in place by the weekend, so at least anything that happens after then, they'll be fully ready for.
Garrett Haake live for us outside the Capitol. Great to see you, Garrett. Thank you. Still to come, Hong Kong desperately trying to fight a spike in COVID infections. We'll tell you exactly how the city is trying to protect itself in the 5 things. And in a Today Show exclusive, the husband of the cinematographer killed on the set of Rust gives his first interview to our own Hoda Kotb.
So do you think that the blame lays, and the majority of the blame lays on Alec Baldwin?
His answer next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
This new report in the Financial Times says Peloton allegedly sold rusty bikes to customers and then tried to hide it. We're going to talk with the journalist who broke that story coming up in tonight's backstory. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the FBI says 57 HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities and other places, have been targeted by bomb threats this year. You know this is a story we've been all over on this show. These are the threats that happened from January 4th to February 16th, according to the FBI. Hampton University in Virginia had to go on lockdown today, even because of one of these bomb threats. The FBI says it is being aggressive with its investigation. Number 2, we're learning today that the number of women in this country who died during pregnancy or right after giving birth has increased in the first year of the COVID pandemic, according to a report from the National Center for Health Statistics. For black women, the numbers are even scarier. A third of the pregnant women and new moms who died in 2020 were black. Why the sharp increase? Why did this go up so much? Health officials say it's partly because of the COVID, pandemic-related problems, stress, mental health issues. Number 3, Hong Kong's government announced a $21 billion budget to fight a new surge in COVID cases. The Chinese city has seen its 5th wave of infections, coming after the city said it would require mandatory testing for everybody. 7.5 million people, everybody's got to get tested. That'll start happening next month. Number 4, a new warning from a UN report on climate change. They say the risk of extreme wildfires could go up a full 50% by the end of the century. That's because things are so dry there and the planet keeps getting warmer. The report also said governments around the world are not ready to take on what could be a global wildfire crisis. Number 5, we're getting our first hint at what Tom Brady is going to do post-retirement, his first move. Would you guess it if I gave you $1 million? He's going to be an actor, I guess. According to The Hollywood Reporter, apparently going to play himself in a new movie he's also producing, a road trip comedy called 80 for Brady, alongside Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, Rita Moreno, Sally Field. In a Today Show exclusive interview airing tomorrow, our own Hoda Kotb sat down with Matt Hutchins for his first interview since the death of his wife, cinematographer Helena Hutchins, on the set of the movie Rust in October. And listen, Hutchins says he felt angry. He was furious when he saw Alec Baldwin talk about his wife's death and then not take the blame for it. You probably remember what happened. It was everywhere. It was a big headline here because of how shocking it was. She was killed by a prop gun that was discharged on the set of Baldwin's movie. Hutchins and Hoda talked about his family's lawsuit against Baldwin and other producers on Rust. This was just filed last week. And about how he's trying to move forward now. Maura Barrett has more.
Alec Baldwin did an interview on television. Did you watch it?
Yeah.
But watching him, I just felt so angry. I was just so angry to see him talk about her death so publicly in such a detailed way, and then to not accept any responsibility after having just described killing her.
Frustration in Matthew Hutchins' first interview since the shocking loss of his wife, Helena Hutchins, on the set of Rust.
So do you think that the blame lays, and the majority of the blame lays on Alec Baldwin?
The idea that the person holding the gun, causing it to discharge, is not responsible is absurd to me. But gun safety was not the only problem on that set. There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties.
In this exclusive interview with Hoda Kotb, Hutchins recalls the last conversation he had with his wife and the agony of telling his son that his mother would not be coming home. This after the family filed a lawsuit last week against Alec Baldwin and others involved with the film, alleging that reckless behavior and cost-cutting led to her death. The suit alleges at least 15 safety practices were disregarded on set and blames Baldwin, the film's armorer, the assistant director, and others for failing to keep Hutchins safe. The cinematographer was shot and killed in October on set in New Mexico. Alec Baldwin was holding the gun when it fired, though he says he did not pull the trigger. According to a search warrant, Baldwin was mistakenly told the prop gun was cold or safe to use.
I'm holding the gun where she told me to hold it. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them, never.
In a statement after the lawsuit was filed, Baldwin's attorney said in part, any claim that Alec was reckless is entirely false. Actors should be able to rely on armorers and prop department professionals, as well as assistant directors, rather than deciding on their own when a gun is safe to use. In an interview with ABC News, Baldwin expressing confusion about how the live round went off.
What did you think happened? How did a real bullet get on that set?
I have no idea. Someone put a live bullet in a gun, a bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property.
He had previously referred to the production as a, quote, well-oiled crew. That characterization in contrast to what others on the ground describe. NBC News reported that before the shooting, some members of the crew walked out over safety concerns. Rust Movies Productions previously said they, quote, were not made aware of any official complaints.
Maura is joining us now to talk more about this. So, Maura, you referenced, and we know about the Hutchins family lawsuit. There are other civil suits against Baldwin and producers. There's the criminal investigation into all this, too. That's still going on. What is the next step? What's the next thing we should be looking for in this?
Well, there's a lot of moving parts here, right, Hallie? So that criminal investigation, number one, is still underway. We're waiting for more details when it comes to that. And then there's these other civil lawsuits to look at, one from the script supervisor, one from a gaffer, and one from a key medic. There's also a lawsuit against one of the crew members who was responsible for bringing ammunition onto the set, alleging that he mixed up live and dummy ammunition. And now for one of these suits, the producers responding, including Baldwin, arguing, saying that it needs to be thrown out because it involves a workplace accident and that it should actually go through the state's workers' compensation system. So that's all of the things that we're trying to keep an eye on here in terms of the legal side. And when it comes to justice for Helena Hutchins, her husband telling Hoda in that interview airing tomorrow that he doesn't see justice bringing Helena back, but he hopes that her memory and the protection going forward can protect other people from experiencing this and making sure people can stay safe on movie sets moving forward, Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you for that. We should note you can watch the full exclusive interview from Hoda with Matt Hutchins tomorrow morning. That is on the Today Show starting at 7 a.m. Eastern. Again, a Today Show exclusive. Up next. 2 Black Hawk helicopters go down near a ski resort in Utah. What officials say led up to the crash. That's coming up in The Local. And in tonight's original, we're checking in on one of President Biden's campaign promises that nobody should be in jail for smoking marijuana. And a music legend's son is now a leader in the fight to hold him to it. That's next.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, officials say 2 Black Hawk helicopters belonging to the Utah National Guard crashed yesterday morning during a training exercise. The choppers went down something like 30 miles from Salt Lake City. Luckily, if you look at that video, luckily nobody was hurt. Out of our Southeast Bureau, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has ordered state agencies to investigate gender-affirming care for kids as child abuse. Abbott's letter says doctors, nurses, teachers, anybody who comes into contact with a child being given gender-affirming treatments must report the parents or face criminal penalties. The White House telling the Dallas Morning News that Texas's stance on gender-affirming medical care is, quote, dangerous. And our Northeast Bureau reporting $2.4 billion has been bet on sports online so far this year. The state is now the biggest sports betting market in the country. According to the New York Times, a quarter of the country's mobile bets wagered on the Super Bowl were placed in New York. Now, to tonight's original, in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. You know the State of the Union is right around the corner, so it feels like the right time to check in on some of the campaign promises President Biden made on the campaign trail. One of those pledges was support to try to decriminalize cannabis on the federal level. But legislation that could do that by, for example, expunging records for possession or getting nonviolent weed offenders out of prison has stalled. In the meantime, you've got entrepreneurs in states where cannabis is legal, like Damian Marley, the Grammy-winning reggae star, trying to bring more attention to the impact that criminalization has on their communities. Halfway between San Francisco and Los Angeles, a prison is finding an unlikely second act. Behind the barbed wire, a new cannabis company, growing the very thing some people end up locked up for in the first place.
As Jamaicans, as a Rasta, as my father's son, we've always been advocates of cannabis. It's something we use daily in our life. It's a part of our spiritual sacrament.
That's Damian Marley, reggae star and son of Bob Marley, and a partner at Evidence, a cannabis brand that grows their products on the grounds of the Claremont Custody Center. They say the prison can help remind people that even while the legal cannabis industry keeps growing, it's still illegal in most states, with more than 350,000 people arrested for marijuana-related violations in the U.S. in 2020, according to the FBI.
We have replaced those inmates with 8 acres and a full-scale cannabis manufacturing facility. And we bag it in evidence bags, the same type of bags you would see in a courtroom. It really is a conversation starter.
They donate a portion of every purchase to the Last Prisoner Project, a nonprofit dedicated to helping nonviolent cannabis offenders get out of prison and have their records expunged.
But a lot of our family members get taken away from us for various reasons, especially a lot of our male figures and our fathers and brothers and such forth, you know what I mean? But definitely with the fact that cannabis is now legal, you know, we want our brothers and sisters who are incarcerated to come home.
For head grower Kyle Walton, the mission is personal. He says he ended up behind bars himself when he was younger several times because of cannabis possession.
Kind of just put into perspective how easy it is to go to jail for something that I think is normal.
You know, if I would have made a couple different choices, I probably could have very likely been in jail for weed for a long time.
Companies like Evidence could become more common. 18 states have now officially legalized recreational cannabis, and some of them, like New York, are including social equity programs in the legislation. New York plans on giving half its licenses to applicants from historically marginalized communities.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Green Thumb Industries, one of the biggest cannabis companies in the U.S., bought its own prison in Warwick, New York, investing $150 million into a cultivation facility.
We are here celebrating the beginning of our construction project where we are going to build a marijuana campus in Warwick, New York at the site of the former federal prison.
Green Thumb, hoping to be one of the first companies in New York to hire former inmates there.
I think what's important is, the full circle moment for the industry, for New York, and really for the country, where we take a place like this that used to lock people up for marijuana, and now we're going to employ them gainfully, and that's amazing, and that's great.
Our Jordan Winters producing that one. While the legal cannabis market is projected to reach something like $30 billion by the end of the year, there's one study from 2017 that found less than 5% of legal cannabis business owners are black. We're talking more about the future of the legal cannabis industry tomorrow. I will take you along to a tea party I had the pleasure of attending in California, where they take the tradition of high tea to the next level. I did not partake. Tune in tomorrow night for that. After the break, another round of headlines for Peloton. After new reporting claims the company sold rusted bikes, then tried to hide it. The journalist behind that story joins me next for the backstory.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Time to get the backstory now. Our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, It's a piece of reporting on Peloton that's catching our attention. This new report from the Financial Times that says the company covered up rust on its bikes from buyers. The standard operating procedures provided by FT to us for what 8 current and former employees say was Peloton executives' plans to hide the corrosion. This plan, called Project Tin Man. The employees told the Financial Times it was part of a nationwide push by Peloton to avoid, in those words, another pricey recall just months after a child died because of their treadmill's design. Peloton responded to the Financial Times and to NBC News on this, saying customers haven't reported problems with rusted bikes and promised to replace them if any issues come up. We should note, too, the issue with the rust doesn't seem to pose any safety hazard. Peloton tells us it has no impact on the bike's performance or the overall experience. Patrick McGee, a San Francisco correspondent for the Financial Times, broke this story. He is joining us now. Patrick, thank you for being on the show.
My pleasure, Hallie.
So viewers of our show will know, but since this is your inaugural appearance, this really is pulling back the curtain on how this reporting came together, because this is this was a lot of reporting. You were researching a bigger piece that got published. Tell me about your process, how this came together, how you sort of sensed that this was a scoop and you went after it.
It sort of occurred because of a panic, actually. So we had a 3,000-word magazine story due. A 3,000-word magazine piece that we had to write. Executives wouldn't talk to us. This was right before Peloton's quarterly earnings. And so in a sort of desperate act of getting someone to talk, because we were supposed to tell the inside story, I reached out to more than 400 current and former employees of Peloton, ended up speaking to about 20 of them. And Project Tin Man was something that just sort of took place in a conversation, very hush-hush, as soon as somebody made me pledge that I would not mention the location that this was happening at, because unknown to this person, this was happening at basically nationwide, right? There's dozens of factories or warehouses, I should say, at Peloton, and this person didn't know anything beyond, the factory she worked at, but basically there was a nationwide effort to conceal this rust using a certain chemical that converts the rust essentially, but the internal documents, actually say that a certain amount of rust is acceptable, which basically is not what you're really paying $2,500 for.
I'm still struck by that statistic. 400 employees you reached out to, current and former, and then only 20, right? I think that people might be surprised who aren't in journalism. Like, that doesn't seem like a high ratio. I actually feel like if you got 20, that's pretty, that's decent. How did you get them 5%. To talk to you? Yeah. How did you build that? Tough to build trust when you're kind of making these, what I assume are either cold calls or trying to get connected through somebody else.
Yeah, a lot of LinkedIn. And actually, this was really like a gold mine. But basically, when Peloton employees got laid off, an Excel document went around where they listed their email address in addition to their position, basically saying that they were open to work. So it was specifically made for recruiters. But I made use of that and sent an email to everybody who was on the list. That alone was more than 300 of the people. So still, very few of them responded, but then I also used LinkedIn. And then in some cases, people that I had not reached out to, didn't know, had heard from other people that I was reaching out, and then, referred back to them. Like, it was a really complicated process. And to some extent, I don't even know how people found me, as it were. But the end result was speaking to people from around the country, probably at least 7 different states, and corroborating all kinds of details and getting, photographs and just all kinds of detail.
Talk about the reaction you're getting to the stories that you're writing here. I know you've said some people think you're out to get Peloton, but not to blow up your spot, you're kind of a fan of the company itself and fitness stuff like Peloton.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a fitness nut. I mean, the irony of there being this idea that I'm biased against the company and trying to get them is I was being told the exact opposite just a month before, because I wrote this 2,500-word personal essay, that was featured on our Life and Arts cover. And, in my own words, it was like a pay-on to connected fitness, right? Like, I love this stuff. I basically think everybody should have, some sort of device, not necessarily a Peloton, but, that would do just fine. In their home, right? It's just a fantastic way to work out. And, the COVID has sort of been like this, free commercial for anyone in the space because, gyms have been closed and it's just become commonsensical as a thing to do. So, John Foley, the then CEO, tweeted the story, sort of their corporate communications company, head. So, lots of people were saying your reporter should be more objective. Clearly, this is somebody who just loves this thing. And so now, so it's sort of nice to have that out there now that I'm writing something negative about the company. I mean, the result is that the Peloton experience is something that I think, anyone who's involved in Peloton is they're like one step removed from going like door to door to ask you if you'd like to buy a Peloton, right? Like people love their Pelotons. And I don't have a Peloton, but I love my Hydro. I love my Fight Camp. I mean, people are just evangelical about this kind of stuff. But the operations of the company, much more questionable.
Well, and that's where the journalism comes in. Patrick, I'm so glad you joined us for the backstory. Come back. We would love to have you. It's one of our favorite segments, so appreciate it.
Sounds good.
Thank you for joining us, too. That's a wrap for this hour. Jam-packed, as always. We're going to have more for you here tomorrow, same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now. We're coming on the air with Ukraine in a state of emergency, and Vladimir Putin not just knocking at their doorstep, but starting to walk in, with a senior defense official telling NBC News Russia's military